Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 141, The Oracle. Verdia Solarion. About 1,000 years ago, on the demonic continent, a peculiar child was born, the demon god Laplace. A demon with magical eyes, greenish hair, and an exquisite mastery of magic, Laplace carried within him, deeply rooted in the depths of his soul, a profound hatred for humans. In the 500 years that followed his birth, he gathered armies, united the demonic tribes, and subjugated the demon continent with his absolute power. After Laplace convinced the sea race and the beast race to attack the central continent, he initiated the greatest war of the last millennia. It is said that the first two great wars lasted longer, but that the Laplace War was the most brutal of all. On the same day that Laplace declared war, deep within the great forest, a special child was born. She had golden hair that constantly shone and eyes as blue as a cloudless sky. She was an elf, and she was named Verdia, a name that, in the ancient language of the forest, meant shining soul, and she was then called Verdia Solarion. Thanks to her hair that shimmered as if reflecting the sunlight, she soon caught everyone's attention. Verdia was the daughter of Rudeus Solarion, revered as the holy sword of the elves, a direct descendant of the great elven swordsman Ghislaine Solarion. A legendary hero who fought alongside the hero Ars in the First Human-Demon War, and who eventually died in a duel against the formidable demon king Necros Lacrosse. Few remember these events today, but for the elves, who lived for centuries, that was only a few generations ago. Even though human society had transformed several times over time, the elves remained practically unchanged. Due to the low birth rate, any birth among the elves was a cause for great celebration, given their low birth rate. Most of the elves initially refused to participate in the Laplace War, remaining neutral, but were forced by circumstances to take up arms. The brutality of the war reached even the hidden corners of the great forest. Only the celestial race managed to escape by isolating themselves on top of the mountains. Verdia's early years were marked by blood and conflict. Many elves perished, and each death was a profound blow to their already diminished population. Her father, Rudeus, was killed after being surrounded during one of the campaigns to defend elven territory. The war was ruthless. Verdia showed a brilliant and impetuous personality from a very young age. Early on, she was taught the art of magic by an elderly elven mage. Noticing the girl's uncommon talent, the mage decided to make her personal disciple. Verdia absorbed knowledge at a frightening speed, combining instinct with a rational clarity rare even among the most experienced mages. When Verdia turned 15, she was already fighting in the war as an exceptional mage. Her name began to spread among the armies on both sides, a golden star shining even amidst the ashen sky of the endless war. Verdia was talented. Her golden hair shone uninterruptedly, 24 hours a day, as if reflecting the light of the very sun even under the war's overcast sky. She wielded the bow and magic with mastery, and even fencing, which was a noble art of the elves, passed down through generations, she mastered with precision, drawing inspiration from her father's movements. Her mother also perished during the war. She was saddened, but Verdia still had her mentor and her elven companions. For a time, that was enough. But war is an unrelenting force. One day, her mentor fell on the battlefield, struck by a black spear from a three-horned demon. Still, Verdia was not alone. She had her friends, companions who fought by her side, who laughed, who cried, who bled together. Until they too died. When Verdia turned 50, everyone she had ever loved, admired, or protected, had disappeared. She survived. Was she the strongest among the elves? No. At that time, she was strong, whether in fencing, magic, or archery, but there were many others more powerful. Warriors who could lift trees with their bare hands, mages who summoned storms with enchantments. Verdia was strong, yes, but not the strongest. Was she the smartest? Also no. Verdia was innocent and spirited, sometimes even reckless. Not rarely she took unnecessary risks, trusted too much, or let herself be carried away by emotions. She was not the wisest, nor the cleverest. So, why did she survive? Verdia was undoubtedly talented. But countless geniuses were buried during the Laplace War. Promising faces, full of power and destiny, crushed under the brutal wheel of conflict. And yet, Verdia continued to live. Golden hair, eyes as blue as the sky, a radiance that attracted attention, that made enemies target her before anyone else, whether for her beauty or her potential. She should have died. But Verdia held a secret. A hidden gift. A burden that only a few people have known in their entire lives, the first of which was their father. One day before the death of Verdia Solarion, when Verdia was only 5 years old, she had her first vision. It was like a nightmare in broad daylight. She saw her father being ambushed, surrounded, fighting bravely, and falling, alone, in the midst of a red field of blood and leaves. Desperate, Verdia begged him not to go. She recounted what she saw, through tears and sobs. Riverus listened attentively. Then, calmly, he asked her. Then, did I manage to save them? Those who were captured? Verdia hesitated. She did not fully understand what she had seen, but she nodded. Her father smiled. His eyes carried the weight of many ages. He knelt, gently took his daughter's shoulders, and said, I lived for a very long time, Verdia. And I want you to live as long as I did, so that you finally understand that there are things in life more important than death. The next morning, the holy sword Riverus led a solitary charge and single-handedly freed hundreds of captives of the beast race. And then, as Verdia had seen, he was surrounded, and killed. It was the first and only time that her visions showed someone else besides herself. And it was also the only time she failed to save the target of the vision. In the following years, Verdia continued to have visions, but now they only showed situations of danger to herself, never to another person. She even told others about her visions. Friends, allies, confidants. But everyone who found out ended up dead. Some in battles, others due to sudden diseases, strange accidents, ambushes. The correlation was undeniable. At one point, Verdia began to believe that the power she carried was a curse. And so, she fell silent. She kept the gift to herself. It didn't matter if she saw tragedies or victories, she would never share it with anyone again. It was a cursed power that only brought misfortune. Even so, she continued fighting. Over the decades, Verdia changed. 100 years of war shape even the purest spirit. She lived through the rebelliousness of youth, throwing herself into battles as if she were immortal. She went through the recklessness of adulthood, where pride and the desire to prove her worth spoke louder. She felt the weight of self-loathing, watching everyone she loved die one by one. She developed a fierce hatred for war, witnessing piles of nameless, gloryless bodies. And, finally, she understood. She understood that war had lost all meaning. There was no longer justice, nor purpose, nor heroes. Only pain. It was then that the moment for one last turnaround arrived. When the humans kidnapped the offspring of the beast race to use them as hostages, the tension reached its peak. The 7 heroes, legendary figures, endowed with immeasurable courage and power, joined forces with the beast race and the sacred knights of Meles to put an end to the war. It was an unlikely alliance. Many doubted. But Verdia saw something there. A chance. A new path. She joined them. With her magical bow of golden light, with her large-scale spells, with her heirloom elven sword, and with her ever-present radiance, Verdia fought. She fought like never before. And, together with those legendary warriors, helped turn the tide of the war. In the end, the demons were defeated. And the demon god Laplace was sealed by the 7 heroes, ending a conflict that had lasted for centuries. The war finally ended. And Verdia continued to live. With her visions, Verdia endured the war. After everything, her father's death remained the only time she had a vision related to another person. After that, all her visions served as warnings about herself, ambushes, deaths, injuries. Guided by these omens, Verdia crossed the war physically unscathed, but emotionally shattered. When the war finally ended, she retired to the elven village. There, she lived for 50 years in an almost untouched peace, isolated from the rest of the world that still dealt with its own turbulences. She abandoned fencing, the bow, and magic. Why would she continue practicing these arts made for killing? In fact, she developed a certain aversion to them at that time. The first year of the Armored Dragon era marked the beginning of a new time, of peace, of reconstruction, of silence after the chaos. During that period, Verdia devoted herself to books. She read about past wars, about politics, history, philosophy. She understood that wars were never fought by entire peoples, but by individuals, kings, emperors, figures like Laplace or the Demon Empress. The people were swept along, yes, but conflicts were always born from the will or ambition of a few. This realization left her confused, trapped in a cycle of doubt. Everything she had done until then, had it all been in vain? One day, without saying a word to anyone, she left the great forest. She took her staff and departed. The world was different. 50 years are enough to change kings, maps, and kingdoms. She found a group, set off on journeys, and discovered something new, a passion for freedom. Perhaps it was the reflection of a lifetime fighting for territory, defending borders. Now, she could run, jump, cast spells to boost her steps, fly with the breeze. It was as if the weight of society vanished every time she crossed a new road. She loved it. During her journey, she made new friends, met diverse races, cultures, and dogmas. She saw the beauty and the ugliness of the world, smiled, cried, fell in love a few times, but never found a partner. Not that it mattered at first. When she was 200 years old, a human friend asked her why she hadn't married yet, and Verdia, wishing to avoid appearing rejected, replied that she would only marry when someone took her across the heavens and the deep seas. The friend died. And Verdia never found that partner. Time passed, and her own words eventually became a vow in memory of that friend. She traveled, fought, taught. Her hair, once golden and shining like the sun, began to lose its luster. Every new friend meant a new wound when death took them away. She trained disciples who, 30 or 50 years later, were dead. Of course, there were those who remained alive, elves, demons, members of the sea race, and even of the celestial race. But they were few, isolated, distant. At nearly 400 years old, Verdia made a new friend, a human named Mise. They traveled together in a group of adventurers. She was, without a doubt, the best friend Verdia had ever had, and the elf would do anything for her. But, in the end, her friend died. Not in battle. Like the others, she died of old age. Verdia's hair, although still an impressively golden color, no longer shone as before. She had lived so long, seen so much, learned so much, that it would be impossible to list everything she had done. She took up the bow again. Learned new spells. Visited forgotten places. She met dragons, sailed with pirates, crossed deserts, walked through the ruins of ancient kingdoms. But all these experiences left scars. The wounds in Verdia's heart, though healed, were many. So many losses, so many deaths, left her spirit weary. Then she decided to return. Return to the great forest. To rest her heart. To regain her strength. And, one day, to see the world again, that vast world, which still had so much left to show. Present day. Deep within the great forest, two figures walked silently. A man with silver hair, golden eyes, and a large white cloak. Beside him, a girl with long black hair, wearing a white mask. The man was Orsted, the dragon god, and his companion was Nanahoshi. Orsted seemed to be in a bad mood. Not that at any moment he ever appeared to be in a good mood, but now he was especially worse. The reason? They had recently arrived in the great forest and, after interrogating a member of the beast race, discovered that Verdia Solarion had left for the demonic continent. Her objective was to seek allies to fight against Meles. Nanahoshi, who rarely saw him in a bad mood, finally broke the silence after holding back her curiosity for too long. Why did you want that woman to be dead? Orsted cast a scrutinizing glance at her. His silence lasted a few seconds before he responded in a deep voice. That woman is dangerous. Besides, it was her destiny to die here. Nanahoshi, once again, wondered why she still tried to ask anything. The answers were always more confusing than the questions. She remained silent as they both calmly proceeded towards another location, where there was a teleportation circle. Of course, Orsted's answer was even complete, considering there were many things he simply could not say. The truth? Orsted knew Verdia Solarion's powers even better than she did herself. Verdia was a Miko, a prophetic Miko. But her powers worked in a specific way. She could only see moments of danger that would threaten her in the short term. Trusting those omens, she traversed the world, bypassing all restrictions, even being an elf, even being beautiful and having shining golden hair. She got involved in disputes between kingdoms, wars, battles against monsters. And she survived. Orsted suspected that this power, in some way, also strengthened her destiny. But he also knew that the power had a weakness. And that weakness was the following: the more attached Verdia was to life and the world, the more her powers would protect her. However, if one day she ever lost her attachment to her life, the powers would cease. No visions. And then she would attract a lot of bad luck. Not even Verdia knew that her powers worked that way. It was only after many loops that Orsted noticed the pattern. It was always like this: she would travel for 500 years, return to the great forest, and eventually die, swallowed by that cruel destiny. Orsted always made sure that the triggers were ready. She could die in 3 ways, which he kept available in every loop. Died by the mutant silver mist wolf, within the great forest. Died by the North Saint, Kalinowski. Died by Larix from Begarit. Either way, Verdia would almost certainly meet death. And Orsted ensured that. In the first loops, Orsted even tried to use her. But his actions changed the world in unpredictable ways, probably due to her power as a Miko. Whenever she was left alive, Verdia altered crucial events randomly. And furthermore, she played an extremely dangerous role in history. When Laplace was reborn, Verdia, without knowing his identity, would be his master of magic. No matter where Laplace was born, she would eventually end up teaching him. At that time, human magic had evolved tremendously since 400 years ago, and Verdia had learned all of that firsthand. Letting Laplace easily absorb that knowledge would have been disastrous. Now, Orsted knew that her powers had returned. She couldn't predict Orsted with her visions, just as Hidegami couldn't predict anything about him. No divination ability worked against the dragon god, and she was no exception. But she could foresee her own death. In one of the loops, before killing her, he asked her what she saw in her vision of death when he was the one who killed her. The answer? A shadow that pierces my heart. Now, with her escape to the demonic continent, Orsted knew that this loop would be even more confusing. But, in a way, that no longer mattered as much. The mana disaster had occurred. Nanahoshi existed. And that fellow named Rigor. Things were already moving in unpredictable directions. Thinking of that, Orsted's mood returned to normal. And Nanahoshi sighed with relief. Chapter 142, Hunting a Smile. POV Eris Greyrat. In a few days it will be Rigor's 3rd birthday. He is going to be 15. Many things have happened since we arrived at the Sword Sanctuary, and I have also become much stronger. And every time I felt some real improvement, I would go and challenge Rigor. I was determined to complete his challenge of defeating him without him using Tuki. And even though Rigor is also getting physically stronger, the last time I challenged him, I gave him a long cut on his arm. Of course, it was just a trap and I was defeated in the very next moment. But still, that's amazing, right? Actually, I was creating a special technique to defeat Rigor, and when I saw him creating one technique after another in the past, I used to think that it was out of this world. But both Rigor and the Sword God encouraged me to create my own path in the Sword God style. And that's what I was doing. If I really manage to create this technique, I believe I can catch him by surprise once. I am still far from the Dragon God, but among the younger ones in the Sword Sanctuary, I was the strongest. Except for Rigor, obviously. Anyway, when we left the Sword Sanctuary to gain combat experience, I even cut off the head of a red dragon with a single sword stroke. Along the way, we challenged hordes of monsters, killed red dragons, and even conquered an S-rank labyrinth that had not yet been explored. The latter was more difficult. Rigor even had to help once thanks to Isolde almost being caught in a trap. But overall, we managed to complete it almost without Rigor's help. Although he joined the battle against the dungeon boss for fun. In any case, in all the challenges we faced, I could say that I performed the best in real combat. Rigor complimented me a lot for that. I was very happy. Anyway, I am getting stronger and stronger. Rigor was right. As long as I keep in mind that I want to cut off the head of the dragon god, few things really seem challenging. But I wasn't the only one getting stronger. Nina, Isolde, Ghislaine, Aisha, and even Gino, Nina's friend. There were also some warriors from the Iron Legion training in the outer dojos of the Holy Land of Swords, and one of them had recently become a saint, but I didn't bother to remember his name. Anyway. Rigor's birthday. What could I give him? He didn't need anything. I thought about the gifts he gave me. He personally made me a wolf pendant on my 2nd birthday. He gave me my sword, which was forged by the Urgod. Should I give a pendant? But I don't know how to make one. Rigor also already has good swords. If he wanted, I would like to become his woman, but he kept telling me that I was still too young for that. There were few things he didn't have, and even fewer that he needed. I became anxious as I thought about it. While I was anxious, Aisha gathered us for a mission. Apparently, she noticed that some of us might be in doubt about our gift. She had prepared. Very much so. She spoke with the members of the Iron Legion outside the central dojo and used her authority as Rigor's direct disciple to order them. I didn't even know she could do that. Apparently, not even Rigor knew until she tried, but he didn't stop her. Anyway, she was building a network of information since they arrived at the Sword Sanctuary, and in the past few weeks, she found out about a labyrinth that existed in the region. Legend said that inside there was a magical item with mysterious powers at the bottom of the labyrinth, but it seemed that this had been debunked after adventurers came from far away and did not find the item. Aisha then hired some adventurers to investigate the truth, and they indeed found the people who supposedly had seen the magical item, which appeared to be a magical cloak, and it was confirmed, even if it hadn't been found, it was there. She then suggested that we go after this magical item, since it would probably be more useful than anything we could buy with money. Aisha was amazing. Even though she was younger than us, she thinks much more. She is a bit like Isolde, but she is smarter. Sometimes I think that maybe only someone like her is truly worthy of being Rigor's disciple. She is learning all kinds of magic with him, and relying on that knowledge she can kill monsters even more easily than us, sometimes. Even when everyone hesitates for a moment, she seems to already have a plan ready, already knowing which spell to cast, which decision to make. Maybe I'm a little jealous, but it's a good jealousy. Admiration, perhaps. After hearing Aisha's suggestion, Nina, Isolde, Gino, and I set off under her leadership. Rigor was in one of those moments when he spent several days training non-stop, completely focused, and it was a great opportunity for us to go there without raising suspicion. Still, I wanted to give him something personal. While thinking about it, we passed through some small towns on the way to the labyrinth region. The streets were sparsely populated, but there were still merchants and adventurers. It was even less busy than the sanctuary. Nina and Gino couldn't read, and I simply thought that Aisha would handle the travel details better, so I let her and Isolde take care of everything. Accommodations, supplies, they even managed to gather some extra information. Soon, we arrived at the labyrinth. Apparently it was an S-rank labyrinth, very dangerous, but it had already been cleared a few years ago by a group of renowned adventurers who had come from the Azura Kingdom because of the rumor about the magical item. Aisha managed to buy a guide about the labyrinth from a somewhat bald merchant with an onion-like smell, who insisted that he was a true expert, even though he was scared just at the thought of entering there. Aisha elegantly ignored him and paid for a map and an ancient book about the dangers of the place, written by someone who barely survived. We started our expedition at dawn. The interior of the labyrinth was damp and dark, with wide corridors covered in moss and cracked stone walls, where small creatures crawled in the corners. As we fought, I constantly thought about what gift I could give Rigger. He already had so many things. I didn't really need to focus much on the labyrinth itself. Aisha walked ahead with the guide open in her hands, as if she had already memorized the path. She guided us perfectly through the floors, anticipating what would come. "There will be a berserk snow bear monster on the next floor," she said confidently. And it was exactly what appeared. Bears with ice-made tusks and fur that seemed armored. If they had any special ability, Aisha explained how to avoid it and how to kill it. Sometimes she even corrected us in the middle of the fight: "Don't get too close, they have wide-area attacks," or "keep an eye on their backs. They pretend to die." The monsters were strong, and the labyrinth had hidden traps in the ceiling, moving passages, and enchanted stones that whispered things to disorient the mind. But Aisha could handle almost everything with her magics. Sometimes she made specific barriers, light attacks, opened walls with earth magic. She did it all. With her precise magic, Isolde's well-coordinated attacks, Gino's speed, and Nina's tenacity, and my sword, of course, we managed to safely advance through the levels. Each floor seemed more stifling and loaded with a kind of magical pressure that made the hairs on my arm stand up. Until we reached the boss room. The double stone doors opened by themselves, revealing a huge, damp chamber, with the floor covered by a light mist. The sound of scales scraping against stone echoed through the walls. It was a colossal snake with emerald-colored scales, shining with a dull light under the magical illumination of the ceiling. Its eyes were like red gems, and its forked tongue flickered when it moved. It was extremely resilient and very fast. Its attacks were brutal. It moved in spirals and would slam its body against the walls to create tremors that threw us off balance. In one of its strikes, it whipped Nina and Isolde against the wall with its thick tail, opening deep cuts in both of their ribs. But before the creature could finish the attack, Gino made an impressive leap, delivering a single blow that pierced one of the snake's eyes. The creature screamed in agony, thrashing wildly. Aisha took advantage of the opening and cast several layers of ice magic, enveloping parts of the creature's body and reducing its speed. It was what I needed. I ran, dodging the violent spasms of the gigantic body, jumped, and, with a spin, slashed my sword across the creature's neck, using the ever-reliable longsword of light. The snake's head fell with a dull thud, splattering warm blood across the room's floor. We caught our breath for a moment. All injured. Tired. But we had won. Still, after searching the entire boss room, which had ruins, broken columns, and an ancient altar at the back, we didn't find any magical item. Only bones, old armors, some coins, and silence. While Aisha investigated the boss room, I was lost in thought. This was rare. I almost never thought so much. My head was even hurting. The more I thought about a gift for Rigger, it seemed as if I were trying to solve an impossible riddle. He loved fighting and creating new combat techniques, those creative, unique ones that seemed to defy what was publicly accepted as right. He liked to hunt, and he loved meat. He was kind to us, but ruthless with his enemies. He loved magic. He would always show us his magical discoveries one after the other. And more than anything, he seemed genuinely happy when he saw us happy, or when he realized that we had gotten stronger. Ah, and he also really enjoyed that with Ghislaine. What could I offer him that he didn't already have? I knew a little about magic, knew how to read and write, and was also very good with a sword. And even so, he surpassed me in all of that. He liked to create new techniques. What if? If I managed to create that technique, could I possibly teach it to him? The more I thought about it, the more it made sense. It was something only mine. Something that perhaps, only I could give to him. At that moment, Aisha said out loud. I found it. We all quickly moved closer. Aisha was excited, pointing to a wall at the back of the boss room. She had discovered a secret door by using earth magic to sense the tremors, imperceptible, hidden behind a damaged pillar. The passage led to a spiral staircase that went down. As usual, Isolde took the lead. The interior was as dark as pitch, and Aisha conjured a sphere of light using divine attack magic to illuminate our path. Nina commented. This labyrinth seemed easier than the previous one. Aisha replied calmly. Actually, it's only because this one had already been conquered before. Knowing what the monsters are and how to deal with them is very convenient. This one must have a similar difficulty to the one we explored with rigor. Isolde said. But the other one didn't have a secret room, did it? Aisha made a thoughtful expression, looking upward. I believe not. We continued down until we came across a simple yet sturdy door. We prepared for combat, weapons in hand, magics ready. But when the door opened, there was no enemy. Only a small silent room, covered in dust and smelling of old mold. We entered cautiously, eyes alert for any sign of a trap. The room was simple, but there was something intriguing about it. In the center, there was a sturdy table of dark wood, covered with books and papers. The walls were adorned with faded paintings depicting a war, humanoid, demonic, and bestial figures, amidst flames, screams, and blood. I approached the table and tried to read one of the books. I frowned. Aisha. I called out loud, what language is this written in? I can't read it. Everyone moved closer. On the table, there were 3 thick books, with metal locks and covers adorned with strange patterns. They were worn by time. Next to them, an inkwell, a feather, scattered papers and others organized inside a drawer. There was also a closed box next to the table. Aisha stepped forward, creating a small earthen staircase to reach the table's height. She picked up one of the books and tried to read. I don't know, she said, confused. Isolde also looked at the books. I don't recognize these characters either. Aisha shook her head. I can say for sure that this is not a human language, nor the language of the fighter god, the beast god, or the demon god. So what is it? Asked Nina. Aisha was thoughtful for a moment, and then answered. I don't know, but I think that if we take them with us, the master might know. Gino, who was observing the box beside it, asked. And this box here? Aisha, as a precaution, used magic to open it from a distance. The lid slowly lifted, revealing its contents, a black cloak with neatly folded golden lines, and a silver ring with intricate details, full of runic patterns that glowed faintly. At the top of the ring, a white magical stone pulsed slightly. We found it, said Nina, excited. These 2 items are certainly magical, but are they magical items or magical tools? Questioned Isolde. Is there a difference? I asked, tilting my head. Aisha replied. There is, older sister. But for us, that doesn't matter now. We got the master's gift. She raised the box with a victorious smile. We all smiled too, and the atmosphere lightened. After testing the effects of the items, and being completely shocked by the magical properties they carried, we began our way back through the dungeon. I was happy to already have a guaranteed gift. But now, I had a new objective. I needed to finish that technique. That would be my personal gift. Something that only I could give to rigor. Chapter 143, 15 years, the last one on his way. POV, Rigor Adoldia. I was currently atop a small, icy peak. The wind howled sharply around me, lashing my exposed skin and making my cloak ripple violently. Snowflakes fell onto my hair, softly accumulating as if they wished to cover me with a white mantle. Tsukikage was sheathed at my waist. I took a deep breath, drawing in the cold air into my lungs. A white mist escaped between my lips, quickly dissipating in the freezing air. In an instant, my hand moved. The blue blade was unsheathed in a fluid, silent motion, like the blooming of a flower in winter. With great speed, I slashed forward and a high-pitched whistling sound cut through the air. The snow before me exploded in all directions, scattering like a wave around the point of impact. My eyes turned to the horizon. From where I stood, I could see in the distance the small village surrounding the sword sanctuary. The snow-covered buildings looked peaceful, serene. I had been here for 7 days, immersed in my training. The isolation, the cold, and the overall atmosphere made this place ideal for refining both my mind and body. Initially, I had planned to stay a few more days. But while I was training my senses, I heard something coming from the village. Hearing something from the distance was likely a feat only I could achieve among the people in the sanctuary. I heard something about today being my birthday. A coincidence indeed, as I had completely forgotten the date. My focus was entirely on my training. However, when I realized that some of them appeared to have prepared gifts, so they must have been eager to celebrate, I decided it would be worth returning. I began descending calmly, my feet sinking into the soft snow with each step. While walking, my mind wandered to the techniques I had been training lately. It had been nearly 2 years since I arrived at the sword sanctuary. My strength was something else now, unlike anything it had been when I first came. My sword god-style techniques were fast, even faster than Ghislaine's, who had become sword emperor by surpassing one of the other emperors. Perhaps today would be a good day to challenge Timothy for the title of Sword Emperor. Ghislaine had defeated Clint to gain that title, so he was the only emperor left. In any case, my mastery had advanced tremendously. My technique with the long sword of light was still theoretically at the emperor level, even if I surpassed all of them. But even though I was theoretically at the same level, my superior technique, coupled with my speed and physical strength, which were on another level, allowed me to defeat them every time in actual combat. As for the North God style, I had already absorbed almost everything Aubert could teach me. From here on, any improvements would be thanks to my own self-created techniques. And that progress was also going very well. In the Water God style, Rita was simultaneously teaching me 4 secret techniques. That's right, 4 at once. Something many spent their entire lives trying to master without even grasping one. It all began when I asked her to teach me all 5 secret techniques at the same time. Rita replied that it wouldn't help, that I wouldn't improve that way. So, I challenged her. I asked how long she thought it would take me to learn one of the techniques. She replied that it would take a whole 2 years. I said I could do it in 6 months. She laughed. Then we made a bet, if I mastered one secret technique in 6 months, she would teach me the other 4 simultaneously. She accepted. I chose the secret technique that best suited me and focused intensely. I trained day and night without rest. And with 1 week remaining until the deadline, I mastered it. Rita was again shocked and astonished by my talent, but she upheld her end of the bargain. I then began to learn the other 4 simultaneously. The progress was slower, of course, but mastering the 4 techniques in a short time was never the goal. I simply wanted to absorb everything I could about each of them, so I could continue training until I mastered them even after leaving the sanctuary. But the Beast God style was the one that had progressed the most. It was nearly complete. I had put into practice many of the abilities I once theorized as a child. Many were still being refined, but others were already in full use. Some of these techniques I classified as part of the Beast God style, others as part of the North God style. I even managed to fuse techniques from different schools, achieving a leap in both utility and combat efficiency. Some of these techniques included Superior Instinct, Internal Impact, Fang Strike, among others of the Beast God style. In any case, I felt I wasn't far from reaching Gal Farion. As these thoughts piled up in my mind, I realized I was already entering the city. The simple wooden and stone structures were covered by a thick layer of snow. Small figures moved among them, some training, others simply going about their daily routines. I was gradually approaching the sword sanctuary. While walking through the city, many looked at me with eyes full of reverence. None approached me. Their eyes silently followed me, filled with respect and a certain measure of fear. 2 years in the land of the sacred sword had been enough for my fame to spread to every corner. Even swordsmen who left the sanctuary carried with them the stories of the Wild Emperor, the Savage Emperor, capable of defeating anyone in the sword sanctuary except the sword god himself. In my opinion, it was very easy to win the favor of those who lived here. One only had to be strong and not treat them with arrogance. And I was never really an arrogant person, well, perhaps sometimes. But I was always very confident, easy to confuse the two. I always acted naturally, even in the presence of the weak. Even though my strength was on an unattainable level for most, I believe that this attitude kept me close to my humanity, and also to my own moral limits. That is why I was both feared and admired. Some even envied me, but they didn't dare say it out loud. They told stories about how the sanctuary had changed since my arrival. About how many young talents had emerged under my direct or indirect influence. Among them, the already legendary Ghislaine, who now was a sword emperor, and her equally fierce disciple, the Red Lioness Eris. Other notable names were Gino, Nina, Aisha, Isolde. And also Negav. Negav Didoldia. A member of the Iron Legion. He was only 18 years old and had become a sword saint 3 months ago. I had met him when he was very young, back in the days of the Great Forest. He already seemed promising at that time, but he pleasantly surprised me by reaching sword saint status so quickly. As encouragement, I created Erathium with my magic and gave him enough money to hire the best blacksmith in the sacred land of the sword, to forge a new sword worthy of his potential. All of this was contributing to my influence within the sanctuary being second only to Gal Farion. There were few things I couldn't do there. As I approached the sanctuary, I noticed a young boy running with a sword in hand. He was around 11 years old and was heading toward the dojos. I recognized him immediately. Gino. I called out. The boy stopped immediately and turned around. Senior, he replied with a relieved expression. Nina was worried you wouldn't show up on your own birthday. I ended up coming. But I almost forgot, I confessed, laughing softly. Gino approached and walked by my side. Although much shorter, he carried himself with a firm posture. He no longer seemed like the overly timid boy he once was, he was still shy, but compared to before, he was like a different person. Gino treated me like a true senior now. Perhaps because of the many times I had helped him with sword techniques, or the advice I gave him about Nina. Or maybe, and that was most likely, because I had beaten his father, Timothy, when I found out he was pressuring Gino 5 times as hard ever since the boy became a sword saint. Timothy was overdoing it, especially when it came to the psychological side. Pressuring Gino that much was like crushing a raw gem before it was even polished. Of course, rigorous training was not the problem, in fact, it was the opposite. But there were limits. So, I had a conversation with Timothy. A conversation that involved him hitting the ground a few times. In the end, I explained my logic, and he seemed to understand. Perhaps Gino heard something from his father that day, because since then, he has come to trust me much more. Although Eris was sure you'd return in time. Gino commented. I laughed upon hearing that. As we spoke casually, we traversed the corridors of the sanctuary and gradually entered the dojos. The sound of wooden swords clashing already echoed in the background. When we entered, Eris and Nina paused their sparring, and everyone turned their gaze toward me, most with respect and reverence. Eris approached pompously and, while hugging me, said, "Happy birthday, Rigor." I embraced her and gently stroked her red hair with a smile. "Thank you, Eris." Ahem. Nina called for attention. Eris then withdrew from my embrace, a bit embarrassed, and Nina said, "Happy birthday, Rigor. Do you plan on having any kind of celebration?" Isolde added, "We prepared a gift for you." I shook my head and replied, "I won't do any elaborate celebration. But later, I'm going to challenge Timothy for the title of Sword Emperor." When I said that, several murmurs began to spread among the disciples. He's finally going to become emperor. He could have defeated them a long time ago. But that's using only the sword god style, it's different. Timothy and Clint, who were warming up, paid no heed to the murmurs, and I continued. All the gifts can be given once I win. By the way, where are Ghislaine, Gaul, and Rida? Isolde replied. The master is training with Miss Ghislaine. The sword god is watching, probably. I nodded. Train as you normally do. I'll only fight at the end of the day. With that, I headed to the indoor training grounds used by the sword god. Everyone returned to their training. Arriving there, I saw Aisha, who was holding a spherical barrier, continuously molding and changing its shape as she observed. Ghislaine was sparring with Rida. She had fought her many times for training, after all, Orsted had defeated her using a secret technique from the water god style. It was obvious that she would seek to correct that at all costs. And behind them, seated on a staircase, was Gaul Pharion. I watched them intently. In that room, there was only one person I believed I could not defeat, the sword god. I had fought with Rida enough times to fully understand her strength. I had even seen her use her ultimate technique, the realm of the deprivation sword. She was strong, very powerful, and her techniques were the most refined. But if I went all out, with fencing, magic, my physical strength, and my magical eyes, I could prevail. Provided I could evade a fatal first strike from the realm of the deprivation sword, my victory was practically assured. Against Rida, I estimated my odds were 80 to 20 if the fight started at close range. But against Gaul, if the battle started close quarters, my chances of winning were 0. If we started at a slightly longer distance, it would be a fight. If I bombarded him with long-range magic, I could win. But hand-to-hand? No. I had never managed to surpass him in speed, not once. I could already follow his strike, but counterattacking him was impossible, at least for now. After all, when I first arrived here, I wasn't even able to see his strike. I was defeated in an instant. I was growing up. I anticipated that my wait would be over in a year. In a year, I would be consistently able to beat the sword god, regardless of the distance. As I watched, Ghislaine and Rida finished their training. Rida sweated a little, and Ghislaine sweated a lot. Both looked at me, and Ghislaine came over with her tail swishing. Rida went to Aisha, who used healing magic on her and then hopped over to me. Ghislaine gave me a kiss and Aisha came bouncing over saying, "Master," and hugged me, "Happy birthday." I stroked Aisha's hair and said, "Thank you, Aisha. Did you prepare a great gift for me?" Aisha beamed from ear to ear. Ghislaine said with a smile. She really put in a lot of effort for that. Then Gaul Pharion said, "Finally, you're growing up, kid." Ha ha ha. I smiled and replied, "I'm planning to challenge Timothy to formalize the level of Sword Emperor. What do you say?" Gaul Pharion stopped laughing and asked, "Oh. You're confident?" I raised an eyebrow and answered, "You know better. You train with me the most. Do you really think I can't beat him?" The sword god thought for a moment and said, "You're right. Then let it be so." Rida said, "Hey, kid. I don't have any gift for you, but if you want, as a gift, I can teach you the realm of the deprivation sword. Gaul looked at her in shock. My eyes sparkled as I quickly replied. I agree. Hey, you old woman. Gaul said, don't you see that you'll lose your only trump card against the brat if you teach him that? Rida replied with a smile. He'll surpass me in the water god style sooner or later, so let him be the heir to the technique as well. Aisha said. Master, then shall we gather during the duel to deliver the gifts? I said. As smart as ever. That's right, after the challenge, you can hand over the presents and we'll have a little celebration. Gaul said. Then, until then, keep training. I replied. That's the plan. After that, I trained with Ghislaine, then with Gaul Pharaon, and Aisha eventually left the hall. The training continued all day, until I finally announced the challenge for the title of Sword Emperor. Chapter 163's name is, Challenging the Sword God. Chapter 144, The Seven Blades of the Sword God. After Rigor announced his challenge, almost all the practitioners gathered in the ephemeral hall to watch the fight. Timothy and Rigor were on opposite sides of the hall. A Sword Emperor and a Sword King. Generally, it was the custom of the Sword God's style that, to rise in rank, the two strongest Sword Saints dueled in front of the Sword God. The winner would be named Sword King. The same happened among the kings, who dueled, and the victor was considered the emperor. But the truth is that the one who made the rules was Gaul Pharaon. As the current Sword God, he had the authority to name anyone at any moment. And, as there were no other Sword Kings at the moment, Rigor would challenge someone one rank above, just as Ghislaine had done when he was out in the Red Dragon range. Around the two combatants were all the disciples, including Eris, Nina, Gino, and Nigav. Rida, Aisha, and Isolde were not with the sanctuary's disciples, but they also watched from a corner. And the Sword God was in his usual place. Gaul Pharaon declared. This is a special situation. Rigor, you are seeking the title of Sword Emperor, a test of your mastery of the techniques of this school. So, only use techniques exclusively from that style. Rigor nodded. Timothy prepared himself. He had already lost several times to Rigor in combat over the last year, but if it was only sword speed, he was confident he could beat the brat. Finally. After all, he was beginning to lose his confidence after so many defeats. He would win this time and show the kid that he still had a long way to go, and that following several swordsmanship paths at the same time without focusing on anything would not take him as far as those who dedicated their lives to it. Rigor was serene. When he took a deep breath, a calm smile formed on his lips. He didn't move, just staring at Timothy. The two stared at each other for long seconds, which soon turned into a minute, and into two. The tension was palpable. Rigor had not moved, he was in a deadly stillness, with that calm smile on his face. That was rare, considering he was always the first to attack in their sparring sessions. Timothy felt an instinctive fear growing within him. He had already lost several times against Rigor, and the kid never lost his calm in battle. Timothy thought that he was aiming for a counterattack. He had already suffered counterattacks of all kinds fighting against Rigor, but this time, it was only the Sword God's style. As much as Rigor managed to use the techniques of the Water God style and the North God style, to prove his mastery, he would probably rely on the Long Sword of Light. The place was silent. Sweat accumulated on Timothy's face as he stared into the golden eyes before him, as if they could see everything about him. Timothy was holding his sword high above his head, but Rigor was in a striking posture, showing that he was confident in his analysis of the opponent. The Emperor was apprehensive. Was he going to lose? A drop of sweat fell from his forehead, dripping toward the ground. And when it dripped, it was the spark. Timothy attacked with the Long Sword of Light as fast as he could. All his years of training went into that strike. He combined that force with his battle aura and sent it to his arms and then to his sword, moving flawlessly. An attack strong enough to defeat almost any opponent in that hall. But in the next moment, colliding directly with Timothy's blade, an even faster sword appeared, breaking his posture due to the weight, speed, and absolute strength contained in that strike. He could not resist. He could only watch as his wooden sword split in half and his strike was overcome in every possible way. He was thrown aside as the wooden sword collided against his chest. At that moment, that blow made him think he was facing the Sword God directly. The strike made him let out a groan. Grah. It's over, declared the Sword God. Everyone watching let out sighs of admiration, while Timothy weakly got up, feeling his broken ribs. If that had been a real blade, he would have undoubtedly been split in half. It was an overwhelming force. He was truly outmatched by a 15-year-old kid, who was also a mage, and was a North Emperor, Water King, and was creating his own swordsmanship style. At that moment, in Timothy's mind, Rigor unconsciously rose to a rank a little higher than Gaul Pharaon, his master. A being whom he, after much consideration, decided was more appropriately called a demigod. Rigger helped him up and healed him, saying, "Thank you for the fight, Timothy. It was one of your best strikes." Timothy smiled bitterly as he withdrew. "You even waited for me to attack first." Rigger turned to Galfarion, who was smiling fiercely. "Magnificent, Rigger. I grant you the title of Sword Emperor." Ha ha ha. It's been a while since the Sword God's style had so many emperors at once, right? He looked at Ghislaine, Timothy, and Clint, and continued. "Right. When you arrived at the Sword Sanctuary, you were immediately named Sword King for your strength. I used to give my students a sword from my collection when they reached that rank, but I ended up forgetting because you already had good swords and were so strong." He looked at Ghislaine for a moment and continued. "Honestly, I wouldn't even have given it back then, since you were not my student. But now you are. As proof of your mastery and that you are my student, I will give you one of the swords from my collection." Rigger said, laughing, "I've been waiting for that for a long time." He stood up and then smiled. "Also consider the title of Emperor and the sword as birthday gifts, he he he." Ghislaine, Timothy, and some of the practitioners let out contained laughter upon hearing this. The Sword God said, "All right, dismissed." With that said, Rigger followed Galfarion to enter the sanctuary while the Sword Saints exited. Only a few stayed behind. Rigger and Galfarion went to the Sword God's house. Rigger had been here before, but this time they went to the back of the house. They entered a new room, and at the back of the hall there was an ornate shelf. As they approached the shelf, Rigger saw 7 slots for swords, and 4 of these positions were occupied by blades that were visibly of great quality. The other 3 spaces were empty, probably their swords were with Ghislaine, Timothy, and Clint. The shelf itself was ornamented with golden details and ancient symbols engraved in dark wood, with evident care in its preservation, like an altar for warriors of past eras. Galfarion stepped forward, with his arms crossed and a look filled with pride and reverence. "Besides my sword, the windpipe, I found 7 of these swords around the world," he said. "All magnificent swords, forged by Julien Jalisco." Rigger already knew this story. In fact, it was one of the most debated in historical records. There were many controversies about how Cajacut had been killed, conflicting versions involving betrayals, different factions, sacred orders, mercenary groups. But his master, Verdia, can tell you what really happened with the dragon. Cajacut was killed by North God too. From the bones of the ancient Dragon King, 49 legendary swords were forged. Among them, 24 were considered sacred swords, while the other 24 were demonic swords. The last one, the one that tipped the scales, was the legendary gravity sword, King Dragon Sword Cajacut, considered the most powerful of all. Collecting 7 of these blades, "It's impressive," said Rigger, his eyes still fixed on the swords before him. Galfarion seemed to puff up with pride, proud like a father watching his child achieve a grand feat. "You may choose one of them," he said with a calm smile. Rigger walked slowly in front of the shelf, observing each blade. Each one emanated a different aura, each made him feel in a different way. But then, his gaze lingered on one of them. It wasn't the largest, nor the most ornate, although it was beautiful. The sword had a long, straight blade, silver like a water mirror, reflecting the surroundings with clarity. Bluish veins ran smoothly along its center. The guard resembled stylized wings, made of dark silver, and the black hilt provided a firm grip. Near the base of the blade, a half-open eye symbol seemed to stare back at anyone who looked at it. Its single edge shone with a subtle brightness, and the tip was thin and precise, made both for fluid cuts and swift thrusts. It had the exact length to allow for both one-handed and two-handed grips. When his fingers approached the blade, Rigger felt it. There was a presence there, calm and firm, as if the weapon were alive and silent, speaking directly to his soul. Galfarion smiled, watching the choice. "The silver blade of the water's mirror," he said in a reverent tone. "A sacred blade. It's an excellent choice. It has the ability to increase focus and enhance your control over Tuki." Rigger wrapped his hand around the hilt, feeling the instant connection. His mind cleared, his thoughts organized effortlessly. His perception seemed sharper. But mainly, it wasn't just an impression, he could feel that his control over his mana seemed better. He smiled. He began to imagine countless possibilities if his theory were truly correct. "I'll take this one," he said. Rigger and Galfarion then returned to the ephemeral hall. Now, Rigger carried his new sword at his waist. Gal, for his part, went back to his own house, leaving Rigger behind after congratulating him. When Rigger entered the ephemeral hall again, it was already night. The environment was warmed by the conversation among Ghislaine, Eris, Isolde, Nina, Aisha, Gino, and even Nigav, who surprisingly was talking with Gino. Apparently, Aisha had invited him to join the group. Upon seeing Rigger enter, everyone looked at him. He approached and naturally said, "Let's go." As they began to follow Rigger, the others conversed among themselves. Ghislaine walked beside Rigger. Aisha, looking more curious than ever, approached him. "Master." Is that your new sword? She pointed to the blade attached to Rigger's waist. Rigger, with a smile, ruffled Aisha's hair in a casual way and replied. That's right, Ace. How was your training last week? Ace was the nickname Rigger had started calling Aisha by lately. She seemed to like the nickname. Aisha, proudly, answered promptly. I already managed to finish all the exercises the master requested. She displayed a sparkle in her eyes, demonstrating her satisfaction with her progress. Ghislaine, who was walking alongside Rigger, smiled with a teasing touch. She's had plenty of time for activities outside of training, she said, leaving room for Rigger to interpret. Rigger laughed, somewhat amused by the teasing. Okay, your expression tells me I'm making things too easy for you. Maybe I should push your training even harder, he suggested, clearly teasing. Aisha shivered and immediately replied, trying to hide the tension. And no. It's already very effective, master. I feel great improvements, but more than that, it would overwhelm me. Rigger smiled at her, knowing that Aisha absorbed everything he taught quickly. He was intentionally giving her free time so that she could explore other things. With geniuses like her, it was always good to encourage their curiosity and autonomy. Meanwhile, Eris and Nina were intensely discussing who would reach the Sword King level first and who would handle the sword better. The two were absorbed in the conversation. Gino, not understanding the reason for the discussion, said. But aren't there 3 swords left? There are just the 3 of us, Nina, Eris, and me. Aisha and Isolde are of another style, and Senior Rigger and Senior Ghislaine already have their swords. The 2 girls, who were deeply involved in their dispute, stopped talking for a moment and shot hostile looks at Gino. Nina, with a defiant look, was the first to speak. It's not about having one for each. Eris, with a smile, added. Exactly, whoever gets there first will be the best swordsman. The discussion among the 3 continued, with Gino beginning to wonder why he had said anything. Rigger, observing the scene, smiled discreetly. He liked that environment, especially enjoying seeing Eris like that. It showed that even the encounter with the dragon god hadn't left the girl with any severely traumatic psychological scars. The group proceeded to a location in the mountains, an isolated spot that Rigger had chosen beforehand. There, he and Aisha began to warm up the atmosphere with magic, creating a comfortable ambience for everyone. Rigger had asked Skoll to hunt something for them, and as if summoned, Skoll arrived just at that moment with a fresh catch. Isolde then pulled some alcoholic drinks from her backpack and said, with a smile. Grandma Rita told me to bring them. A coming-of-age party must have alcohol, she said. Everyone laughed, but only Rigger, Ghislaine, Nigav, Nina, Isolde, and Eris drank. Gino, when offered, refused, considering himself too young. Aisha, on the other hand, wanted to drink, but Rigger, with a firm look, refused her request. I promised Lilia. Rigger said, in a serious tone, which left Aisha in a bad mood. She couldn't hold back and explained in various ways the logic of why she shouldn't be prevented from drinking, one of her arguments being. I would have better control over myself than many here. But after many arguments, he couldn't keep refusing. He allowed her to take a single sip of the drink, and although she didn't insist any further, she still seemed a little upset. The party, however, continued without problems. The group was more united than ever, and the alcohol only helped break down the barriers and make everyone more relaxed. Nigav Dodoldia, the sword saint of the Legion, proved to be quite assertive and soon became friends with Gino. Although there was a 7-year age difference between them, Gino's quiet personality complemented Nigav's talkative nature very well. Nigav, despite being a little older and a bit behind in training compared to the others, had an impressive talent for swordsmanship. This talent was truly discovered only when Rigger implemented a systematic training system in the Great Forest, and now he was quickly catching up to the others. Skoll, the nearly 5-meter-tall ebony wolf, was being used as a couch by Rigger and Ghislaine, with everyone seated around him, enjoying the atmosphere. Rigger had to drink much more than usual. His physique prevented him from getting drunk quickly, but since he didn't deliberately use detoxification spells, he felt the effects of the drink beginning to take hold. Gradually, his attention turned to Ghislaine, and with a mischievous smile, he began to flirt with her playfully, a tease that she reciprocated with great interest. The sense of complicity between them became more evident with each exchange of glances and words. This did not go unnoticed by Eris, who, seeing the interaction between Rigger and Ghislaine, became clearly jealous, even though she technically had no power of speech. She was a little drunk, so, without shame, she began asking Rigger who he thought was the most attractive among the girls there, excluding Ghislaine, which put Rigger in an awkward situation. The party continued with laughter and food. As he had said before, there was no need for an elaborate celebration. Just gathering his wife, his friends, and disciples was enough for Rigger to enjoy his birthday in the best possible way. Everyone ate the boar hunted by Skoll, and, with the effect of the alcohol, everyone's mood was even more relaxed. And then, when someone mentioned it, the others remembered, those present, it was time to hand out the gifts. Rigor Adoldia. Age. Titles: Flaming Beast, Red Wolf, Lightning Emperor, Monster Tamer, Beast King, Wild Beast Emperor. Mana reserves, God level. Demon Eyes, Eye of Magic Power, Eye of Sharpness, and Eye of Fragmented Reflection. Weapons: Tsukikage, Night Hunter, Silver Blade Water Mirror, Hidden Daggers. Magical Skills. Fire Magic, King. Earth Magic, Emperor. Water Magic, Emperor. Lightning Magic, Emperor. Wind Magic, King. Gravity Magic, Elementary. Healing Magic, Saint. Detoxification Magic, Saint. Barrier Magic, Saint. Divine Attack, Advanced. Howling Magic, Conqueror's Hockey. Combat Skills. North God Style, Emperor. Sword God Style, Emperor. Water God Style, King. Beast God Style, Emperor. Battle Strength, God Level Warrior. Languages. Reading and writing in Beast God, Fighting God, Demon God, and Human languages. Practical Skills. Advanced Mathematics, Excellent Hunter, Good Teacher, Very Bad Cook, it's almost inedible, but it can be eaten to avoid starving to death, Excellent Builder, Earth Magic, Good Swimmer, between others. Chapter 145, Really Useful Gifts. Rigor used a detoxification spell on himself, feeling the magical energy coursing through his veins and dissipating the toxins. His mind gradually cleared until, finally, he fully regained consciousness. The familiar faces showed a mixture of happiness and expectation. Everyone organized themselves spontaneously, almost as if they had rehearsed. The first to present a gift was Ghislaine. She approached with a sparkle in her eyes and held a small box in her hands. When she opened it, it revealed a pair of amulets with a stone in the shape of a black pearl, polished like obsidian and reflecting the light in a mysterious way. Ghislaine smiled joyfully, her tail swaying to display her good mood. That is a magical bonding tool, she explained in a low, soft voice. It is produced at the Magical University of Renoa, but apparently it is very rare. Ghislaine made a small cut on her own finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto one of the amulets. Then she took Rigor's hand, and with her sharp nail, made a slight cut on his finger, repeating the process with the second amulet. Both felt a magical effect when Rigor's drop of blood touched the amulet. The seller told me that the earring will remain intact until one of the users dies, she said casually. One can also feel how much the other is suffering through it. Rigor smiled, touched by the gesture, and without a word, placed the amulet around his neck. Then, he pulled Ghislaine in for an intense, passionate kiss, loaded with feelings that went beyond words. She immediately reciprocated the gesture, her tail swaying animatedly from side to side. The others averted their eyes, visibly embarrassed by the public display of affection, except Aisha. But no one complained, everyone knew what one meant to the other. The couple separated their lips, still connected by intense looks and a knowing silence. It was then that Aisha stood up, calling everyone's attention. "Master," she said with enthusiasm. "As our gift, we all gathered together to go after something suitable to give you." She took a deep breath and began describing the adventure they had experienced in search of the gift. She detailed the journey to an S-rank maze, painting a vivid picture of the difficulties they faced. And as she spoke, she reinforced the role of each member of the group, Nina, Gino, Isolde, Eris. Everyone was fairly acknowledged, so that they felt they had participated and contributed to it. The story continued to describe how they found a secret cave inside the maze after dealing with the boss. Then Aisha approached with a large, sturdy box in her hands. "These are the 2 magical items we found there, Master," she said excitedly. "And these are the books we found there, but they are in an unknown language." And she handed him the 3 books with iron clasps. "We couldn't exactly identify what the ring does, but it seems to conjure some kind of barrier around the user. But the cloak has an incredible effect." Rigor took the books in the box, and, after opening one of the books, furrowed his brows. Aisha asked, "So, Master?" And he replied, "I don't even know what language it is. I have never seen it before. When I meet my master again, I'll ask her, anyway, what is the effect of the cloak?" She smiled excitedly, and everyone around seemed equally animated. "It appears to be made from the leather of some demonic beast, because it is extremely durable. But besides that, it has a magical effect that allows the wearer to change direction instantly, almost completely ignoring inertia. But that seems to cost mana." Aisha then added with a mischievous look. "Not that that's going to be a problem for the master." Rigor's eyes widened, fascinated. If it really worked as Aisha described, it would be an incredible trump card. He took the cloak, briefly examining the dense material, with reinforced seams and a slight latent energy pulsing through its fabric. Without wasting time, he put on the cloak in front of the group, who watched with anticipation. Rigor then stepped back, gave an impulse with battle aura and leaped straight ahead at high speed. In the middle of the leap, he concentrated mana in the cloak and tried to change direction, and he did so suddenly, almost unnaturally. He abruptly stopped in front of a rock, the air exploding behind him with a supersonic roar. Rigger was shocked, his eyes wide open. It really works. Damn, this is incredible. The mana expenditure had been considerable, but to him, it was just a small fraction. Nothing concerning. He returned to the group with a radiant smile, the cloak fluttering behind him as if celebrating the victory. I really liked it, and I can guarantee it will be very useful. He said sincerely. Thank you all, Nina, Gino, Eris, Isolde, and Aisha, for choosing to give me this item. I know it would probably be a great differentiator for swordsmen. I will not forget this. Nina crossed her arms and said. Humph. It's for the best. Despite her tough pose, the smile on her face betrayed her. Gino smiled. It was nothing. Isolde also spoke. I believe that only someone like you could make better use of such an item. And after all, the one who planned the operation was Aisha. The greatest credit goes to her. I honestly didn't know what to give as a present before that. She finished somewhat embarrassed, scratching her neck. Then Rigger looked at Aisha, who had a bright smile on her face. He approached her slowly, his thoughts mingling with emotions. This girl was truly amazing. Sometimes Rigger seriously thought, even being so talented, am I worthy of being this girl's mentor? And the more he looked at her, the more he thought that despite everything she was capable of, she was still just a 6-year-old child. When he thought about it, he felt that she shouldn't push herself so hard being so young. He knelt down to be at her level and affectionately ruffled her hair. Thank you, Ace. Since I accepted you as my disciple, you have done nothing but give me more and more pride, surpassing my expectations again and again. He paused for a moment and said, I know you worked hard for that, and I am really very happy with it, but after that, I hope that you relax a bit, okay? Aisha looks a little confused, but still says, okay master. Rigger then smiles, satisfied. Nigav had already informed Rigger that he did not have a gift. But he did not mind, in the first place, he hadn't even expected to celebrate his birthday. All of that was an unexpected surprise. Then Rigger spoke while looking at the rest of the group. Well, that concludes the gifts, right? Nina was about to respond, but Eris interrupted her energetically. No. I still have a present. Eris moved forward with a wild sparkle in her eyes and a fierce smile on her lips. Rigger, I challenge you to a duel, she declared, her voice carrying excitement and daring. Nina immediately grumbled in the background, frowning. Eris, is this really the time for that? Rigger, on the other hand, showed no sign of discomfort. On the contrary. He found it interesting to see Eris so excited, his eyes slightly brightened and a smile formed on his face. No problem. I accept, Eris. The usual match. Yes, exclaimed Eris excitedly, before unsheathing her real sword, a lethal weapon, different from the one she usually used in training, which was wooden. Rigger, for his part, drew his blue blade, Tsukikage, but remained steady, preparing to face her also with his fists and claws. He had not used Tuki in his fights against Eris since the challenge. But choosing selectively whether to use Tuki or not was not as simple as he made it seem. Rigger was an emperor in multiple combat styles, proficient in the use of battle aura, holder of the Eye of Magical Power, and possessing colossal physical strength. Saint-level warriors could even control and manipulate their Tuki, but they didn't have the freedom to activate and deactivate it as fluidly as Rigger. He had long surpassed that level. Eris assumed with firm posture the high stance of the sword god style, her favorite stance, the one that best expressed her direct, aggressive, and impetuous style. At the edge of the improvised combat field, Isolde murmured, watching with curiosity. What could be a gift that requires a duel? Aisha crossed her arms, frowning. I don't know this time either. Gino, intrigued, ventured a guess. Perhaps she is confident in winning. Everyone present fell silent, speculating on the reasons behind Eris's sudden challenge. Until Ghislaine, with a little smile at the corner of her lips, commented. Maybe she is confident. Eris was doing special training with me over the last few days and asked me not to tell Rigger anything. I don't know if she can win, but it will certainly be a surprise. Without ceremony, without hesitation, Eris shouted, ha, and lunged forward with ferocity. Rigger immediately responded, propelling himself forward with his incomparable speed. In the blink of an eye, he wielded Tsukikage with mastery, even without using Tuki. What followed was an intense fight. Blades clashing, footsteps echoing, bodies spinning. The days when duels between Rigger and Eris were guaranteed victories for him were long gone. Rigger's physical strength was rapidly growing, indeed. He was capable of defeating any saint with relative ease. But that came with certain limitations. Without the use of Tuki, there were no mystical techniques, only pure swordsmanship and hand-to-hand combat. Every attack and defense by Rigger was based solely on his brute strength, extreme speed, and the experience accumulated over a decade of intense battles. Most of his moves in this fight derived from the North God style, a school that also had techniques that did not depend on Tuki. Normally, that was enough to give him an advantage against the Saints. But not against Eris. The title of Red Lioness was no joke. There was no warrior among the Sword Saints who could match her ferocity in combat. Nina and some of the strongest could keep up, but not match her. Even Isolde, who had once been on par with Eris at the beginning, eventually fell behind. In her more recent fights, Eris won 7 out of every 10 bouts against her. The young Eris Greyrat, with innate talent, unwavering determination, and resilience forged in sweat and pain, had been training with the goal of reaching none other than Rigor, Ghislaine, and Gal Farion. More importantly, she was training to face the Dragon God. That placed her ahead of her peers. Gal Farion, in fact, recently mentioned that he planned to hold the next contest for a new title of Sword King at the Sanctuary in the coming months. Eris was proficient both in the Sword God style and the North God style, boasting a saint-level classification in both. Moreover, due to constant training, she had learned to effectively face techniques from the Beast God style and the Water God style. The determination Eris displayed was one of the reasons why Rigor could never ignore his feelings. Yes, she was fierce, impetuous, and wild, but with Rigor, it was as if she transformed. When she talked to him, she became a young girl in love, Sundra down to the last strand of hair. It was a unique treatment, reserved only for Rigor. With other people, like Aisha and Ghislaine, Eris was gentle. But only with Rigor did she reveal that vulnerable side, in fact, quite adorable. Rigor never needed to say much, a mere correction in her training and Eris's eyes would light up with pure determination. As Ghislaine once said, perhaps Eris trained and pushed herself so hard with only one goal, to be able to fight alongside Rigor and Ghislaine. But with Rigor, there was something more. She desired him as a woman. Rigor didn't consider himself dense. The girl had been showing very clear signs for a long time. There was a time when he believed it was just a youthful infatuation, perhaps a result of their close companionship and him having saved her and Ghislaine. But now, after so many years, he knew. He saw, felt, and perceived clearly, there was a burning flame in Eris Greyrat, an intense, violent, irrepressible passion. A love so pure and direct it could move even the most unyielding mountains. Eris was, indeed, a magnificent young woman. While these thoughts danced through Rigor's mind, the duel reached a new level. The sound of clashing blades echoed loudly, vibrant, as Eris's strikes became faster and heavier. Rigor retreated fluidly, dodging with impressive flexibility, maintaining his composure even in the face of the Red Lioness's destructive impulse. As the duel approached its climax, the injuries on both sides were accumulating. Rigor had a few scratches and cuts, but Eris was clearly more wounded. Her breathing was irregular, her arms trembling from effort and sweat beading on her injured skin. Even so, she did not retreat an inch. Then, Eris advanced with everything she had, her eyes sparking with determination. With a cry, she executed the long sword of light, cutting in a diagonal arc toward Rigor's solar plexus. But Rigor dodged perfectly, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. The blade passed centimeters from his body, and he immediately counterattacked with a front kick. Eris blocked with her sword, but was nonetheless sent flying backwards with brutal force. She soared toward a rock and, with remarkable dexterity, landed with her feet on it, keeping her body horizontal. Her chest heaved, but her eyes shone with something fierce. Rigor pursued her with speed, ready to end the duel. But then, even before she touched the ground, Eris used the momentum of the previous throw to spin her body around. The world seemed to slow down. For Eris, everything was in slow motion. She looked at Rigor. And smiled. Rigor felt a chill run up his spine. Secret technique. Eris whispered. Rotation of light. Still with her feet on the wall, she altered her footwork in an unusual manner, spinning around herself as if she were a spring being wound up. Then, with an explosive burst, she leapt toward Rigor at incredible speed. Her body spun like a hurricane, a chaotic and beautiful sight. The Tuki around her was erratic, dancing uncontrollably, yet gathering around the blade of her sword like a brilliant spiral. To the onlookers, it seemed like nothing more than a spinning leap. But in Rigor's eyes, it was something completely different. A technique that blended the North God style and the Sword God style in perfect harmony. The long sword of light, already deadly, had now become unpredictable, impossible to parry. A true masterpiece created by Eris. Rigor realized in an instant, he would not be able to completely avoid it without using Tuki, unless he chose to injure himself gravely. So, he raised his left arm and placed it in front of the strike. Eris's blade cut with brutality. Driven solely by his muscular strength and the resilience of his bones, Rigor's entire left arm was severed, and the blade struck his shoulder, slicing violently, leaving a deep trail of blood. But Rigor's right hand reached Eris's neck in midair, with instinctive precision. With a brutal movement, he threw her forcefully against the ground. The impact created a crater of earth and dust all around. Eris groaned in pain, the air being ripped from her lungs. And as always, Rigor won. If he wished, that hand could have become his claws. But then, Eris felt something warm and comforting running through her body. Her wounds began to close, and her pain slowly diminished. She opened her eyes. Rigor was crouched beside her, still with his hand on her neck, but now, applying healing magic. His arm was regenerating, strands of flesh and bone reconnecting swiftly. He smiled gently at her, his eyes full of affection and respect. That was a beautiful gift, Eris. The words were simple, but laden with sincerity. Eris's heart raced. Upon seeing that warm face, those gently swaying canine ears, her blood rushed to her face. She blushed completely red, her cheeks aflame. Why you're welcome, she stammered, her voice heavy with embarrassment. Then Rigor lifted her up in his arms, in a Princess Carrie style, with surprising delicacy. And, as if that fierce duel had never happened, he returned to the group with her in his arms, like a gentleman carrying a damsel. Chapter 146, Beast God Style. Aisha Greyrat was 6 years old this year, the 420th year of the Armored Dragon. Despite her young age, she was an extremely powerful mage and had already reached the intermediate level in the Water God style with the sword. It was the style that proved most compatible with her. For a time, Aisha wanted to switch to the Beast God style, believing it would be disrespectful not to learn her own master's fighting style. But those thoughts were gently refused by Rigor himself, who pointed out that the Water God style was much more appropriate for her after observing her closely. He encouraged her to practice it, praising her natural affinity. To Aisha's delight, Rigor was also extremely proficient in that style and could teach her perfectly. Thus, there were no major conflicts about it. Throughout her life, Aisha had always been called a prodigy. A genius. Someone from whom everyone expected great deeds. And indeed, she always lived up to expectations. She always succeeded, she always handled everything. But even being talented was not enough for her to be treated with affection in her early years. In fact, the opposite was more common. Her memories of the Greyrat household were hazy. She had some memories of her father and his wife, but they were not very clear since it had been a long time since Aisha had seen them. But she clearly remembered Lilia's constant reprimands, often for being more competent than Norn. This worsened even more after the teleportation incident, when they ended up at the Latria household and the nobles there received her as nothing more than a bastard daughter, born to serve her sister, Norn. In Rigor's group, however, her ability was met with curiosity and admiration. At first, Aisha believed that the good treatment was just a result of her competence. But, over time, she began to perceive something different. They were good people. Truly good people. Something that seemed to be lacking in the cold Latria noble house of Meles. Still, even in this new environment, Aisha never fully relaxed. There was an unconscious fear that, if she failed, she would be expelled. As if talent were the only guarantee of staying. That talent, which would open so many doors for her, was also what consumed her the most. Behind every smile, even the sincere ones, and every achievement, there was a constant pressure to maintain perfection. Even when members of the group said there was no rush, that her gift was enough, that she could rest. Aisha agreed, but she didn't truly believe it. However, the past few years had gently melted those internal bonds. The constant kindness, the silent support, and the warmth of that group were gradually dissolving the fear and insecurity that lived inside her. And, finally, on Rigor's birthday, his words broke down the last wall. He had said, with touching sincerity, that he wanted her to relax a little. Simple words, but they touched the most fragile part of her heart. A part she didn't even know existed. For Aisha, Rigor, Lilia, Eris, Ghislaine, and Idar before he died, they were the most important people in the world. But, because of her fiery and distrustful personality, she had always kept a slight, almost imperceptible emotional distance. Unknown even to Aisha herself. After all, even Lilia, her mother, had not been exactly affectionate at the beginning of Aisha's life. But now, everything was different. Even Aisha herself did not realize it, but after that day, something inside her had changed. She was finally free. Free from the little psychological traumas that had accompanied her since childhood. And Rigor Adoldia was the main reason for that. Her master. Her guiding star. Despite that, on the surface, nothing had really changed in her routines. Aisha continued training, with more focus. She began coordinating Legion members with more confidence. She talked to Nina and Gino, trying to convince them, without saying it directly, to eventually join the Legion. She talked to Isolde, Eris, and Ghislaine. But now, she did all of that a little more lightly. A little more genuinely. Since that day, Aisha Greyrat had been a little happier. In an open training field of the Sword Sanctuary, under a rarely clear sky and the constant sound of wind sweeping across the training grounds, were Gino Brits and Rigor Adoldia. Gino was running around a stone dummy carved as a target, his breath quickened, sweat trickling down his forehead, and his sword sheathed. His steps were firm, and his gaze sharp. Suddenly, he leapt precisely, and in midair, his sword came out of its sheath in a sudden, explosive draw, not looking like a long sword of light. The blade sliced through the dummy's neck with a dry sound, completely destroying its head. The stone split into fragments that fell to the ground with cracks. He landed with a soft thud, breathing heavily and keeping his eyes on the destroyed dummy. Then he turned to Rigger, who was watching the scene with crossed arms and a slight smile. "Excellent, Gino," Rigger said with conviction. Gino smiled, a bit embarrassed, still panting. "I'm still far from Miss Eris, Miss Isolde, and Nina." Rigger approached, staring at the debris of the dummy. "They are all older than you, but you're not that far off," he replied firmly. Gino nodded, wiping the sweat with his arm. "Uff. Miss Isolde was even appointed Water King recently." It was true. When Rida Rhea, her grandmother, watched one of her granddaughter's last fights, she was so impressed by her progress that she named her directly as Water King. This caused slight annoyance in Eris, who considered herself superior to Isolde, which she really was at the moment. While Gino caught his breath, Rigger reflected on some significant updates in his learnings. First of all, he had confirmed without a shadow of a doubt that Gino Brits possessed a natural talent for the art of the sword as a whole, and not just for the sword god style. Everything Rigger tried to teach the boy was absorbed at an impressive speed. Gino had a unique perception and vision of swordsmanship, something Rigger himself did not yet fully understand. In a short period of just 2 years, the boy had reached the advanced level in the Water God, North God, and even the newly formed Beast God styles. All while continuing to progress as a sword saint, without losing his momentum. Initially, Rigger had not intended to teach him all the styles. It was just a test. But the more the boy learned, the more interested he became. He said that Nina constantly mentioned how proficient Rigger was in all the styles, and that inspired him. Rigger feared that such an approach would dilute Gino's progress, but, surprisingly, he kept improving on all fronts simultaneously. He was, without a doubt, a rare talent, even more so considering he was only 11 years old. Furthermore, the relationship between Gino and Nina was deepening, thanks to the advice Rigger discreetly offered. Another big news was the progress of the Beast God style. Technically, the style was already complete. The only element missing to be truly considered complete was the existence of a beast god, someone who would represent the personification of that style as the strongest. But Rigger was about to fill that role, as his strength grew every day. The principles of the style were clear, predatory, sensitive, and explosive. A fusion between the strengths of the North God and Sword God styles, lethal attacks at high speed, sensory precision, and unpredictability. Rigger structured the style based on solid fundamentals. Instinct was transformed into conscious technique. Unlike traditional styles, the Beast God style valued instinctive responses but refined them until they became deliberate and conscious techniques. Practitioners were trained to expand their senses, peripheral vision, smell, and hearing, to such sharp levels that they could sense changes in air pressure before a strike was delivered. Movement was erratic like that of a wild animal. Never linear, always unpredictable. Side jumps, sudden advances, use of the environment, such as branches, stones, even the opponent's body, as propulsion. Strikes had precise targets, trachea, joints, floating ribs, tendons, base of the spine, every point that would cause maximum damage. It was an aggressive, fierce, merciless form of combat. A lethal dance between predator and prey. Rigger also decided to rename the movement technique. The old flash step now referred only to the technique he used along with wind magic. The version that used only Tuki was christened Wild Dash. Although the technique's basis was the same, explosive bursts with abrupt changes of direction, it had been refined to such a point that not even a sword emperor could touch him if Rigger did not allow it. This movement was more organic than that of the sword god style. Curved, fluid, alive. More versatile. Less predictable. The attack techniques followed the same principle. One of them, named Savage Slash, prioritized explosiveness and speed, but, unlike the longsword of light, could be used with almost any weapon. The theory behind it consisted of using Tuki fluidly, rapidly alternating between its light, tense form and something sharp and explosive, always aiming at the enemy's weak points. There were also techniques meant to force the opponent into mistakes. Faced with a hidden predator, humans tend to lose their composure. Concealment techniques, merciless assaults, and constant pressure were part of this arsenal. Compared to the other styles, the differences were evident. The Sword God style used brute force, linear speed, and constant pressure. The Beast God style was erratic, curved, unpredictable, but as aggressive as, if not more than, the former. The Water God style prized flow reading, technical precision, and control. The Beast God style did not read the flow, it felt it with sharpened senses. The North God style was versatile, provocative, full of tricks. The Beast God style was pure killing instinct. No frills. Just the most efficient way to kill an opponent. At higher levels, the techniques became absurdly refined. Rigor could say this because he himself had already achieved mastery in almost all of them. Wild Dash would allow movements at supersonic speeds. The senses would sharpen to the point of acquiring a superior instinct, a kind of sixth sense that always told him where the opponent would attack. Savage Slash could be used to eliminate dozens of opponents before they even realized they were in combat. This was one of the central pillars of the style. When a predator kills its prey before it realizes it is being hunted, it is considered a perfect hunter. Gino was learning the Beast God style just like the others. Since Rigor had created these styles precisely to counter the three great existing styles, Gino naturally became interested. Of course, fighting styles were useful, but in the end, combat was decided by who was stronger. Theoretically, the Water God style countered the Sword God style, but Gall Farion defeated Rita Rhea, earning the place of the strongest style of this era. Senior, Gino said during a training break. Aisha told me yesterday that there was a wandering dragon not far from here. I was thinking we could go, just me and Nina. Gino looked at Rigor expectantly. Since the first time they had left the Sword Sanctuary, they had occasionally gone out to hunt monsters. Nothing as far as the journey to the Red Dragon Range, but it had become a habit among them. Rigor smiled, almost teasingly. Of course. Nina is an adult now, so you need to act more mature if you want to keep her attention. But don't overdo it, or she'll notice. Gino gave a shy smile, pleased with the response. Yes. They continued training together for a while longer, until Rigor left to begin practicing more focused techniques on his own. Rigor was pondering the three new items he had received, the ring, the cloak, and the sword, which had arrived at the same time, coincidentally. The ring seemed to conjure some kind of mental barrier. Using his magic eye, Rigor deduced that it had an automatic defense mechanism against mental attacks, and it also increased focus and clarity of thought, similar to the sword but on a smaller scale. The cloak had already been explained, but the sword? The sword was different. Gall Farion had said that it aided in Tuki manipulation, but it was deeper than that. The truth was that it helped conduct mana, not just Tuki. This meant that, while wielding that sword, his control over both magic and Tuki would be enhanced. More than that, his focus and processing speed also increased noticeably. Training with that sword raised, even if slightly, the efficiency of his training in both Tuki and magic. Rigor was pleased to have chosen that weapon. It fit perfectly with his combat philosophy and constant learning. He was now holding the sword, training. The silver blade of the mirror water, as he still needed to get used to its weight, length, and cut. He was executing an unusual technique. A technique that involved spinning the body, confusing the opponent and hiding the blade's trajectory. It was the rotation of light, created by Eris Greyrat. She had been upset to be defeated even after using the technique, which she had been saving especially to beat him. But her spirits returned when Rigor thanked her and showed genuine interest, asking many questions about the technique's workings and the concept behind it. It was a simple idea, but difficult to execute. It required luck, yes, but mainly perseverance. Eris combined those two elements and managed to create something elegant and deadly. The technique itself was extremely effective, but what fascinated Rigor most was the way the Tuki moved naturally toward the blade's cutting edge during the rotation. This opened possibilities. It gave him ideas. Ideas on how to apply that dynamic to other techniques, perhaps even create his own variations. He continued practicing the light rotation for a long time, immersed in concentration. He thought of Eris, of how she had demonstrated the technique, every step and detail. The wind danced around his spins, and the blade's metallic sheen glittered under the open sky. There, alone in his training, Rigor was polishing another piece of what would become the true Beast God style. Chapter 147, Scarlet Wings, Above the Clouds. In the northern skies of the central continent, a scarlet figure cleaved the air like a living comet. Scouring the icy currents and gales and tearing through the clouds with authority, a red dragon flew with majestic grace. Its eyes glowed golden like incandescent coals, and each beat of its wings seemed to bend the very wind itself. It was a creature feared across the world for its ferocity, its savage intelligence, and its devastating power. But there was something different about this particular dragon. It was one-eyed, and one of its horns was broken clean in half. Around its neck hung what looked like an emerald green chain, and firmly fastened to its back was a piece of black leather armor with silver metal plates, secured by enchanted straps and stabilizing runes. It was clearly a saddle. If someone saw that from afar, they might question their own sanity. A saddled red dragon. That was madness. Who would dare such a thing? Only a legendary figure like the demon god Laplace had ever tamed such beasts and commanded them in battle, and he had been dead for ages. But the sight did not lie. The dragon was real, and so was the saddle. That soaring, majestic beast was Escalar, the red dragon now answering to Rigor. He flew with controlled power, gaining altitude with every mighty wing beat. The rarefied air hissed around his scales as he cut through the sky like an absolute lord. On his back, 3 figures stood out. In the center, wearing a calm, carefree smile, was Rigger. His eyes studied the horizon with confidence, one hand casually holding the saddle's pommel, the other gently supporting the small figure before him. Clinging to Rigger's back, her eyes shining with excitement and her long red hair dancing in the wind, was Eris. Her expression was pure ecstasy. She looked around in every direction, absorbing the world below as if seeing such vistas for the first time. She was a fierce warrior on the battlefield, but now, high in the sky, she was like a child discovering a new world. Ahead of Rigger, seated with her arms firmly wrapped around a small bar on the saddle and her body sheltered by the young warrior's arms, was Aisha Greyrat. The little girl, with reddish-brown hair, was equally enchanted. "That's the sea," she shouted, pointing toward the horizon where a bluish patch stretched faintly, blurring into the distant sky. Rigger smiled at their excitement. Eris glanced down briefly, her eyes widening a little, and exclaimed, "We're not going to fall, are we?" Rigger laughed loudly, his voice blending with the roar of the winds. "Even if we fall, I've got you too. Don't worry." Eris looked horrified. "That's not very reassuring." Despite her words, her face beamed. The sparkle in Eris's eyes made it clear she was loving every second. Adrenaline, altitude, freedom. It spoke to the wildest part of her spirit. Since meeting the dragon, Rigger had begun training Escalar in flight. He was already good at gliding, but needed to master maneuvers and such. The first sessions were brutal, full of resistance, sudden drops, furious roars, and headbutts against rocks. But Rigger was persistent and refused to give up on flight, and Escalar, proud though he was intelligent. Over time, the dragon learned to balance, to control his altitude, to navigate the air currents like a true dragon. A few months ago, Rigger finally deemed Escalar nearly ready. He then commissioned one of the blacksmiths and leather workers of the small town surrounding the sword sanctuary to craft a massive saddle for Escalar. And so they did. Rigger even helped by inscribing enchantments and magical circles on various parts of the saddle. It took a while, and few dared to work so close to a beast of that magnitude. Fortunately, Rigger was very wealthy. I mean, it wasn't too hard to make money with his level and strength, but just the spoils from their many adventures, selling dragon fangs, scales, and magical stones, was a fortune. And he hadn't even sold most of it. Thanks to that, a handful, whether out of greed, courage, or some other motivation, ended up helping. For the past 2 years, Skoll, the ebony wolf, had been training constantly. Obviously, he was improving, becoming more skilled and an exceptional hunter. Yet there was a limit imposed on him from birth. As a monster, he had reached the saint rank in his 3rd year of life, a rank A monster, an incredible feat once fully grown. He was a force no one dared underestimate. But the source of that strength was also his ceiling. Skoll could train as much as he wanted, but he could never improve as much as the other beings in this world. He wasn't fully intelligent, he was like a dog far smarter than normal. And there was no record of monsters using Tuki in complex ways, much less magic. His power came from following his instincts in every case. It was similar to humans in Rigger's previous world, no matter how much they trained, they could never surpass a certain racial limit. Skoll was trapped by that barrier. Although Rigger had some ideas on how to change that, it was not yet the time to put them into practice. While Skoll trained, Escalar served 2 functions, warming the 15 red dragon eggs with the natural heat only red dragons exude, the very eggs Rigger had taken from the red dragon territory, and regularly practicing his flight. With the saddle finally ready, Rigger now had an incredibly convenient way to travel. Escalar was primed for long flights, for journeys, for adventures. And so the tests began. This current flight was one of them, and so far, it was going even better than expected. Rigger looked ahead, the wind whipping his face hard. He felt his heart pound with energy. Below, the world moved at its slow pace. In that moment, Escalar broke through one last layer of clouds, reaching an extremely high altitude. The sky opened up, revealing the rising sun on the horizon. The sea of clouds stretched below them like a silent white ocean. The mountain ranges far beneath looked like tiny toy formations, as if the entire world had shrunk under their feet. It was a sublime scene, the sky tinged orange and gold, the wind slicing the air, the light reflecting off Escalar's crimson scales like living fire. Aisha's and Eris's eyes shimmered. The view was breathtaking, and the two were seized by a near-childish excitement. Rigger was bringing his companions up one by one, knowing that no one was used to flying. And, most importantly, wanting to ensure that, if anything went wrong, he would be able to save each of them. Flying above the clouds, Aisha and Eris were completely enthralled, buzzing with the unique experience. It was then that Rigger said, "You too, do you trust me?" Aisha answered without hesitation. "Yes." Eris, a bit wary, said, "Yes." Escalar, in circles, Rigger ordered with a smile. He then picked Aisha up in his left arm and took Eris's hand with his right. She tried to protest. Wait. But before either could say another word, he leapt from the saddle into the open sky. No! Eris screamed, shocked. Yay away. Aisha shouted, pure elation. Don't move too much. Rigor warned, his expression calm. He lifted Eris slightly, holding her at his right side by the waist. Despite her initial fright, Eris stopped struggling. And when they should have been falling, they did not. Eris opened her eyes slowly and saw Rigor holding her firmly, with Aisha still nestled in his arm. Around their bodies, a subtle purple glow and a magical energy enveloped them, keeping them suspended in midair. Eris felt the strong wind still whipping around and a supernatural lightness. Her long red hair began to float, as did Aisha's, who also seemed bathed in the same purple energy. Gradually, Rigor began to lower them, still holding both by the hands, keeping the spell active. Whoa! Aisha exclaimed, ecstatic, her body floating freely in the sky, held only by her connection to Rigor's hands. Master, is this gravity magic? She asked, thrilled. Rigor smiled. That's right, Ace, after all this time, I finally managed to gain some control over it. And that means now I can soar through the skies freely with the help of wind magic, just like dragons. It had taken longer than expected to reach this point, mainly because his early training at the Sword Sanctuary had focused almost exclusively on swordsmanship. But after finally acquiring basic control over gravity magic, he devoted himself to achieving this goal. Now, technically, Rigor could fly anywhere he wanted. Eris still seemed a bit dazed, but soon her face lit up, and she began to feel the air around her, experimenting with the sensation. Rigor said with a grin. But my control is still most efficient only for myself. So don't move too quickly, or you'll break the spell. The two nodded, their eyes still fixed on the horizon. Rigor used wind magic to give himself a slight boost, rising and falling gently. It was a different experience from flying on Escalar, more ethereal, almost dreamlike. Unconsciously, the two looked at Rigor at the same time, who watched their reactions attentively, and smiled. Did you like it? He asked. It's the coolest thing in the world, replied Aisha. I want to learn too, master. Eris blushed and looked away, murmuring. It's pretty amazing. Rigor responded kindly. If you work hard, Ace, you can get there. And Eris, even if you can't fly with magic yourself, one of the dragons hatching will be yours. If you train it well, you'll be able to fly too. Eris looked at him and smiled. No need. Just promise to take me with you. She seemed truly convinced, and Rigor was momentarily speechless, inwardly laughing. Am I a private plane now? He thought, resigned. After the two peppered him with questions and observed every detail of the majestic world stretching before them, they decided to return. The first to experience the ride had been Ghislaine, when Rigor first performed the technique. Aisha and Eris were second in line. Several others were still waiting their turn. After Rigor called Escalar back, they gradually descended toward the clouds again, ending that magical journey through the skies. After landing with Aisha and Eris, Rigor wasted no time and summoned the next in line. This time, it was Nina and Gino's turn. Of course, he didn't hold Gino as intimately as he had the girls, he merely used the spell on him and let him maneuver on his own. You're a man, figure it out, Rigor teased with a playful smile, and Gino laughed, though a bit nervously. Nina, meanwhile, was amazed by the experience. Her eyes glowed with sunlight reflected on the sea of clouds, and she could hardly contain her excitement. Gino was also impressed and made no effort to hide it. There were not many people in this world who could resist the temptation of riding a dragon, especially in such a surreal setting. Even Ghislaine, Rigor's wife, known for her seriousness and focus, acted differently while flying, animated and excited, a soft smile on her lips as Escalar sliced through the sky with smooth ease. But the most surprising came afterward. Rida Rhea, the water god and Rigor's master in this style, also wanted to join. Rigor saw no reason to refuse. He took her and her granddaughter, Isolde, at the same time. The elderly lady, though appearing frail, proved energetic and exhilarated during the flight. And at the end of the ride, she said with a sparkle in her eyes. If one day you start selling domesticated dragons and I'm still alive, consider me your first customer. Rigor smiled, both surprised and amused by her remark. Rigor extended invitations to a few figures he considered at least somewhat important, Nigav Dodoldia, Gal Farion, and some other sword saints who were close to the Legion or whom Rigor deemed promising. However, the Legion members declined out of respect, and the sword saints refused as well. The reason? Gal Farion, the sword god himself, replied loudly and firmly. Who needs distractions like this? If you have time to saddle a dragon, your sword will remain slow. The words echoed like an order. Some had wanted to accept, their look said it all, but none dared openly contradict their master. The truth, however, was that Gal Farion himself wanted to ride. It was impossible that his warrior spirit was not tempted by the idea of soaring atop such a magnificent creature. But his pride would not allow it. He, the sword god, being taken for a ride entirely at his disciples' whims. Unthinkable. He preferred to deny the others rather than accept it himself. Even so, the flight on Escalar had its effects. He became even more famous. And Rigor, by extension, as well. The flame-scaled red dragon was now a legendary figure cutting through the skies, and everyone knew who its master was. Finally, something unexpected and pleasant happened. After everyone had flown, Nina approached Rigor. There was a thoughtful gleam in her eyes. Rigor, do you think one of the dragon eggs could be given to us? She asked cautiously. Rigor, serious, replied. Nina, unfortunately, these dragons are reserved for members of the Iron Legion. Then he added casually, as if it was nothing. Perhaps, if you wish to join us. It was the first time he had extended a direct invitation to her. Nina seemed lost in thought for a moment. It was a big decision. Aisha and Rigor had already been trying to persuade her, and Gino too, but always subtly, without revealing their true intentions. Now, the seed had been planted. I'll think about it, Nina said, her face serious. And to Rigor, that was already a great step in the right direction. Chapter 148, Ambition Beyond the Sword. POV, Nina Farayon. Until I was 13, I thought I could be considered very talented with the sword. I still led a group of children in the sword sanctuary with my cousin, Gino, our dojo being the strongest outside the inner dojos. But after Rigor and Eris arrived, my thinking changed. After a while, I realized that even if I was talented, in the outside world that talent was relative. I began training intensely to defeat Eris. At least, I wanted to prove that I could beat her, since she was always so arrogant in training. But still, she was nice. She kept training with me because she said I was the only one who hadn't given up on defeating her. Honestly, I couldn't blame the rest. Eris's fighting style was very intense and aggressive, even by the standards of the sword god's style. Anyway, after talking with my father, the sword god, he told me I was too soft for letting a small setback shake me, and then I really started trying to improve. Even when Eris became a sword saint, I further intensified my training to catch up to her. I abandoned all the girls in the group I had formed in the dojo, focusing solely on the sword. The only one who accompanied me was my cousin, Gino. As we trained and time passed, Rigor Adoldia began speaking with us often. Until then, I thought he must be some kind of superior being, but after talking with him, it was clear he was just a person. An extraordinary person, capable of taming dragons and destroying countries with magic, besides being extremely talented in swordsmanship. That was when I began to admire him, perhaps with a slight crush at the time. He trained Gino and me. To me, at first he only trained us so we could stand up to Eris and keep her from growing arrogant. Even after we became sword saints, we continued training intensely. Isolde, who had arrived at the sanctuary with the water god, was already a rival of Eris when I reached the inner halls. Maybe it was around that time, the moment I truly saw and experienced how vast the world was and how many talented people of all kinds it hid. Isolde, Rigor, Eris, Aisha, our group had a strange dynamic. Isolde, and Eris lived in friction, always competing. Gino was as strong as us, but he didn't really compete with us, he helped me train to beat the others and always cheered for me. Rigor stood above all of us like a bright, unreachable sun. His wife, Ghislaine, was also much stronger than us. And his disciple, Aisha, was a genius comparable to him. Not only was she much smarter than us despite being younger, but she had also become a saint-level mage at the age of 5. Anyway, this group was strangely disconnected, but still we became very close. And these last 2 years were definitely much more fun for me than the previous 13 years of my life. We trained together at the Sword Sanctuary, went out to hunt monsters, killed dragons, defeated a horde of monsters, cleared labyrinths, and our friendship grew ever stronger as we fought battles together. Even though superficially I only fought and competed with Eris, I still considered her one of my closest friends. I was truly happy. If I could change something, it would be that I wanted to defeat Eris more often. At present, I was hunting a wandering red dragon together with my cousin, Gino Brits. Aisha had been teaching me to read and write in the human language over the past few years, and I could already be considered somewhat skilled, so we decided to come on our own. Rigor said the others were busy, and we left after hearing that. Right now, we were gathering information. In the past, in our interactions, I used to take the initiative. I had always been the leader among us. But in the last year, Gino had been somewhat different. After meeting Rigor and training with him for a while, he began dedicating himself much more. We were currently at the Adventurers Guild. Gino was talking to a middle-aged man, probably an adventurer, and returned saying, "The dragon apparently entered a luster grizzly bear's cave and stayed there. Let's go." And so we continued on our way, Gino leading the path. He really was different. We were still very close, as always. Most of my training was done with him as my sparring partner, and he was stronger. Not just with the sword, but in his personality. Gino began training in other styles with rigor, even learning the beast god style that rigor was creating. I thought this would delay his progress in the sword god style, and I was worried. When I asked why he wanted to do that, he simply told me, with a determined look. I want to reach rigor, no, I want to surpass him. That day, I was shocked and incredulous. My cousin, who had always followed me around like my vice leader, when did he gain such ambition? As our training continued, I briefly wondered, was I training with the intention of surpassing rigor? No. I wanted to surpass Eris. And maybe I wanted to surpass my father. But even after discovering later that rigor was just a person like everyone else, and not some kind of god, just by looking at him you could tell he was in a different league, even beyond her father, the sword god. Just think about it, at 15 years old, Gol Farion was an arrogant sword saint who thought he dominated the world. Rigor was 15 now. He was an emperor in multiple styles. Emperor in multiple magical schools. And the creator of new spells and styles. And he showed no signs of slowing down. Who would even think of surpassing someone like that? Since that day, I watched Gino constantly. He trained in the other styles, but never let me leave him behind in the sword god style. He improved like never before, gaining more and more strength while I gradually realized the magnitude of his determination. I finally realized that Gino wasn't joking, and, realizing that, I felt ashamed. And again I changed my point of view. I would also train to surpass rigor, even if I couldn't reach that in my lifetime. I had to have at least that determination. And so I did. I was almost certain that rigor would surpass my father in a few years, although my father was confident that wouldn't happen. So I trained even more. But since that time, I began to see Gino in a slightly different way, and I could notice that he was treating me differently too. One day, he said he liked my hair tied back. That he thought it looked pretty. And I was embarrassed. Why? Did I like Gino? I didn't have the right answer to that question. As I thought about it, I couldn't help but make a comparison. Eris liked rigor. She said she would eventually marry him several times. And rigor didn't seem particularly averse. It so happened that he liked more developed women, like Mistress Ghislaine, and Eris was still young. Putting that aside, Eris had rigor. Whenever I thought about having a partner, I first thought of Gino. He seemed the natural choice. He was 4 years younger and we were cousins, but he simply seemed the most logical choice. But even so, I wasn't planning to marry now. So, I held that feeling and those thoughts as I continued my life normally. I kept thinking about all kinds of things as we walked. I was somewhat inattentive while looking at Gino's figure walking ahead of me, when suddenly, I noticed a slight tremor in his ear. He told me about it. Part of training in the beast god style included keeping your senses sharpened for as long as you could, without losing focus. Gino had detected something, and I saw him move in an instant. And at that moment, I felt the danger. A swordsman leapt from the shadows toward me, wielding a technique I was very familiar with, the long sword of light. I was taken by surprise. He was already midway through the strike. Even if I struck now, I would be slower. But I didn't give up. I drew my sword quickly, only to realize that indeed I wouldn't be faster than him. But at that moment, another sword blocked the blade. Sparks flew before my face as I barely made out the silhouette of the enemy. A kick hit him on the right side of his torso, sending him flying away. It was Gino. I was shocked by his intervention, but I had already fought enough battles to compose myself. I finished drawing my sword and heard Gino say, "Back to back." Quickly, we positioned ourselves back to back, alert. Enemies appeared around us, laughing maliciously. The men who had used the long sword of light technique recovered from Gino's blow, brushing the dust off his body with arrogance. "Ho ho ho, you're good, boy." He was a tall, stocky man with blonde hair. He wore his hair tied back and had a short beard, wearing a fur-trimmed cloak over warrior's garb. His eyes turned to me with a malicious smile. "You must be Nina, the little daughter of Gol Farion, right?" I asked cautiously. "Who are you?" He, I am Enzo Morera," he replied in a tone full of venom. "An old rival of your father. You know, I was thinking of sending a challenge letter, but I think it would be far more effective if he came to save his daughter. Don't you think?" I frowned. Beside me, Gino whispered softly. "Nina, on my signal, attack the one who ambushed you." The swordsman, getting no response, continued provocatively. "What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Whatever." He licked his lips with scorn. "You'll be much more talkative when we're alone in a room." His lascivious gaze filled me with disgust. I was about to respond when Gino spoke in a firm voice. "Hey, you. Enzo turned around curiously, raising an eyebrow. What is it, brat? You're too irrelevant to have so much to say, Gino said, looking at him as if he were already dead. At that moment, he drew his sword from its sheath, holding it by just 2 fingers. It didn't mean much to our enemies, but that was the signal we'd arranged long ago. Without waiting any longer, I advanced with the long sword of light against the leader. Everything around me slowed. Gino vanished from my sight. Enzo reacted quickly, colliding his sword against mine with equal speed. After all, he was also a sword saint. I thought Gino's plan was for me to face the leader while he handled the others, but in the next instant, Enzo Moreira's head flew through the air. His expression frozen in an ignorant, malicious grin, not understanding the cause of his death. Gino stood behind him, in a beast god-style stance. I was speechless. I hadn't seen him move. It was probably the wild dash, and that fatal strike, was it from the North god style? Or the beast god? I didn't have time to think. Gino didn't pause for a second and charged at the other swordsmen. He slaughtered them with a combination of styles and skills wielded in absolute mastery. I didn't stand idle either and joined the fight. In about 50 seconds, it was all over. Gino turned to me, looked me up and down with a slight smile, and said, "Let's go." Then he continued walking as if nothing had happened. I followed him, still stunned. He didn't comment on the events, beyond checking that I was okay. 2 days later, I asked if he was going to report Enzo Moreira at the Sword Sanctuary. "Who?" he answered, confused. Apparently, he hadn't even remembered the enemy's name. Later, we found the Wandering Dragon. It was very strong. We had to use several strategies to defeat it. But Gino and I had known each other for so long. We knew everything about how the other fought. In perfect synchrony, we defeated the creature. When we reported our feat at the Adventurers Guild, a lady thanked us with a smile. I thanked the couple. 2 swordsmen, It's hard to find a partner who likes the same things these days. I was extremely embarrassed. Gino just smiled, as always. We returned to the Sword Sanctuary talking about all sorts of things. After that journey, I began to think that Gino was really very wonderful. The Iron Legion was on the other side of the world, mainly on the continent of Meles, but it already had branches in several other regions. It was a gathering of warriors under Rigger's command, functioning like a large mercenary group, though it was much more than that. They carried out missions all over the world, attacks on slave traders, adventuring work, mercenary contracts, monster hunts, and even diplomatic and commercial operations. Rigger had created the Legion with many purposes, among them, to form a deterrent force powerful enough to change the social status of his race, to build an efficient information network spread across the world, to rescue beast race members who had been captured or enslaved, among many other goals. According to what I heard from Nigaf, the new sword saint of the sanctuary and also a member of the Iron Legion, there were many reasons people joined the organization. Some sought protection for themselves or their families, others aimed for a place where they could grow stronger and find new opportunities. Many wanted access to weapons crafted exclusively by the Legion's dwarves, which were of superior quality compared to other arms, and there were those who simply felt inspired by Rigger's absolute power. His name had spread across the world, his extraordinary achievements and feats over the past few years were already living legends. It was no wonder so many wished to be part of it. Honestly, in recent years, Gino and I had been considering the idea of joining the Legion. The reasons were many. Besides everything I'd already mentioned, we knew that Eris, Ghislaine, Aisha, and even Isolde were theoretically already members. Isolde had said that if she ended up becoming the next water goddess, an alliance between the water god-style dojo and the Legion would be certain. Looking from the outside, we seemed to be the only ones left out. But the truth is, despite having considered it before, I never thought as much about joining the Legion as I did after we flew on a dragon for the first time. That was magical. Definitely one of the most thrilling things I've ever done in my life. I felt the wind cutting across my face, the horizon opening before us, a feeling of absolute freedom, impossible to describe in words. And I knew Rigger had more dragon eggs, that they would soon hatch. So, when I asked for one, he simply extended the offer with that confident, serene look. If I joined the Legion, I would have a dragon of my own. A unique bond with that legendary beast. A wing partner. I felt a tremendous temptation. He didn't even need to list the other benefits of joining the Legion, for I already knew them all, having spent so much time among its members. I simply answered that I would think it over. I still wanted to talk it through with Gino and my father. But deep down, my decision was already practically made. The image of myself riding a dragon through the sky wouldn't leave my mind. I trained with Gino for most of the day while thinking about it and walked home with slow steps, imagining all the possible futures. But halfway there, a thunderous voice caught my attention at the entrance to the Sword Sanctuary. Bwahaha. How adorable. So come all at once. As a reward for your boldness, I'll let you attack me once before I go crushing everyone. The next thing I heard were screams from the sanctuary practitioners as they attacked the stranger. Without thinking twice, I ran toward them. When I arrived, I saw about 20 fallen swordsmen around a man, and others watching him without attacking. A demon with obsidian skin, long purple hair, and prominent muscles, he had 6 arms and was looking at the group with an arrogant smile. I am the immortal demon king, Badigadi. Bwahahaha. I will grant the title of hero to anyone who defeats me. Chapter 149, A New Challenger. After flying on Escalar, everyone returned to their normal daily activities and training with renewed motivation. Rigor was now in the room of his house in the Sword Sanctuary. Leaning over a wooden table containing several books and scrolls was Aisha. Eris and Ghislaine went to train together. Rigor was currently teaching Aisha about lightning magic, starting from what he considered the beginning, which was a basic shock, when he heard someone unknown approaching the door. Before he could even knock, Rigor had already opened it. It was an adventurer, covered in snow on his cloak. He looked cold and was shivering. "You, man, it's really cold here," he said, taking some letters out of a bag. "They said that the Red Wolf lives here, is that you?" Rigor took the letters and said, "Yes, that's me." He cast a wind spell mixed with fire to blow away all the snow and briefly warm the men, then threw up a barrier magic that blocked the cold around him, saying, "I appreciate the letters." The men, surprised, tried to respond. "What?" But Rigor slammed the door in his face and returned to the room where Aisha was. The girl was sitting, with a quill in hand, leaning over the books and papers. Rigor sat in an armchair in the room and began examining the letters. There were many. He often received letters, mostly coming from the Great Forest. Lately, the letters didn't bring exactly good news. Even though the Iron Legion was growing a lot, they were also in great conflict with Melees. He already knew there was little hope of fully restoring ties with them after everything that had happened, but it wasn't impossible. Unfortunately, the content of the letters showed that the Temple Order, and the entire faction for the expulsion of the demonic races, had been extremely aggressive in recent years. The Legion did not cower before the aggression shown by Melees and retaliated with equivalent force, making the conflict grow more and more. It's not as if there weren't those who didn't want the conflict. The Legion's diplomats had spoken with important nobles and knights in Melees at the beginning, but the expulsion faction gained a lot of influence and fame recently due to several factors, one of them being the emergence of a Miko who could see memories. The constant casualties were used as weapons against those who tried to stop the conflict with the Legion. So, despite the efforts, the conflict intensified more and more. Fortunately, the Legion was stronger than ever. Although most activities outside the Great Forest had ceased, Tinevere and some nearby towns remained firm. Melees rarely invaded the forest, as they were always easily cut down by the feral warriors of the Legion. It had become a stalemate between the Great Forest and Melees. Many talents had grown in recent years since Rigor left Melees, and many warriors were recruited on various premises. In any case, the Legion had a lot of combat power now, capable of withstanding Melees, due to its power, territorial advantage, and the internal divisions of Melees. Another piece of information Rigor had received the last time the letters arrived was disconcerting. While he opened the letters, he looked at Aisha studying. Last time, he received information about the stone-helmeted mage and the silver-haired mage. Their true identities: Rudeus Greyrat and Sylphiette. Rigor still hadn't told Aisha after learning this. He spent a long time wondering why they would attack him, and why they didn't try to negotiate if Aisha and Lilia were with him. But he thought they probably didn't even know the girls were with him, since their names weren't known in the group at that time. So, if he removed those two from the equation, Rigor was just another target in their perception. According to the information he had from the deceased leader of that group, Larix, the two children likely ended up on the Begarit continent and ended up joining his mercenary group. Unfortunately, they became enemies. Rigor would have liked to have tried to recruit them to the Legion if possible because of their talent. Rigor kept thinking that, perhaps, if Hidegami had just told him directly that one of them was Rudeus and the other Sylphiette, the situation probably wouldn't have become so complicated. But if the human god said nothing, they would still try to ambush him anyway. He didn't even know if the god could see that either way. He always said he could only see certain things at certain times, although his words were worth as much as shit. Whatever the truth, Rigor always assumed the worst of Hidegami. Rigor also seriously questioned Rudeus's and Sylphiette's intelligence. He didn't even hear their names once during the fight. Rudeus was even called the Glass Cannon and hid his face with a stone helmet, and Sylphiette had somehow turned her hair silver. Didn't they care about looking for their missing family? He wondered if Hidegami's advice, not to kill Minister Yelol at that time, would make the Tyranny Storm look for more information and he would end up meeting those two another way. But now it didn't matter anyway. Let's imagine a hypothetical situation where nothing else happened after that. If it had only been the ambush against him, Rigor could partially forgive them if Ghislaine agreed. After all, that Rudeus completely burned her with his magic. And even if she agreed, Rigor would not let the boy go without tearing off some of his limbs for having injured his wife to such a degree. Still, he would let them live if they held no grudges. And that only out of his consideration for Lilia, his adorable disciple Aisha, and for Laws, in Melis. But it didn't end there. In the end, they actually went to Melis to take revenge, or at least he supposed so. What other reason would they have to go to Melis? Rudeus and Sylphiette should have prioritized going to Fatoa, and the woman and the old man were residents of Bigaret. Both destinations were on the opposite sides of Melis. He didn't understand their reasoning. He kept thinking about what would lead them to make such a decision. But they went. As a consequence, Weiss led a group to arrest or kill them after Rigor warned him by letters that they might seek revenge. Considering that the objectives of that group were unknown, Rigor considered that action valid. The only thing he would change was that, if he had known they were Rudeus and Sylphiette, he would have ordered only their capture and not their death. But it ended up that they clashed. They fought against the Legion. And, when the Legion was about to capture them, Laws appeared and complicated the situation even more. He ended up being killed in front of Sylphiette and Rudeus. Rigor was a bit saddened by Laws's death. He wasn't a close friend, but he was still his friend. The fact was, if the girl didn't hold a grudge before, now she certainly hated the Legion with all her strength. That became evidently clear by the way she reacted afterward, killing everyone around her and fleeing to Melitian. Aisha turned from the books and asked, "Master, is there any letter from my mother?" Rigor checked and picked one up. "Yes, there is." He handed the letter to the young girl, while opening a new letter from Taze. It described mainly the progression of conflicts with Melis. Taze had recently clashed personally with Galgard and was forced to retreat wounded. It also spoke about the progression of the Legion's strength and its most promising members. It briefly mentioned Rudeus, Hector, and Sylphiette, who had attacked the place where the mage of their group was being held prisoner. They attacked alongside Melis's knights. Rigor kept thinking that those elders in Melis were much more ambitious than he had thought while reading about the countless clashes that occurred between them. But fortunately, the Legion surprised by becoming even stronger. About Sylphie, she had to die. Her hatred for the Legion, thanks to her father's death, was irreversible. And about Rudeus. Rigor would think about it in due time. Aisha didn't care much about him, so killing him shouldn't be a big problem. Lilia would be upset, but he couldn't let them escape after they tried to kill him and became public enemies of the Legion. No matter their motives. They were dangerous. While reading the letter, he pondered constantly, maybe, if I rescue that Paul and Zenith, she will forgive me for killing Rudeus. Well, I don't even know if they're alive. I'll leave that choice to my future self. He continued reading the letters. Killian's letter spoke about the many powerful warriors emerging in the Great Forest and about him going to the front lines to help Taze, leaving Gustav in command of the Legion there. It also spoke about Linnea, Lysena, and Priscina, who were getting stronger by the day. The letter from his mother, Celine, began joyfully, saying that his father, Hantar, had become a North Saint. Apparently, when Rigor left, everyone pressured him saying that his son was leaving him far behind. Despite trying not to be affected, he trained intensely, trying to improve at all costs to reach Rigor, even if just a little, and he really succeeded. Celine also joyfully wrote that she was pregnant again. Rigor was pleasantly surprised. He was going to have a new little brother or sister. The rest was about everyday life. In his master's letter, Verdia wrote about the many children with enormous potential she was teaching magic after Rigor's departure: Killian, Lysena, Linnea, Priscina, and other talented ones taken in by Killian throughout the Great Forest. But she commented that she had never found a talent as great as Rigor's as of yet. At the end, she also advised him to return to Melis as soon as he finished his training. Even though the Legion was holding up very well, it would still be good to put an end to it as quickly as possible. She also said she would travel to the Demon Continent to invite an old friend to help against Melis. She asked about daily life, how the journey was, and Rigor's heart warmed as he noted the obvious concern in her writing. Rigor had many other letters, from Pycac, from the Dragon King's realm, from various places. Some he simply ignored and burned. Others he wrote fitting responses. When he finished, Aisha was still leaning over a book. He said, "Aze, what did Lilia's letter say?" Aisha answered excitedly, "Mom asked about my progress and told how life in the dojo is. She says she still hasn't found any information about Paul, Zenith, and Rudeus. And says that rumors about us have even reached the Azura Kingdom." Rigor pondered for a while as he looked into Aisha's green eyes. "Aze, would you obey me regardless of the decision I made?" She replied, "No." Rigor raised an eyebrow. The little one continued, with a mischievous smile, "If Master asked me to abandon him, I would refuse to the end." Rigor smiled maliciously and slowly stood up, "Trying to deceive your master." Aisha froze, and no. Rigor approached and stroked her head, saying, "Grab your sword. Let's train." At that moment, Rigor heard something interesting coming from the entrance of the sword sanctuary. He was always hearing much more than others, but skillful enough to suppress those sounds and listen selectively. It seemed that a new challenger had arrived at the sanctuary. Rigger spoke while looking into the distance, seeming interested. Change of plans, A's, let's go to the entrance of the sanctuary. POV, Rigger Adoldia. I wasn't in a hurry. The cold wind blew as Aisha and I walked toward the entrance of the sword sanctuary. Although I knew there was an unusual visitor there, I didn't feel a thirst for blood. Sometimes some idiot would show up wanting to kill all the enemies he defeated, but he was quickly killed by someone more skilled. Whoever it was, he wasn't there with the intention to kill. In other words, he was just another normal challenger, although nothing I heard, smelled, or felt seemed normal about him. Even the atmosphere seemed to change around the presence I felt. In the distance, I could hear quick footsteps and soon recognized the scent, Nina. She ran to the main gate, probably having heard the commotion as well, and went to check. Her voice rose in a cautious, distrustful tone. As I got closer, I could clearly hear what was being said. Bwahaha. I'm looking for a certain Rigger. My nephew, no, great-nephew. Well. A relative of mine told me he would be here, said a thunderous, energetic voice. Why are you looking for him? Nina replied cautiously, her hand firm on the sword hilt. It was rare to see her so tense, but I could see the reason. This guy, he was strong. And then I saw the entire situation. The scene didn't catch me by surprise because I had already been hearing everything from a distance. The field in front of the gate looked like a cemetery of warriors. Dozens of bodies lay scattered on the ground, limp, unconscious or completely knocked out. They were all swordsmen from the outer dojos of the sanctuary, defeated in succession. None of them appeared mortally wounded, however. And there, among the bodies, was the one responsible. A demon. Very tall, imposing, with an aura as powerful as it was eccentric. His skin was black as obsidian. He had 6 arms, the upper ones crossed over his chest, the middle ones pointing directly at us, and the lower ones resting relaxed on his hips. His long hair, down to his waist, was a deep purple shade and swayed in the constant cold wind. As soon as my feet touched the gate, his eyes turned to me. Ha 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 ha. I see you have golden demon eyes, boy, he exclaimed, laughing with a wide grin, his canines clearly visible. So you must be Rigger Adoldia. I am the immortal demon king, Badigadi. I heard about you from my great-nephew, the North King, Luis. With each word, he marched toward me, his feet sinking slightly into the earth with each powerful step. I challenge you to a duel, he roared, stopping a few meters from me. For a moment, no one spoke. Neither Nina, nor Aisha, nor the warriors watching from afar. The tension permeated the place and it was delicious. I smiled as I imagined a fight with this guy. Straight to the point, huh? Chapter 150, Immortal Demon King Badigadi. The news spread through the sword sanctuary and throughout the surrounding city with remarkable speed. A demon king had appeared. Normally, news of a demon king would arrive long before he did. But this one moved so fast that they only discovered him at the moment he arrived. Most of the city's inhabitants fell into a state of confusion and panic. This was understandable. As a basic rule, demon kings never ventured beyond the demon continent. Long ago there had been among them those who were warrior-like and aggressive, of course, but during the Laplace War, centuries ago, many were exterminated. The survivors who now ruled the demon continent were for the most part peaceful or naturally cautious and largely uninterested in conflict. However, regardless of their personalities, these kings were still powerful enough to lay claim to a piece of land on the dreadful demon continent. If any of them decided to attack human territory, the damage would be incalculable. One might imagine that the kingdoms he passed through must have been on high alert, but since he moved like the wind, none of them caught up to or intercepted him. It was not hard to identify who he was. There was only one demon king with black skin and 6 arms, Badigadi, the Immortal. He was one of the ancestral kings who had lived since before the Laplace War. His most notable power, as his name suggested, was literal indestructibility. Thanks to his peaceful nature, little was known about his combat capabilities, but some historians believed he had even fought against Laplace himself. That meant even the fearsome demon god failed to destroy him completely. Within the sword sanctuary itself, however, the reaction was somewhat different. Not to mention the saint-level fighters and above in the main dojo, even the advanced-level practitioners' dojo grew eager to test their strength against a demon king. After all, this place's atmosphere was the pursuit of strength. Many of these warriors had long dreamt of defeating a demon king. Of course, most of the swordsmen in the outer dojos abandoned such thoughts when they learned he had beaten dozens of warriors at once upon his arrival, without suffering a scratch. In any case, all of that was shocking enough. But there was more, the reason the demon king came to the sword sanctuary. It was not because of the sword god, Gal Farion. No. As soon as he arrived, the first person he asked for was Rigger Adoldia. After meeting at the sanctuary's entrance, Rigger decisively accepted the Demon King's challenge. With that, the two began walking together toward the interior of the Sword Sanctuary. Nina, still somewhat tense, hurried ahead to warn everyone about what was about to happen, while Rigger took the lead, guiding Batagati through the complex. During the journey, as Rigger spoke with the Demon King, his thoughts were racing. The Demon King's presence was intriguing and perhaps also an opportunity. A demon thousands of years old, alive even before Laplace's rise. A being holding the title of Demon King of Wisdom. If anyone could know something about Hidegami, that someone would be him. When Rigger first arrived at the Sword Sanctuary, he tried to find information on the subject. A little over a year ago, after long months of training with Gal Farion, he took advantage of one of the rare direct conversations with the Sword God to ask if he knew of the human god or had any information about him. Gal simply said he had never heard of such an entity. Rigger did not give up and tried again with Raida, the water god, when he had the chance. But again, he had no success. No clue, no hint. It was as if Hidegami simply did not exist in the world they lived in. This puzzled him even more. How was it possible that two of the world's most powerful beings, the Sword God and the Water God, had never even heard of the human god? Could he be an entity from another plane? A being from another, non-mortal dimension as he always claimed? Having received no clear answer, Rigger decided it was not worth pressing the matter at that moment. After all, until then, the human god had never done anything directly against him, so he probably had his limitations. He always seemed to offer helpful advice. He recalled the moments when Hidegami had appeared to him, when he was in the dwarven territory to hone his sword, before meeting Aisha, before the Larix ambush, and even after his encounter with the dragon god. All the advice given by Hidegami, when analyzed superficially, seemed intended only to help him or at least avoid tragedy. But there was something that kept him always on guard, an instinctive unease. Whenever Hidegami appeared in his dreams, Rigger felt profound discomfort, almost as if he were making a pact with the devil. His sixth sense always warned him something was wrong, even when the human god's words appeared benign. That was why Rigger never trusted him and never would. Even though, until now, his advice had not caused direct harm as far as he knew, he believed Hidegami was a manipulator. And that his words always had something behind them. And now, before Batagati, one of the oldest beings still alive, and someone bearing the title of King of Wisdom, Rigger saw a new opportunity. Perhaps this was the first being who could truly give him a concrete answer about the human god. But that would come later. After the duel. After measuring strength against the Demon King. With a slight smile on his face and a sharp mind, Rigger walked alongside Batagati down the corridor leading to the heart of the Sword Sanctuary. Then a thought occurred to him suddenly. He stopped for a moment, turning to face the Demon King. "I have already accepted your challenge," Rigger said calmly. "But there is one detail." The Demon King raised an eyebrow, curious. And what is it?" Challengers who come to the Sword God style usually do not face the emperors directly. There is a certain order to follow. Rigger crossed his arms, still calm. "You have already defeated the outer members, but before reaching me, there are still the Sword Saints and the other emperors." Rigger smiled, a slight glint in his eyes. "Moreover, I would like you to train with some of my apprentices." Batagati laughed loudly, his voice echoing through the sanctuary's corridors like thunder. "Bwahaha. But of course. I will fight through all the ranks then." With that decided, they continued on for a few more meters until a fork in the path. Rigger indicated the direction of the arena with a gesture, then temporarily parted from Batagati, heading to the main hall to speak with Gal Farion. When he arrived, he found the Sword God standing before one of the large circular stone windows of the hall, his eyes shining with rare excitement. "So, an immortal demon king appeared to challenge you?" asked Gal, crossing his arms with a broad smile. "I admit I am eager to see what he can do." "Me too," Rigger nodded with an equally fierce smile. "But before that, I think he could serve as a good test for some of our most promising disciples. I thought we could have some of them face him first." Gal Farion was pensive for a second, but soon agreed, still smiling. "Ha! This will be truly excellent training. Who starts?" "It could be Nina. She was the first to meet him." Gal Farion nodded once more. "So it shall be." Messengers were sent. Disciplines were paused. The news of the immortal Demon King's presence spread like fire in dry grass. Everyone began converging toward the free field, the central area where Rigger usually held his most intense battles. The free field was a platform of hardened earth and magic, constructed by Rigger a few months earlier. It resembled a vast, open arena, with stone pillars marking its perimeter. He had shaped the structure personally with earth magic, making it incredibly resilient, capable of withstanding impacts at absurd levels, which the common fields of the sanctuary could not contain. Of course, the sanctuary's buildings were not ordinary, but they were insufficient for containing very high levels. Gol Farion was positioned beside the free field, observing with crossed arms. At his side stood Rita and Aisha. Further ahead, Timothy and Clint stood among the spectators, and several sword saints had already gathered in a circle around the arena. Among them were Gino Brits, Jinev, and the Water King, Isolt. The entire sanctuary seemed to have mobilized. It was rare for something to cause such a stir, but the immortal Demon King's presence had ignited everyone's warrior spirit. Some were still on their way, Eris and Ghislaine were training farther off but had been notified. Other sword saints were coming from the outer areas. In the center of the field stood Rigger. He carried 2 swords on one side of his waist and a third on the other. He wore the traditional mantle of the Sword Sanctuary swordsman, but his mantle, specifically, appeared slightly different from the others. His golden eyes shone with determination, and his posture was relaxed yet ready, one hand resting on the hilt of his sword as he stared at the opponent before him. On the other side, standing with his enormous, muscle-covered body, was the immortal Demon King Batagati, observing Rigger with a wide, challenging grin. "Tell me again, you really came here just to challenge me?" Bwahaha. Batagati let out a thunderous laugh. "I was just passing through. Actually, I was on my way to Ogre Island. But when I passed through the Dragon King's realm, I stopped to visit a relative, and he told me about you." Rigger frowned slightly, confused. "Luis, right. I noticed the similarity in skin tone, but how is he your relative?" "He is the great-grandson of my sister," Batagati answered simply. Rigger nodded slowly. "So he is your great-grandnephew?" "Indeed," confirmed the Demon King, proudly. Then he continued. "He told me he encountered a beastman with golden eyes like those of Laplace. He also said you were one of the best warriors he had ever fought, and that you developed a kind of regeneration similar to my race's." Batagati seemed excited, as if he had met an old friend rather than a future opponent. "I see." Rigger murmured thoughtfully, his golden eyes carefully watching every gesture and intonation of the Demon King. At that moment, Nina arrived with Eris and Ghislaine. They seemed to have already been warned about what was about to happen and joined the other practitioners around the free field. Nina was walking with them, strolling absent-mindedly, until Gol Farion's firm voice echoed across the field. "Where are you going, Nina? You will fight first." She stopped immediately. Her steps ceased, and she turned slowly to face the master. All eyes turned to her at that moment. "Me?" she asked, with a tone of surprise and hesitation. Gol Farion laughed and said casually. "Ha ha ha. Of course. Who else would it be? You're not afraid, are you?" Batagati also laughed heartily, crossing his arms enthusiastically. "Bwahaha. It will be interesting." He began to warm up right there, flexing his muscles and rolling his shoulders like a gladiator preparing for combat. His presence was monstrous, and even the saint-level practitioners felt the weight of that aura. Nina looked directly at Rigger as he exited the field, walking to the arena's edge. He stopped and said, "Come on, Nina. Give it your best. Trust your training." Nina stared at him for a moment, then turned to Gol Farion, who merely smiled confidently. She then looked at Gino, who stood beside Jinev. Gino did not speak, only moving his lips discreetly. "Good luck." Nina took a deep breath. She looked once more at Rigger and then nodded. "I will." She stepped onto the field with firm steps. Her feet echoed against the hard ground of the compacted earth arena, marked by countless scars from past training. Batagati was still stretching, unconcerned, as if it were just another morning warm-up. Around them, the murmur began to rise, many were whispering about the Demon King's strength. Most of those present were sword saints, many of whom had witnessed fierce sword fights, but almost never against a Demon King. The only one who seemed uninterested was Rita, watching with crossed arms, leaning against a tree, bored. Nina then stood face to face with the immortal Demon King. Her eyes were steady, her body on guard. Batagati glanced at Rigger and Gol Farion with slight doubt. "Are there any rules to follow in the fight?" he asked casually. Gol replied with a slight smile. "None. The first to defeat the opponent by any means possible is the winner. Just avoid killing them," he added, slowly placing his hand on the sword's hilt in a threatening gesture. Batagati laughed heartily. "Ha ha 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 ha. All right then." As the combat was about to begin, and Rigger, at the edge of the arena, activated his demon eye. In an instant, his gaze sharpened, and then froze. He stared intently at where Batagati had been a moment before, but saw absolutely nothing. No silhouette. No outline. No mana flow. Where he knew the Demon King was, there was literally nothing. It can't be. Now this was a situation he had never encountered before, not even against Orsted. His eyes saw everything, except the Demon King. It seemed this immortal Demon King was not as simple as he appeared. Chapter 151, Breaking Ranks. Without waiting a single moment, Nina charged at the opponent. The sword god style preached that the first to act would be the winner, and she followed this precept with absolute faith. Her sword gleamed, slicing through the air with impressive speed. The warriors around watched in silence, attentive to every movement. Rigor, however, was not merely observing, he was still somewhat dazed. His demon eye, which so often had shown him the flow and intent of his enemies, simply did not work with Batagati. Where there should have been a presence, there was only an absolute void. He kept questioning the reasons as he watched the fight, but found none. Maybe he was the demon empress's brother. The fight, despite its initial intensity, ended quickly. Nina was incredibly swift, and her cuts were as sharp as razors. The long sword of light technique was the most lethal of the sword god style, and of all the styles, in fact, capable of piercing almost any defense. But against the monstrous body of the Demon King, it seemed somewhat ineffective. Her first strike, direct and precise, was parried by Batagati with his bare arm. The result? A slash that would normally split an opponent in two, although it cut, did not even reach halfway through the demon's forearm flesh. Batagati just smiled. And then he laughed. A loud, boisterous laugh that filled the entire field. Meanwhile, Nina retreated, circling the Demon King, trying to find an opening. But Batagati was not a passive target. He was aggressive too, and with each move the ground trembled. His brute strength pressed upon Nina, and though she was skilled, the physical difference was striking. More discouraging even was the moment she managed to deliver a slightly deeper cut, only to see the Demon King's flesh regenerate before her eyes in a matter of seconds. The fight ended after a few fierce exchanges. A single punch straight to the stomach threw her out of the arena. She hit the ground with a groan, unconscious. Even defeated, her effort had been commendable. Alone in the center of the arena, Batagati laughed loudly. Bwahaha. That was interesting. He looked around, admiring the training ground. This floor is really sturdy. Good. Who's next? Gino Brits was the next to step up. Surprisingly, he performed better than Nina. In terms of pure sword god style, Nina and Gino had almost the same skill. Nina held a slight advantage. But Gino was versatile. He had mastered several styles to an advanced level, and since training with rigor, he was constantly forced to use the best technique for each situation. This gave him a tactical advantage. Still, except for the long sword of light, his techniques from other styles couldn't even penetrate the Demon King's tuki, leaving not a single scratch. Batagati was a monster. Literally. As Rigor observed the battles unfolding, he couldn't figure out why his eyes didn't work on Batagati. So he decided he would just ask directly when they were about to spar. Other challengers followed, one after the other. Some were sword saints curious to measure the strength of a Demon King. Instead of getting annoyed by the constant challengers, Batagati seemed to enjoy it even more. His laughter echoed with each duel. Bwahaha. You have great spirit. I like that. He praised each one who stepped into the field, even after defeating them with ease. Nigav and Isolde also faced him, as well as several other warriors from the sanctuary. Meanwhile, Aisha was busy, healing each of the fallen fighters. It was a quick cycle: fights, falls, healing, more fights. Batagati continued. Bwahaha. This place is so interesting. Truly, it wasn't like this the last time I came. Come on. Who's next? It was then that a figure stood out among the others. A young woman with red hair began walking toward the field. As she approached, she tied her hair into a high ponytail. There was firmness in her eyes, a fierce determination overflowing with each step. At her waist she carried a long sword. Further back, attached to the lower part of her back, was a short sword with a black blade. She said nothing. She just stared the Demon King in the eye. And stepped into the arena. It was Eris Greyrat. For a moment, upon entering the arena, she cast a brief glance toward Rigor, Ghislaine, and Gal Farion. Her eyes, fierce and determined, then turned back to the opponent before her. Batagati, the six-armed Demon King, smiled with amusement and commented. Ho ho. It seems you're special here, aren't you, girl? And that was true. Almost all the practitioners around watched Eris with a mixture of anticipation, respect, and envy. She was only 14 years old, but after over 2 years of intensive training under renowned masters, Eris had quickly risen through the ranks of the Sword Saints. Her victory rate was the highest among all the swords present, and she was widely considered the disciple closest to achieving the title of Sword King. Rumors ran that the Sword God himself was planning to name a new king soon, and Eris was one of the favorites. That possibility motivated everyone around her, even though it also generated hidden rivalries. While the arena's eyes were fixed on her, Eris remained silent. With a slight smile at the corner of her lips, she replied to the Demon King's remark. I wouldn't say I'm special. Her gaze shifted to Rigor for an instant, carrying a silent meaning. Then she finished. There's always someone taller. And before Batagati could react, Eris vanished from his sight. Her speed was impressive, but it was the use of a concealment technique from the North God style that truly confused the opponent. Eris reappeared in Batagati's blind spot, executing the long sword of light with lethal precision. As always, the Demon King reacted quickly, blocking with his arm. The silver blade cut in a bright arc across the Demon King's arm, and, to general surprise, after a slight resistance, the blow succeeded. Ha 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 ha. Batagati laughed, but stopped when he saw his own arm fall to the ground. The surrounding crowd held their breath. No other sword saint had achieved such a feat. The best had inflicted deep cuts, but had never amputated a limb. Eris did not stop. In a fluid movement, she drew her black short sword and threw it straight at the opponent's eyes, forcing him to raise his arms in defense. Then she launched into a sequence of fierce attacks, moving around the Demon King with technique and fury, striking from different angles and exploiting every possible opening. Ha 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 ha. So you really are different, shouted Batagati, excited. The cut on the arm regenerated quickly, demonstrating why he was called the Immortal King. His wounds didn't even produce blood. Regeneration made every effort by Eris an exercise in endurance and skill. Even so, she held her ground, lasting longer than anyone else so far. Her mastery of both the Sword God style and the North God style allowed her to create dangerous offensives and precise defenses. The fight was intense but brief. Eris endured, pushed her limits, and proved herself above the rest, yet, in the end, she was defeated like everyone else. Two simultaneous punches struck her. One aimed at her face was blocked with her forearm. But the second blow, direct to her ribs, launched her like a projectile out of the arena. The impact on her skull, even though blocked by the girl, was enough to knock her out. Rigor, alert, leaped and caught her in midair before she hit the ground violently. Carefully, he laid her in his arms and smiled. Then he healed Eris's injuries with magic and laid her on a nearby bed, next to Aisha, who was still treating the wounded. Meanwhile, the Demon King laughed. Bwahaha. The girl is really intense. Rigor then stood, looked around the now silent arena. No other challenger seemed willing to step up after Eris. Everyone now knew Batagati's strength and all who wanted to prove themselves had already tried. Gall Farion looked at Clint, who responded with a firm nod. Since none of the juniors wants to test their strength anymore, let me be the one to break your winning streak. Clint walked to the center of the arena calmly. At his waist he carried one of the 7 swords from Gall Farion's collection, one of the 49 legendary swords forged by Julian Jalisco. The air around him changed, and the gazes that had shown doubt earlier were now filled with anticipation. Batagati laughed loudly once again, excited as always. Ha ha ha. So the warm-up is over. Let's go. Clint was a peerless swordsman, renowned inside and outside the sword sanctuary. His long, intensely dark brown hair was tied in a high samurai-style ponytail, and his calm demeanor reflected the confidence of someone who had faced and won dozens of decisive battles. Without wasting words, he advanced to the center of the arena with his sword in hand. In the next instant, he vanished. Like a silent lightning bolt, he reappeared executing the long sword of light, his blade already inches from Batagati's neck. The air around vibrated as if space itself were being cut by the Emperor's speed. The pressure was such that the arena floor, if it hadn't been reinforced by Rigor's earth magic, would have shattered in an explosion of splinters. However, even with that overwhelming speed, the Demon King reacted in time, just barely. 3 of Batagati's 6 arms rose in perfect synchronization, blocking the strike in a makeshift defensive cross. The blade cut deep, almost severing 3 arms at once, but the way he absorbed and redistributed the impact meant the attack's momentum was partially nullified. At that moment, the aura around Batagati changed. The playful smile on his face remained, but his eyes shone with lethal intensity. The 3 remaining arms advanced like a living battering ram, fists flying like projectiles toward the Sword Emperor. Clint evaded nimbly, but it was clear the attack had caught him by surprise. And then the true confrontation began. A brutal and swift dance started in the arena. Batagati, despite his colossal size, moved with beastly agility, constantly pressuring Clint. His punches thundered against the air, and each time he missed, the impact on the ground left fissures that spread unpredictably. Clint used movement techniques from the Sword God style in their most refined form, dodging, attacking, trying to destabilize the Demon King's stance and land a decisive blow. But what became clear with each exchange was that Batagati was not just brute strength. His fists followed patterns, combinations that resembled martial arts forms. Each punch, each block, each dodge, was part of an art that had likely been developed and refined over centuries, perhaps millennia. An art developed and honed to suit perfectly the 6-armed immortal Demon King. Clint, as talented and fast as he was being placed in an increasingly defensive position. He managed to land good blows, but even cuts that should have incapacitated or killed his opponent if he were human or something similar, against Batagati, were just a few seconds for regeneration. The surrounding audience was in shock. Timothy watched wide-eyed. Rida and Ghislaine maintained their impassive posture. Outside the arena, Rigor and Galfarion followed the fight with fierce smiles on their faces. He, it seems this demon king was more than talk, Gal murmured, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Rigor responded with a nod, still focused on the battle. After a few seconds, he turned to Aisha, who was busy healing Eris's wounds. You want to fight him, Aze? Aisha choked on her healing spell for a moment. What? No, master. Sometimes you get really ridiculous ideas. Clint, who had endured longer than Eris, was finally struck full force. One of Badagatti's fists hit him in the stomach, bending the swordsman's body. Then 3 more punches followed in sequence, and the last one threw him to the ground with enough force to make the arena tremble. Badagatti stood over Clint's unconscious body, still laughing loudly and satisfied. The sword sanctuary erupted in comments and conversations. A sword emperor had been defeated, something many there considered impossible. To them, an emperor was an almost divine entity, surpassed only by the sword god himself. And that demon, laughing like a child at a festival, had defeated him in front of everyone. Some were amazed. Others, outraged. But there was one thing no one could deny: Badagatti had killed none of his opponents. Contrary to what many had thought would happen before the battles began. On the contrary, he held back, even when he could have easily ended his adversaries' lives. His strange charisma, his sincere laughter, and his conduct in combat won over even the most skeptical. Few found any reason to dislike him in any way. Galfarion and Rigor exchanged another look. The sword god, in his throne, adjusted himself, the gleam in his eyes showing he was more excited than ever to face Badagatti. Timothy was next. During training, he was considered slightly superior to Clint, a minimal but noticeable difference. Still, his fight was shorter. Badagatti was adapting quickly to the sword god style, as if unearthing ancient memories. His moves became more precise, more aggressive, more efficient. Within minutes, Timothy also fell, defeated by a combo of blows that threw him out of the arena. After the fight, Rigor stepped forward, curious. Hey, Badagatti. You can call me Batty, he replied. Rigor smiled. Batty, have you fought using the sword god style before? Badagatti scratched his chin, thoughtful. I believe so. It was a woman, maybe about 200 or 300 years ago. I think it was. Lena Farion. Instantly, conversation ceased. Everyone's eyes turned to him. Rida and Galfarion, who had been impassive until then, paid attention. But it was quite a while ago. I could be wrong. At first, I even thought she might be somewhat fragile for being human, but even I couldn't win. Bwahaha. Humans always surprise in these things. Rigor turned to Galfarion. Is she your ancestor, Gal? The sword god pondered, thoughtful. Rida also watched in silence. Yes. I believe there was such a person among my ancestors. At that moment, Ghislaine naturally stepped onto the stage, her eyes fixed on the Demon King, her breathing calm and posture ready for combat. Aisha still healed Timothy in the background. Ghislaine spoke firmly. I believe I am your next challenger. And so, the arena fell silent once more, as the two opponents stared at each other. Chapter 152, Clash of Titans. Ghislaine stared with serious eyes at the massive, imposing figure of Badagatti, the Demon King. Badagatti crossed his arms and let out a laugh. You're the wife of the Red Wolf. Whis told me about you, said you also have a magical power eye. Ghislaine remained stern, not changing her expression. I do. But I still can't control it completely. Rigor is helping me with that. Ha 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 ha. I see. Controlling those things is tough, replied Badagatti, in his usual carefree tone. So let's go. As he had done in the previous fights, the Demon King adopted a receptive stance, ready to take the first blow. But Ghislaine simply stood there. In a draw stance, watching calmly. Oh. You're the first not to strike first. Ha 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 ha. Well then, here I go. Badagatti exploded forward with incredible speed, his thick legs breaking the ground with a devastating surge. For a brief moment, it seemed he would reach Ghislaine easily. But then, she vanished. Ha. Before he could react, a red blade gleamed dangerously toward his torso. Instinctively, the Demon King twisted his body to the side, narrowly avoiding being split in two by Hiramune. Ghislaine had appeared behind him like a lightning bolt. She had executed the wild dash with absolute perfection and, using it, performed an instantaneous attack technique of the beast god style called Savage Slash. It was like a serpent strike or a predator's leap, fast, unpredictable, explosive. Although it lacked the absurd penetration of the long sword of light, the Savage Slash was extremely lethal and could be executed from almost any position. Batagati suffered a deep cut in his torso but didn't seem to mind. Before he could recover, Ghislaine launched herself again. She attacked like a wild, relentless beast, blending beast god-style movements with powerful cuts from the sword god style. Batagati laughed loudly as he blocked or dodged the deadliest strikes, but the smaller cuts and lacerations quickly accumulated on his body. Bwahaha. The level is really rising. Despite his joy, the Demon King was struggling. Ghislaine was incredibly fast. Her movements could barely be followed by the naked eye. Her trained bestial senses, combined with the wild dash and a heightened sixth sense, let her predict each lunge of Batagati. This was the prediction technique of the beast god style. She moved freely across the battlefield, as if the very terrain were her domain. With each attempted strike from the Demon King, Ghislaine had already changed position. At every opening, she drove her red blade home with murderous precision. And with the long sword of light, even Batagati's legendary regenerative ability was put to the test. His wounds mounted, and more than once Ghislaine almost cleaved him in half. The auras of both combatants spread across the arena. The fight was even more intense than the previous ones against Clint and Timothy. Where Batagati had been in control before, he was now being pushed onto the defensive. Ghislaine was a storm of claws and steel. An incarnate hurricane. At the side of the arena, Gall Farion commented to Rigger, still watching the combat, "She's doing better than Clint, her style seems useful. And even so, that guy regenerates all the time, he'll be great for testing the efficiency of some techniques." Rigger replied, still focused on the fight. The battlefield was already covered in deep cracks. Fissures from Batagati's attacks ran through the walls and the floor. Each clash between them seemed to threaten the structure of the arena. Even so, Batagati was not an opponent to be underestimated. His fighting style was brutal and adaptive. He watched, learned, and reacted with surprising speed. Rigger was constantly observing the demon. Even without using his magic eye, he was completely focused. After so many consecutive fights, he had already formed an estimate of his level, probably near a high-level Northern Emperor. But his immortality and regeneration made him an almost unbeatable foe in direct confrontation. Ghislaine, on the other hand, was a sword emperor and a beast king. Her refined movement and her ability to read bodies made her nearly untouchable. She had received only a few glancing blows, and none directly. This was, without a doubt, the most intense fight of the day. Rigger still watched without blinking. Besides observing the demon, he wanted to see the beast god style in action in someone else's hands. And Ghislaine was demonstrating it with mastery. Rigger reflected, with conviction, if two opponents were at the same skill level, he believed no style could defeat the beast god style. None. It was the most realistic. The most complete. The most brutal. The water god style was refined and defensive, but lacked offense and mobility. The sword god style was overwhelming, but overly direct, with little defensive capability. The north god style was flexible, but lacked a definitive high-level Tuki technique. The beast god style, on the other hand, was a complete system. Movement, attack, evasion, prediction, lethality. It was cruel, savage, and efficient. Hard to master, yes. But unbeatable in the right hands. And Ghislaine was proving it with every blow, with every strike. Against an immortal opponent like Batagati, one could see how devastating this style would be against a human foe. If it were Timothy in that arena now, he would have died many times over. The combat continued for long minutes, intense and fierce, while everyone present watched with their mouths agape. Each of Ghislaine's advances was like a predator's strike, and no matter how Batagati resisted with his supernatural regeneration, it was clear to all that, unlike Clint and Timothy, Ghislaine had the advantage in the fight. Still, she was facing none other than the immortal Demon King. Her blows, as lethal as they were, never seemed enough to put him down for good. Batagati relied on his absurd regeneration and focused his fighting style on weathering only the attacks that would incapacitate him, even covered in wounds, laughing and enjoying himself as if at a festival. Over time, fatigue began to weigh on Ghislaine's movements. The precision of her strikes was still impressive, but her breathing grew heavier, and her Tuki wavered in intensity. It was in one moment, a minimal lapse, that she made a small mistake. Batagati, with his hundreds and thousands of years of battle experience, did not let it pass. He saw the opening, and like a storm concentrated on a single point, delivered a devastating punch that struck Ghislaine's dominant arm with brutal force. The impact made her stagger back, and Batagati wasted no time. He surged forward with an overwhelming sequence of attacks, pushing Ghislaine back little by little. After a few more seconds of back and forth, Ghislaine retreated, panting. She knew at that point, continuing the fight made no sense, as she would only grow more exhausted. She then raised her left hand, signaling the end of the bout. "I admit. I've lost." Bwahahaha. Batagati laughed loudly, his body covered in cuts and his regeneration continuing steadily. "You're very strong, woman," he exclaimed with genuine enthusiasm. Then he turned to Rigger and shouted, with a wide grin, "Your wife almost took me down, Red Wolf." Rigger merely smiled in response. He admired Ghislaine for that even more than Batagati did. Ghislaine walked over to Rigger, sweat trickling down her forehead and a discreet smile on her lips as she allowed healing spells to mend her. "Your regeneration is truly admirable," she said, glancing at the Demon King. "I've never fought anyone like this." "Ha ha ha ha," he replied with another laugh. And then Rigger said, "I believe I might be next, then." As Rigger prepared to climb into the arena, something unexpected happened. "Hold on, boy." Galfarion's voice cut through the air like a blade. The sword god approached with a challenging smile. "Your fight will probably last even longer than Ghislaine's." Rigger frowned. "And what do you suggest?" Gal looked at Batagati with a predatory gaze. A fierce smile spread across his face. "Let me fight first." "Don't worry, our fight will only last an instant." Without waiting for an answer, the sword god leapt to the center of the arena, his feet landing softly on the stone floor. He glanced briefly at Raida, who watched in silence. "Hey, Raida. You want to fight too?" Gal taunted with a grin. The water god shook her head slowly. "Of course not. I'm not as young and energetic anymore." Batagati crossed his arms, curious. "Ha ha ha. By the way you said that, you're stronger than Rigger." "That's something you'll find out for yourself," Gal replied. "I am the sword god, Galfarion. The sixth among the 7 great world powers." He assumed his fighting stance effortlessly, as if breathing and wielding the sword were the same. "If you defeat me, you will take my place among the 7. He said, his aura spreading menacingly. Batagati grew a bit more serious, his muscles tensing discreetly. "I hope you don't fall on the first blow," Gal said, eyes half closed, measuring his opponent. Batagati prepared to respond, perhaps taking a step forward, when a metallic sound echoed across the field. It happened in an instant. A single sound. Nothing else. Along with it, an overwhelming aura erupted centered on the sword god, then vanished as quickly as it had appeared. No visible movement. The sword god had drawn his blade with such speed that no one saw it. None of the sword saints. None of the emperors, not even Ghislaine or Batagati. No one. Except Rigger. The Demon King's head was detached from his body. For a moment, Batagati's body still stood, until it finally collapsed backwards, motionless. The arena fell completely silent. Galfarion let out a light sigh, almost disappointed. "Is that it?" He turned to leave, not giving anyone a chance to react. But before he could take more than 3 steps, a gigantic shadow loomed over him. A familiar laugh filled the silence, "Wahahaha." Instinctively, Gal turned and swung his sword again. Batagati, now upon him like a wave of fury, punching with both fists at once, had both his arms cut off at the elbows by Gal's strike. But it did not stop him. "I'm back," the Demon King shouted, grinning widely even as his limbs flew through the air. The auras of the 2 combatants, especially Galfarion's, made the sword saints around them hold their breath. From that moment, the fight became a grotesque and magnificent spectacle. Batagati tried to press Galfarion, attacking with ferocity, but whenever he approached, he was sliced. His legs, his arms, his head, everything was severed with speed hard to follow. Galfarion was too fast. Too precise. He didn't even need to move across the battlefield, and each motion of his blade was like the end of a sentence. There was no hesitation, no excess. Only lethal cuts. The sword saints watched in reverence. The mastery of the sword god was worthy of absolute admiration. Even though they held no grudge against the Demon King for sparing everyone and for being so charismatic, he had defeated them all, crushing their pride. Seeing his school finally take revenge was truly gratifying. At one point, Galfarion cleaved Batagati's body in 2 with a single diagonal stroke. And, before the body hit the ground, he launched a second blow that split it again into 4. The parts were hurled backward by the force of the impact, and for a brief moment, silence reigned once more. Then, one of the upper halves stood back up. A mini Batagati emerged from the top half, still laughing as always, "Ha ha 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 ha. I lost." "You fight just like your predecessor." "I lost to her in exactly the same way." "Bwahahaha." As he spoke, his other parts crawled back together, like eager limbs longing to rejoin. Gradually, the Demon King reformed before everyone's eyes, still animated and showing no sign of anger or frustration. "I bestow upon you the title of hero. Sword God Galfarion. For defeating me, the immortal Demon King, Batagati." As Galfarion watched the Demon King's body pieces slowly reunite into one being, he realized that this regeneration was truly monstrous. And when he saw Batagati laughing again as if nothing had happened, the sword god couldn't suppress a sincere smile. "As my disciple said." Gal commented, pride shining in his eyes. Your regeneration is truly absurd. Do all demon kings have powers like yours? Batagati crossed his arms, his chest puffed with pride. No. Only my clan, the immortal demon clan. And even then, only those of pure blood like me regenerate so quickly, he replied, pounding his chest with a closed fist, triumphant. I see. Gaul said thoughtfully, before adding casually. I suppose someone like you has no interest in learning swordsmanship, but if you ever do, I would be willing to teach you. Batagati raised an eyebrow in surprise then laughed once more, neither denying nor accepting directly. Gaul merely shrugged, and as he exited the arena, his eyes turned to Rida. You really don't want to face him? Rida, arms crossed and expression heavy, replied impatiently. There's no need. Since the Demon King's arrival, the water god had seemed strangely ill-tempered. Gaul then paused for a moment and looked at Rigor with that same fierce smile. Then it's your turn, he declared. Ghislaine almost defeated him, so don't go losing to him. Rigor raised an eyebrow. I'm not going to lose. Aisha, standing next to him, cheered, pumping her fist in the air. Good luck, master. Thank you, Ace, Rigor replied, before heading toward the center of the arena. Everyone watched tensely, but Rigor didn't seem to feel any pressure. Batagati observed him approaching with that same curious look as before, arms crossed and hair billowing in the cold winds of the sword sanctuary. Hey, boy. I really didn't expect to find so many interesting people here today. It was definitely worth coming to challenge you, he said, laughing loudly. I think I'll set a pattern, come here every 30 or 40 years. After all, humans change quickly, there will probably be new challengers by then. Rigor laughed, relaxed. I'm glad you enjoyed it, I believe the sword sanctuary won't change much by then. He agreed. Then his eyes narrowed with determination. Shall we begin? Rigor thought about asking why his demon eyes weren't working on him. But even without them, Batagati couldn't beat him, so he decided to ask after the fight. Of course. Batagati replied enthusiastically. Rigor took a deep breath, his eyes fixed on the immortal opponent, and then. Don't worry if I go easy, it just so happens you're an excellent test dummy, and I have many techniques to try. His voice was low but laden with lethal intent. Batagati's eyes widened and he laughed even louder. Ha 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 ha. Then it settled. It was at that instant. Like a meteor, Rigor surged forward. His aura exploded, pressure waves rippling in all directions, and before many could even follow with their eyes, he was already on top of the Demon King. The arena, for an instant, seemed to tremble beneath his feet. Chapter 153, A Hero's Guide to Defeating Immortal Demons. POV, Rigor Adoldia. When I advanced on the Demon King, I could see in his expression that he expected me to use one of my 3 swords, just like all the other opponents he faced today. But I was in no hurry. And, to his surprise, the attack came with bare fists. I gathered my Tuki into my fist with a familiar precision. It was an unarmed technique of the Beast God style. The Demon King did not hesitate and met my fist with his, unafraid. That was his mistake. The moment our fists collided, a shockwave ran through the battlefield. But I overpowered him. His arm twisted under my strength, and, stranger still, the impact crushed him from the inside out. I couldn't see with my magic eye because of his strange immunity, but I was almost certain he was using Tuki. Adding Tuki to his immense physical strength as an immortal demon, few would dare face him head-on. Unfortunately for him, this technique was called Violent Impact, based on concepts I saw in anime from my previous world, the internal impact of Haki in One Piece, Tsunade's chakra enhancement, among others. It required refined control over Tuki, and its effects were devastating. Beyond the external blunt power, the internal damage was almost unavoidable. I created it with the goal of penetrating the Saint Dragon battle aura that the Dragon God used, and I improved it every day. Furthermore, my physical strength was no less than Batagati's. It might even be greater. Hard to say, since we both use Tuki. Wahahaha. You're going to face me with fists. That's my specialty, he shouted excitedly, unaffected by having his arm crushed. I merely smiled in response. Our fight grew increasingly violent as our punches collided and we moved across the battlefield. I was faster, but Batagati had more arms. 4 more. The shockwaves cracked the ground beneath us, and if we were on normal terrain, we were probably reshaping the surrounding landscape with our impacts. I tested other unarmed techniques, fangs, claws, punches. I put the unarmed styles of the Beast God style and the North God style to the test against the demon. Obviously, he outmatched me by a hair, but I expected as much. After all, fighting with fists was his main style and he had 6 arms, plus that absurd regeneration and vast experience. I didn't expect to beat him in fist techniques. If I really wanted to, I might be able to fight a war of attrition, hit and run, using prediction and wild dash of the Beast God style. I could win. At one point, he hit me full force with 2 fists, sending me flying. But I spun in the air, and my feet scraped the ground as I recovered. And I was smiling. Okay, now let's get serious. I drew 2 of my swords, Tsukikage and Water Mirror. 2 renowned blades, ranked among the 49 legendary swords forged by the King Dragon King Kajakut. Batagati was already charging at me, excited. And our battle resumed. With my senses heightened to the limit, I could clearly see in the eyes of all the spectators, most of them in shock or fascinated by our fight. It was not every day you saw a clash of that level. Galfarian's demonstration of skill was impressive and showcased his power and absolute mastery as sword god. But the abilities I displayed were diverse and mixed, creating a much more impressive visual effect. As soon as I wielded my swords, the balance shifted. The combat, which had been fierce and evenly matched, became almost one-sided. In the first move, I combined Wild Dash with the Long Sword of Light, fusing speed and cut in a single explosive strike. I advanced like lightning and cut Batagati in half horizontally, separating his lower and upper halves at the waist. The ground beneath our feet, even reinforced with my earth magic, did not hold. Violent cracks spread, snapping under the force of my charge. It was easy to imagine the damage if we were on ordinary soil. But after that devastating blow, I did not continue my attack immediately. Not because I couldn't, but because I thought it would really be a waste. It would be a shame if he admitted defeat before I could test everything I have. I thought. To some, it might seem cruel. To me, it was opportunity. And by Batagati's constant smile, even as he was cleaved in 2, he was thinking the same. Rarely did I have the chance to fight to the death against someone who could even keep pace with me over these last 2 years. The dragons I fought didn't count, they were beasts. Pure instinct. No technique. From the few interactions I had with the Demon King and the quick analyses I made of him during his battles, it was clear, he was a lover of combat. A warrior in essence. That made me sympathize with him. After all, I was the same, since my reincarnation. Even now, training with the primary motivation being to kill Orsted for what he did to Idar, I still enjoyed combat. And since my time in the Great Forest, I had this in mind, to become stronger. Because in this world, being weak is a sin. A burden. A death sentence for anyone who wishes to be truly free and unrestrained. Batagati regenerated in an instant. His thunderous laughter echoed across the battlefield as he charged at me, fists clenched. I smiled, adjusting the weight of the swords in my hands, and met him head-on. But he didn't hit me. Not once. I was using prediction of the beast god style non-stop. His attacks came in bursts, multiple angles with his 6 arms, but they all failed. If he couldn't even touch Ghislaine at her peak, then he was far less likely to touch me. My proficiency was far superior, my speed with Wild Dash was simply insane. He could barely keep up. My cuts passed through him with absurd ease. The Long Sword of Light, with its incomparable power, amplified my reach, penetration, and speed. If I wanted, I could have defeated him definitively several times during our exchanges. But I held back. I forced myself into difficult situations. I traded blows on purpose, testing my limits. And then I responded with secret techniques from the Water God style, but only the ones I had already completely mastered. I mixed them with attacks from the North God style, sword throws, surprise dagger strikes, quick feints, and unpredictable counterattacks. I avoided using Night Hunter. I didn't know if its effects would work against an immortal pureblood demon like Batagati. I didn't want to risk canceling his regeneration and accidentally killing him. I really liked this guy. He was free. Wild. Determined. The kind of person who lives as he wants, exactly as I try to be. As my master taught me to be. Batagati laughed between blows, even being shredded non-stop. Ha 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 ha. You really remind me of Laplace fighting. You know so many techniques. Even taking the beating of the century, he did not back down. He kept trying, seizing every tiny gap to grab me, hit me, or just push me. Every punch he missed, every time his arms passed inches from me, was followed by another cut. And another laugh. As if each cut was only the price of fun. The battlefield trembled under our feet. The fight was more spectacle than combat. Neither of us was holding back. Even Rida watched with interest, and that's not to mention the others around the field. My physical endurance easily surpassed Ghislaine's, so, even with the increasingly brutal pace, I showed no signs of fatigue. It was a dance of violence and precision, where I controlled the tempo. Each exchange of blows was an opportunity to test something new, experiment with variations, apply ideas I had shaped mentally over countless trainings and fights. Batagati, to his credit, tried to adapt all the time. His 6 arms moved at high speed, his eyes scanning my body and my pattern of movements, but the problem for him was simple, my rhythm was too fast. I outmatched him in speed, in precision and, most importantly, in technique. I tested simple, direct and cruel strikes, I tested combinations created by fusing between styles, Beast God style, Water God style, North God style, all mixed in a constant flow. Lethal techniques flowed as if they were part of a meticulously rehearsed choreography. In a short time, it became evident. This was not a fair fight, it was like an adult playing with a child. No matter how much Badigatti tried, he couldn't catch up with me. Each time he regenerated from a cut, a new wound cut through him. Every attempt at a counterattack was nullified before it could begin. It was at that moment that I heard Raida's voice, murmuring to Gal Farayan. I think that even if I use the Realm of Deprivation sword, I can't beat this kid in swordsmanship. She sighed and then looked at the sword god. The mission of holding back his momentum for a bit longer is yours. Gal raised an eyebrow and laughed with his typical arrogance, but there was a subtle trace of concern in his eyes. And my fight with the Demon King continued, at an increasing pace. At that point, I decided to test a more sophisticated technique, one I had been training and theorizing for a long time. I sheathed Tsukikage and remained with only the water mirror in position. This sword enhanced my focus and mana control just by wielding it. It was essential for executing the technique I intended to perform. I stood still, waiting for his attack. I would attempt a blended technique now. One of the components of this technique was instant flow, one of the 5 secret techniques of the water god style. It was one of the techniques Raida used in her supreme technique, the Realm of Deprivation sword. Instant flow consisted of countering any murderous intent or direct strike at the very moment it was perceived. The technique required absurd mastery over flow and extremely refined environmental sensitivity. It was the first secret technique I mastered after arriving at the Sword Sanctuary because I knew it suited me best. But the technique I sought to use now wasn't just that. It consisted of 3 fundamentals: instant flow, the long sword of light, and the savage slash. It required an almost absolute mastery of all 3 for it to work, and I had it. Savage slash manipulated Tuki explosively, making an aggressive transition between the neutral state and the absolute attack state. I mixed that concept with the long sword of light and expected to be able to react perfectly with instant flow, immediately shifting to the long sword of light state. A seamless and fatal transition. Effectively, I was blending 3 distinct styles into an extreme technique. Of course, there were limitations. The posture required had to be perfect. It was a somewhat inefficient technique in fights with multiple targets or undefined angles, but in a one-on-one duel, with ideal timing, it bordered on divine. Badigatti came at me with seemingly infinite energy, roaring like a force of nature. I took a deep breath, and for a brief moment, closed my eyes. The world around me disappeared. All I felt was the fiery fighting spirit in front of me. Then, I moved. In my perception, the movement was slow, but to everyone else, it was in a blink. A ringing echoed through the arena. The silver blade of the water mirror was drawn in a precise gesture. Badigatti, who had leapt toward me, was cut in half diagonally, through the chest. A shock wave burst from the impact, raising dust and stone fragments. The impact echoed throughout the arena. Raida and Gal Farayan stood up simultaneously, looking genuinely shocked. They were the only ones who truly understood the magnitude of what I had just accomplished. But I no longer saw anyone else. In my mind, there was only my enemy. I felt his will to fight persisting. The small Badigatti, reborn from his lower half, laughed as he ran to join his upper half. But he didn't get there. Instinctively, I cut again as I sensed movement. The same blended technique, with even more precision. A second shockwave swept the area. The cut now came vertically, opening a fissure in the ground as if a god had passed through. The cut split the world in 2 along its path. Silence. No one said anything. The dust covered the arena like a sacred veil. A saint of the sword murmured. He really killed him. No one responded. And I didn't hear. My focus was still on Badigatti's aura. Then, he appeared. Even smaller than before, truly a mini Badigatti, half my size, he jumped from a corner and, laughing, shouted. Bwahahaha. What a crazy technique. How does one get through that? Ha 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 ha. I admit defeat. At that moment, my trance broke. I took a deep breath and noticed the enormous fissure in the ground. I must have aimed the cut at the ground without realizing, since Badigatti had shrunk. Half dazed, sword still in hand, I commented. But there are still some techniques. Badigatti responds, still laughing, don't worry kid, I'll stick around for a while, we'll have time to train. Forget that, what was the technique you used last? Everyone seemed interested in the answer. Ah, it's a technique I've been trying to create for some time. The demon asks, does it have a name? Rigger thinks for a moment and says, the name is Instant Light Flow. Badigatti let out another thunderous laugh and then declared. Ha 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 ha. I get it, that's an excellent technique. I, Badigatti, the immortal demon king, bestow upon the Red Wolf the title of hero. Chapter 154, the imprisoned sword god, the unrestrained demon king. POV, Gal Farion. I am the strongest. I am the fastest. Until I face Orsted again, I will never lose a single battle. That's how I became the sword god. I had a theory about the sword god style during my youth, be the fastest. Any other technique in that style was merely support and not worth mentioning. That's how I lived my life. After meeting the dragon god, and being humiliated and defeated by that man's absolute power, I finally decided to put that theory into practice. I still learned various techniques from other styles to understand my enemy's weapons, but in battle, I would always use the sword god style first. I became strong. Strong enough that at some point people began calling me the strongest swordsman of my generation. I traveled the world, accepted disciples, and built the current sword god style, which came to be regarded as the strongest style. But even having come this far, I still knew. I knew I could not defeat the dragon god. He was truly a being from another world. Even having promised myself I would become the strongest in the world, where did I stray from that path? Right. It was when I became the sword god. In a way, that was good. I had no one to blame but myself. I created my own chains. I guided disciples, built a school, got married, and even had a daughter. All those things were chains I forged myself. When did my will weaken so much? I couldn't say exactly at what point I began to think there was no point in going further. It's strange to say this to anyone not at my level, but only when you reach that level of strength do you understand how far Orsted went. Maybe that was it. I didn't believe I could reach him. Or I was afraid. Or I could have gone further but held myself back with unnecessary things. I stopped thinking about those things a long time ago. Not because I found an answer, but because I didn't have the courage to face the truth. It wasn't hard not to think about it. As sword god, I had much to do. In a way, I really was the strongest. Maybe the people around me fed me that false hope. I defeated everyone else with ease. I taught my disciples with the goal that one day one of them would surpass me, Ghislaine, Timothy, Clint. But none of them had the essential thing, ambition. The ambition to give everything for the sword. The ambition I myself could not stay true to. I firmly believed that was the only way to become the strongest, give everything for the sword, without distractions. That was until I met my most promising disciple. Rigor Adoldia. One day, we were talking about the long sword of light. I said these exact words. The long sword of light is the main technique of the sword god style. Practitioners of other styles might even see it as our secret technique. However, there are those who understand its essence better than others. There are the sword saints, the sword kings, the sword emperors, and the sword god. But at the core, we all do the same thing. Some are stronger and others weaker. What do you think is the difference between them? Rigor looked at me deeply before saying. There isn't just one reason. It's a matter of obsession, talent, and understanding. At its core, this is a technique created to cut anything the user wants to cut. You need to understand the tuki, understand its form and its nuances. But that alone isn't enough. If two swordsmen trained, one with talent and the other without, the talented one would naturally surpass the other. If the untalented one had obsession, he would surpass the talented one. But if the talented one also had obsession, he would surpass the untalented one even if the latter were obsessed. It's an extremely fine line between logic and will. That is understanding. I pondered that answer for a very, very long time. If that had come from anyone else, I probably wouldn't have given it much importance. But that boy, he had become a sword saint at 8, and a sword king at 12. And in the 2.5 years he'd been here, he progressed even faster. I could see him catching up to me with the naked eye. One day, the thought of killing him right there crossed my mind. But I liked the boy. He admired my strength and respected my teachings. He was the husband of my first disciple, Ghislaine and Eris, whom I taught and raised from the age of 10. And he also wanted to kill the dragon god. What was I doing in the meantime? As I watched the snow fall, sitting on my veranda, I realized I had spent the entire night staring into nothingness. It had only been a few days since the immortal demon king Badigati had arrived at the sanctuary of the sword and put on a show. The icy breeze didn't bother me, but kept me awake, freezing my thoughts at a slow pace. A voice sounded beside me. Father. I turned slowly, already knowing who it was. What is it, Nina? My daughter. As talented as I am. In recent years, absolutely dedicated. Although I believed for the wrong reasons, it was still working. Even if it wouldn't take her to the top, her progress was evident. Nina spoke, irritated, with her arms crossed. I said I'm going to the dojo. Aren't you coming? I thought for a moment. Right. He would be there. Training like a madman. A feral beast in his pursuit of power. I smiled subtly, thinking of my abnormal disciple. I will do a solo session, I answered calmly. Inform the others at the dojo. Ask guidance from the emperors if necessary. Nina looked shocked. And rightly so. Since she was born, I couldn't recall a single day when I told her I would train alone. She stood silent beside me, looking at me seriously. I knew she wanted to say something. Speak, I said simply. Nina took a deep breath and spoke directly. Father, what do you think about me joining the Iron Legion when I become a Sword King? My mind raced. Why does she want to join the Iron Legion? Did rigor seduce her? Thoughts sprang up all at once, in silent chaos. But on the outside, I remained serious. Why? I asked. Nina then began to speak, firmly. You always told me that no one becomes truly strong without real battles. You traveled the world when you were young, fought all kinds of opponents, and became strong. I feel that staying at the sanctuary won't take me as far as I hope to go. She looked at me intently, trying to see what I was thinking. But I hid everything very well. She continued. I have already decided to go, but I would still like to know what you think about it. We were silent. I stared into her eyes. She held her gaze firmly. Surely, I had things to say, but I only murmured, uninterested. Do as you wish. I stood up. My cloak billowed in the morning wind. That's when an idea struck me. I will return in 3 or 4 days, and when I do, I will choose some members and appoint a new Sword King among them. Inform everyone. And without another word, I walked out of the sanctuary, toward the mountains. In a hidden cave at the heart of the mountains, the silence contrasted brutally with the chaotic scene outside. The terrain looked like it had been the battlefield of colossal beasts. Shattered rocks, uprooted trees, and deep craters marked the ground like scars left by a force beyond common understanding. The residual energy in the air carried a suffocating weight, as if a calamity had been summoned and left its mark there. Inside the cave, however, the atmosphere was different. The smell of roasted meat filled the space, a large chunk of meat slowly turning over an improvised fire. Seated around it were 3 unusual figures, a 6-armed demon, imposing and unadorned, a man of the beast race, with penetrating eyes and a calm expression, and a little human girl with auburn hair, vibrant and curious. Bwahahaha. Batagati laughed with his whole body, a beer mug in one hand and a meat skewer in the other. Of course. If it were you, even taming a dragon and stealing dragon eggs wouldn't be impossible. Aisha, sitting beside Rigor with her eyes shining with enthusiasm, quickly agreed. Exactly. The master will even tame the Dragon King one day, just like Laplace in the legends. Rigor only gave a bitter smile as he took a sip of beer. It's not as easy as it looks. Batagati shook his head, still with a broad grin. Still, it's impressive. The only one I've seen tame dragons besides you was Laplace himself. Rigor fell silent for a moment, his thoughts wandering. What was he like? He asked. Batagati leaned back and laughed even heartier. Strong as a monster. He almost completely destroyed my body once, ha 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 ha. I thought I was truly dead that time. Since Rigor had defeated Batagati in combat a few days earlier, the Demon King decided to stay at the Sanctuary of the Sword for a while. He said there were interesting people there, and he was curious. He continued exploring the place freely, with no one daring to stop him. After all, except for Rigor, Gal Farion, Ghislaine, and Rida, there was no one who could effectively face him in combat. Rida, in turn, avoided any contact with Batagati. It was clear she disliked his presence, perhaps due to old prejudices against the demon race. But since no one else seemed to care specifically, she simply kept her distance. Rigor, on the other hand, saw in Batagati's presence a rare opportunity and approached him to learn more. Their conversations ranged from combat techniques and stories of the demon continent to the rulers of the demon races. Finally, Rigor reached the topic that had intrigued him for days. All right, I can't see you with my demon eye. Why does that happen? Batagati furrowed his brow, confused for a moment, until he snapped his fingers. Ah. I get it. Actually, I never mentioned it, ha 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 ha. He took a bite of meat before continuing. I took a special potion a long time ago. It gave me immunity to those eyes. No prediction, no intention reading or crap like that. Ha ha ha. Rigor's interest was piqued. While Aisha continued manipulating the fire with precision, slowly roasting the meat over the flames, he turned to Batagati with an attentive look. Do you still have that potion? Or any sample of it? He asked. Batagati scratched his head for a moment, his brow slightly furrowed, as if digging through memories buried under centuries of life. It seemed very unique, I know almost nothing about it. I think I found it at the bottom of a labyrinth, or maybe at the bottom of a mountain. Ha ha ha. It's been so long I can't even remember the details. Rigger sighed inwardly. It was a pity. I understand. It really is a pity. After a moment, he raised his gaze once more. Tell me, you're immune to all demon eyes, right? Even those of the demon empress Kishirika Kishirisu. Batagati puffed out his chest proudly. Even hers. Rigger observed him with a sharp look. Since you're immune to them, maybe you know how to transplant them into another person. Huh? No, I don't know anything that complicated. But, my fiancé could help with that. Your fiancé? Yes. The demon empress we're talking about. Rigger raised his eyebrows, surprised. She's your fiancé. Batagati laughed his classic thunderous laugh. Bwahaha. But of course. Still surprised, Rigger murmured. I see. Batagati noticed the silence and added. Once, Kishirika said that transplanting the magic eyes was very simple. It only involved knowing how to control and manipulate others' mana. Creating the eyes was what really took work. Rigger absorbed this information in silence, his eyes slightly narrowed. Control others' mana. Is that feasible? He soon shook his head, convinced. No, if someone did it, then it's definitely feasible. The conversation extended. Rigger touched on other subjects with Batagati, ranging from trivial matters to more serious issues. At one point, he invited the Demon King to the Iron Legion, but the latter declined outright, with a wide smile on his face. I don't want to be tied to an organization. I prefer to wander around, as I have for the past hundreds of years. And besides, I'm already the king of the Baigoya province, he said with conviction. Even with the refusal, Rigger insisted on discussing possible partnerships with the Demon Continent. Meanwhile, Aisha finally finished roasting the meat completely. The smell filled the cave, and the three sat down to eat. Rigger had been studying Batagati throughout their entire conversation. He soon understood, despite the ancient title of Demon King of Wisdom and Power, the Demon King was a person of simple thought. Honest, straightforward, almost childlike in certain aspects. The conversation veered back to demon eyes. While casually commenting about Kishirika, Rigger ended up discovering that she had already been revived. She came back recently. But she's still quite small. Ha ha ha. That too was relevant information, and Rigger registered it in silence. After a few more exchanges, Aisha stood up and left the cave to restore the terrain that Batagati and I had destroyed in our earlier fight. She liked doing that because she said it was a great way to practice. That's when Rigger looked at Batagati more seriously. His voice lowered, but his tone was firm. Batty. You've lived for thousands of years, right? The Demon King crossed his arms, still chewing. Although I don't know the exact number, it's definitely been thousands of years, he answered proudly. Rigger leaned back against the cave wall, crossing his arms as well. Then tell me. Have you ever heard of someone called Hidegami? The air seemed to shift slightly. Chapter 155, Disciple, Demon, and God. When Rigger mentioned the name Hidegami, Batagati's laughter stopped for a moment. His eyes turned to Rigger's with curiosity. Where did you hear that name, boy? Rigger analyzed the Demon King for a moment. He did not seem hostile, just surprised. With that, he decided to continue. He's a guy who appears in my dreams from time to time and gives me advice. Have you ever heard of him? Crossing his arms, Batagati began to stroke his chin, thoughtful. He remained silent for a few seconds, clearly trying to dredge something from his memory. I don't remember very well. But I've definitely heard that name before. I just can't recall where. It must have been at least a few centuries since someone mentioned him to me. Batagati's words sparked Rigger's interest. So far, all his attempts to gather information about human god had been unsuccessful every time. No one knew anything about Hidegami, not even some of the strongest people in the world like Gal Farion and Rida. This was the second time he had come across someone who recognized the name. The other was Orsted, and it was not exactly a pleasant experience. Even better, unlike Orsted, this one did not try to kill him right after hearing the name. That was already a good sign. Just to be sure, Rigger said cautiously, was he your friend or enemy? Batagati made a strained expression, as if digging up such ancient memories required more energy than a battle. I have the impression that he could be a rather unpleasant guy. But I wouldn't call him an enemy. Rigger pondered in silence. He saw no sign that Batagati was lying, and truth be told, he didn't believe the Demon King capable of such deceits given his simplicity. It made sense that Batagati's memory wasn't the best. Living for thousands of years certainly had to scramble dates, events, and names. Still, any information could be useful. Batty would stay at the Sword Sanctuary for a while, and he would have other opportunities to ask. Could you let me know if you remember anything about him? Any detail or piece of information will do. No problem. If I remember, I'll let you know. Bwahahaha. After that, they continued talking for a while about various things. Until Batagati decided to go back to the warriors who had challenged him the other day to fight them again. He stood up and left the cave without much thought, heading once more toward the sword sanctuary. Rigor also stood up and left, walking over to where Aisha was. He found his little disciple carefully manipulating the earth, repairing the damage left by the previous fight. With firm gestures, she molded the terrain, rebuilding the soil and correcting the slope around a fallen tree. The tree was still intact, with exposed roots. Aisha used earth magic to create a solid base, positioned the tree carefully, and replanted it. Then, she summoned water magic to water the soil around it. She did everything with precision, attention, and care, without haste. Rigor approached silently, stopping a few meters away. He observed the scene for a while, sitting on a nearby rock. Seeing Aisha so focused, shaping nature with magic, reminded him of himself at that age. How he marveled at magic and its infinite possibilities. How curious he was, hungry for knowledge, testing and experimenting with everything. Aisha's expression was determined, curious, and careful. Rigor watched her with a certain quiet pride. It was good to see someone growing with the same passion he had. He stayed there quietly, just observing, sitting with a slight smile on his face. When Aisha finished her practice, she wiped the sweat from her forehead with her forearm, looking satisfied as she surveyed the reconstructed mountainous terrain. She had sculpted the earth carefully, as if gluing back together the broken parts of nature. Then she looked at Rigor and saw him watching her, and she called out, "Master." Rigor looked at her and his expression grew more serious. There was something important to say. He nodded and answered, "Aze, come here." The girl approached with light, almost springy steps, but upon reaching Rigor, she noticed the seriousness in his expression and grew a little tense. Rigor hesitated for a moment. He thought of different ways to say it. He wondered how an ordinary adult would speak with a child about something like this. But he decided to be direct. If it were Aisha, she would understand. "Aisha," he began in a firm tone, "your brother, Rudeus Greyrat, and his elf friend, Sylphiette, have become my enemies." Aisha's eyes widened. "What? How?" Rigor nodded slightly. "Remember the assassination attempt in the Dragon King's kingdom? They were the Stone Helmet Mage and the Silver-Haired Mage. After they failed, they went to Meles. There, they clashed with the Iron Legion several times." Aisha was absolutely shocked. She watched Rigor in silence for what felt like long seconds. Her face showed disbelief, perhaps expecting her master to say he was joking. But he remained silent, not averting his gaze. Then, tears began to stream down Aisha's eyes. Rigor was immediately taken aback and speechless. She sniffled, her voice trembling. I won't betray the master. I don't want to leave you. And no, Aisha, I." Before he could finish, Aisha threw herself into his arms, clutching him tightly. She cried uncontrollably, as a child her age naturally would, something rare in her. It was the second time Rigor had seen Aisha cry like that. The first was when she encountered the dragon god. But now, she cried desperately, clinging to him with all her strength. "Master, please don't abandon me. I don't care about my half-brother or whatever. I don't want to be the master's enemy. Please don't send me away because of that." The more she spoke, the worse Rigor felt about the direct way he had revealed everything. Still, he hugged the girl back tightly and spoke gently, stroking her hair. "You misunderstood, Aze. How could I abandon my cute disciple?" Aisha looked up at him, tears in her eyes. Her eyes were red, her eyelids swollen from intense crying. Her face wet with tears, cheeks flushed from the effort and emotion. Her breathing short, with small sobs between words. "Are you telling the truth, master?" Rigor nodded slowly and answered softly. "Even if all 7 powers tried to take you, I wouldn't let them." As he spoke, he thought about Aisha's reaction. He knew the girl was very attached to him and his group, but he now realized it ran deeper than he had imagined. For her, they were the only family she had known. She hadn't had time to grow attached to Rudeus or the other Greyrats. For as long as she could remember, it had been Rigor and the others. It was natural it was that way. Aisha did not let go of the embrace. She squeezed Rigor as if she feared it was a lie. He continued stroking her hair in silence. Though there was sadness, there was also a gentle warmth in his chest. She was his disciple, whom he had trained, cared for, and protected for the past 4 years. Intelligent, talented, and affectionate. And she chose him. She chose to stay with him. He smiled, almost imperceptibly. More complicated conversations would come later. For now, he just wanted to make sure Aisha knew she would never be left behind. POV, Rigor Adoldia. After comforting Aisha, I returned to the sword sanctuary with her. She seemed a bit better after I assured her several times I would never abandon her. But still, I could see in her eyes that she was still affected, and once again I regretted the way I had told her. After arriving at the sanctuary, Nigav called me and, in a somber tone, told me that new letters had arrived from the Great Forest. Not very pleasant news. So, there will probably be a war. My hands held the letter delivered by Nigav tightly, but my mind was already far away. The paper trembled slightly in the cutting wind blowing across the sword sanctuary's training grounds. In the distance, the rhythmic sound of clashing swords filled the air. But here, between me and Nigav, there was only silence. Nigav said nothing, just watched me with narrowed eyes, as if trying to guess what I would do next. The letter had come from Taze. And right at the beginning, one piece of information stood out. A new pope had been elected, Lucius Gallard. A noble of the influential Gallard family from Miles. The former archbishop. And apparently, a Miko, the second to emerge in a few years. He was that ally of Cardinal LeBlanc from the rumors, the one who received divine visions. His visions, according to Taze, showed the future with divine clarity, and he had already demonstrated the effectiveness of his abilities more than once against the Iron Legion. I wasn't sure I fully believed in this Miko power, and I had a theory about what it might really be, but the immediate impact was undeniable. The faction once led by LeBlanc Farlin now had two Miko. That alone changed the entire power dynamic in Miles. It was enough for their faction, the Demon Race Expulsion faction, to ascend to near absolute power. Even though they had been responsible for much of the recent conflicts, the Iron Legion was the one facing them head-on without retreating. And, precisely because of that, we became the ideal villains to fuel their narrative. The final blow came with the coup aiming to replace the Pope. The previous Pope, Harry Grimoire, had fled with his family and followers after an assassination attempt, which had been thwarted by the Iron Legion. Still, he was forced into hiding, accused of allying with demons and planning a collusion invasion of the Holy Continent. And then, on his first day in office, Lucius Gallard declared the start of a new crusade. According to him, a new demonic invasion was approaching according to his divine visions. The crusade aimed to purify the threat before it took form. As expected, the beast race was lumped together with demons like in the old demon wars, but this time, the beast race was the main threat. And I, Rigoridoldia, was named by some as a hybrid creature, half beast, half demon. Because of my magical eyes. My overwhelming strength. And my magic. My fist clenched the paper so tightly that it tore partly. I was irritated by the hypocrisy that Miles showed at every turn. The letter went on. The king of Miles, apparently, had no say in the church's declarations. But most of the nation's knighted orders had already enlisted for the crusade. A massive, unified movement born from a coalition of fanaticism, political power, and fear. Still, I did not choose to return immediately. For the letter also carried words from Verdia. They had followed her advice. They had prepared Miles and the Great Forest's defenses for a war scenario. They were ready to resist. The stone fortress in Tinaver, which I myself had built, had become the Iron Legion's main base on the continent. It was the wall between Miles and the Great Forest. But I didn't know how long it would hold. I sighed deeply, closing my eyes for a moment. My original plan had been to remain at the Sword Sanctuary until I surpassed Galfarion at his strongest point, defeat him using only the Sword God style, and take the title of Sword God. That was the goal I had set before leaving Tinaver. But the world out there would not wait. They could be prepared to face battle and certainly withstand for a while, but they couldn't stand against a country united for hundreds of years like Miles. I still had some things to learn from the Sword God and the Water God, but I would soon absorb everything they could teach. In 5 months, I would turn 16. I believed that by then I would have completed my training. On that day, I would challenge Galfarion. On that day, I would claim his position, even not exclusively with the Sword God style. And then, I would fly back to Miles mounted on Escalar, straight into the heart of the war that awaited me. And then, I would destroy the foundations of that country corroded by hypocrisy. I looked at Nigav and said firmly. Continue your training as always. I will return in 5 months with only a few of us accompanying me. There is no need for the members of the Legion stationed here to interrupt their training. Nigav began to speak. But, leader. I interrupted him immediately. That is my final decision. Go back to your training. There was no room for discussion anymore. After that, I headed to the training grounds. Ghislaine was dueling with Timothy in an intense combat, the sounds of clashing swords filling the air. Eris, meanwhile, was fighting Isolde with her usual energy, her explosive movements drawing everyone's attention. Aisha had gone home to study barrier magic. She also seemed a bit affected by what I had said earlier, so she was not present there in the field. It was then that Nina entered, somewhat hurriedly, onto the training field. As soon as I saw her, I called. Nina. Where is your father? She stopped, hesitated for a moment, and then replied. He told me he was going to train alone. I furrowed my brows. Since I had arrived at the sword sanctuary, I had never seen the sword god training alone. That was unusual. Nina then continued, raising her voice slightly. He also said something else. Most of those present in the training field were already paying attention, curious. Everyone fell silent when she finished. He told me that in 3 or 4 days, he would come back to observe everyone's progress, before naming a new sword king. The silence that followed was absolute. Everyone seemed to hold their breath. I looked at Eris, who was almost trembling with excitement, her eyes shining with expectation. I smiled, realizing exactly what she was thinking. All right. I can talk to him later, I said calmly. Where is Batty? He didn't come here. Ghislaine replied. He said he was going to meet Escalar and Skoll, and that he would return later. All right. I nodded my head before looking at Eris again. Hey, Eris. How about some special training over the next 3 or 4 days? She practically jumped in place, her eyes wide with enthusiasm. Yes. Let's go. I smiled at her excitement. The atmosphere was charged with expectations, and I couldn't wait to see how far everyone could come before the sword god's return. Chapter 156, Birth of a New Sword King and Raida's Decision. In those 4 days that passed, the sword sanctuary fell into an uproar. All the sword saints were training with redoubled dedication, some of them, realizing their chances were low, focused on helping others in their training, playing the roles of partners and instructors. The atmosphere was one of tension and excitement, as if the entire sword sanctuary were breathing in time with the training. Eris Greyrat, in particular, stood out. In the first 3 days, she did not even sleep. She wanted to ensure that she would be the chosen one. Despite already being considered the strongest among the sword saints, she wanted to make this unquestionable. Since Isolde had been named Water King, Eris had harbored the burning desire to also attain the title. Above all, to show rigor that she had evolved. Years of brutal battles and relentless training had molded her into a fierce warrior, capable of taking down dragons and giant beasts alone. An intense presence even in the sword sanctuary, where swordsmen from all over the world gathered to seek growth. Eris trained incessantly with rigor, Ghislaine, and even with Batigati, pushing her body and mind to their limits. However, rigor, recognizing the risk, forcibly made her rest on the last day. He knew that healing magic could restore the body's fatigue, but not the exhausted mind. It was vital that she be in her best state for the upcoming selection. Nina and Gino also devoted themselves with fervor. The 2 young ones were practically tied in strength and skill, an impressive feat considering that Gino was only 12 years old, 4 less than Nina. Their growth was evident. All the rest of the apprentices and swordsmen of the sanctuary followed suit, training with more vigor than ever. Meanwhile, Rigor, even as he supervised Aisha and trained Eris, was silently working on something personal, the development of a special technique. A technique deeply inspired by Orsted's Saint Dragon battle aura. It was an idea that brought together all the knowledge he had acquired about the use of Tuki in combat and how it interacted with the body, absorbing influences from all the styles he had studied, Sword God style, Water God style, North God style and, of course, the Beast God style he was forging. If it worked the way he was thinking, it would be the supreme technique of his own style. But that was still a bit distant. Finally, at the end of the 4th day, Gul Farayon returned. He did not seem different, he had the same overwhelming presence and the same cutting gaze. But to those who knew him well, there was something different, a subtle change in the depth of his eyes. Something had changed. Without saying a word, he took his position in the training field and began to observe. His gaze was sharp, analyzing every movement, every stance, every breath of the sword saints. After some time, he finally chose 4 swordsmen. They were Eris, Nina, Gino, and Vizel, a veteran swordsman considered the best before Eris's meteoric rise. He called them to follow him. Without saying another word, Gul Farayon led the 4 into the ephemeral hall, dispersing all the others. The moment of final decision was approaching. For sword saints, Nina Farayon, Gino Britz, Eris Greyrat, and Vizel were gathered in the ephemeral hall of the sword sanctuary. In front of them stood the sword god, Gul Farayon. He was standing as he calmly observed his pupils, who held wooden swords at their hips. He spoke slowly. Your abilities have already surpassed the level of sword saint. It is time to recognize the next sword king since rigor. He paused and looked at the 4 swordsmen, serious and calm. Before we do that, I have a question for you. Everyone waited silently. What do you think is the difference between a sword saint, a sword king, and a sword emperor? Strength. Nina blurted out. The expression on everyone's faces made it clear they had no other answer. However, at the same time, they also knew that it was not something so simple. The sword god wanted to know what was beyond strength, what else separated them. You have all been training for some time and already know how to perform a long sword of light perfectly as that of a sword king or sword emperor. Fencing was based on cutting a moving object. Anyone would easily dodge a frontal attack, so swordsmen attacked from below, from the sides, or from diagonals. They made unpredictable movements to catch the enemy off guard. However, it had been different with the first sword god. He did not need those tricks. Instead, he simply cut down all by moving faster than his opponent could react. Gaul lightly tapped his fingernail on the hilt of his sword. The sword gods of all generations endeavored to slowly unravel the inexplicable techniques the first sword god had cultivated. That is what led the sword god style to its current form. That is what has brought us to the era in which the sword god style is considered the strongest. His fingers tapped on the sword's hilt again. The long sword of light is the best technique of the sword god style. Practitioners of other styles could even see it as our secret technique. However, there are some who understand its essence better than others. There are the sword saints, the sword kings, the sword emperors, and the sword god. We all do the same thing, but some are stronger and others weaker. Gaul turned to Wiesel. What do you think makes us different, Wiesel? Answer me. The sword saint thought deeply and said. Dedication. Gaul just nodded, saying nothing. Without reacting, Gaul called. Gino. Gino, who had a serious expression, lifted his face. He was not sure what answer Gaul Pharaon wanted, but training with rigor these last years had made him think for himself about what drove him forward, and he finally answered. Talent and purpose. Gaul Pharaon murmured. Talent and purpose, huh? The sword god was not blind. He had long ago noticed that Gino and Nina spent a lot of time together, but he said nothing further. Good, Nina, your answer. Nina thought carefully about her answer. The question was probably about what separated them from those above them. Upon reflection, she realized that most people in the higher positions had a romantic partner. She wanted that too, a boyfriend or a husband. Suddenly, a word she heard the sword god say from time to time came to her mind. Is it desire? Gaul nodded and said. What is your answer, Eris? Determination. Determination. Eris had grown stronger since the time she confronted Orsted. Her strength and her speed had increased drastically. After training for years, Eris already had some notion of the limits of her abilities. She knew that she still had room to grow, but no matter how much she trained, she would never reach Orsted's level. This was no exaggeration. She knew she would never be able to defeat him alone. But from the beginning, that was not her goal. No. She only wanted to help Rigor. If even Rigor said he wasn't sure he would win, how could she? Still, Rigor believed in her talent, and so she trained incessantly, so that she could at least be useful. The sword god looked at the four for a time, reflecting on their answers, neither refuting any of them nor saying which was correct. In fact, if one analyzed him deeply, they would see that even he was not so certain which answer was correct. He murmured. Well. Eris and Wiesel will fight. The two warriors went to the center of the training field and, after a brief fight, Eris came out on top. Then the sword god said. Now Nina and Gino. After another confrontation, Nina came out on top. The two sword saints, Gino and Wiesel, left the ephemeral hall after losing. To the two victors, whoever wins between you will be named Sword King. Eris and Nina faced each other. They all wielded wooden swords. Although they did not appear to be lethal weapons, they could easily be used to end an opponent's life in the hands of sword saints. Eris smiled and said. No hard feelings, Nina. Nina replied confidently. You are counting on victory too early, this time I will be the winner. Eris unleashed her bloodthirst, but Nina did not even blink. Then, all of Eris's hostility disappeared, and the girl simply smiled at her. Nina felt an instinctive fear grow inside her when she saw Eris's calm. She had already lost to Eris several times during training. Of course, she had also won sometimes, but the strongest memories in her mind were of her defeats, which were also more numerous. Without waiting any more, Nina was the first to move, stepping forward and using the long sword of light. Nina's technique was impeccable. Anyone who saw it would be impressed by its excellence. But... Grah. A strong impact struck Nina's stomach, sending her flying backward and causing her body to slam against the wall before falling to the ground. Her uniform had torn, causing her toned stomach to become visible and allowing a red mark to slowly appear on her skin. At the same time, she felt as if her body was burning. It's over, declared the sword god. Nina stared at Eris, confused. She was no longer smiling either, she was simply standing honorably, as the victor. Ugh. Nina understood what had happened. Eris had stepped forward at the same time Nina had moved and, while Nina delivered her overhand strike, Eris crouched and applied her own long sword of light from the side. What Nina could not understand was how this had happened. Her technique should have hit first, since it had acted before Eris. Furthermore, she had delivered the overhand strike, which was the fastest attacking position. Even if some small miscalculation was taken into account, her attack should have landed before Eris's attack. However, their battle did not even end in a draw. Why had she been thrown against the wall while Eris remained standing? Using overwhelming force is not the only way to defeat someone, said Eris, very softly. Nina did not understand what she meant. Eris had used a North God-style technique to modify the Longsword of Light. Originally, the Longsword of Light had excessive power. But instead, Eris had transformed the power into speed. She had reduced the power to the point where it would only knock out her opponent, which made the execution faster. She had not relied on brute force, but on the distribution of her battle aura. This was a technique she had learned in her training with the North Emperor, Aubert. Compared to the power she had sacrificed to use the technique, the extra speed generated had been, honestly, insignificant. But even if the difference was smaller than the width of a hair, it was that which made her win. She was faster than Nina even when using just the Longsword of Light, but there were a few times that Nina managed to beat her in a direct confrontation, so she chose this tactic, which would make her win for sure. Magnificent, Eris. I give you the title of Sword King. Nina got up slowly. Her face contorted with the throbbing pain in her stomach. She completely surpasses me. Because they had used wooden swords, she was only thrown back and wounded. If Eris had used a real sword, she would have been able to strike Nina's heart. It had been a relatively weak attack, considering that a normal Longsword of Light would split the opponent's body in two, but this power could kill nonetheless. Since Eris did not have a single scratch, that was enough to qualify her as the winner. It was a complete defeat for Nina. Nina sighed and lay down on the cold floor of the hall. Her eyes fixed on the high ceiling, without really seeing anything. She had lost, in every respect. The first move was hers, the initiative was hers, and yet she had lost. I lost completely. It's over. The thought echoed in her mind like a heavy drum. A suffocating, bitter weight settled in her chest, as if she were being crushed from the inside out. Are you frustrated, Nina? Asked the deep, imposing voice of the sword god. Nina turned her head slightly to look at him. Her pride still wanted to resist, but there was no denying it. Yes, she answered, her voice trembling. Silent tears began to run down her cheeks, wetting the stone floor beneath her. She had dedicated so much to that moment, to that title, and yet, it was not enough. Gal Farion remained silent, simply observing her. There was no criticism in his gaze, only understanding. He knew better than anyone that true defeats were essential to forge true warriors. You still have potential. Cheer up, he said, his voice surprisingly gentle for someone so severe. Nina closed her eyes, taking a deep breath, trying to control the shame that burned within. All right, father. She replied softly. It was rare for her to call him that in the dojo. The word carried a weight that seemed to relieve a bit of the pressure in her chest. Gal remained silent, letting her tears take their course. Eris, who had remained by Nina's side the whole time, watched without many words. As soon as Nina stopped sniffling, Gal turned to Eris and spoke. Come, Eris. I will give you one of my 7 swords as proof that you are a sword king. Eris replied. All right. POV Rigor Adoldia. While Eris and the others were in the ephemeral hall deciding who would be the new sword king, I continued my training. Rida was watching me practice one of the techniques necessary to perform the deprivation sword realm, her secret technique, when she suddenly said. Rigor. I looked at her, sweaty and with heavy breathing. What is it? Rida crossed her arms, her expression serious. I have nothing more to teach you. I was surprised. What do you mean you have nothing more to teach? I have only fully mastered 2 secret techniques. The old lady let out a soft laugh as she stood up, adjusting her simple clothes. He, if the old water emperors in the capital heard you say that, they would probably convulse with rage. Even I only master 3 of them, boy. I remained silent. Rida continued. You may only master 2 of them, but I have already taught you everything about them, even about the 6th secret technique. She walked to a bag left next to the dojo, taking out a thick, worn-covered book. In terms of knowledge, you already know as much about the water god style as I do, and I know that, with your talent, it is only a matter of time until you master each of them. She walked towards me as she spoke. But if you have any doubts or forget something, I wrote this book with everything about the water god style during my time here. She approached and handed me the book. I took it with great care. She continued, I had already been looking for an opportunity to leave. With a new sword king emerging, that is more than enough to motivate Isolde, and she already has all the experience I think necessary. I looked at Rida and asked, with some caution. Are you sure this has nothing to do with Batagati? Rida's expression closed for a moment. A bitter wrinkle crossed her brow, but she did not answer. Without saying a word, she turned and left the training hall. In 1 more week, I will conduct your graduation, be ready by then, she said, her firm voice echoing in the empty environment as she headed towards Gall's house, where she was staying. I stood watching her as she walked away, feeling a bittersweet mixture grow in my chest. At least she left only a few months before me. What a pity. I closed my eyes for a moment, breathing deeply, and then returned to practice my techniques, now with a new weight in my hands and heart. Chapter 157, Becoming a Water Emperor. The Water God Style. This was a swordsmanship style specialized in defensive techniques, with an emphasis on parrying and counterattacking any kind of attack. Because practitioners did not have many means of direct attack, there were also the arts of provocation to make the opponent take the initiative. A skilled practitioner was capable of even cutting spells and projectiles of all kinds. The disadvantage of the Water God style was that the user could not attack first using Water God style techniques, which made it difficult to fight against the North God style due to its characteristics of sudden attacks, trickery, and adaptability, which are difficult to predict. On the other hand, the Water God style basically counterattacked the Sword God style due to its philosophy of taking the initiative and attacking first. Due to its defensive nature and not needing to move much, most practitioners chose to wear heavy armor. Knowing how to read the flow in a battle was essential for fighters of this style. That is why Rigger, despite being aggressive by nature, had great talent in this combat style. His keen senses made him an expert at reading his opponent and reacting accordingly. The Water God style possessed many techniques, but 7 of them stood out at the highest levels, the first and most important technique being flow. Flow was a technique where the user channels battle aura to control/manipulate the opponent's blade with their own and redirect it to create an opening for a counterattack. Mastery of this technique is what leads to the slipperiness of the opponent's blade. And then there were the 5 secret techniques, all of which used flow as their base and applied it in even more refined ways to achieve different results. The first was Water Mirror Flow, which was a technique that basically consisted of absorbing all of the opponent's strength, speed, and power and counterattacking them by returning that force even stronger. The second was Tide Flow, which consisted of deceiving the opponent's senses, opening a false gap, and at the instant the enemy charged against the weakness, delivering a devastating blow. The third was Counterflow Current, which could redirect any attack, but without nullifying the force behind the blow, allowing one to throw the opponent anywhere the user wanted. It was a technique that aimed more to parry than to counterattack, and therefore was more easily executed. The fourth was Instant Flow. This technique consisted of instantly counterattacking any bloodthirsty move or any movement of the opponent in front of the user and required a precise reading of the flow. And the fifth was Omnidirectional Rain Flow. This was a technique specialized in fighting more than one opponent at the same time, since it allowed executing flow from any position, in 360 degrees, the user could not be caught by surprise. In addition, the current Water God had created a 6th secret technique, called Deprivation Sword Realm, which mixed the 4th and 5th secret techniques and refined them to a new level. It is the only technique that Rigger has ever witnessed capable of mixing magic and Tuki, but by Rida Rea's description, this was done completely instinctively. Upon reaching an extraordinary realm in her swordsmanship, she invented this method. Perhaps it was something that came innately with the style. The first Water God, Rida, was a god both in swordsmanship and in magic. This was a technique that counterattacked any movement within a perfectly spherical range of unknown radius around the user. Rida relied on this technique to remain firmly as one of the most powerful swordswomen in the world, even after growing old. These were the main techniques used by swordsmen of the highest level. Rankings beyond the advanced level were defined simply: when you master the use of flow, you are a water saint. And for positions above that, the Water God would say when you were good enough to ascend to a greater position. But by an unwritten rule, as long as you had mastery over one secret technique, you could be a king. If you mastered 2, you would be an emperor, and if you mastered 3, you could challenge the current Water God to take their title. This happened because in the process of learning each of the secret techniques, your mastery over all your other techniques would also increase thanks to you already using a more refined application of battle aura. This meant that someone capable of using a secret technique would almost always outperform other saints even without using it in combat. Rigger was learning all 5 techniques at the same time. And, on the day Rida was leaving the Sword Sanctuary, he already completely mastered Instant Flow and Counterflow Current, being also very close to mastering Omnidirectional Rain Flow. His progress was extraordinary, surpassing what many warriors could not even dream of achieving in a lifetime. And yet, Rigger had still not reached his true potential. In a training hall with a stone floor, the cold wind of the Sword Sanctuary was constantly blowing, and Rigger stood face to face with Eris Greyrat, the new Sword King. It had been a week since Eris had become part of the upper echelon of the Sword Sanctuary. As soon as she received her title, she immediately challenged Rigger again, and lost again. This time, however, the fight was different. Her sword, the Phoenix Elegant Dragon Sword, gifted by Gall Farion after she became Sword King, ended up piercing Rigger's lung, narrowly missing his heart. It was by the slimmest margin. Rigger was still leagues stronger than Eris if he used Tuki to strengthen his body. Therefore, he had established a rule in his fights with Eris: if he felt that his life was truly in danger, he would use Tuki or magic to avoid any fatal blow. Otherwise, it meant that he could still win relying solely on his raw physical strength. That rule was what allowed Eris to fight him with all her strength, without fear of accidentally killing him. However, for Rigger, the situation began to become worrying. In the last fight, he realized that, with him depending purely on his physical strength, Eris was already more powerful than him. He won only by luck. He managed to hide his concern, pretending that everything was within plan during the fight, but deep down, he did not know what he would do the next time he was challenged, since she would be even stronger. Eris was progressing much faster than he expected. This, however, was not necessarily a bad thing. For a while, Rigger worried excessively about not being defeated by her. But, upon reflecting, he realized, did that not mean that Eris was surpassing her own limits over and over again? Why should he consider this a bad thing? Upon reaching this conclusion, Rigger abandoned his worries and was in a great mood. Eris was becoming increasingly fierce and slender, a true whirlwind of growth and talent. On the other hand, Aisha had never challenged him even once. In fact, this only increased Rigger's expectations about what she would be preparing for the moment she finally decided to face him. But today was not a day for challenges. No, today was a special day, the day of Rigger's graduation in the water god style. Gal Farion, Rida Rhea, and Isolde Cruel were present, watching Rigger and Eris in the center of the hall. Eris had been invited to be Rigger's training partner so that he could demonstrate his techniques with precision and fluidity. Meanwhile, the other warriors continued their training as usual. The night before, a farewell party had been held for Isolde, who would leave the Sword Sanctuary along with her grandmother that same day. Nina, Eris, and Isolde had become great friends. Their rivalry had kept them in contact over the last 2 years. Isolde also liked teaching Aisha in her free time, and they were very close, but it was a different friendship from the rivalry she had with the others. Anyway, it was a good farewell party. In front of everyone, Rida Rhea approached softly and asked, "Are you ready?" Rigger looked at her with his golden eyes, full of determination, and replied firmly, "Yes." The moment he answered, Eris charged at him like a red comet. The Sword King, the Red Lioness, with all her momentum, used the long sword of light against Rigger, starting from a high stance. Rigger was prepared, wielding his silver blade water mirror, and with a smooth movement, executed the third secret technique of the water god style, counterflow current. The Phoenix Elegant Dragon sword was a long, curved, silver blade. When it met Rigger's water mirror blade, it glided smoothly around its surface. A sound like a symphony echoed through the hall as the blades slid against each other. With a fluid and elegant movement, Rigger completely redirected Eris's momentum, and the girl was thrown by her own force to the other side of the training ground. This technique was more than a simple block. Rigger could have thrown her at another opponent, into the air, making her a live target, or even off a cliff, if there had been one nearby. That was the true power of counterflow current. Once caught by it, the opponent could no longer contain their own advance. But that was just a spar. Eris, with her unwavering will, quickly recovered. Without hesitation, she charged at Rigger again, her expression concentrated and focused. An intense fight unfolded in the center of the makeshift hall. Rigger demonstrated the peak of the water god style techniques, which could be clearly seen and analyzed because Eris's strength was at the exact level for a realistic demonstration. The fight continued for several minutes. Gal watched half-interested, sitting in a corner, while Isolde seemed downcast, watching in silence. Meanwhile, Rida, with an attentive gaze, followed each of Rigger's movements. After some time, Eris suffered a large cut when counterattacked by instant flow. Rida, in a firm voice, announced, "That's enough." Rigger immediately ceased his movements. Eris, exhausted, fell to the stone floor, panting, her face red from the effort. Despite the pain, a huge smile shone on her face. Rigger approached, smiling, and, extending his arm, cast a healing spell to treat Eris's wound. "Why are you smiling? Didn't you just take a good beating?" he said, laughing. Eris held Rigger's arm to stand up, unable to stop smiling. "It's just..." "You're very strong," she replied, her eyes shining. Rigger was rendered helpless by that logic. How could taking a beating make her happy? Rida coughed, cutting the moment. "Enough flirting. Eris, you're dismissed." Puffing, visibly displeased, Eris left the training ground without replying. She seemed even more confident since becoming Sword King, although she had not reduced the intensity of her training at all. Rida then called, "Step forward, Rigger." Without saying anything, Rigger walked up to Rida, standing before her, Gal, and Isolde, waiting for what was to come next. Gal looked bored, leaning back casually as he observed the scene before him. In fact, he didn't even want to be there, but he had accepted Rida's invitation to be a witness after the mistress insisted that over the last 2 years she had personally trained some of his disciples. He accepted unwillingly when he realized he owed her. Isolde, on the other hand, had a complicated expression, a mixture of admiration and resignation on her face. She had devoted her entire life to the water god style, training tirelessly, overcoming countless difficulties. Even so, there she was, being overwhelmingly surpassed by Rigor. And the most impressive thing was that Rigor did not limit himself to the water god style, he simultaneously trained in several styles and studied magic diligently. At that point, she was like everyone else who had tried to beat Rigor, each one bringing their best, trying to use their strongest point to defeat him, and all of them miserably failed, despite him training almost everything at the same time. Rigor was simply off the charts. Rida, in a soft tone, said, "Until today, you were still officially only a water saint, but today, as the reigning water god, I grant you the title of Water Emperor for your skill and proficiency. Be proud of it, you far surpass Gaul in understanding this style." Rigor says, "I thank you for the honor." She briefly paused, staring at Rigor with an enigmatic smile. "Do you know why I did not name you Water King that time you mastered a secret technique?" Rigor thought for a moment and replied honestly, "Because you didn't trust me." Rida laughed lightly and said, "Half right." Her eyes gleamed with a trace of irony. "Actually, I thought you were too arrogant." Rigor raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and Rida continued, "I mean, a brat who wasn't even an adult yet telling me he wanted to master all 5 secret techniques at the same time." She shook her head, remembering that time. "And then he wins a challenge to master one of them in 6 months. I was impressed, of course, but I was also irritated." Gaul began laughing loudly beside them, while Isolde looked at Rida and Rigor, shocked by that absurd frankness. Rigor seemed incredulous at the water god's pettiness, but Rida just shrugged and smiled. "But, over time, I learned to deal with it," she said. "You really were born to be the genius of this generation. I believe that, in the future, your name will be as great as ours, the first hero of humanity, and Aldebaran, the golden knight of humanity." This comparison made Rigor startle. Many had already compared him to Kalman I or Perigeus Dola, or other legendary heroes, but Ars and Aldebaran were something else entirely. They had been responsible for ending the first 2 human-demon wars, and their names had echoed through millennia without being forgotten, and probably would still echo for many millennia to come. Modestly, Rigor said, "You are overestimating me." Rida smiled, satisfied, and replied, "That's what I expect from you." She paused before adding, "I also hope you further develop the technique of yours that mixes 3 styles, I think you called it instant light flow." Rigor nodded, "That's right." Rida confirmed with her head, before adding, "Also, like Aubert, I officially recognize the creation of your beast god style on behalf of the entire water god style dojo." She sighed deeply, crossing her arms. "Honestly, with what I've seen of it so far, I believe it can even replace the sword god style as the strongest style. She cast a furtive glance at Gaul Pharion, who would normally respond with a taunt or arrogance. But, this time, Gaul just looked at her in silence, apparently disinterested. Rigor was surprised by Rida saying this, but he knew it was true. His beast god style really was a style that would surpass all others at the same level. He replied, with genuine gratitude, "I sincerely thank you for all the knowledge you have given me. You have certainly been one of the teachers who taught me the most during my life. Especially the Deprivation Sword realm, you gave me some very good ideas for the ultimate technique of the beast god style." Rida smiled slightly, visibly satisfied, "Then I'll say goodbye here, boy." Isolde, in a friendly tone, said goodbye as well. "Farewell, Rigor. I hope we meet again." The 2 began to walk away, and Rigor, saying nothing, remained silent. Before they moved away completely, he said, looking at Rida, "If you change your mind about fighting Orsted, send a letter." The old lady let out a low, almost relaxed laugh. He, I'm too old for that." Gaul Pharion, with a mischievous smile, made a final taunt. That was his way of saying goodbye. "Don't freeze to death on the way, old lady." Rida did not respond, but her smile said it all. The 2 figures walked away, and Rigor, standing there, continued to reflect on everything that had happened. He knew that Rida served the Asurana royalty, and one day, he planned to go there to have a chat with them. He wondered how Rida would react to that, and, to be honest, he was somewhat apprehensive about what she might do. He whispered to himself, with slight regret, "I hope we don't become enemies." Gaul, who was still watching Rigor, raised an eyebrow at that statement, but did not question anything. Rigor did not explain what was behind his words. He walked away silently, heading home, deeply immersed in his own thoughts. Chapter 158, Bond. Even dedicating his time almost exclusively to his swordsmanship during his stay at the Sword Sanctuary, Rigor still set aside some time to practice his magic. It was a way not to lose his touch and keep his magical abilities sharp. Compared to his monstrous evolution with the sword, however, his magical progress could only be described as slow. After all, during his time at the Sword Sanctuary, Rigor had become a North Emperor, a Water Emperor, a Sword Emperor, and a Beast Emperor. And those were only the official titles, as Rida said, if it were only in comprehension of water god style, he was already on the same level as her. The same applied to the other styles. Perhaps North god style still hid some strange techniques, but for the most part, Rigger had mastered or known them all. All he needed now was time to master those abilities to an even higher level than their original owners. On top of all that, training at the Sword Sanctuary had served to spread his name and strength across the central continent. The greatest gain, however, was that he had finally completed the creation of what he believed to be the new strongest swordsmanship style, the Beast God style. It was a style that truly blended all the nuances of combat into a form that could not be defeated by the other three styles at the same level. Even the ultimate technique of Beast God style was practically finished. Now, only the polishing of details remained before challenging Gal Farion, the sword god, in 2 months, when Rigger would turn 16. Among his spells, the main progress was in his gravity levitation magic, a technique he had been perfecting little by little. It was considerably more complex than common spells, and he realized that without intense focus and dedication, it would be difficult to make any real breakthroughs. The same situation applied to the use of his demonic eyes. Although he had become accustomed to using them more consistently, he still could not keep them activated unrestrictedly. Eris had not challenged him even once since the day she almost defeated him while he was restricting his use of Tuki. Rigger found it strange, but did not insist. Later, upon hearing conversations among the girls, he discovered the reason. Aisha had reported his strategy of making Eris think he was still much stronger. The little brat had realized that Rigger was really struggling to beat Eris in that last match. To help Eris triumph definitively, Aisha suggested that she stop challenging him and focus on training intensely until she turned 15, which would happen in another month. Rigger was somewhat expectant, not so much about the challenge itself, but because he had promised Ghislaine that he would give Eris an answer about his feelings when she turned 15. The girl was already an extremely beautiful, strong, and fierce young woman. Rigger was no fool and noticed that she simply did not say she liked him directly because she wanted him to take the initiative. She wanted him to see her as a woman. She seemed determined to follow him no matter what he did. Even if he ended up not liking her the same way, she would probably follow him to the end of her life. That was the kind of girl she was, one who placed loyalty above all else, a trait she had probably copied from Ghislaine after living her childhood under her tutelage. A passion and dedication so pure and intense would move even the coldest of hearts, and Rigger was no celibate monk. Not to mention that Eris would probably become exactly the type of woman he liked most, given the attributes she showed at her age. In any case, in Rigger's mind, having lived an entire life in this world, the new morally acceptable age of adulthood for him was 15. Although he knew that would be somewhat unacceptable in his previous world, he was no longer there, was he? Setting that aside, he would have to wait and see how things would unfold in a month's time. Meanwhile, Aisha, about to turn 7, was showing impressive growth. In Water God style, she was already an excellent intermediate-level swordswoman, with the first traces of Tuki appearing in her body. Her talent for swordsmanship was remarkable, but for now her true brilliance lay in magic. She had mastered all schools of attack and healing up to advanced level. She was considered both a water saint and an earth saint, and was currently studying saint-level healing magic. As for Ghislaine, her progress in Sword God style seemed to have hit a wall. Still, she continued advancing steadily in Beast God style, where her instincts and natural strength shone even more. At present, Rigger was face to face with Ghislaine in a special training session. His left hand rested on her temple, beside her magic power eye. Rigger himself kept his demonic eye activated, observing Ghislaine's magical activity in real time. He had instructed her to train the use of her magic eye just over a year ago. Although at first her advances were slow, Rigger's direct intervention had accelerated her progress significantly. The idea came from a conversation with Badigati in which he told him the theory of controlling another person's inner mana. Immediately, he thought of Ghislaine and her magic eye. When testing it, Rigger realized that manipulating another person's mana was, in theory, possible. However, when trying it on random people, he noticed that the difficulty increased greatly. Furthermore, if the target tried to resist, success would be almost impossible unless the difference in the quantity and quality of mana was very large. The conclusion he reached was that the target's disposition was crucial, as was the emotional connection between the two parties. The stronger the bond, the easier it was to influence the other's mana. It was a vital discovery, as it had major implications for his future project, the transplant of Larix's clairvoyant eye to another person. His first choice would be Aisha, due to her superior magical sensitivity and mana control. If she did not accept, he would offer it to Eris, although it would be more complicated for her to master. This was not out of favoritism, but a matter of practical compatibility. Concentrating, Rigger guided the flow of mana within Ghislaine with soft, almost imperceptible touches. Suddenly, the woman's green eye lost its 4 characteristic lines in the pupil, transforming into an ordinary green eye. The demonic eye had been deactivated. Ghislaine blinked several times, confused, and instinctively refocused her vision and reactivated the eye. But Rigger stopped her with a warning. Remember the path your mana takes. Ghislaine narrowed her eyes, took a deep breath, and then opened the demonic eye with total concentration. Slowly, almost naturally, she managed to deactivate it again, this time on her own, with only a light guiding nudge from Rigor. She was half in shock, moving her head side to side to test her normal vision. Her tail, on the other hand, betrayed her excitement. It began swishing back and forth energetically. Despite her still serious, focused face, there was a curious, animated sparkle in her eyes. It was a small step, but also an important milestone. Ghislaine was consciously mastering her magic power eye for the first time. She seemed extremely excited, though her expression remained serious, and she began observing everything around her attentively. Next to Rigor and Ghislaine, a huge bonfire burned vigorously, crackling and sending golden sparks into the night sky. Over the embers, several improvised spits turned slowly, roasting large pieces of meat, the succulent smell spreading through the cold night air, whetting everyone's appetite. Nearby, Eris and Nina faced off in a small friendly spar. Both wielded only wooden swords, exchanging quick, loud blows while teasing and laughing between thrusts. They fought seriously, but without real hostility. Gino stood beside the girls, talking with Jinav. He also acted as the referee for the spar between Eris and Nina. Seated in a circle, Gal Farion, Timothy Britz, and Clint were talking with none other than Demon King Badigati, all visibly drunk. They shared an improvised beer barrel, made with a stone handle created by Aisha with earth magic. Laughter rang out loud and constant, filling the atmosphere with contagious energy. Meanwhile, Aisha helped Nina's and Gino's mothers prepare the food for the feast. In these 3 years that Rigor and his group had spent at the Sword Sanctuary, their relationship with the local residents had evolved significantly. Strong bonds of friendship had formed, especially with Gino, Nina, and Isolde, who had not only trained together but also fought side by side in various situations. But there was a factor that accelerated this closeness even more, the arrival of Badigati. How to describe it? The Demon King had a unique charm, a living, vibrant energy that enlivened everyone around him. His constant loud laughter, his exaggerated stories, and his positive attitude made the atmosphere much lighter. It was as if, simply by being present, he dissolved invisible tensions among people. Of course, that was only possible because he was strong. His strength was unquestionable, and his carefree stance toward life was admirable, someone who knew exactly what he wanted to do in life and acted accordingly. Except for Rida and a few others, most of the residents of the Sword Sanctuary got along very well with Badigati. He had an aura similar to many at the Sword Sanctuary, that of a warrior thirsty for battles. Holding the huge beer barrel by its stone handle, Badigati laughed heartily as he said, "I'm serious. Laplace could kill all of us together if he wanted. Bwahaha. Not even the Sword God or the Red Wolf could defeat him together." Timothy, as drunk as he was, replied, "Cut it out. How could Laplace react to the longsword of light?" Badigati paused to think, frowning theatrically before bursting into another laugh. "I don't know. But he would. Ha 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 ha." This absurd reply sparked an even more heated discussion about the possibilities of a hypothetical battle against Laplace, with many shouts and more laughter. Ghislaine, sitting next to Rigor, watched the scene with her new vision and a small smile. She then activated and deactivated her demonic eye to remember the sensation and softly commented, "Rigor." He replied, still watching the joyful chaos ahead. "This place is really livelier than when I left it. People have changed a bit." Ghislaine leaned back against Rigor, who was now taller than her. Rigor, naturally, adjusted his position to accommodate her comfortably. "Do you think this will lessen the overall strength of the practitioners?" he asked, curious. Ghislaine smiled lightly as she looked at everyone. "On the contrary. In the past, people already sought strength when they came here. But now, it's as if an incessant will for combat has taken hold of this place. A flaming, intense will." Rigor followed her gaze. He observed Gino, who chatted happily with Jinav while refereeing Eris and Nina. He looked at the Sword Emperors alongside Gal and Badigati, all laughing and arguing. And then at Aisha and the women, who, despite their gentle appearances, were both high-level sword saints. He whispered, "You may be right." For a brief moment, Rigor allowed himself to relax and simply absorb that rare moment of peace and tranquility. In the depths of a hidden cave among the mountains of the vast and wild Sacred Sword region, lay a creature that brutally contrasted with anything found in that arid and hostile land. There, enveloped by shadows and the mountain's pulsing heat, slept an immense red dragon. Its scales gleamed like rubies under the scant light that managed to penetrate the cave's darkness, and a reddish vapor slowly escaped from its nostrils, tinting the surrounding air with a hot, oppressive mist. Around the colossal dragon, protected like precious treasures, lay 15 large eggs, red dragon eggs, their thick, sturdy shells reflecting a dull glow in the stifling environment. The creature had a colossal wingspan, larger than many buildings, and its dormant body was a vision as majestic as it was terrifying. To any ordinary observer, it would be impossible to imagine that such a beast was, in a way, treated as a mere pet. The soft sound of footsteps echoed through the cave as a figure approached the entrance. A beastman, tall at 1.88 meters, with a sculpted physique and defined muscles from intense training, entered the dragon's domain. His attentive eyes and firm steps showed no fear, only a calm familiarity with that environment. It was then that, emerging from the darkness like a black lightning bolt, a huge wolf leaped in front of him. Its predatory eyes fixed on the intruder, fangs bared, body tense like a spring ready to launch. Yet, upon recognizing the figure before him, the threat vanished instantly. The wolf, now wagging its tail vigorously, ran and leapt onto the man, knocking him down almost like a dog eager to greet its owner. Rigger laughed out loud as he received the affectionate embrace of the enormous beast. "Hey, Skoll, how are you doing, boy?" he said, laughing and petting the wolf amidst caresses and playful gestures. Skoll, already 7 years old, had reached the maximum size allowed by his breed, and was at the peak of his strength, a level equivalent to a high-level saint. Still, due to natural limitations of his lineage, he could not surpass his racial barrier by training alone. So even with all his training, he couldn't become any stronger. After playing for a bit with Skoll, Rigger walked to a pool of water inside the cave. He then filled a large vessel with fresh water using magic. At the familiar sound of water echoing through the cave, the gigantic red dragon opened its golden eyes and fixed them on Rigger. Escalar, unlike Skoll, had not stopped growing since Rigger found him. He was even larger than 3 years ago. That was why Rigger was not worried about the logistics of getting to Meles. He had recently commissioned the blacksmiths and leatherworkers to build a new giant saddle, designed to accommodate several people on the dragon's back. The biggest challenge would be accommodating Skoll alongside the passengers, but considering Escalar was about 8 to 9 times larger than Skoll, with proper adjustments, it would be fully feasible. Initially, Rigger planned to take Ghislaine, Eris, Aisha, and Skoll, all comfortably mounted on Escalar. Nina had already expressed her desire to join the Legion later, and after a conversation with Gino, it became clear that he would join too. Gino's fervent passion for Nina was, to say the least, admirable. However, neither of them would join immediately. Nina wanted, first, to earn the title of Sword King, which was somewhat of a turning point for her father, the sword god Galfarion. As proof of a disciple's skill upon reaching that level, he even gifted them personal swords from his valuable collection. Currently, 5 of those swords already had owners: Rigger, Ghislaine, Eris, Timothy, and Clint. Only 2 remained. In any case, Rigger had already inspected the saddles and all the equipment for the journey and, satisfied with the result, turned his attention back to the dragon eggs. With his magic eye, Rigger examined each egg attentively. For anyone without a magic power eye, the wait could be torturous. After all, dragon eggs took many years to hatch. Rigger didn't know exactly how long those eggs had been incubating before he stole them from the dragons, but it had been almost 2 years since they had been under his responsibility, and now, finally, they were very close to hatching. Probably, in another year or slightly less, new dragons would emerge in the world. Escalar treated those eggs as if they were his own offspring, guarding them with extreme zeal and care. Rigger wondered if that protective instinct was common among all dragons, but regardless, he saw it as an unexpected advantage. He approached Escalar and conveyed rough instructions to the dragon. The next day, artisans would come to test various equipment prototypes, and Escalar should cooperate with them. After playing a bit more with Skoll, Rigger bid farewell to his companions and left the cave, his thoughts already turned to the next challenges. Eris's challenge would take place in a month, and it would also be her 15th birthday. The duel against the current sword god would occur in 2 months. And then, he would leave the sword sanctuary. And with every step Rigger took, the feeling that new things were coming grew stronger and stronger. Chapter 159, Fanaticism and the Duality of Mana. Since the moment Rigger learned of the escalating conflicts in Meles, he suspected that war was an almost certain possibility. He immediately dispatched letters to 2 of his most important potential allies, the Kingdom of the Dragon King and Ornthorn, the North Emperor. Ornthorn, years ago, had made him a direct promise: if Rigger were able to overcome Galfarion, the 6th among the 7 world powers, within 5 years, he would place himself under his command. For many, that would be an unachievable goal, but Rigger had already been fully capable of defeating Galfarion for some time, if he used magic. However, Rigger wanted to surpass him as a swordsman. For years had already passed since that wager, and he planned to challenge the sword god very soon. Ornthorn was a man of rigid principles. He had made it clear that he would never participate in a senseless war. Rigger admired Ornthorn's steadfastness in a way. But when he pondered the current war against Meles, Rigger was almost certain that Ornthorn would not consider it senseless. The reasons that led Meles to launch this crusade might even seem plausible within that kingdom's borders, but to anyone observing from the outside, they were nothing more than pure religious fanaticism. If it had been 200 or 300 years ago, perhaps the story would have been different. At that time, various kingdoms of the central continent would have promptly sent troops in support of Meles, celebrating the crusade against the evil demons. but the reality now was different. The world was living in an era of relative peace, a fragile but present stability. Today, even demons and beast-men lived in various cities of the central continent. There was, of course, much prejudice. This was undeniable, but no longer enough to justify a preventive war against the entire Great Forest. Meles itself, until recently, had been divided between two major factions, and one of them did not want this war. The simple fact that Rigor could travel freely through human lands, making friends and forging an alliance with the kingdom of the Dragon King, already demonstrated how much times had changed. Even so, the human kingdoms opted largely for neutrality. It was understandable, after all, who would want to get involved in a war for no reason. Whichever side they chose to help, if that side lost in the end, the consequences would not be easy to face. The true catalyst for this war was the imbalance of power. Tension between the two sides was inevitable. Meles and the Iron Legion would end up clashing sooner or later. Even if the demon race expulsion faction had not risen, the collision would still come, perhaps more subtly, in the shadows. The Iron Legion's activities were not exactly discreet. Quite the contrary, slave rescues, attacks on nobles who still insisted on maintaining slavery, commercial and military expansion of the region, the consolidation of the Great Forest under a single banner. For a kingdom like Meles, clinging to tradition and full of old conservatives, this was a direct affront. The Legion represented progress, freedom, and unity. And Meles feared that. Even if the Legion had not attacked or pressured, its mere growth would have been cause for concern. There were leaders willing to destroy any force that grew too large, no matter its morals or objectives. It was the politics of fear. And as the Legion interfered directly in Milesian interests, the response became aggressive. The cycle of retaliation began small but, like an avalanche, gained momentum. A combination of factors. An attack here, a revenge there. The edges of hatred sharpened until no negotiation was enough anymore. Unless all of Meles, the Temple Order, the Instruction Order, the Church Order, the various noble houses, the royalty, the Pope, had accepted the Legion's growth from the start, there was no way to avoid a large-scale conflict. And, let's be frank, that would never happen. War was a sealed fate. The incident involving the Joylore house left all members of the nobility with reservations about the Iron Legion, and only accelerated the process. Meles's noble houses began to act with distrust, hardening their stance. Even those who wished to avoid conflict had their voices drowned out by the bloodlust and wounded honor of the others. Conflicts multiplied, and skirmishes turned into battles. Before they knew it, they were at open war. Now, there was no use questioning when or why it all began. War had already arrived. Two of the most powerful men in Meles, Pope Lucius and Cardinal LeBlanc Macfarlane, were uncompromising fanatics of the demon race expulsion faction. To them, the demon race should be swept from the world, and the beastmen were just a more animalistic variation of those same demons. As long as both lived and continued to lead Meles, chances for peace were almost non-existent. And on the opposite side, the Legion's leaders, the various beast tribes, the allies they had won, none would accept seeing their people hunted and exterminated without fighting back. A rupture was necessary. Something had to break the deadlock. As Meles attacked with fervor, the Legion resisted with ferocity. The two sides were on a full collision course. And to the rest of the world, the outcome was an unknown. Who would triumph? Who would fall? History was being written before their eyes, in real time. POV, Rigor Adolia. The scene around me was completely devastated. Deep fissures marked the ground like open scars. Craters spread across the field, as if the very earth had collapsed. Dust still hung in the air, and the morning sunlight began to bathe the battlefield in a soft, golden glow, revealing the chaos left behind. I felt satisfied with the outcome. Today was Eris's birthday, and I had gone to train with Batagati farther from the Sword Sanctuary a day before. I took a deep breath, absorbing the smell of the earth when a laugh echoed among the rubble. Bwahahaha. That was pretty powerful. From within a pile of shattered stones and splintered trees, a small six-armed demon emerged. It was Batagati, who had shrunk after being cut to pieces not long ago. His body was still regenerating, arms and legs dragging behind him, following the small figure and slowly reconnecting to his form. I replied with a laugh. I couldn't ask for a better training partner. Ha 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 ha, what's the name of this technique? I haven't decided yet. Really? That's a very interesting application of the battle aura. I've only seen a few do that in my life. When he said that, he immediately piqued my interest. Oh yeah. And who are those few? Batagati brought one hand to his chin, thoughtful, his eyes fixed on the sky as he recalled. That woman who was here could do it, the Kingdom of Deprivation, or whatever it was called. I nodded, right Araya, yes, her technique gave me great inspiration when I was creating mine. Batagati nodded, besides her, Laplace could. Orsted could. Alfarion could. European too. Those are the most recent ones I've come across. I don't remember the rest, though I probably met a few others. Ah. And there was some guy named Ars, thousands of years ago. He gave us a real beating back then. That's why I remember him. Bwahahaha. I turned my back to him and raised my hand, casually conjuring an earth magic I had created. I called it earth-moving, simple, straightforward, and useful. With it, I rebuilt the entire devastated surface, molding the broken ground back to its original state, leveling every destroyed piece. Is Alpharion an ancestor of Gaul? I asked, still staring at the reassembling earth. Batagati, now almost fully regenerated, shrugged and answered. No. I also thought that Lena Pharion, from some generations back, was his descendant. But when I asked her, she denied it. Apparently, they just assumed his name. I began walking back toward the sword sanctuary and spoke quietly. I didn't know it was such a difficult ability to learn. When I was creating my ultimate technique, I used everything I knew, both from this world and the other. And, at its core, it all relied on a concept I've been trying to comprehend for a very long time. The fundamental principle behind the technique, it wasn't just using Tuki, nor simply manipulating magic. It was about mixing Tuki and magic. Actually, not specifically Tuki and magic. It would be more correct to say, inner mana and outer mana. Every living being possessed its own mana reservoir. It was an absolute truth, with a single exception, that girl who walked with Orsted. But she was a special case, unique, and outside any common logic I knew. Putting that aside, it's safe to say that in this world, every living being could, with effort, discipline, and the absence of natural anomalies, use their own mana in two distinct ways. The first form is what I call inner mana. This form gives rise to what is known as the battle aura, or Tuki. It's what allows one to strengthen muscles, sharpen senses, create a mana barrier around the body, and, essentially, transform someone into a superhuman being. Tuki is awakened through constant, extreme physical effort. My theory is that it manifests as a response from the body itself, a defense and enhancement mechanism that evolves as needed. It's the body adapting, responding to continuous stimulus and strengthening over time. In the initial stages, from the intermediate level to the advanced level, Tuki emerges naturally, almost instinctively. Mana flows reflexively, strengthening where the body feels it needs it. But upon reaching the saint level, a qualitative transition occurs, the warrior becomes capable of consciously commanding that energy. From that point on, controlling Tuki ceases to be a reaction and becomes a deliberate action. True mastery begins here. With full control, genuinely superhuman feats are possible. Martial arts techniques, movements of absolute precision, and supernatural endurance become attainable. It's the pinnacle of martial artistry in this world. The second form of mana use is outer mana, magic. Using one's own mana as fuel, the mage shapes reality. Whether to create water, fire, or manipulate the elements, the process always involves transforming mana into something else. If you know how a spell is formed and can remember the sensation when shaping it, you can recreate it without verbal incantations. Unlike Tuki, where control is everything, in magic, quantity is the most relevant factor. The more mana you channel into a spell, the more powerful it becomes, and its classification rises proportionally. These are, therefore, the two fundamental branches of mana manipulation, the inner, which strengthens the body and hones instinct, and the outer, which alters the world around you. However, there were significant variations among individuals. Some were born with brighter, purer, more powerful mana. Others had rigid, difficult-to-shape mana, while some had mana as malleable as silk. Some had very good control from an early age, while others struggled their entire lives to learn the basics. Beyond each individual's inner mana, there is also ambient mana. A diffuse energy present throughout the world. But that was still beyond my reach at that moment. As I shared these theories with Batagati and heard his offhand comments, we continued walking toward the sword sanctuary. He offered a brutally practical point of view, always accompanied by a laugh and some thousand-year-old tale. Upon reaching the gates of the sanctuary, I focused my Tuki and expanded my auditory perception. I wanted to find Eris, since it was her birthday. But I heard nothing about her in the sanctuary, didn't sense her presence, and couldn't hear her voice. She's not here, I thought. That's when Aisha appeared, dressed in cold-weather clothes, her cheeks flushed by the icy wind, her breath forming vapor in the air. Master. I was waiting, she said with a mischievous smile. Eris asked me to deliver this letter to you as soon as you arrived. Oh, thank you, Aisha. I took the letter, intrigued. Aisha scampered away with a giggle, hopping through the snow as if it were a game. I opened the envelope carefully and, as I unfolded the paper, couldn't hold back a smile. It was a map. A very familiar one. Chapter 160, Scarlet Hair, Flaming Heart. POV Rigor Adoldia. I began to follow the instructions in Eris's letter. It was an old letter, and, in fact, it bore my handwriting. It was the same letter I gave her almost 3 years ago, when I brought a mutant ogre to challenge her to become a sword saint. The map was very simple, with several landmarks. I made it simple enough for Eris to understand. You see, she already knew how to think for herself back then, but she was still a bit scatterbrained. She was very different from what she is today. Although she was still an intense girl, she was more like a sheathed blade now. I walked without needing the map's guidance, as I was just following Eris's scent, and gradually I approached the same spot where she became a saint last time. I kind of expected an ambush, given that Aisha had helped her. But there she was, standing in the middle of the clearing, waiting for me. Arms crossed while the snow piled up in her long red hair. Over the past years, she had changed a lot. She had an imposing presence now. She wore the same type of cloak as Ghislaine, which was standard for practitioners of the sword sanctuary, but the design was different. She wore black pants and a white top over a dark shirt. It was an outfit she could fight in. She was tall for a 15-year-old girl, but not by much compared to me, and was a stunning young lady at first glance, already developing the striking features of a woman. She carried the long sword she received from the god barred at her waist, and she also had other short swords. But there was no sign of the phoenix elegant dragon sword she received from Gal Farion. She carried herself confidently. You could tell that becoming a sword king at 14 would give someone some self-confidence. But if someone from the outside blamed only her talent for that, they would be mistaken. Eris had trained more than anyone I had ever met. It had been 6 years since I met the girl in the Blue Dragon range. And since then, no matter what challenge she faced, her spirit never wavered. Eris was a force of nature. I realized this as soon as I saw that she didn't seem particularly shaken by spending days in a blue dragon's cave trying to kill her. On the contrary, there was an unquenchable fire in her eyes driving her to improve. She trained day and night, trained until she collapsed from exhaustion, and then dragged herself to me and asked me to heal her fatigue with magic, and then trained again. Even during travels, she did all kinds of training. The only times she paused were moments when we were doing some group activity. Such great ambition that I don't think I could compare her training level if my endurance weren't almost inexhaustible due to my regeneration magic and physical strength. Her motivation was infinite, and with her talent to support her, she went further and further, until reaching where she is today. I watched her look at me with a challenging gaze, with her characteristic pose of crossed arms, and reflected on when I started seeing her differently. To some extent, I just saw her as a child, even though she was a phenomenal warrior. I guess it was when she saved me from the ambush of the tyrant's storm along with Ghislaine. Yes. That day, I began to see her differently. I truly admired her ferocity in battle, without seeing her just as a child, though I still considered her one, of course. Just one that I respected and admired. Eris had never been able to hide that she liked me. Although she probably thought she hid it very well, I wasn't that dense. I also understood why she would like me. But when she was a child, I simply didn't even consider the possibility of accepting her affection romantically. It was only a few months ago that I began to notice the differences compared to her child self, the beauty, the maturity, and the confidence she exuded. In this world, she was considered an adult today. In my previous world, she would be a teenager, but that view had been far behind me for many years. I had already lived for almost 16 years in this new world. Eris could be young, but she had experienced much more than most, both physically and mentally. Life and death fights and battles, she faced opponents she had no hope of winning, and survived. She learned to read and write in 2 languages, learned basic arithmetic, learned everything about being an adventurer, about being a mercenary, and even learned magic from 3 different schools. She was an extraordinary young woman, on her way to becoming an incomparable woman in the world. And that same girl was head over heels in love with me. Eris's affection, devotion, and love were like spears that gradually broke down my defenses over the years. She gradually achieved the same kind of affection I held for my master, Verdia Solarion, and for my first wife, Ghislaine de Doldia. Even so, even falling in love with Eris, even falling for her intensity in everything she did, I would probably still wait a few more years before telling her about it. But Ghislaine convinced me that it would be unfair of me to continue letting Eris wait. After all, the girl had trained so much all her life to be by my side. Not as my subordinate, but as my wife. After observing her actions and words, Eris was an easy person to read. It was easy to know what she was thinking. She loved me from the bottom of her heart, and even if I didn't reciprocate, she would probably never stop loving. But that doesn't mean she wanted that. She wanted to be loved back. She liked how things were, but she was still a young woman, and wanted a romance with the one she chose to love. She also wanted a happy ending. I gradually approached the girl with a smile, until I was very close, about 30 centimeters. I looked down at her, as I was taller. She blushed when she saw me come so close, but kept her pose, and then said, "Humph. Rigor, I challenge you once again. Good morning, Eris. Happy birthday." I spoke with a calm smile, completely ignoring her challenge. As expected, Eris's face turned even redder, her cheeks burning with embarrassment and frustration. She shook her head forcefully, trying to regain composure. "The challenge first," she exclaimed. I made a mock expression of surprise and replied, "Oh. Then all right." I leaped several meters back, landing lightly on the rocky mountain ground. I concentrated to keep my body without any reinforcement from Tuki. She advanced like lightning. Her blade, the one she received from Godbard, sliced the air with astonishing speed. She wore her magic cloak, which made her lighter, and the sword also had enchantments that made it lighter. It was as if she were fighting the wind armed. Eris attacked with a storm of blades, and no matter how much I dodged, several cuts opened across my body. I could barely keep within her range. If in our last fight I was already inferior, and won only by luck and improvisation, now the difference had increased drastically. And this time, luck seemed to be on her side. Without Tuki, my physical strength made me comparable to a North King, but North God style was weak against Sword God style by nature. While the style I had to use was based on unpredictability and endurance, hers focused on a single decisive blow. There was no room for mistakes. One mistake, and I would be defeated. So, I began to retreat through the mountains, jumping between rocks and chasms, smiling as I analyzed the extent of her progress. Eris also smiled. POV, Eris Greyrat. I trained for months for this. Every strike, every breath, every step I took, it was all thinking of this moment. Today, I would defeat him. Today, I would become a true adult. Not just a warrior, but someone Rigger would recognize as a woman. As I pressured him with my relentless thrusts, I realized clearly, I was at an advantage. But I knew that wasn't everything. Our recent fights always began like this. Rigger dodged, retreated, let himself be slightly wounded, until he found a gap. And then, he counterattacked with brutal precision. I even asked the sword god himself, Gal Farion, how to defeat Rigger. And he gave me a simple answer. Do not fight a battle of endurance with him. He will adapt. He will wait for your strength to diminish, and then crush you. I couldn't allow that. I needed to finish before I grew tired. Gal had also said. From the start, don't use all your strength. Let him underestimate you. When he thinks he can win, strike with a single, powerful, unexpected blow. Those words were engraved in my mind. And today, I would apply every one of them. I ran through the mountains like a hurricane, cutting everything in my path, and slowly guiding Rigger exactly where he should be. My blood burned, my heart pounded fast. Rigger moved ahead, always smiling, always alert. I followed him to the edge of a cliff and, with a shout, kicked him with all my might. His body was thrown into the void. Yet, he smiled. But so did I. I leaped after him, falling in free fall. The wind tore at my ears. It was time. The plan was in motion. Below, lodged in the middle of a rocky ledge, was my sword, the Phoenix Elegant Dragon Sword. I had left it there before the fight, anticipating this exact moment. Rigger passed by the blade, and upon seeing it, he was stunned. Instinctively, he tried to grab it but failed. Just as I wanted. Almost at the same instant, I threw the sword I was using until then. As expected, he dodged, even in free fall, but that broke his posture. That was my chance. I planted a foot on a protruding rock of the cliff and gained momentum, further increasing the speed of the fall. I spun in the air, grabbed the Phoenix Elegant Dragon Sword on the rocks and, with both hands, delivered my fastest longsword of light yet. My cut was aimed at his neck. The blade sliced the air swiftly and lethally. I saw a flicker of surprise in his eyes for a moment before it vanished. He wasn't prepared. In midair, without support, he wouldn't be able to dodge. The ground approached. But my sword would arrive first. The blade was almost there. And then, I saw it. His golden eyes glowed intensely, as if they were on fire. It was like looking at the sun. He activated his demon eyes. In the next moment, a massive explosion of steam formed between us. The air trembled, and a shockwave threw me back. At that moment, I felt something blocking my blade. Rigger had stopped my blow, using only his fingers to hold the blade. I was thrown backward, spinning in the air, trying to regain control. Through the thick, hot mist, I saw his silhouette. Rigger was smiling. It all took no more than a few seconds. A great vapor suddenly covered my vision, thick and hot, as if alive, too dense to see through. My senses were swallowed by it, and everything became confused. I felt firm arms wrapped tightly around me, and a deafening crash echoed in my ears. The impact on the ground had happened, I was sure of that, but, strangely, I didn't feel it. My body seemed to float, as if suspended in the air, lightly, protected. And then, softly, as if I were resting on clouds, I fell, or rather, was placed carefully on something warm and solid. When my eyes opened again, the first thing I saw were his golden eyes, intense as living embers, yet serene like the sunset over a plain. They were fixed on mine, and for a moment, I paid attention to nothing else. A gentle smile formed on his lips as he said in a low, warm voice. "You won, Eris." My breath caught. He continued, still with that calm smile, looking at the fallen sword beside us, which he had stopped with his fingers at the last moment, even midair. "I ended up having to use Tuki and magic to free myself from your blow." I was dizzy, stunned, my body still processing what had just happened. My mind screamed, but my mouth wouldn't. I won. I stammered, surprised and embarrassed, my voice coming out choppy, louder than I intended. Heat rushed to my ears when I realized he still hadn't put me down. I was in his arms. My heart raced like a war drum. Rigger smiled more containedly, with an almost affectionate expression, and said, "That's right, you won." He paused briefly, and his gaze became more serious. "You can help me in the fight against the dragon god. But you know that being a king level isn't enough to help defeat him, right?" Even feeling my face burning and my heart wanting to leap out of my chest, I managed to muster the strength to nod and reply, still avoiding looking directly at him. "Why yes. I know." I forced my eyes to stay anywhere but on his. I was about to try to get up when he gently called. "Eris." My name on his lips sounded different. I turned to him, and before I could ask what it was, I felt something warm, soft, and sweet. His lips touched mine. The world disappeared. Time seemed to stop. I felt the warmth of his body, the light scent of earth and dry sweat, the subtle taste of mint and the salty touch of battle. His lips fit mine perfectly. When he pulled away, I could still taste him on my lips, my body light as a feather, my heart racing as if I'd run 1,000 leagues. My eyes were wide, my face on fire, and the only thing I could do was stare at him, speechless. A delightful euphoria flooded my chest. It was as if the world was aflame inside me, a heat that rose and spread like a boiling river, to the tips of my fingers. And then, he spoke. He said words I would never forget for the rest of my life. Words that would mark the end of our fight and the beginning of something new. "How about it, Eris? Would you accept being my second wife?" Chapter 161, 13 Winters, Rudeus Journey. POV, Rudeus Greyrat. Today I was 13 years old. When I was reincarnated into a new world, I promised myself that I would strive and do my best in my new life. After all, in my previous life, I was nothing more than a failure living off my parents, confined to a room, afraid of the world. 13 years have passed since then. Up until I was 7, you could say I'd had a peaceful life. Paul and Zenith could be considered relatively wealthy in Buena Village. I learned a lot during that time, especially from my master Roxy. She was the one who pulled me out of that dark world where I was hiding and took me outside the house for the first time. Roxy showed me the sky, the horizon, and the warmth of walking down a road. She taught me much more than just magic. With her almost infinite wisdom, she was my teacher in everything. And I felt, from the bottom of my heart, that as long as I followed her teachings, everything would eventually turn out all right. Following Roxy's teachings, I met Sylphie. She became my first friend in this new world. Sylphie was kind, patient, and accepted me as I was, despite all my flaws. We grew up together. And when we were 7, the Mana catastrophe happened. We were teleported to the Bigarret continent. Everything changed from that point on. We joined the mercenary group Tyranny's Tempest, and it was around then that I truly realized how brutal this world could be. We had to fight against gigantic, cunning monsters. Battles against bandits, situations where life was disposable. It was at that time that I took someone's life for the first time. I vomited. I remember it as if it were today. The smell of blood, the horrible feeling deep in my chest. But, looking back, I kind of feel grateful for Larix forcing me to do it. I needed to face the truth, this world was not like the previous one. Sometimes, if you don't want to be killed, you need to kill. Protecting those you love often demands decisions we'd rather not make. It's an inevitable choice. I believe it was, in part, because of that mindset that I managed to survive after escaping Rigor. We traveled through Meles, then crossed the demon continent. In each of those lands, someone had a price on our heads. Somehow, we managed to come out on top. Most of the reason was that my companions saved me, every time. Sylphie, Hector, and later Rudyard, on the demon continent. I depended on them. I always depended on them. I was a mage, yes, and had more mana than Sylphie, but I didn't expect to beat her in a straight fight. Maybe a few years ago I could have. Sylphie was very dependent on me, but in the last few years, she became strong. I contributed ideas from my previous world, reasoning, cunning. Compared to the incredible Sylphie, that was all I could offer. And it was exactly why Sylphie lost her eye, and Hector died, all due to my lack of strength and that damned Iron Legion. Not to mention Hector's death, harming Sylphie was my ultimate bottom line. If they came for me again, I would burn them to ashes. Sylphie seemed to harbor a hatred even deeper than mine. She always said I was very strong. Hector said something similar. Even Larix used to say that. It gave me a bit of confidence, for a time. But that confidence was crushed when we fought Rigor. I might be good at magic. But I certainly wasn't one of the best in the world. It had been 2.5 years since we met Rudyard Superdja. He was a warrior of the feared Superd race, a race that my master Roxy had warned me to avoid. However, when he helped us in a battle, effectively saving little Ajax, Vedette's son, we were in his debt. Vedette and Sylphie were terrified of his presence at first, which I found a bit illogical, considering he had just saved our lives. But in time, they got used to his presence. The Superd warrior, despite his frightening demeanor, was extremely kind and paternal. He always helped children, hence his decision to follow us after that day. The only adult in our group was Vedette, and she was caring for her little son, so perhaps that made him feel even more responsible for us. Besides, he visibly became enraged whenever he saw someone trying to harm a child. Rudyard was also the most formidable warrior I had ever met, surpassing even Larix. But I suppose that was to be expected. After all, he was over 500 years old. His sense of justice was somewhat twisted, it's true, although he changed considerably after spending those years traveling with us. Sylphie, interestingly, went from fear to admiration for him. She was the one who disliked him the most at first due to resentment and trauma, but after hearing his story, she better understood his pain. Rudyard had killed his own son with his own hands in his madness because of Laplace's spears. His story was profoundly tragic. The discrimination against Superds was so intense that not even the truth could clear his reputation. Sylphie, who had already been bullied for her green hair, ended up identifying with him. And gradually, the two grew quite close. During our journey across the demon continent, we faced many trials. When we finally reached Vedette's demon tribe, I had completely fulfilled the advice Hidegami had given me. My task was to find clues about my parents' whereabouts, and in a way, we did. After speaking with a six-eyed demon, we discovered a letter from Paul. The handwriting was a bit crooked and poorly written. The sender was someone called Rodari, but the letter itself said it was from Po Greyrat. With that, there was almost no doubt, it was probably about my father. The content of the notice was a plea for help. The message said he was imprisoned in the province of Gaslow, one of the most hostile and dangerous regions of the entire demon continent. Extremely powerful and numerous monsters roamed that area, and from what we discovered, both he and Zenith were being held there, under the control of an entity beyond comprehension, the immortal demon King Atofratov. A legendary, immortal figure who, it was said, had fought countless battles against the armored dragon Perugius during the Laplace War. After talking to Sylphie about going there and properly saying goodbye to Vedette and little Ajax, we decided to head to Gaslow. Rudyard chose to continue traveling with us, saying we were still just children, even though he said something about recognizing me as a true warrior. He stated that he couldn't defeat Atofratov in combat, and I also had no idea how to break the magical contract mentioned in the letter. But even so, we decided to go ahead. Because abandoning my parents was not an option. On the way to Gaslow territory, our group consisted of me, Sylphie, and Rudyard. We were slowly approaching the region where my parents were imprisoned. During the journey, Sylphie began intense training with Rudyard. He guided her in both unarmed combat and general combat using magic. I myself ended up being included in that training. After all, I didn't want to be left behind, and strength was very important in this world. During stops in some towns, we found records of the Fangs of the Black Wolf group passing through various adventurers' guilds. Apparently, they had also read the letters left by Paul and were heading to Gaslow. This information gave us some relief. At least they were on the same path as us. The demon continent was becoming increasingly unique and hostile. Despite the dangers, with our magical skills and Rudyard's power, we managed to cross a large part of the territory with relative calm. Even so, each city was a new challenge, and each village hid a different surprise. It was during that journey that Hidegami appeared again in my dreams. His image disturbed me deeply. I blamed him for Hector's death, even without being sure he had caused it. Deep down, part of me thought that, if not for his previous guidance, Vedette would probably have died in melees during the trip. It was a painful contradiction. During the dream, I argued with him, and then I seized the opportunity to ask how I could break the magical contract that enslaved my parents. Hidegami then instructed me, I should go to the tallest tree in our next town exactly at noon and help the little girl who would appear. Without understanding why, I obeyed. Sylphie accompanied me. At the appointed time, we saw a purple-haired girl being pursued by a warrior clad in threatening black armor. We intervened immediately. After saving her, we discovered that the little girl was none other than the demon Empress Kishirika Kishirisu. Or, at least, that's what she claimed to be. Given the circumstances and the stories we had already heard, it was hard to doubt her. After feeding her, it seemed she was hungry, she promised us a reward. Knowing the legends about the all-seeing eye, Sylphie was quick to ask for information about our relatives' whereabouts. And so, Kashirika revealed various truths. Norn, my sister, was in Meles, of course. Paul and Zenith, my parents, were at Necros Fortress. Lilia was in the Milbots region, in the Azura Kingdom. Aisha, my other sister, was at the Sword Sanctuary. I was confused and somewhat frustrated to learn that Aisha had parted ways with Lilia at some point, but at least they were alive. Sylphie's mother was also alive, but her situation was delicate. She had been enslaved and was currently in the Bihyrule Kingdom, in a noble's mansion. The revelation shocked Sylphie, but the hope of reuniting and freeing her mother strengthened her determination. We told Kashirika that our immediate goal was to rescue my parents from the immortal demon King Atafratov. Kashirika brightened at the mention of her name. She was in a great mood and revealed a method to break the magical contract. According to her, the magical circles inscribed on the armors were the work of Mor, Atof's direct subordinate. Only he could undo the contract, and it had to be done personally. The problem was that Mor was known for his blind loyalty to his mistress, making it almost impossible to convince him to help. But at least now we had a path, something better than the previous void. Kashirika was so pleased to know we were going to confront Atafratov that she gifted us 2 of her demon eyes. I received the Eye of Prediction. Sylphie gained the Eye of Affection. She warned us to be careful with the powers of these eyes. Sylphie's, in particular, had a troublesome effect. People around her could fall in love compulsively if not careful with eye contact. After that, the Empress bid us farewell, following her own path. Sylphie and I spent weeks training to adapt to using the magical eyes. The adaptation was tough at first, especially for Sylphie, who needed to avoid unintended incidents with her gaze. But, with time and practice, we got used to the effects. I was a bit quicker at mastering my Eye of Prediction, which allowed me to foresee enemies' future movements before they occurred. It was a powerful tool but required concentration. With this new advantage and a plan in mind, we continued toward the Gaslow province. Our focus now was to find Master Roxy and the fangs of the Black Wolf. After hearing about Atafratov's strength, we expected that they had not stormed the fortress alone. Although, if it were Master Roxy, she would probably find a way. We traveled swiftly across the demon continent. Rudyard had some incidents where he killed people who threatened us, actions that, although justifiable in his eyes, made me uneasy. I spoke to him about taking it easier. Rudyard's sense of justice was very rigid and ruthless. Well, who was I to judge? Still, I believed a bit of restraint was necessary, especially when there were alternatives. Rudyard didn't see it that way, but he seemed to heed my words with some consideration. Gradually, we approached Gaslow. When we finally arrived, we just had to make our way to Necros Fortress. However, before that, we found information about Master Roxy. She was in a dungeon along with my father's old group, Paul's. When we arrived, the group had just exited the dungeon and looked visibly beaten. I didn't see Roxy among them. After some conversations and introductions, they explained that she had fallen to the lower floors of the dungeon. They had only reached the 3rd floor and didn't know her exact whereabouts. They also said she had likely fallen to the boss floor of the dungeon. Those traps usually work that way. Without thinking twice, I entered the labyrinth. I advanced through the narrow, dark corridors, exterminating every monster in my path. The dungeon was ranka, dangerous but not impossible. With the support of my newly acquired Eye of Prediction, I avoided all traps and ambushes. I used magic recklessly, without hesitation. I reached the hole in the floor where they said she had fallen, and without thinking, I jumped. I used earth magic to create a slippery ramp on the walls and wind magic to cushion my fall. I reached the bottom, and although I didn't see Roxy immediately, I could feel her presence. In an inexplicable way, I knew where she was. I used a spell I had learned over the last year, inspired by the one Rigger used, lightning. I cast bolts in all directions, destroying walls until I cleared a path. Finally, I found my master. A huge drake, a monstrous lizard, was about to attack her. There were corpses of other beasts scattered around, but she was still alive and intact, although injured. I launched a lightning bolt with all the power I had at that moment, sending the drake crashing against the wall. I ran to her to check her condition. When I saw the drake getting up, I summoned another continuous bolt. I poured a lot of mana until I was absolutely sure it was dead. I managed to save her. Apparently, that drake was the dungeon boss. Later, I found out that the group had been in that dungeon searching for a magic item capable of breaking contracts to free Paul and Zenith. The item, however, was no longer there. Roxy had fallen into a trap because the group had no rogue. I explained to everyone the method we had discovered with Kashirika to undo magical contracts. Roxy quickly came up with a plan. She was very happy to see me, but I was definitely even happier to see her. I was now a little taller than her, which, I must admit, made me a bit happy. With the plan in hand, we organized ourselves. Our strategy depended heavily on the element of surprise. Rudyard and I would be responsible for facing and containing Atofretov and the Celestial Kings who were with her directly, drawing the attention of her guards. Meanwhile, Sylphie, Elinalise, Tall Hand, and Roxy would attack Moore, the subordinate who could deactivate the contract magic circles. If they managed to defeat him and force him to undo the contracts, we could free Paul and Zenith. And so our operation began. We moved as fast as possible. Rudyard was the first to go, marching straight toward Atofretov and challenging her to direct combat. They clearly already knew each other. According to what he told me later, Atofretov had pursued him for years after his betrayal in the Laplace War, a time when he abandoned the demon side to take revenge on Laplace. Atov had also switched sides when Kalmanai defeated her, but only after the war ended. When they met again, she smiled like a beast unleashed from its leash and invited him to be her subordinate. The battle began with brutal violence. Rudyard attacked her with all he had, and she responded in kind, with powerful blows that shook the fortress. Meanwhile, I had my own opponent, a woman named Kalina of the Wind, one of Atov's 4 celestial kings. She was a North King, and very strong. At the first moment of the battle, I managed to strike Kalina with a smaller lightning bolt that knocked her down, but she got up shortly after, laughing, excited by the challenge. Her fighting style was aggressive, mixing brute strength with speed and technique, and it was a fierce battle. I managed to maintain the advantage with my eye of prediction and flexible magic, foreseeing her moves and counterattacking with precision, but still, she was a dangerous adversary. The fight continued until we finally received the signal. The mission had been accomplished. The plan had worked. It was time to retreat. The escape was not easy. Atofretov and all her personal guard pursued us with fury. She roared orders, determined to capture us and make us her subordinates. But we managed to escape. Later, I learned the reason we succeeded. Sylphie had used the Eye of Affection on Moore. Carefully controlling its effects, she managed to enchant him long enough to make him cooperate and undo the contracts. An impressive mastery of her new ability. And with that, we managed to free my parents. Another essential factor for our success was Paul. He was much stronger than the last time I saw him. After more than 4 years of intense training to defeat Atofretov and leave Necros Fortress, he had become the strongest in the fortress, surpassed only by Moore and the Demon Lord herself. His achievements earned him the title of North King, and he had become a truly formidable warrior. After reuniting in a safe location, we caught up on conversation. It was a bittersweet reunion. Paul exploded at me, yelling for having let Aisha pass by me during the journey and for not having brought Norn with me. I was hurt. Zenith, however, interrupted him with a slap and a long lecture. She said he should be grateful, because besides saving them, I had confirmed everyone else's safety. Instead, he was yelling at me after everything we had been through. Sylphie also intervened, furious, unleashing even a sonic explosion that sent him flying. The tension was suffocating. But, over time, we understood each other again. The wounds began to heal, and we got along relatively well again. Well, Paul always was like that. We even did some sparring after Elinalise asked, who would win between father and son right now? That was enough to awaken my father's fighting spirit. I'd also love to slap my idiot father in the face a few times. That day, I defeated Paul for the first time. Although I relied heavily on the Eye of Prediction. And then I lost to Rudyard. After a while, we decided our next steps. Paul would follow Claire Latria's wish, he and Zenith would go to Milis to fetch Norn and then would head south to Azura. Accompanying them would be Tallhand and Elinalise. He seemed more confident, more determined. I think it was due to his increased strength. He didn't seem very affected by losing to me, but he might just have been hiding it well. Anyway, Rudyard, Sylphie, Master Roxy, and I would head north. Our goal was to reach the Bihyrule Kingdom to rescue Sylphie's mother, and then proceed to the Sword Sanctuary, where Aisha was. Paul told us about a demon he had met in the fortress, who mentioned a boatman in the town of Kurasuma, located at the far north of the demon continent. This man was capable of crossing the celestial continent's edge by boat, a very rare feat, and charged a different price for each client. It was the fastest route available, so we took it. Thus, our group split up. Each went a different way, on a distinct mission, but all with the same goal, to reunite our family and save those we loved. When I mentioned that Lilia was in Milbitz, Paul commented that she was probably fine, which gave me some relief. We had won a battle, saved my parents, and gained allies. But we had also made a very powerful enemy. If possible, I never wanted to set foot in Gaslow again. The journey was long and full of trials, we had happy and sad moments. The celestial continent rose before us like an endless wall in the sky, a colossus of stone, ice, and clouds touching the heavens as if daring the gods themselves. We did not climb it, but seeing it up close was enough to etch it into our memories forever. It was an imposing landmark, witness to eras and legends. The crossing to the Bihyrule Kingdom was made possible thanks to the boatman from Kurasuma, an eccentric and mysterious demon with a magical power eye and a laugh that echoed like contained thunder. He demanded as payment a liter of my blood and Sylphie's, justifying that our ridiculously high and high-quality magical power fascinated him. He wanted to study our lineage, our mana, and its flows. We hesitated for a moment, but in the end we agreed. Considering what he offered, it was a relatively cheap price. A direct and safe passage through the dangerous waters of the celestial border. During the trip, Roxy became more comfortable with Rudyard's presence. Initially, Roxy showed some fear before the Superd, but, like Sylphie before her, she soon perceived the nobility hidden beneath the fearsome appearance. In no time, they were discussing humanity's prejudice, strategies, and philosophy as friends. It was a relief to see that harmony bloom amid our strange, improvised family. And speaking of relationships, Sylphie declared her feelings for me. It happened during a calm night on the boat deck, under the moonlight. She said she realized how I had been avoiding her, not out of disinterest, but out of fear. Fear of losing her, fear of not being worthy. And then, with her usual frankness, she said she wanted to stay by my side. That when we reunited with all our families, she wanted to continue alongside me. Her words touched me deeply. I felt something ignite inside me, a mix of hope, tenderness, and insecurity. I didn't think I deserved her, but I wanted to try anyway. And so my last 3 years passed, traveling, fighting, learning. I saved my parents in this world. I made friends, experienced losses, and I can say I matured a bit. Although we had made a powerful enemy, a Tofratov, we stood firm. We were now heading toward the city of Lakfu, where, according to Kishirika, we would find Laina, Sylphie's mother. After that, our next destination would be the Sword Sanctuary, where Aisha, my younger sister, was waiting. Our path would take us through the icy regions of the north, a difficult journey, but no more than we had already overcome. And strange though it may seem, I was optimistic. Pleased with who I had become. I felt alive, whole, even happy. But fate never seemed to allow us rest. It was during a gray morning, as we crossed a dense forest near the northern border of Bihyrule, that it happened. We were distracted, discussing the next town, when he appeared. He, the dragon god. Imposing, walking in the middle of the trail. A single look was enough to silence us all. The end of the journey was near. But we still had some surprises ahead. Chapter 162, Heat and Desire. POV, Ghislaine de. Nina charged at me with speed. Her movements were becoming more and more precise and aggressive, but to my eyes, everything was perfectly clear. With the demon I activated, I could clearly see the flow of her battle aura, the intentions in her strikes, the exact moment her guard opened. I used Wild Dash, my swift step, and instantly appeared at the girl's right flank. Before she could react, I delivered a direct strike to her shoulder with the side of the wooden sword. I heard a dull thud. Ugh! Her sword flew away, her dominant arm momentarily disabled by the impact. She fell to the ground seated, panting, her eyes downcast and frustration evident on her face. I watched her in silence for a few moments. This girl was improving fast. Her talent as Galfarion's daughter was undeniable. Even so, she seemed dissatisfied with something. I didn't quite understand why, after all, it was an improvement on her part. I decided to ask anyway. Rigor once told me that sometimes people just want to vent their frustrations. Is something bothering you, Nina? I asked, deactivating the demon eye. She shot me a sullen look, her lips curling into a pout. And then, as if complaining to the world, she murmured. How can she get so strong so fast? I smiled. It was obvious who she was talking about, Eris. Today was Eris Greyrat's 15th birthday, and I knew she was sparring with Rigor now. From what he told me, if she defeated him today, he would take her as his wife. Rigor once told me, I said, approaching Nina, that everyone has a predetermined potential, it doesn't change. That potential can be stimulated in 2 ways, training and obsession. She stared at me, her gaze intense. I continued. You train a lot, of that I have no doubt. But do you train more than Eris? More intensely? More desperately? She seemed to ponder, without answering. So I added. Besides, from what I observe, you always train with the intention of surpassing her. You say you want to surpass your father, but your gaze always falls on Eris. You want to be faster than her. You want to completely outdo her. She lowered her head, her fists clenched. I sighed. I'm not saying that's wrong. Competition is one of the best incentives to improve. Then why, she interrupted, her voice heavy with frustration. I looked at the distant horizon. The sun was already high, near midday. It's hard to explain. When you witness what true power is, everything changes in perspective. I turned back to Nina, my gaze serious. Eris is training to fight the strongest men in the world. And you? You're training to surpass her. Nina clenched her teeth, visibly resentful. Then she stood up with effort, her shoulder still aching, and said, "Let's go see Aisha, to heal my shoulder." I nodded and followed her in silence. For now, there was nothing more to say. This was a battle she needed to fight within herself. Nina continued casting furtive glances my way as we walked along the trail between the trees, until at last she seemed unable to hold back any longer and spoke. "Don't you mind Rigger having a second wife?" I answered without much thought. "I don't mind." She frowned, as if the answer made no sense. I knew she wasn't against the idea itself, but the custom here was different. Her father, Gal Farion, and most swordsmen either didn't have partners or had only one. It was natural she grew up with that view. "So you wouldn't mind if he neglected you?" she asked. I thought about it for a moment. "I would mind, but Rigger won't do that." "How can you be sure?" "I trust him." She was silent for a moment, but then asked in a different tone. "So you don't mind if he takes several prostitutes as concubines?" I looked at her, confused. "How does that relate to our previous conversation?" Nina seemed a bit uncomfortable, but replied, "It's just, you don't seem to care at all who Rigger chooses as his wives." I took a deep breath and replied calmly, "It's not quite like that. It's just that I trust him. Look at his choices so far: Verdia, his master, who by all accounts seems to be a mentor he trusts deeply, though she's not his wife, of course. And now, Eris, who loves him with all she has. I can see that myself. From the beginning, I noticed Rigger had a high libido. But in all our relationship, he never showed any signs of sleeping with other women besides me. He might desire them, but he never actually did anything. Honestly, at first I wouldn't have minded so much if he slept with them, if I couldn't handle his sexual desire. But he told me that I should care. That he considered sincerity and loyalty the most important things in a relationship. He wanted me to be only his, but told me even before we married that he would have more than one wife. I said, "You can say I completely trust his judgment in whom he chooses as his wives." Nina seemed even more confused by my thoughts. But to me, it was simple. "I really don't understand," she said, frowning. I thought for a moment and replied, "Rigger told me not to say this, but my thoughts are that no woman can hold a man of his caliber on her own. I already thought that before I married him, and over the past years it's become even clearer. I believe he will have at least 5 or 6 wives in the end." Nina was thoughtful for a few seconds and then said, "That makes sense, from a certain point of view." I took the opportunity to provoke. "If you let Gino surpass you too much, you might not be able to hold him alone either. So it's better to push yourself." She immediately turned red and responded in a loud, clumsy tone. What? Gino? You think he would do that?" I smiled at the girl's exaggerated reaction. Finally, we arrived at Aisha's. It was already noon. Rigger and Eris had been out since early morning, and as we approached the house, we saw the two of them finally appearing, returning together. POV, Rigger Adoldia. What can I say about this morning? I think Eris would be even wilder than Ghislaine in the future. As we returned to the sanctuary and talked, my mind reviewed the earlier events. Right after asking Eris to marry me as my second wife, she became extremely shy. In a way I had never seen before, it was very cute. She blushed all over and answered quickly, as if she were afraid I might withdraw the proposal if she took too long. It was adorable to see that blend of joy and nervousness, a strange smile she tried to contain, even though she was visibly overflowing with happiness. I started leading her back to the sanctuary, but she surprised me with an intense kiss. It was direct, like an explosion of emotion. And before I knew it, things began to heat up. You could say I did my best to resist, but Eris was, well, eager. She took the initiative with an intensity that caught me off guard. After confirming there was no one nearby, we ended up doing it right then and there. At first, she was a bit reserved, of course, it was her first time. But it didn't take long for her to relax and start enjoying it. She had a lot of energy, a lot indeed. The entire morning was taken by it. I wondered how she would be when she got a little older. If she already had so much desire and vigor now, how would she be later? In any case, it was consummated. Confirmed. Eris was now, officially and completely, my second wife. I had already talked to Ghislaine about it. In fact, she even seemed to expect me to take multiple wives over time. She said it so directly, as if it were an inevitable reality. I still didn't know exactly what to think about it. Honestly, I didn't plan to have 5 or 6 wives as she suggested. That could potentially make my relationships become superficial, and that kind of shallow connection was not what I wanted. Not at all. Hand in hand, Eris walked by my side with a radiant smile, practically skipping with joy, her face still a bit flushed. When we passed the sanctuary, we spotted Nina and Ghislaine together. Nigav was nearby as well, training with Gino, and Aisha, a little further ahead, was practicing with her sword in water god style. When she saw us, she ran to us, excited. "Master," she said, her eyes sparkling. "Eris's party is already ready." I smiled at her excitement, and decided not to waste time. I looked at everyone around me and declared in a clear voice. "Everyone, from today. Eris is my second wife." Eris was completely surprised by the unexpected announcement, and her expression changed instantly, shock, embarrassment, happiness, all at once. Her face turned as red as a tomato, especially when all eyes fell on her. Ghislaine raised an eyebrow but nodded slightly with a smile, as if it were no surprise. Nina glanced to the side, looked shocked, but tried not to show it. It was then that, for just an instant, a triumphant smile appeared on Eris's lips when her eyes met Nina's. "That girl really is competitive." I sighed, finding amusement in the situation, and then said, "Now let's go to the party." Without much delay, we headed to Eris's celebration. The party was arranged simply, but filled with joy and energy. Eris was visibly excited, with that sparkle in her eyes that only appeared when she was genuinely happy. From her overflowing excitement, one could easily think that this was the best day of her life. It was a party just for our group, but that didn't make it any less significant. Everyone was present, my companions, disciples, and allies, and each brought a gift or a word for the new wife, congratulating her both on the marriage and on her birthday. Among all the gifts, the one worth mentioning was what Aisha gave, a magical hairpin decorated with intricate floral details in fine silver. The enchanted effect of the hairpin was to keep the wearer's hair always scented, as if they had just stepped out of a bath. Eris loved it. She gave Aisha a tight hug and then placed the hairpin on right there, with a little grin. I, as I had already done with Ghislaine, gave Eris a ring. It wasn't a custom in this world, but for me it carried an important meaning. It was a way to represent union, commitment. I didn't care if it was something exclusive to my previous world, it was my personal gesture. Moreover, well, I gave her a dragon egg. A dragon egg as a wedding gift. Yes, I gave it. They were mine anyway. If I wanted to give it as a gift, I could. And, in fact, it seemed appropriate. A symbol of strength, rarity, and also a type of promise. Eris seemed happy, so that was enough. The party continued energetically, with music, good food, and even some exhibition fights organized by Gino and Nigav. Nina was a bit more distant than usual, her mood oscillating between neutral and thoughtful. But, in the end, she enjoyed the party too. From time to time, I caught her gaze crossing with Eris's, and I couldn't help but notice a certain discomfort there, a spark of competitiveness that still seemed alive. Meanwhile, Batigati and Galfarion were talking, they seemed to have become great friends. Unusual, considering the contrast between the two. Even so, whenever I looked, the two were drinking together, debating ideas, or discussing fighting styles. I ended up being pulled into those conversations often, and I learned much more than I expected. Batigati was a true living encyclopedia. He carried millennia of stories, battles, defeats, and victories, although his memory was quite poor. Not even my master Verdia knew some of the things he spoke of so naturally. In one of those moments, he casually mentioned that he planned to leave the sanctuary soon. When the party finally ended and we were heading home, Batty pulled me aside. Still a bit dizzy from the alcohol, he faced me with unexpected seriousness. "About Hitagami," he said, pausing for a moment as if something unpleasant had surfaced from his memories. "I have some advice for you." He spoke with that voice still somewhat affected by the alcohol. "Don't trust the man god too much." He leaned forward, his eyes half closed. "If you trust him completely, one day he will destroy with his own hands what is most precious to you. Always keep one foot back." Before I could ask what he meant, or what his story with Hitagami was, he turned around and left. The following days passed with a calm that almost seemed artificial. It was the last month in the Sword Sanctuary. Galfarion taught me everything he knew. Every technique he was aware of. And he also told me what he knew about how to confront and kill Orsted. Now, all that remained was to challenge him for his position among the seven powers. Everyone continued training diligently. They already knew what awaited us when we reached Miles, a total war against the Holy Country. And no one wanted to be unprepared. Eris, Ghislaine, even Aisha trained diligently, although, in Aisha's case, I had already decided. Aisha would not participate in the war. She was only 7 years old. Still a child. A talented child, yes, but not ready for the burden of war. The nights, however, changed considerably. Now, Eris slept with Ghislaine and me. The three together, one on each side, warming the bed with their bodies. And sometimes, we experimented with some different things. At first, I thought the fact that they were master and disciple would make things a bit awkward, but neither of them seemed to mind. On the contrary, the synergy between them was so natural that I almost doubted they hadn't arranged it beforehand. Ghislaine, always intense and wild. Eris, vibrant and impetuous. And I, in the middle of it all, keeping pace with both of them. The last days of relative tranquility in the Sword Sanctuary flew by. Almost as if time itself were moving faster than usual. Everyone knew this was the end of a cycle. And then, the day arrived. The day of the challenge. The tension was palpable. It was in the air, on the ground, in the glances. The very atmosphere seemed too silent. As if the sanctuary were holding its breath. And I was too. Chapter 163, Challenging the Sword God. The entire Sword Sanctuary was gathered, without exception. All the swordsmen who had traveled from all parts of the world to train at the sanctuary were there. All had interrupted any training, any commitments, or anything else and had gone to the same place. The sword saints and higher-level warriors were assembled around a wide arena at the center of the sanctuary. The place, which normally maintained the constant sound of blades crossing, war cries, and the impact of bodies against the ground, was now silent. Silent, but charged with tension. Even the intermediate and advanced practitioners, and even the ordinary residents of the surrounding town, blacksmiths, healers, merchants, families, were gathered outside the sanctuary, waiting for news. There was an expectancy in the air that made even the wind feel heavier. Even some visitors from the magical triumvirate and from the Azura kingdom were present. After all, in recent months, Rigor had not tried to hide that he would challenge Gal Farion. The news had spread like wildfire across a dry field. If it had been any other challenger, no one would have given it much credit. It would have been just another fool wanting to die. But the Beast Emperor was no ordinary man. In the last few years, the name Rigor Adoldia had become extremely well known. His fame on the central continent began when he killed the North Emperor, Larix, something that by itself would attract the attention of the entire world. On his journey through the Azura kingdom, he defeated everyone who stood in his way, from arrogant adventurers to veteran swordsmen. He even tamed a dragon, which alone would have been reason to immortalize his name in legends. But it was his time at the Sword Sanctuary that truly changed everything. Since he arrived, the entire place seemed to change its atmosphere. Trainings intensified. His presence provoked in others the will, or the fear, to become better. It was as if his spirit pulled everyone around him to their limits. Over the years, he defeated everyone in the sanctuary. One by one, the most respected and feared warriors fell before his strength. The North Emperor, Obear, and the Water God herself, Rita Rhea, traveled there to train him. An unprecedented feat, and even the immortal demon king Badigati appeared at the sanctuary, interested in challenging him. His influence there became overwhelming. In the Sword Sanctuary, there was only one person still above him, Gal Farion, the Sword God. The only one who had not yet been defeated. But, in the last year, that became an unknown. No one knew for sure. Could he really defeat him? Could the impossible finally happen? Gal Farion had been the Sword God for a long time, and since taking that title, he had been considered the most powerful swordsman in the world. Today, the doubt would be answered. Today, Rigor Adoldia would be challenging the Sword God. Around an arena, standing in silence, were Aisha, Nina, Gino, the other Sword Saints, and various guests who were strong enough to have permission to enter the Sword Sanctuary. All with their eyes fixed on the center of the battlefield, all waiting for the start of what could be the greatest duel of the last decade. Gathered on an elevated stone platform, with 7 chairs arranged in a semicircle, were the strongest swordsmen of the Sword God style, a 6-armed demon, as well as 2 figures unknown to most. There was a strong, almost overwhelming presence hovering over that platform. Seated there were, Eris, arms crossed and with a tense expression, Ghislaine, observant, maintaining her serious expression, Timothy and Clint, the most experienced among the style's veterans, the 5th was the immortal demon king, Badigati, laughing as if at a feast. The 6th was a man with long wheat-colored hair, a thick beard, and eyes as green as a deep forest. He wore a full silver armor, and his presence was calm but threatening, like the serene surface of a deep lake. This was the Water Emperor, a noble of the Yellow Snake House of Azura, representative of the Azura Kingdom and of the Water God-style dojo, Vinner Yellowsnake. Next to him, seated with dignified posture, was a woman with light purple hair, pointed ears, and a long wizard's robe decorated with symbols of fire and water. She was of a demonic race, and a king-level mage of both fire and water. She represented the nearest kingdom, a neighboring country of the Sacred Sword region. Her name was Melina Lokov, the court mage. In the center of the arena, Gal Farion was already waiting, standing in his position, with a bored expression. One of his hands rested on his sword, windpipe, while the other lazily removed dirt from his ear, as if he were just waiting for another routine training session. The deep, resonant voice of the Water Emperor echoed, laden with displeasure. "This Beast Emperor is disrespectful, making us wait like this." Bwahahaha. The hero always has to arrive last, replied Batagati, without any trace of decorum, laughing loudly. Vinner furrowed his brow even more, looking annoyed. Eris turned to the men, her voice heavy with anger. Who do you think you are, old man? You came to watch Rigor. He didn't even invite you or anything. Ghislaine just smiled, finding it amusing. Timothy intervened. Let's calm down, everyone. Rigor said he would be a bit late because he was checking the final details of the dragon's cell. Apparently, the blacksmiths ran a little behind. The Water Emperor snorted in disgust. Humph. What is more important than a duel with the sword god? Meanwhile, Eris looked ready to leap and attack him right there. Ghislaine restrained her with a simple gesture. Melina Lokov just watched in silence, her eyes alert. There were murmurs throughout the arena, growing whispers of anxiety, curiosity, and speculation, until Ghislaine lifted her nose, sniffing the air, and a smile formed on her face. Here he comes. Everyone looked around, but no one seemed to see or hear anything. Except Gol Farion, who lifted his eyes to the sky. An instant later, a great impact echoed across the field. The arena trembled. The ground cracked slightly under the force of the landing. When the dust cleared, a man of the beast race appeared in the center of the arena. He carried 3 swords, 2 at the left side of his waist and the other on the right, and wore a black cloak similar to that of the sword sanctuary, but with golden details. Rigor Adoldia. He raised his gaze and said, in a casual tone. Sorry for the delay, Gol. Gol Farion replied as a ferocious smile appeared on his face. It doesn't matter. I will defeat you in an instant anyway. Rigor returned the smile with the same intensity. He looked around, observing the elevated stands. It seems we have some new guests. He gave a slight wave toward the stone platform, as if he were at home. At that moment, Aisha stepped onto the battlefield and raised her arm. A small spark of magic glittered at her fingertips, and then she conjured a reduced lightning bolt, which exploded with a deafening sound, silencing all the murmurs and side conversations. Those who had come from outside were visibly shocked by the audacity and skill of the girl. She used chantless magic to conjure lightning magic. But the veterans of the Sword Sanctuary merely confirmed it with glances. This was Aisha Greyrat, Rigor's disciple, and her talent in magic was astonishing. She faced the 2 warriors in the center of the arena and, with a clear, firm voice, announced. Thank you very much for attending this most auspicious day, everyone. Since the 2 combatants don't like much ceremony, let's be direct. She pointed to Rigor. Challenging, we have Rigor Adoldia. Leader of the Iron Legion, an emperor ranked in all swordsmanship styles and in several magical schools. Known as the Beast Emperor. And then to Gol. And defending his title, we have Gol Farion. The strongest swordsman in the world. Ranked as the 6th world power. Leader of the Sword Sanctuary. The sword god himself. The tension was palpable. Hearts pounded faster. Even the most experienced were standing, unable to relax. Melina Lokov murmured. This little girl speaks very well for being so young. Aisha slowly stepped back from the arena, and before leaving, pointed to the sky. As soon as the fireball explodes above us, the battle begins. She conjured a small fireball, raised her arm, and launched it toward the sky. Rigor and Gol Farion stared at each other, ferocious smiles on their faces, eyes locked. The world around them seemed to disappear. The fireball rose, and exploded in a fireworks effect, officially marking the start of the duel. Before anyone could react, the 2 swordsmen moved at the same time. Gol Farion was in the draw stance of the sword god style. Since he conquered the title of sword god, he rarely needed a second strike to finish his enemies. His speed was absolute, overwhelming. Unmatched. Until now. Rigor moved at almost the same speed. Almost. Even if someone wanted to say that he did not hold the title of sword god, he had indisputably outpaced all the sword emperors in speed long ago. Maybe he was as fast as the old sword god. It was hard to make a comparison. The swords, one a deep blue curved blade, tsukikage, and one silver like moonlight, windpipe, sliced through the air at the same time, in a blinding flash. The clash occurred a bit closer to Rigor. Gol Farion had been slightly faster. But that tiny interval, that single moment where Rigor did not fall to the first blow, was all he needed. For the sword god style, whose motto was, a single strike, blocking an opponent's blade was considered disgraceful. But Rigor was not just a swordsman of the sword god style. In the next instant, without hesitation, Gol Farion launched a follow-up strike, even faster and more precise. But Rigor was no longer there. The ground beneath his feet cracked violently with the impact of his departure, a mixture of superhuman strength and explosive speed. Using Wild Dash, the Beast God style's characteristic movement technique, he vanished in a gust of wind and reappeared at Gol Farion's left flank, exploding his Tuki and delivering a slash with his second blade. Gall Farion, however, was nothing less than the sword god. He spun perfectly, attacking him even faster in a gleam of steel and light. The battle that unfolded next was impossible to follow with the naked eye. Only the emperors, Batagati, and Eris could see fragments of that insane clash, a dance between two monsters of unimaginable strength. Rigor was stronger. He moved faster. He was more resilient. In a battle of attrition, the advantage was his. But Gall Farion had a single superior weapon, his attack speed. And that, and only that, was enough to pressure the Beast Emperor every second. Sonic explosions echoed as both moved at air-tearing speeds. The arena shattered, even though it was reinforced with earth magic. Barrier magics had been strategically placed around the arena. As long as no direct blow hit the barrier, it would hold firm. Aisha was the one maintaining the structures, monitoring them every second. No one expected the fight to last. Sword god duels rarely went beyond 2 blows. But this one was different. Rigor smiled. A wild, ferocious smile, like a predator mid-hunt. He felt everything. The movements of the air. The slightest intent to attack. The prediction technique of the beast god style amplified his senses to the limit. No strike escaped his vision. And with his monstrous speed, he countered from unpredictable angles, forcing Gall Farion to retreat. Gall also smiled. Since he became the sword god, he had never had a fight like this. Finally, he could go all out. Rigor believed he could win like this. If he stayed calm, if he made no mistakes, his strength, his resilience, and his speed would guarantee his victory. But he did not want just to win. He wanted an absolute combat. He wanted to leave a definitive mark. He wanted an uncontestable victory. That was why he created that technique. His Tuki began to swirl inside his body in a controlled yet violent flow, like vortices about to explode. His muscles tense like a bow drawn to its limit. His eyes shone intensely, and his presence changed. The Tuki coursing through his body began to change. Savage and chaotic, yet concentrated and sharp. A perfect balance between ferocity and control. Gall Farion seemed to sense something different, but that already high-intensity battle was taking everything from him. He could not divert his attention. Rigor murmured, "Holy Beast Battle Aura." And then, Rigor advanced. Chapter 164, Holy Beast Battle Aura. POV, Rigor Adoldia. The Holy Beast Battle Aura was created with 3 different purposes in mind: to unconsciously utilize the prediction technique of the Beast God style, to mix instinct and logic in combat, and, finally, to be able to fuse internal and external mana. The first purpose was the simplest and most self-explanatory. The prediction technique basically consisted of raising my 5 senses to the limit. If taken to an even higher level, it could even enhance the so-called 6th sense. It was an ability that, in practice, allowed someone to have superhuman perception both in and out of combat. I had refined it to a level approaching Dragon Ball's Ultra Instinct. While the Holy Beast Battle Aura was active, I became practically invulnerable, nothing absolute, of course, but very close to it. The second purpose, mixing instinct and logic, was much more complex. Everyone above a certain level of strength knew that it was impossible to reach higher levels of Tuki control by relying solely on instinct. But I did not follow that traditional path. I elevated my instincts to a higher level than any other warrior I had met, even while using logic. Mixing instinct and logic meant raising all my physical capabilities simultaneously. For that, my Tuki was redirected to the nerve centers and hormonal glands of my body, stimulating intense production of adrenaline, noradrenaline, and dopamine, almost completely inhibiting the sensation of pain. It was a technique that required extreme concentration, but it was effectively a berserk mode adapted to this world, something I had wanted to create for a long time. I already had sufficient knowledge of the human body since always, but Tuki was a variable I had only recently mastered. After using this technique, the body experienced a period of partial exhaustion, but that was a consequence I was working to eliminate. The ability of the magic cloak that I received from Aisha and the others on my birthday was a big part of the inspiration in refining this technique. And even in this fight against the sword god, the cloak was still extremely useful. Finally, the third pillar, the fusion of internal and external mana. The Deprivation Sword Realm was the best-known example of this application. A dome created around the water god literally allowed anyone to be counterattacked instantly. When you think about it deeply, this technique borders on the absurdly perfect. I respected it even more than the Long Sword of Light, due to its complexity. It was something only a handful of beings in the world would be capable of countering. Mixing internal and external mana had practically infinite potential. And even now, I wasn't anywhere near reaching its apex. The current application was still simple, but even so, it was something that very few in the world could replicate. The moment I used the technique, I noticed Gall Farion becoming more alert. He noticed my Tuki beginning to move in a different way simply by how I moved. But, no matter what he did, he couldn't stop me. My muscles tensed, my mind accelerated. I exploded into speed, even faster than normal, and swung my sword with full strength. A silver glow ran across the blue blade of Tsukikage. In that instant, I saw something change in Galfarion's eyes. I attacked normally, without losing speed, with unmatched ferocity. But I felt my strike being redirected. It was as if it were being guided out of the angle of impact. Still, it did not lose its momentum. The attack was ferociously extreme. A pure, silvery white energy emerged from the blade, cutting everything in its path like an unstoppable force. A fissure opened in the ground instantly, as the silver light tore everything in a straight line. It happened in the blink of an eye as the shockwave spread. For a brief moment in the midst of the fight, Galfarion and I just stared at each other. I smiled. Beside us, the fissure in the ground and the aura around me pulsing violently. Those with keen perception understood an inconceivable truth. Galfarion had used the water god style to deflect my final blow. He stared at me with a serious scowl. Then, he raised windpipe, naturally assuming his tall stance. I whispered. Time to end this. And I activated my demon eyes. POV, Galfarion. I lost. The moment I used the water god style to deflect the blow, I understood that action defined exactly when I sealed my defeat. Even with the fight still raging, even with the arena collapsing around us and the tension and pressure in the air, something inside me had already recognized the truth. He was faster. Stronger. More ferocious. Even if I attacked faster thanks to the long sword of light, what good was it if I couldn't hit him? Rigor Adoldia was a beast in human form, capable of speed bursts I couldn't even fully follow. Even having gone through hundreds of deadly duels, I could not react completely to him. I was relying solely on the long sword of light to win. A single well-placed strike. A clean, absolute cut. A perfect attack to split his body in two, to separate his head from his neck, to end everything. But I couldn't reach him. My only real opportunity was at the start of the battle. That decisive moment where the first to strike would win. The fastest blade always triumphs. That was the essence of the sword god style. But he was almost as fast as I was at that moment, his long sword of light probably the fastest besides mine, and I couldn't defeat him in a single blow, and that completely destroyed my rhythm. Since then, every move he made became more impossible to follow. Every burst of Tuki turned him into a silver blur, an untouchable shadow. A direct strike. Unthinkable. No matter how many times I tried to close the distance precisely, he would retreat, attack from strange angles, create openings only to lure me into a trap. That magic cloak he wore made him even more elusive. When his advantage was significant, he even counterattacked in the middle of my strikes, a thing almost suicidal for any other swordsman. Several wounds and deep cuts began to accumulate on my body. My muscles were rigid, my Tuki increasingly shallow. And beyond that damned. He had created a truly insane technique. From what he said, it was the Holy Beast Battle Aura. Probably inspired by the Dragon God's ability. I had no countermeasures for ranged attacks beyond the Water God style, because I simply didn't need them. Until this day, it was enough to cut through everything. The supreme technique of the Sword God style could cut anything. But in the hands of someone like Rigor, someone who moved almost as fast as I did, that technique became extremely problematic. I was losing. But I didn't even have time to think about it. Every second of the fight demanded total concentration. It got even worse when he activated the demon eyes. I felt that every move I made was under his scrutiny. This was, without a doubt, the most intense battle of my life. One mistake, one hesitation, and I would be finished. The arena around us was no longer an arena. It was a field of destruction. The ground was cracked and shattered. Waves of battle aura echoed everywhere. The barriers raised around us, supported by Rigor's disciple, Aisha, shook and cracked. After being grazed by those silvery lights of Rigor, the magical shields almost collapsed. I only needed one strike. Just one faster strike. Just one. But even amidst all that chaos, while I could barely breathe, while blood dripped from my ribs and arms, the smile still lingered on Rigor's face. That boy was still smiling. The two swordsmen were at full strength. Every movement was laden with murderous intent, absolute precision, and raw power. But now, to everyone present, it was clear, Galfarion was at a disadvantage. Most of the Sword Saints, accustomed to high-speed duels, remained motionless in absolute shock. The Sword Emperors were restless, faces tense, and fists clenched. Ghislaine remained expressionless, eyes fixed on the fight, while Eris quivered with pure excitement, almost as if she were inside the arena, feeling each exchange of blows. Badigati let out a thunderous laugh that echoed throughout the place. Bwahaha. Holy Beast Battle Aura, is it? It's really something that could compete with the Dragon God one day. Vinner Yellowsnake, the Water Emperor, spoke calmly. I won't lie. I came here a bit skeptical. I was ready to veto the public recognition of a new style. But after seeing this display, it really was worth coming. Melina, on the other hand, was completely lost. Being a mage, she couldn't even follow what was happening. The two fighters moved at speeds far beyond her visual perception. To her, it was like watching flashes of light and blurs moving about. The battle approached its climax. Galfarian's wounds piled up, his movements growing heavier, his advances more risky. Then, in a moment of pure determination, he surged forward. He decided to go all out, ignoring a possible counterstrike, just rushing with everything he had, betting everything on that single move. That was the only way to turn this battle in his favor with one strike. A blow cut his shoulder, opening a trail of blood, but he didn't stop. He screamed with all his might. Hi-ya! And then executed his supreme technique. Acclaimed as the most powerful sword technique ever created, the long sword of light was unleashed. A strike so fast it sliced the air, a blade that seemed to cut even the light. But, as throughout the fight, rigor was simply too fast. The blow passed by his shoulder, creating the first deep cut rigor suffered in the battle. Windpipe only managed to make a 2 or 3 centimeter deep slice. In the next second, rigor advanced with unmatched ferocity, seizing the opening masterfully. With Tsukikage in one hand and Water Mirror in the other, he mixed the savage slash of the Beast God style with the Nebula Cross of the North God style. A hybrid technique that exploded with Tuki upon being delivered. The two blades advanced like twin storms. An eruption of Tuki that shook the arena. Galfarian was thrown backward by the impact of the strike. Galfarian's left arm was severed by the blue blade. His right hand flew through the air, ripped off by the silvery blade. Blood gushed like a fountain. Galfarian staggered, eyes wide in shock and disbelief, but remained standing. Still alive. Rigor then grew serious. The opportunity was there. He could have killed the sword god at that moment, as Gal had done with the last sword god. He could have ended it all right there, without hesitation. But he didn't. He spun in the air, his leg driven by Tuki and momentum, and delivered a devastating kick to Gal's torso, the internal impact technique of the Beast God style. The impact was like that of a cannon. Galfarian was launched across the arena like a projectile, crossing the space until he violently hit the protective barrier around them. A deafening crash echoed. Cracks spread across the barrier. Then. Absolute silence. Everyone froze. Breaths held. Dust still hung in the air, and the battlefield seemed frozen in time. And Rigor, with the holy beast battle aura around him, stood, unshakable. The entire sword sanctuary plunged into a sepulchral silence. Galfarian lay on the ground, propped against the magic barrier, unconscious. Blood still dripped from his left shoulder and the severed right hand, staining the cracked ground dark red. The brutality of the final strike was such that, for a moment, many believed he was dead. His breathing was shallow, almost imperceptible, and the wounds all over his body made him unrecognizable as the legendary sword god. In a scene completely out of sync with that heavy, tense atmosphere, a little girl with reddish-brown hair entered the arena with light, skipping steps. Her childish presence contrasted with the battlefield covered in destruction, blood, and residual aura. Raising her voice clearly and firmly, she declared, "The sword god, Galfarian, is incapacitated from fighting. Victory goes to Rigor Adoldia." The words echoed through the ruins of the battlefield like a muffled thunder. It was as if everyone had been abruptly pulled back to reality. Rigor, deactivating the holy beast battle aura, said nothing as his body began to emit steam from every pore. He simply turned his back on Galfarian and began to walk out of the arena amid the reverent silence of the crowd. Aisha, who had been previously instructed by Rigor, moved quickly. She gathered Gal's severed limbs and ran to him, kneeling by his side. The young woman traced complex, glowing magic circles, concentrating absolutely. The advanced healing magic began to reconnect tendons, bones, and muscles, weaving the tissues with surgical precision. One of the sword saints, still agape, murmured in an emotion-trembling voice. Did he really win? The sword god lost to Rigor. Bwahahaha. Batagati's thunderous laugh cut the tense air like a blade. How's it feel, kid? Now you're one of the 7 great powers. Do you feel any different? The contrast between the immortal demon king's enthusiasm and the silent melancholy of the swordsmen around was striking. Many still didn't know how to react. Some were in shock, others with expressions of disbelief, and a few with looks of silent acceptance. Eris, trembling with excitement, was the next to break the collective paralysis. The moment Rigor left the arena, she leapt at him, hugging him tightly. "I knew you would win." Rigor, smiling as he watched the girl's affection, replied. "I don't feel anything particularly different, Batty. So, how's my name engraved on the stone of the 7 great powers?" Not far from the sword sanctuary, there stood a stone of the 7 great powers. During the fight, someone from the Iron Legion had been assigned to remain there, watching closely for any change recorded on the magic stone. At that very moment, a young beast race swordsman burst through the sanctuary gates at full speed. Out of breath, eyes wide with emotion, he shouted loudly enough for everyone to hear. Beast God. The new 6th place among the 7 great powers of the world is called the Beast God. A new title. A new name carved among the greatest in the world. History was being written before the eyes of all present. This would be only the beginning of Rigor Adoldia's climb through the ranks of the 7 great powers of the world. Chapter 165, Gall Farion's Decision. Shortly after the conclusion of the fight between Rigor and Gall Farion, the sword sanctuary plunged into absolute chaos. However, before the disorder could reach greater proportions, Emperors Timothy and Clint acted with resolve and dispelled most of the confusion. But the truth is that a rift had arisen. Almost everyone who came to the sword sanctuary did so primarily because of Gall Farion. He was the reason. The greatest swordsman alive. The 6th among the 7 great world powers. A legendary existence, one rarely found in the flesh. And yet, on that day, Gall Farion was dethroned. Not by betrayal. Not by an ambush. But by a fair duel. By a 16-year-old youth. Rigor, the beast god, bearer of overwhelming strength and techniques honed to the brink of the impossible. He came from the great forest, crossed the central continent in its entirety, and faced and defeated every opponent who dared stand in his way. And at the pinnacle of the world of the sword, he defeated the invincible. Anyone in the sword sanctuary knew that Rigor would soon return to the great forest, since the sacred country of Milis was in direct conflict with the Iron Legion that he led. But before departing, Rigor declared that he would accept any challenger on his homeland, the great forest, to try to claim his place as the 6th among the 7 powers. And he announced that he would be accepting disciples to train under the new style he had created, the Beast God style. Those words echoed among many of the swordsmen present, still in shock from the fight. They felt their hearts pound with renewed ambition. The strongest would be followed, no matter where he was. The sword sanctuary might have been the hub of tradition, but now Gall Farion had been defeated. It would be different if Rigor were planning to stay, but he wasn't. Still, there was tension. Many of those loyal to Gall Farion remained silent. After all, Gall was still alive. And technically, he was still the sword god. Rigor, for his part, did not celebrate his victory over Gall Farion in grand fashion. He trained as if it were any other day, while preparing everything to depart the next morning. For him, defeating his master was a source of pride, but he wouldn't go around flaunting it. Gall Farion had trained him for 3 years. And one could say they had become friends during that time. And although Rigor was now stronger, he was still the sword god. It was that very day that the Water Emperor, Vinner Yellowsnake, formalized the creation of the Beast God style. For the first time in 400 years, a new style was recognized alongside the consecrated ones, the Sword God style, the Water God style, and the North God style. It was an achievement few dared to dream of. Many warriors throughout history had created unique styles, but none of them had ever managed to spread them to the point of being internationally recognized. The Beast God style, with its precision and wild movements, would be the first to break that barrier in centuries, and would likely become a combat art exclusive to the Iron Legion. Officially recognized by Gall Farion, the Sword God, by Rida Rhea, the Water God, and by the 2 North Emperors, Ornthorn and Aubert Covert. With those names backing its approval, the new style was now inevitably inserted into the global scene. With the formalities concluded, Vinner Yellowsnake left the sword sanctuary. Other warriors and messengers from different realms also departed, carrying stories to tell and reports to deliver. The world had taken a new turn that day. Melina, the mage sent by the kingdom of Neris, sought out Aisha, wishing to make her disciple. She saw in the girl an unparalleled magical talent. But Aisha, without hesitation, refused in front of everyone, saying that she already had an incredible master. Melina sincerely congratulated Rigor, but in her eyes there was a trace of frustration. And so, she too departed. POV, Rigor Adoldia. Eris. Are you ready? I'm coming. Leaving the house that had been ours for a full 3 years, a red-haired girl emerged carrying a backpack with one strap slung over her shoulder. Her hair was tied in a ponytail, and she looked full of energy. I'm ready, she announced with a smile. Then she looked around. Where is Aisha? Ghislaine, who was at my side also carrying a small backpack, replied. She said she was going to give her last instructions to her subordinates in the city. She furrowed her brow, puzzled. When did she even get those subordinates? Was it you, Rigor? I smiled bitterly and replied. I have no idea. Aisha seems to have created some sort of branch of the Iron Legion in the city, which, come to think of it, is a good thing. So I didn't stop her. Eris laughed. She even asked me to go beat up some bandits the other day. Ghislaine thought for a moment before commenting. She said she would meet us in the ephemeral hall. I nodded. Okay, let's go then. After formalizing the beast god style yesterday, I trained and returned home as if it were any ordinary day. I respected Gall Farion, and I didn't want him to feel humiliated after being defeated by me. He was still the sword god, and with his knowledge and power, he would be a great ally if we were to come into conflict with the dragon god. Months ago, I had invited him to join the fight. He said he would think about it, but didn't seem enthusiastic. So, I decided to defeat him first, and ask again afterward. Even after we returned home, Eris, Ghislaine, Aisha, and I heard many skirmishes throughout the night. But I wasn't interested in finding out what they were about. They seemed intense, yet predictable. I knew that Gall Farion's fall would provoke instability. However, as we entered the sword sanctuary, a strange feeling overtook me. It was empty. The few swordsmen who crossed our path avoided meeting our gaze. The atmosphere was heavy and charged. Until I found Nigav. He looked rushed. I called out. Nigav. He saw me and ran up to me. Boss. What's happening? He hesitated, with a complicated expression, as if the situation were beyond his control. Boss, I also only received the news this morning, it's better if you see it with your own eyes. That made me curious. Eris grew a bit apprehensive. Ghislaine became serious. I said, then let's go. We went straight to the ephemeral hall, without stopping. I focused my hearing. There were many voices coming from there, mixed with sounds of combat. My patience ran out. I ran there and burst open the door with a crash. The scene before me confused me for a moment. Seated in the place of the sword god, it was not Gall Farion. It was his cousin, Timothy Britz. Two saints were at his side, one on each side, occupying the positions that once belonged to Clint and him. Ahead, Clint lay on the ground, on the brink of death. A deep cut marked his stomach, and his dominant arm was missing. And instead of helping him, two saints were dueling fiercely. The former Sword Emperor Clint was now just an irrelevant dying man. The atmosphere in the ephemeral hall was suffocating. Some of the saints present seemed to want to help him, but they didn't dare move. At that point, the scene was so confusing, I understood nothing, so I decided to stop everything first. Then I roared. Enough. I imbued my voice with howling magic. A shockwave swept through the ephemeral hall, reverberating off the walls and making everyone finally aware of my presence. Everyone stopped. Motionless. Some saints looked at me with hope in their eyes. Others, with fear. And some had complicated expressions, as if trapped between decisions they couldn't make. Everything was confusing. What was happening? Where was Gall Farion? Why was Clint wounded on the brink of death? I approached Clint. I looked at each of the swordsmen present. None of them could hold my gaze. They all looked away, all remained silent. Until my gaze met Timothy's. And, to my surprise, he did not look away. His eyes met mine steadily. But there was something different about him. Not in his appearance. Physically, he looked the same. But the aura around him had completely changed. How could someone change so much from one day to the next? Ghislaine and Eris followed me in silence. Their steps were light, alert, and their eyes scanned the environment like cautious predators. Before us, Clint lay fallen on the ground, bloodied, but still breathing. I knelt beside him and cast healing magic to close the cut in his stomach and reconnect his arm. His wounds began to close slowly, but he still wavered between consciousness and unconsciousness, his expression contorted in pain. Behind me, Timothy spoke with seriousness. You weren't going to leave the sanctuary right after challenging Gall Farion, Rigor. That was indeed my initial objective. But I changed my mind. I planned to have one last conversation with Gall, to try to convince him to join the fight against Orsted. Still, why was Timothy referring to Gall Farion by name, without title? Something was off there. I began to understand, albeit superficially, the situation. But the implications of that were not good for Timothy. Releasing a cold, heavy aura, I let my murderous intent seep out. Lightning crackled in my hands as I spoke in an icy voice. Timothy, you'd better answer the next questions carefully. My fierce gaze met his. I expected him to hesitate, to falter at least a little. But, surprisingly, he was not intimidated. He gripped the hilt of his sword and replied, firmly. Ask your questions. Everyone around was sweating under the pressure of my presence. Only 3 people remained unshaken, Timothy, Ghislaine, and Eris. I looked directly into his eyes and asked. Where is Gall Farion? Timothy held my gaze for a moment before briefly glancing down at the hilt of his sword. Then he responded slowly. Last night, the former sword god left the sanctuary with the immortal demon king, Badigadi. He said he was leaving in search of an answer for his swordsmanship. This confirmed what I had already partly deduced. But Timothy continued. Before leaving, Gall Farion renounced the title of Sword God. He said that Clint and I should duel to decide who would inherit the title, since you and Ghislaine probably wouldn't be interested. He didn't say goodbye to his wife, nor to his daughter. He just left. He paused briefly, as if to ensure I was following. I remained silent, and he went on. We dueled, and I won. I am currently the Sword God. My mind was processing everything at high speed. And why was Clint wounded and maimed? I asked. Timothy furrowed his brow, showing discomfort. It was his choice. After losing, he refused to acknowledge me as Sword God. He said he would leave the sanctuary to create a new school for the style. Some said they would follow him. But the Sword God style was already in a fragile state. As the new Sword God, it is my duty to keep it united. So I told him he could stay, or die. He looked at Clint with an impassive expression. He chose to die. So I left him there, until he changed his mind. In other words, he didn't have the courage to kill Clint. At that point, I had already understood most of the situation. My concern was that this had been a self-directed act by Timothy after Gall Farion left the sanctuary. But it seemed that it was he himself who told them to duel and both agreed to the duel. Wasn't Clint your friend? I questioned. He was, until I became the Sword God. Then he became a man who threatened to divide the style. Cold, calculating. Gall Farion trusted the strongest to lead the style, and Timothy was simply following that logic, however brutal. It made sense in a way. I could kill him for that. I said coldly. But it was just a threat to test his resolve. I didn't intend to kill him. Timothy and Clint were my companions, but not close enough for me to step between them in a dispute over ideals. Moreover, Timothy was right, I didn't want to be the Sword God. He seemed to accept that. If you want to kill me, I have no choice but to defend myself with my life. But if you have no intention of staying, I at least hope you will allow Clint to live to lead the Sword God style. He drew his sword with confidence. A confidence I didn't understand. He hadn't won against me even once in the past year. But, he seemed stronger. Not close to posing a real threat to me, yet still stronger. It was truly the case that power was where a man believed it to be. He only needed to ascend to the post of Sword God, and he had already experienced a jump in his strength. I said. I don't care how you lead or anything of the sort. But since I'm here, I'll say it once, if Clint wants to leave and take whoever he wants, he can do that. And you won't stop him. Timothy furrowed his brow. Those present in the hall swallowed hard. The new Sword God said. You are not the Sword God. I smiled. So what? Be it so or not, only power matters. Bring all your sword saints and attack me together. You won't win. That title may matter to you, but to me it matters little. I looked at all the warriors who had their hand on the hilt of their weapons. None of them dared to draw their blades in my presence. Clint briefly regained consciousness. He rose unsteadily and said. Rigor. I had no patience for explanations. Ask someone else later. I turned to the other sword saints. Anyone who wants to follow Clint, leave now with him. There was hesitation. One by one, some moved. Timothy did not stop them. He just sighed and murmured. My work is going to double now. A little over a third of the sanctuary left the hall with Clint. Fewer than 30 sword saints remained. I turned to Timothy and smiled. Don't worry. With your current attitude, the Sword God style won't collapse anytime soon. I began to walk away, but I asked one last question. Did Gall Farion say where he was going? Timothy shook his head. He didn't. I understand, good luck as the Sword God, Timothy. And, obviously, you should know, if you try to prevent Nina or Gino from leaving the sanctuary. I will pay a visit. Ghislaine, serious, declared. You've become stronger, Timothy, I will come back to fight you in the future. She turned and followed me. Eris observed everything in silence. But her expression revealed irritation. Probably due to Gall Farion's sudden departure. We left the ephemeral hall. Well, that encounter with the Sword God was quite different from what I expected. But that's how life is. As we approached Escalor, we saw Nina, Gino, and Aisha talking in the distance. Chapter 166, Leaving the Sword Sanctuary. When Aisha saw Rigor, Ghislaine, and Eris approaching, she quickly ran in their direction. Her eyes were wide, her breathing slightly hurried. Master, she said urgently. Have you heard yet? Rigor nodded calmly. Yes, Ace. We just spoke with Timothy. Unfortunately, Gall Farion has left the Sword Sanctuary. Aisha's expression grew somewhat sadder, and soon after, Gino and Nina approached the group with strange looks, as if they had not yet fully absorbed the events. Ghislaine observed them with attentive neutrality and asked directly. Nina, he didn't say anything. Not even leave a letter. Nina shook her head in denial, her eyes slightly lowered. He didn't say anything. The atmosphere between them grew heavy. Eris crossed her arms, clearly bothered. Nina seemed confused and hurt, and even Gino, usually easygoing, was somewhat shaken. Aisha was thoughtful, frowning in silence. Only Ghislaine remained unchanged, keeping her serious expression as if she had expected something like this to happen. Rigger remained silent for a moment, observing each of them with attentive eyes, until he finally spoke in a firm and serene voice. Don't dwell on it too much. All eyes turned to him. Gal Farion is a proud warrior. He lost a battle for the first time in a long while. He needs time to come to terms with it and turn a new page. I believe he will return even stronger. The words, spoken with conviction, seemed to echo in the group's hearts. Nina relaxed her shoulders a bit. Gino took a deep breath and then said. Even without saying goodbye, he left the 2 remaining swords from his collection with a note. He said that Nina and I could only wield them when we become sword kings. Nina then added, Uncle Timothy said he wouldn't delay our promotion due to the instability in the sword god style, so we should attain the rank in about a year at most. After that, we'll travel to the Great Forest. Rigger crossed his arms, pondering. You 2 already know how to manage fairly well outside the sanctuary, but still, traveling is complicated. I suggest you ask one of the Iron Legion members stationed here to accompany you as a guide. Nina frowned, upset by the suggestion, interpreting it as a lack of trust. But before she could protest, Gino gave a slight smile and said calmly. We will. Rigger took the opportunity to look at the young men and said with a smile, Don't slack off in your training, Gino, the title of Sword King is just the initial goal. The young swordsman was confused at first, but seemed to understand something and nodded seriously. Eris crossed her arms with a teasing little smile. Next time we meet, you'll be eating dust, Nina. A vein pulsed on Nina's forehead, and she replied immediately. When I get there, I'll wipe the floor with your face. The 2 seemed ready to fight, their gazes intense like fire and storm, but there was something more there. An invisible bond. A deep rivalry, yes, but one that disguised an even greater friendship. A sisterhood forged in training, sweat, and mutual admiration. Ghislaine then spoke. Nina, remember what I told you? Nina looked at her, her eyes growing more serious, and nodded firmly. I will remember. No one else seemed to understand what it referred to, but from Ghislaine's expression and Nina's seriousness, it was important. Rigger looked at everyone seriously and said. All right. Let's go. A battle awaits us in Meles. Aisha replied excitedly. Yes. But right after, Rigger spoke without even turning his head. Once again, you will not fight, Aisha. The girl puffed out her cheeks in displeasure, puffing up her chest as if gathering courage to protest, but in the end she just huffed and followed the group reluctantly. As the group departed, Nina and Gino stayed behind. Shortly after, the rhythmic sound of wooden swords clashing echoed once again through the corridors of the sword sanctuary. Rigger and his group walked through the mountains, their silhouettes contrasting against the open sky as the cold wind blew among the rocks. Aisha was enthusiastically explaining exactly how she had established a branch of the Legion in the city around the sword sanctuary. Ghislaine asked how she had managed it, and she was happy to explain. She spoke as if moving pieces on a chessboard, a game she had loved since childhood. Her eyes sparkled as she explained how she had organized supplies, recruitment, and patrol routes. She seemed to find it fun. Eris and Ghislaine, although they didn't understand half of the terms Aisha used, listened attentively, in awe of the girl's confidence. Rigger smiled at seeing her so enthusiastic. He had always encouraged her to make decisions on her own ever since he noticed that she already understood everything around her. He believed that Aisha could achieve great feats if she were given guidance, without imposition. Restricting her to do only one thing would be wasting her talent. Of course, he only gave her that autonomy after realizing that she was capable of gauging dangers. When the situation got out of her control, Aisha would call Eris. Until now, no threat had been a match for a Sword King, but if one ever was, Rigger knew she would call him without hesitation. As they talked and walked, they finally spotted the colossal figure of Escalar. The immense red dragon, with shiny scales and a piercing gaze, exuded constant heat and maintained its imposing presence even at rest. Several workers were around him, finalizing adjustments on a cell made of thick monster hide and reinforced metal. The structure looked modular, adapted to the dragon's body. Skoll, the ebony wolf, watched at his side, alert. Nigav and some other Legion members were there as well. He approached and Rigger gave him his final instructions. Nigav and the others would be part of the Sword Sanctuary's branch and would not return to Meles immediately. In recent months, 2 other Iron Legion members had achieved the rank of Sword Saint. Rigger left Erathium to forge new weapons, and he already had the necessary funds gathered to pay blacksmiths, thanks to the branch established by Aisha. After settling the last details and objectives of their stay there, Nigav and company moved away again. A blacksmith of human appearance but with slightly pointed ears approached when he saw Rigger arrive. "Congratulations on your victory, Rigger. I knew you were going to win." "Ha ha ha ha," he said with a loud, contagious laugh. It was Ralphir, a lively old man respected in the land of the sacred sword. He had been a blacksmith for 3 generations of sword gods. Mixed blood, he had devoted his long life to forging and was the master smith for many young apprentices at the sanctuary. Rigger smiled and replied. "I appreciate it, Ralph. Has the payment been delivered?" "Yes. Every penny," Ralphir said, patting his belly. "But I must admit that the experience of building something like this was even better than the payment." Ha 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 ha. Some other blacksmiths, still cautious around Escalar, did not seem as enthusiastic as Ralphir. Eris approached. "Rigger. How long will it take us to return?" Ghislaine also showed curiosity. "Maybe about a year." Aisha ventured a guess. Rigger, while inspecting the supplies and crates strapped to the dragon's body, replied. "We're not going to make many stops. We should arrive in about 6 months, or less." "That fast?" Eris exclaimed, surprised. Ghislaine raised an eyebrow. It was hard to believe. Even though they were traveling by land and with wagons, it had still taken 3 years from the Great Forest to the far north of the central continent. 6 months seemed impossible. Rigger just smiled. "I believe that time can be reduced with practice." Then, with an agile movement, he leaped onto Escalar. Skoll followed quickly, and Rigger secured him with the reinforced straps custom-made for the wolf. Eris, without ceremony, scooped Aisha into her arms and leaped as well. Shortly after, Ghislaine jumped, landing softly on the cell. The blacksmiths instinctively began to step away from the area. The heat around Escalar intensified with each beat of his wings. Rigger then spoke, his voice firm. "Come on, Escalar. Fly steadily." And in a whisper, he added. "The journey will be long now." Escalar then beat his wings forcefully, and the dry, heavy sound cut through the air as if there were thunder in the surroundings. The impact of the wind swept across the stone platform and rattled hair, cloaks, and tools around. The blacksmiths retreated in awe, many keeping their gaze fixed on the majestic creature, admiring the imposing sight of the immense red dragon taking flight. As he gained altitude, Escalar released a deep, thunderous roar, a reverberation that echoed throughout the sacred sword region. It was a farewell roar, and the mountains returned the call with lingering echoes. Eris held Aisha in her arms, and both were enjoying it. The wind cut across their faces, their hair danced wildly, but their excitement was visible. Riding a dragon never lost its charm. Rigger had to agree. Ghislaine, on the other hand, remained further back, leaning beside Rigger on the reinforced cell. Her eyes, one with a red iris and the other with a green iris, were fixed on the sanctuary that was now receding slowly. She watched it in silence, with a calm expression, yet heavy with nostalgia. That place had been her home during her youth, her refuge, and the place where she honed her skills and found herself. Now, it was even more than that. Rigger simply looked forward. His gaze was steady, determined. Seated with a calm yet vigilant posture, seeing only the path ahead. Everyone there had changed. Everyone knew it would probably be a long time before they returned to that place, if they ever did. Aisha, once just an intelligent and precocious girl, had begun to show the traits of a leader and an exceptional mage. She had learned to fight in real battles and had made new friends. Her passion for knowledge and magic was now a sharp weapon against anyone who opposed her. Eris had become a true warrior. Not only strong, but also focused and disciplined. She matured as a swordswoman and as a woman. Her impulsiveness still existed, but it was now guided by a more solid sense of purpose and responsibility. Ghislaine, who had stagnated for years, finally began to move forward again. The confidence that had been broken was rebuilt with each step and led her to surpass the other 2 sword emperors. But it was Rigger who changed the most. The swordsmanship he commanded was now on another level. Under the teachings of the world's greatest masters, he not only refined his technique, he surpassed them all, becoming the 6th world power. But beyond that, he had become more serene. Sharper. More mature. He learned more and more to observe, to think, and to act at the right moment. Many truths in this new world, once nebulous, now presented themselves clearly. He had evolved not only in strength, but in understanding. He was more self-assured, and his determination to follow the path he chose had been forged by the fire of hardships. He lost Idar, a longtime friend. He had been ambushed by melees, and by assassins hired by them, like Larex. He made allies. He made enemies. All of it shaped who he was now. A warrior not only in strength but in conviction. This world didn't wait for you to be ready. You needed to be strong. You needed to be clever. And above all, you needed to be fast. The world changed too quickly for those who hesitated. Currently, there were 3 stones in his path. The religion of Meles, which was at war with the Great Forest, his homeland and the home of his people. The dragon god Orsted, who killed Idar in cold blood and still carried mysteries that needed to be revealed. And finally, the human god, Hidegami. Batagati had told him, albeit vaguely, how he had been manipulated by Hidegami to kill his own beloved. Since then, Rigger's suspicion that he was also behind the war in Meles had only grown. It was only a suspicion. But Rigger wanted to confirm. For now, he would just enjoy the journey. Beside his 2 beautiful wives and his cute disciple, flying above the clouds, crossing the continent on the back of the fierce red dragon. Escalar tore through the skies, leaving a trail of wind and heat behind him. Fatigue finally overtook him. As the mountains became nothing more than distant specks in the sky, his temporary home, Rigger rested his head on Ghislaine's lap. The warmth of her body, the constant sound of Escalar's wings, Aisha's laughter in the background. They were probably his last moments of peace before arriving in Meles. But then, he woke up. To his annoyance, he was in a place he knew well. An infinite white void stretched before his vision. Chapter 167, Instincts Against Divinity. POV, Rigger Adoldia. In front of me, there was only emptiness. The area around me was all white, an absolute and infinite white. There was no sound, texture, or warmth. Nothing but a complete absence of everything. No horizon. No scent. Not even a breeze. It was a place I knew well, yet I could never identify whether it was a real location in this world or something completely outside its existence. A spiritual plane. A realm between dreams. I never knew for sure. And then, there he was. His pale face and that slender, disturbing smile. A mosaic covered his features, hiding his eyes and any trace of genuine expression. And as always, the moment I saw him, the memory of his appearance felt as if it had been erased from my mind. It was always like that. I knew I was looking at him, but I couldn't retain his image. He was the human god. "Hey, Rigger," he said with an overly cheerful tone. My mood plummeted instantly. I began to think about everything I'd uncovered in recent years. 3 events came immediately to mind: the ambush organized by the Storm of Tyranny, the War of Meles, led by Amiko with visions of the future, and, finally, Batagati's warning about Hidegami. Despite the warning, the Demon King himself didn't seem to regard him as an enemy. When I asked why, he only said that the human god had helped him greatly in some way, though the cost had been bitter. I had already been expecting the day Hidegami would invade my dreams again. I had some questions. Especially about the dragon god. But when he appeared, I remained silent. Last time, he warned me about Orsted's curses and said he would need me in the future. Even so, I stayed cautious. Hey, why so cold? You act like we haven't known each other for so long. What do you want, Hidegami? He sighed, feigning disappointment, but soon a malicious grin spread across his face. As always, I've only come to give some advice. I have some questions first. He stared at me for a few seconds, then shrugged. All right, go ahead then. Why didn't you tell me that, in the Storm of Tyranny's attack, one of the attackers was Aisha's brother and the other was Law's daughter? Hidegami shook his head slowly, displaying a false frustration. You don't know how future vision works. Saying things outright can lead to even worse, unpredictable outcomes. If you had followed my advice and spared Minister Yelol, everything would have been much better. I sneered. This guy really knew how to manipulate others' ignorance. No one knew the limits of his abilities except himself, and he exploited that expertly. But I wasn't so concerned about that specific event. It was just a detail. Aisha wouldn't abandon me for killing her blood brother, she barely remembered him. Maybe Lilia would feel hurt. And Laws, unfortunately, was already dead. Rudeus and Sylphie had gone to the demon continent, as far as I knew from the letters. And when they passed through Meles, they nearly died several times. According to the reports, they probably wouldn't return anytime soon. And what about Lucio's Gallard? HM. The new Pope of Meles? What about him? Hidegami looked genuinely surprised, or at least he played it well. I could never discern when he spoke truth or lies. He had no physical body, exuded no aura, and even my instincts were useless against him. All I could sense was malice, but I couldn't tell truth from deception. I whispered. Hidegami, I will capture that Pope and interrogate him. And if I find out that this war started because of you. He wrapped his arms around himself, feigning fear. Oh, how scary. Then he laughed. I had nothing to do with that. Capture whoever you want. Do you want my advice or not? I kept my expression unchanged. Before that, since you call yourself Orsted's sworn enemy, why not tell me a bit more about his strength? Also, use that advice well. It may be one of your last. Thanks to the saint-level magic, spiritual sealing barrier I was developing, soon I would have means to block these dream invasions. Now that I wasn't fully focused on sword training, I could dedicate more to that and other skills I had neglected these past 3 years. Hitagami sighed dramatically. You know, a little gratitude wouldn't hurt. Anyway, here it is, you can't defeat the dragon god with your current strength. Even with all your allies. You need to get much stronger. I didn't respond, but I listened attentively. For that, I recommend you develop that gravity magic you're trying to create, and also your lightning movement technique. Even with my face expressionless, my mind registered every word. Dragons are proficient in gravity magic, so that will help you. You learned to fight Orsted when you were weaker than him. The sword god's tactics are useful at the start of the fight when he underestimates you. But they won't get you the victory. That's because Orsted never uses his full power. I already know that. Hitagami gave a satisfied laugh. Exactly. Also, only bring allies who can cross the Holy Dragon battle aura. I asked, and what level of strength exactly would that require? Hitagami thought for a moment and said, at least Emperor level. Maybe even more if he goes all out. I pondered for a moment, while the human god continued speaking. Now, on the main topic, I saw you're going to face melees in battle. He looked at me intently. I recommend that you do not underestimate them just because they do not have any warriors among the 7 powers. They have several torturous tactics. I wasn't planning to underestimate them. Hey. Of course you were. You were thinking of invading alone to minimize your own casualties, right? I remained silent. I just observed him with a scrutinizing gaze. Well, you yourself said you never trusted me because of your instincts and blah blah blah. So I hope you at least trust the fact that we have the same enemy. And I'm going to need a favor soon. I refuse. Don't be so quick to refuse. It could be beneficial for you too. I doubt it. Ah, you're such a difficult guy. For a brief moment, Hitagami let his mask slip. Even without discerning his appearance, a distorted, disgusting, and malicious expression took over his face. And he said, in a malicious tone. Well, this was a great meeting. Watch what's coming around the corner, Rigger. The white began to warp. The edges of the void twisted. Everything started to return to its place. The spiritual world receded, and I woke up. When I awoke, a feeling of unease refused to leave my chest. My mood was foul. Escalar still flew across the blue sky at great speed, above the clouds. I had set magical circles for a barrier to block the wind and another to keep us warm, so we hadn't had much difficulty on the journey. I was still in Ghislaine's arms, which ought to have been enough to distract me from almost everything, but at that moment, it didn't seem to help. Aisha and Eris were leaning against me, sleeping deeply, as if they had no worries in the world. I moved carefully so as not to wake them, lifting my body slowly and looking up at the sky above us. A clear blue, without clouds, stretched across the entire horizon. Ghislaine noticed my restlessness and asked in a hoarse, low voice. Did something happen? After thinking for a moment, I told her about the dream. About Hitagami's appearance, what he said about the dragon god Orsted, and about melees. I tried to relay his words almost verbatim, in case she noticed something I had missed. Ghislaine listened silently and, after a while, said. You already know if he's really trying to help, kill the dragon god. He probably is, I replied without hesitation. Even before I became Orsted's enemy, Hitagami had already classified him as an adversary. Though that might just be a well-crafted lie. Still, I believe he spoke the truth about the dragon god's curses. I reflected on my encounter with Orsted again. First, everyone feels fear or hatred toward Orsted, as proven by our group's reaction when they saw him. Second, even I, with a powerful sixth sense, couldn't feel anything at all when he stood before me. Neither good nor bad, nothing. And third, he used only the minimum of his strength to defeat us that time. Even if these curses are something else, the effects probably aren't far from that. Ghislaine crossed her arms and thought for a moment. That makes sense, but then why are you feeling uneasy? I replied thoughtfully, I don't know. Hitagami said he'd need to ask me a favor next time, maybe he's plotting something, but I don't know exactly what. Ghislaine was lost in thought, as if pondering something deeply, and finally asked. If you're still not strong enough to kill Orsted, would I really be useful in a fight against him? I didn't answer immediately. Ghislaine was strong. One of the most powerful swordswomen in the world. But Hitagami made it clear that I could be underestimating Orsted's true strength. Gal Farion taught me a lot about how to face him, but thinking about it, not even the sword god fought Orsted with everything he had. Perhaps no one besides me was close to the required level. Even I was still far from reaching him. In any case, I didn't plan to face him so soon. I'd only consider it when I was much stronger than Galfarion someday. Until then, I'd need to be careful. If Orsted appeared and decided to kill me for getting too strong, it would be far too problematic. So, after the war in Meles, I would increase my power and strength in silence, in the shadows. I turned to Ghislaine, who wore a worried expression, and said, I was able to wound him 3 years ago, even though he was holding back. A wound is still a wound. As long as you keep growing stronger steadily until then, I believe you'll be strong enough to fight. She seemed a bit cheered by my words. But inside, I wasn't so sure. If I judged that Eris and Ghislaine weren't strong enough at the moment of battle, I'd have to take other measures. But at that moment, the unease I felt about Hidegami was more important. My greatest confusion and concern in dealing with him was that I knew nothing about this god. I sensed malice but never knew why. Why did he enter my dreams? Why did he give me this advice? Where was he? What was his ultimate goal? Not knowing anything about an enemy made it hard to do anything against him. At most, I knew that the human god hated Orsted and wanted him dead. But I wanted that too. Even considering most of Hidegami's words as lies, even staying constantly on guard against him, I still felt something was wrong. An uncomfortable impression that, no matter what I did, I was acting exactly as he wanted. It was unsettling. As if I were trapped in an invisible web, struggling to break free, but with no idea where to start. Batagati had also warned me not to trust Hidegami and to be wary of his counsel. But, was that enough? I doubted it. I hoped the mental blocking magic I was developing would be enough to free me from this unease. To liberate me from this persistent feeling. The sense that, no matter what I did, I had already fallen into a trap. An invisible and inevitable trap. I lifted my gaze once more. Far off, a silhouette stood out like a dark speck in the sky. A floating fortress, imposing and magnificent, the armored dragon fortress, Rudeus. One day, I too would have to visit that place. But not now. At the moment, I already had too many worries. We continued our journey, flying through the skies, drawing ever closer to Meles. Meanwhile, I kept refining the barrier magic that, in theory, would prevent Hidegami from invading my dreams. After all, I had a war to win. Chapter 168, The Winds of Change. Azura Kingdom, Dojo of the Water God style. A blue-haired young woman trained with dedication. Her body moved in perfect harmony, her feet gliding lightly across the polished floor of the dojo, the sword gleaming in the morning light as she precisely reproduced the characteristic movements of the Water God style. Each step, each strike, and each retreat mimicked the smooth, continuous flow of a river, as if she were facing an invisible enemy. Her gaze was fixed on the void, completely absorbed in her training. The soft sound of the sliding door opening broke the silence of the space. An elderly lady with a serene posture and piercing gaze entered and stood watching for a few moments. Her eyes followed every movement of the young woman with critical attention before she sighed, resigned. Isolde, said the old lady, in a firm, clear voice. The young woman's concentration shattered like glass. Surprised, she almost let the sword slip, whirling abruptly toward the door. Mistress Rida, she exclaimed, breathless, sweat running down her face. It was none other than Rida Rhea, the current water god. A living legend. Her posture was severe, but her tone was calm. I hate to interrupt your focus, but I want you to take charge of the dojo in my absence. Isolde blinked several times, trying to absorb those words while still seemingly dazed from her training. Yes, of course, I can take charge, but where are you going, mistress? Rida smiled, a mysterious gleam in her eyes. The boy has succeeded. He has become the 6th world power, and created the 4th swordsmanship style. Isolde's mouth dropped open. But already. He's only 16 years old right now. Rida seemed to ponder for a moment, then nodded with a mischievous smile. I suppose that's exactly it. Isolde felt as if punched in the stomach. She tried to remember what exactly she was doing at that age. At 16, she was departing for the Sword Sanctuary. She was a water saint at the time and believed herself very talented and powerful. Now it all seemed a joke. While she was training and considering herself promising, a boy had created a new style recognized by the world and risen to the rank of 6th world power. Rida continued without considering her granddaughter's emotional storm. In any case, thanks to this, my presence has been requested until his current position is officially confirmed. They fear he might suddenly invade the royal palace and kill everyone there, heh. Actually, I think that's exactly something he would do. She turned, walking slowly out of the dojo, carrying only her elegant, deadly golden blade. Her figure faded into the dawn light without waiting for any further response. Isolde stood still for a few minutes, digesting it all. Then, slowly, she headed to the outer dojo, where the saints of the water god style trained. She was already a water king, and coupled with her status as granddaughter of the current water god, she usually managed the dojos. Some greeted her, and she responded automatically, her thoughts racing. She took up her sword again and resumed training as if it were just another day. Sometimes she guided the water saints in their questions. Nothing out of the ordinary. Meanwhile, the Azura kingdom began to stir. Rumors spread through taverns and alleys like wildfire. Some adventurers, townspeople, and even guards claimed to have seen a huge red dragon flying over the kingdom's territory. Tales and fables about the beast god began to flourish intensely. Reincarnated. That was the name burning in whispers and heated discussions. Opinions about him were divided in the greatest kingdom in the world. Some nobles fiercely supported the holy country's crusade against the Great Forest and tried everything to change the kingdom's stance on the matter. But not out of any sense of justice or agreement with Meles, out of convenience. They knew Rigor was against slavery, especially of his own race. He was unpredictable, followed no policies or laws, only his own morality. And the problem was that the Azura kingdom, in its essence, went against almost everything he believed in. These nobles and aristocrats argued that if the beast god won this war, there was no guarantee they wouldn't become his next target. Still, the majority of nobles, and even the royalty, seemed to want to avoid war. Perhaps it was foolishness. Perhaps ignorance. Or perhaps fear. Some trusted their military strength, others thought they could manipulate the situation. But in the end, they chose caution. They decided not to provoke the beast god. Some even dared to send emissaries to the Iron Legion, seeking dialogue. But the Azura kingdom, at that moment, had no idea how foolish that decision would prove. They had essentially wasted their only chance to resist the winds of change Reincarnated was about to bring to the six-faced world. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the North God style, located in the Dragon King's kingdom, a fierce battle unfolded on a vast stone platform marked by countless cracks, scars of innumerable confrontations. There, two figures dueled with brutal intensity. One looked like a green-haired child, wearing black armor and wielding a gigantic golden sword, Ornthorn, the North Emperor. The other was a very tall, muscular demon with dark skin, equally armed with a colossal sword, Rudeus, the North King. They moved with astonishing speed, defying the weight of their weapons. Each clash of blades echoed like thunder, making the very structure of the arena tremble. Until, suddenly, a man burst onto the platform, out of breath and visibly alarmed. The two combatants halted with one last thunderous collision. Ornthorn cast a sharp glance at the intruder and spoke in a disinterested yet threatening tone. It better be important, only kings and above are allowed to set foot here. The man, a North Saint, stammered nervously. It is important, Master. You asked the disciples to patrol the Seven Powers Stone and report any changes. Ornthorn's interest was instantly piqued. A discreet smile spread across his face. And there's been a change, the saint replied eagerly. The sword god has been defeated. The one who took his place is called the beast god. Ornthorn's aura exploded in a crushing wave as he burst into an intense, savage laugh. Ha 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 ha. The North Saint froze in fear. His master's green hair was already intimidating, reminiscent of the super demon race, but that insane laugh made it seem as though he was about to descend upon a peaceful village and massacre it on a whim. He stood petrified until a huge shadow covered his vision. With a gentle smile, Rudeus, the North King, appeared. His presence was imposing, but unlike Ornthorn, he was known for kindness and empathy. He placed a hand on the messenger's shoulder and said, "Thank you for the information. You may go now." "Why yes." "Thank you," replied the warrior, turning quickly and returning to the lower platforms, mentally thanking Rudeus. Ornthorn was still exhilarated, his voice resonating. 4 years, Rudeus. The brat defeated Galfarion in 4 years, and I said 5 thinking that was the limit of impossibility. He must have just reached adulthood. He is truly impressive, Rudeus replied, smiling. Even Uncle showed interest when I spoke of him. The North Emperor's laughter abruptly ceased as he grew thoughtful. Badigadi, huh? I wonder how he fared at the Sword Sanctuary. The two began walking toward the edge of the arena, and Rudeus asked. So, will you help the Iron Legion? Just over a month ago, a letter arrived from the Sword Sanctuary. It was from Rigor, who at that time was still training with Rida and Galfarion. In it, he announced his plans to claim the Sword God's post soon and asked Ornthorn to travel to Meles to support the Iron Legion when he did. The reason was that his subordinates were predicting a war against the Holy Country. I will, the North Emperor answered. After all, I promised to serve him if he won the bet. It'll probably be very interesting. I want to see what kind of power he can reach if he's already this strong at his age. He might be strong enough to shake the world. Rudeus raised an eyebrow, curious. I thought you didn't like wars. I don't. But I promised to help if it wasn't a senseless war. Meles is merely waging an irrational crusade against the great forest because they grew too strong. I hate religious fanatics more than wars. Ornthorn then gazed at the horizon and grabbed a wineskin of liquor, pouring himself a strong drink. Lewis, in his usual good humor, smiled and said, "So, good luck in battle. When will you depart?" The Emperor downed the liquor in one gulp and declared, "Right now." The dark-skinned demon was surprised. "So soon?" "Yes. Rigger said I should leave as soon as I received the news. I won't disobey my leader's first order, right?" With that, he raised his colossal sword and rested it on his shoulder. Before departing, he looked at Lewis and said, "If Randolph comes looking for me again, tell him I'll return in about 3 or 4 years." "I will," the North King replied. Without another word, Ornthorn turned and left. He didn't need farewells. Never one for socializing, it was uncommon to see him outside the North God-style headquarters. With a single leap, he caused the ground to tremble. His body was enhanced by the Laplace factor without his knowledge, making his physical strength surpass that of many monsters, though not rivaling Rigger's power. Still, that made his journeys and travels always simple, run in a straight line. And so the leader of the North God-style headquarters departed, silently, with overwhelming speed. Randolph Marianne, known by few, was the fifth world power, the Death God. Recently, over the past decades, the Death God had tried a different path from his traditional one. All that death, blood, and battles wore him down. So he decided to open a restaurant. It turned out that, over time, he discovered he wasn't very good at it. He went into debt and recently went bankrupt. He was saddened by this, but at least he returned to what he was considered skilled at, fighting. Thus, he joined the Royal Guard of the Dragon King's kingdom, personally recruited by General Chagall Gargantus. Randolph went to the North God-style headquarters to greet the North Emperor Ornthorn, the Dragon Hunter, and also to train. He said he felt somewhat rusty after so long away from true combat. Ornthorn recognized him immediately. Those were other times. About 50 years ago, he himself was one of many who dared challenge Randolph for his title. Randolph Marianne had trained as a candidate for North God alongside Kalman III, but he quarreled with his grandfather, Kalman II, and fled to follow his own path. Back then, Randolph was a monster in battle. He killed the former death god, Laxus, in the demon continent and took his place. He was a legendary fighter, surpassing all 3 gods of the 3 swordsmanship schools of the time, and likely even surpassing today's Gal Pharaon in direct combat. His swordsmanship skills were unique, strange, unpredictable, dangerous. He blended the North God style with the Water God style like no one else, giving birth to his ultimate technique, the sorcery sword. And with the demon eye of the absolute void, Randolph seemed, at that time, perfectly suited to the position of the fifth world power. But that was long ago. Nowadays, he was no longer as formidable. Still, he managed to defeat Ornthorn again, which was no small feat. However, Ornthorn believed that, with his current strength, Randolph wouldn't be able to surpass the North God or the Sword God. Perhaps after a few more years regaining his muscle memory and battle senses, who knows? Still, he remained a precious asset for the Dragon King's kingdom. A powerful deterrent. With the recent emergence of the Beast God, someone like Randolph had become even more vital, serving as a natural bulwark against any threat. The Dragon King's kingdom had sent allies from its army as support via the new sea route directly connecting to the Hobbit territory's coast. But Randolph was not sent. For obvious reasons. You don't waste a card like him in just any game. The world was changing. All eyes were on Meles. The war unfolding there captured the attention of every major power in the world. Chapter 169, Young Warrior of the Iron Legion. POV, Rufus Pinnacle C. My name is Rufus. More specifically, I am Rufus Mar of the Pinnacle. A dwarf with orange-red hair. I discovered the second name of mine only a year ago, when I met my blood grandfather, who had come to join the Iron Legion like many other dwarves from the dwarf territory. In fact, technically it was he who found me. My grandfather was Hightown Mar of the Pinnacle, and while I was speaking with Brightstone at the forge about Killian's new weapon, he approached and said I looked very much like my father. After asking me several questions, he discovered that I really was his grandson. It shocked me, since I was certain I had no family left in the world. My parents died about 8 years ago in a slave trader attack. I, as a survivor, was naturally sold into slavery at that time. I barely had memories of them by then. After all, I was already 12 years old and my life had changed drastically since that time. If I hadn't been saved by Yen, one of the slave traders, I probably would have met a fate worse than death at the hands of an Azura noble. But life is unpredictable. I was saved, and then taken in by the Iron Legion. Still, I was very happy to have a grandfather. It seems that, like my parents, my grandfather also liked living in high places. That was somewhat uncommon among dwarves, liking high places, but I had always enjoyed them too. So sharing a trait with a blood relative was pleasant. Although I knew I was probably just trying to find a family I belonged to, in any case, Grandpa was very kind to me. He didn't usually take part in battles because he was a great blacksmith, so he stayed in the rear, constantly crafting and repairing weapons. That was by no means an unworthy job. In fact, on a large scale, one of the reasons the Iron Legion was going head-to-head against an entire country was that the quality of our weapons surpassed theirs. And even I knew how to forge, but since I had been much more focused on fighting in recent years, I hadn't paid much attention to the skill. I was proficient in North God style up to the advanced level, but I wasn't particularly good at it. My true strength lay in magic. I was studying various types of magic, but what made me recognized was earth magic. But my grandfather said that the Mar of the Pinnacle family was a family born to be smiths. I decided to give it a chance because he was my grandfather, and I began to focus more on forging over the past year. And I ended up discovering something even more shocking. I was very good at it. Woof. Snapping me out of my daydreams, Jerry, my imposing ebony wolf, 4.5 meters tall, licked my face. Jerry, your breath smells like fish. I've told you to stop eating fish, that breath is unbearable. The wolf turned his head and feigned ignorance. I clenched my teeth and sighed in disappointment. Go fetch Garrison, tell him I'll meet him here in half an hour. We have a mission. The wolf barked in confirmation, then leapt nimbly across the stone buildings of the Iron Legion. Meanwhile, I entered the Iron Legion's forging division. Almost the entire Iron Legion base was built with earth magic, mostly created by our leader, Reincarnated. I built some things afterward, but nothing as large as the leader. This stronghold was known throughout the world and bore the name Stone Fortress. It was said to be a fortress, but it was more like a city. The enormous walls and grand structures, barracks, buildings, and streets were constructed as if made by a god. Many dwarves marveled at the architecture, the beauty, and the complexity of the structures. The leader's magic and ingenuity were astonishing even to dwarves. When I entered the building, the familiar heat hit my face strongly, coming from dozens of forges in operation. The space was vast, with a high ceiling supported by thick stone columns, all designed to withstand the intense heat and the weight of the equipment. The floor was dark stone, stained with soot and coal from constant use, and there were channels through which channeled lava ran, used as a heat source for the furnaces. The air was thick with smoke, steam, and the constant sound of hammers striking metal. The forges were organized into stations, each with its anvil, tools hanging on racks, and a rudimentary ventilation system, ducts and chimneys that carried smoke out of the mountain. Several blacksmiths could be seen working continuously with intense focus, accompanied by apprentices carrying coal, ingots, or semi-finished pieces. The entire place smelled of hot iron, sweat, and burning coal. Most of the blacksmiths were dwarves, but there were some of other races as well. As I walked through the forge, everyone greeted me with respect and excitement. I was quite famous in the Iron Legion, despite being only 12 years old. I had been with them since I was 4, when the leader offered me to return home or to join the Legion. Soon after meeting me, he named me Rufus. Honestly, a good part of my fame came from that name. Being named personally by Reincarnated, after he recognized my talent, meant a great deal in the Great Forest and the Iron Legion. But I didn't know if I liked it anymore. My leader, Rigger, taught me magic during the time I was free, especially when I had just joined the Legion. He taught me up to advanced earth magic, my primary affinity, and intermediate in the others. But, after that, he became too busy to continue. He went to the dwarf territory and returned with a red-haired girl and the Sword King, Ghislaine and Eris. Since then, he had been very busy with the Legion and couldn't teach me effectively. So I pushed myself. I really worked hard to get his attention. Now, thinking about it, it was kind of stupid. He's not my father, nor does he have that responsibility. Still, I was hurt when he left without taking me along. Maybe I had created unrealistic illusions in my mind. But they were just illusions. Even so, the leader recognized my efforts. He even gave me command of the children's division back then. And I think I did a good job making them all stronger. I consoled myself with the thought that he didn't take me because I was too young to go, and it didn't make sense for me to go, actually. So I dedicated myself wholeheartedly. He gave me an ebony wolf, which he named Jerry. My best friend and most reliable ally in the entire world. It was hard to explain to people how much easier it was to trust Jerry than humans, but my wolf was simply different. After walking through the forge, I finally arrived at a particular one. Grandpa. An old dwarf wearing an apron and holding a hammer turned around quickly and smiled. Rufus. You've finally arrived. The stock is almost gone. I'm going to create plenty of ore now for the next few days, but I won't be able to help build today. I have a mission. My grandfather, Hightown, furrowed his brow. I understand. I still recommend you consider becoming a full-time blacksmith. Battles are very dangerous. I smiled. That won't be possible, I'm actually quite strong, Grandpa. It would be a waste not to have me on the battlefield. Especially due to the versatility of Earth Dash. Okay. You've repeated that several times already. Go then. I smiled wryly as I began to create the same I had been making for months. He could show that rigid exterior, but I knew inside he was only worried. My grandfather and I were developing a prototype, an armor that could potentially become the trademark of Iron Legion members. It was made from an ore created with earth magic, extremely resilient, light to move in, and quick to be generated with magic. Everything needed for mass production. My grandfather was an excellent blacksmith, and with my forging talent, my unenchanted magic, and unique insight into runes and magic circles, I could help in various ways. The prototype was almost ready, but I didn't always have available time. The name we have provisionally given to it is Legionary. After creating a good amount of the ore for my grandfather to continue working on the new armor, I said goodbye and went to the place where I had told Jerry and Garrison to wait for me. After a few minutes, I arrived again at the exit of the Great Forge building. There were Jerry, my ebony wolf companion, and my other best friend, Garrison, the half-stag. Garrison was tall and strong, imposing even among veteran adults, but he was only 13 or 14 years old. Or at least he was supposed to be. It was hard to tell for sure, since no one knew his exact age when he was freed from slavery, not even him. You could tell he wasn't exactly the intelligent type. He was spaced out, always seemed lost in his own thoughts, with a goofy, apathetic expression on his face. But still, as everyone said, he was a once-in-a-generation talent. Strong swordsman you saw often, there were many fencing styles and masters willing to teach. But Garrison chose a different path. Since he began training, he refused swords and used only a long piece of wood. And with that improvised staff, he outmatched all the other apprentices, winning fights that no one else could. When a spear was first placed in his hands, it was one of the rare moments I saw a genuine look of interest on his face. He not only liked the weapon, he seemed to understand it. The spear, often feared for its association with the super demons of the Laplace War, became an extension of his body. He was developing something new, a unique and personal technique based on instinct, strength, and an intuitive understanding of the flow of battle. Interestingly, that demon woman who followed Verdia Solarion, the leader's master, also used a similar weapon, although her style was clearly different. In any case, Garrison became my reliable right hand. When real battles began, he didn't leave me behind, he kept following me. As I approached, Garrison called me in his usual low, emotionless voice. Rufus, Commander Tay said he wanted to speak with us before we go on the mission. Ah, right. I had forgotten that detail. Since Killian Dodoldia, the Gale Reaper, arrived at the front lines with his great forest reinforcements, there had been a slight crack in the chain of command. Some obeyed Killian, others followed Tay's. Killian had unified much of the great forest tribes with his own hands, earning the loyalty of many. Taze, on the other hand, had been the commander of the Iron Legion since Rigger's departure. Neither of them saw any problem with that, they were allies, and deep down they knew the true leader was Rigger. But Verdia Solarion insisted that, in wartime, the chain of command needed to be clear. Someone had to lead while Rigger was away. And so they contested, and Taze Dodoldia won. Since then, he had been the Legion's temporary commander. I replied. Okay, let's go, and began to walk. Did he say why he wanted to see us? I asked. Garrison shook his head, expressionless, his eyes following a little bird drinking water in the distance. He seemed more interested in the bird than in the conversation. Well, that was just him. We mounted Jerry and he ran swiftly to the war hall, which was housed in a particularly fortified building. Mealy's had already tried to infiltrate people there more than once. It wasn't hard to find Taze. Among the Legion members who had ebony wolves as companions, there were only me, him, and the leader. Moreover, even at 12 years old, I had already defeated Saints in one-on-one combat. My earth magic was the best in the Iron Legion, except for the leader, of course. Verdia herself, the leader's master, said I probably possessed Emperor-level mana. For me, manipulating earth was like moving arms and legs. And controlling the terrain often meant practically controlling the battle. With that, the odds of me being an infiltrator were nil. Taze was, as usual, busy. He had maps on the table, piled reports, open and sealed letters. His expression was tense, and his eyes showed signs of sleepless nights. Unlike me, who could train or forge when not fighting, Taze was always managing, planning, deciding, and even going to the battlefield personally. I don't remember the last time I saw him rest. And yet, his wife announced she was pregnant a few months ago. How did he find time for that? It was an enigma. When he noticed me entering, he looked up with a broad smile on his face. Rufus, ha 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 ha. I fell silent, confused. Should I have known the reason for his laughter? He furrowed his brow, surprised. You didn't hear anything on the way. I became even more confused. No. I came mounted on Jerry, I answered. Tay smiled, crossing his arms, his eyes shining with satisfaction. The sixth world power fell a few days ago. My breath stopped in that instant. My mind began to race, processing the meaning of that news. And the new world power is the beast god. Chapter 170, History written by individuals. How powerful does someone need to be to wander freely across the world? This has been a question asked by many people over the tens, or hundreds, of thousands of years since the world of six faces began to exist. Even after the first dragon god led a war against the other worlds, and eventually had his own world destroyed by the human god, giving rise to a single amalgamated world, this question remained unanswered. It depended greatly on each individual's circumstances. The immortal demon king Batagati could roam the lands relying on his immortality. The elven mage Verdia Solarion could travel carefreely trusting in her foresight of the future. There was even a certain monkey man who could walk the entire world following the advice of a god, even though he was very weak. That is to say, in this era, strength, though a crucial factor, was still deeply affected by strange and unpredictable abilities that were born and manifested in this magical world. There were immortal races. Races capable of dominating the minds of their opponents. Races that flew freely through the skies. And, likewise, there existed the blessed children and the cursed children, children touched by forces that even the greatest sages could not fully comprehend. There were beings who inherited the Laplace factor. There were those born inexplicably with absurd talents, great courage, or transcendental beauty. All facets of life and abilities were included. And everyone, without exception, was born with a certain fate. The strength of one's destiny influenced their life in every imaginable way. With a powerful destiny, it was possible to break the shackles of an ordinary life and become a true powerhouse. But destiny was something unpredictable. And, above all, it was constantly changing. In this world, there was no correct future. There was no fixed and unbreakable timeline. Various abilities defied the logic and physics of the world, demon eyes that interacted with the future, magics capable of slowing the flow of time, and even teleportation. All of this effectively scrambled the idea of a single stable temporal flow. In the last 16 years of the world of six faces, the world changed in unpredictable, chaotic, and grand ways. Because several of these factors interacted at the same time, history changed. Destinies collided. And new forces emerged from the shadows and the ashes. In the last 2 decades, 3 great events served as catalysts for unprecedented changes in the world of six faces: the birth of Rigor Adoldia, the birth of Rudeus Greyrat, and the teleportation incident that brought Nanahoshi Shizuka to this world. The birth of Rudeus Greyrat, although important, did not have a large-scale impact. Until he was 7 years old, the changes caused by his actions were limited to a small village in the Fatoa region. He met a few figures who would become relevant in the future, or whose descendants would leave important marks, but, actively, he lived a relatively carefree childhood. It was only after being teleported to the Bigaret continent that his actions began to diverge more intensely from the normal flow of destiny, albeit restricted to a small group. When the North Emperor Larix was killed, Rudeus's actions began to resonate more strongly, especially after the journey through Meles and the vast lands of the demonic continent. The teleportation incident, due to its gigantic scale and unpredictable nature, shook many certainties of destiny. Families were separated, cities disappeared, and alliances were forged or destroyed by chaotic events that nobody had planned. Still, even such calamity paled in comparison to a singular factor in terms of impact on the world: the birth of Rigor Adoldia. Rigor was the first child of Celine Adoldia and Hantar Adoldia. Originally, because he carried an extremely powerful Laplace factor within him, he should have been stillborn, a common fate for those who inherited such intense powers. The body of a newborn soul generally could not withstand such a magical burden, especially in Rigor's case, as he was born with innate demon eyes. But he lived. Because a soul from another world had been reincarnated in the child's body, Rigor survived. Everyone around him, especially Verdia Solarion, always saw something different in that child. Over time, it became clear that beast boy was a storm in the making, and his winds and thunders would sweep the world with a force destiny could not contain. Rigor's interference completely altered the life courses of countless people, especially on the continent of Meles. His magical eyes allowed him to identify early on who among his generation carried the greatest hidden talents. Among the outstanding were Taze Dodoldia, owner of impressive brute strength and latent magical talent. Killian Dodoldia, also strong physically, but with a sharp intellect and remarkable aptitude for magic and strategy. Lysena Adoldia, possessing an incomparable magical affinity among the tribe's youth. Linnea and Persina, daughters of the chiefs of the Doldia tribes, still young but with great leadership potential and strength. Without Rigor's interference, these children's destinies would have been far more limited. Taze would have become the strongest warrior of his generation in the Great Forest, reaching the top of the advanced level, but without proper instruction or moral guidance, he would never have gone beyond that. Killian, in turn, would have stood out for his strategic mind and the howling magic of the beast race, but he would not have opportunities to truly ascend. Lysena, perhaps with the most tragic future of all, would have become an adventurer at 15 and learned magic with a teammate, only for her entire group to be massacred by a horde of monsters south of Meles. All possessed great potential. But potential without opportunity, guidance, or the fire of will often dies before it can bloom. All this was changed by Rigor Adoldia. These were just examples of his direct influence. His indirect influence was even more far-reaching and profound. Guided by an extraordinary leader, communities around him tended to want to follow him. Under a modified destiny, youths who had once been destined for slavery, early death, or an ordinary life wasting their talents were forced to act. The great forest was moving, and those who did not keep pace would be left behind, or crushed by the progress of those advancing. Humans, demons, and other races freed by the Iron Legion also began to find new opportunities. Evidently, the Legion's reach was not yet capable of fully harnessing the potential of everyone, but it had undoubtedly multiplied many times over the strength the great forest could manifest. Rigor's influence was so sudden and vast that it even moved the great powers currently ruling the world of Six Faces. The holy nation of Meles, for example, guided by a mix of fear, religious fanaticism, apprehension of the unknown, and racial prejudice, ended up entering into direct conflict with the Iron Legion. Territories until then neutral or disconnected, such as the domains of dwarves, hobbits, and elves, ended up allying with the Legion. Even the Dragon King's realm, traditionally isolationist and pragmatic, formed an alliance with this new rising force. This conflict with Meles was, probably, the greatest armed conflict since the times of the War in the Conflict Zone, on the Central Continent, and perhaps even fiercer, since it was just two sides facing each other directly, without multiple factions or court intrigues. It was an open war between an ascending organization and a very ancient kingdom. Still, as much as the Iron Legion had promoted deep social and structural changes in the Great Forest and its surroundings, that was not enough to face head-on the conventional war might and magic of the holy nation of Meles completely. Meles outclassed them in almost every aspect of conventional warfare: low-tier troops, intermediate forces, elites. Even the magic employed by the Milesian armies was superior: ancient magical circles honed over centuries, containment barriers with sacred effects, healing techniques that could restore limbs or purify poisons. All that, combined with the unique powers of the two Micas, made Meles an almost unbeatable force in direct combat. The normal soldiers were, for the most part, at intermediate level. Most platoon commanders were at advanced level, and there were many saints scattered among their ranks. In this world, anyone with great motivation and some talent could reach the saint level. But to go beyond, to reach the king, emperor, or god level, the requirements became much more stringent. It required more than effort, innate talent, obsession, or a balanced combination of both. Even among the most influential countries, king-level warriors or higher were scarce. Meles counted with only about 10 of them spread across its noble houses, military factions, and church orders. Of these, only one was considered a true god level, Galgard Nashvenik, the strongest man in the holy nation. That is not to mention the priests and mages capable of using magics that could change the course of a battle with the mere activation of a barrier. And that was why Meles' crusade advanced so easily at the beginning. Village after village, frontier after frontier, the advance was constant, methodical, and brutal. This continued until they reached the edge of the Great Forest and came face to face with the stone fortress in Tinavur. Although Meles outmatched its opponents, it no longer did so with the ease of 10 years before. The superiority that was once overwhelming now balanced out in more heated confrontations. This was because, over time, various powerful individuals emerged within the Legion, rising as pillars against Meles' advances. Fighters who mastered magic, sword, and tactics, forged in the fire of battles and guided by the inspiring leadership of Rigor Adoldia and his allies. Because of this, invading the Great Forest was a task that Meles could not accomplish in a short period of time. Although Meles was not inexperienced in incursions into this territory, it faced serious difficulties crossing its borders. The ambushes, the treacherous terrain, the wild creatures, and now the defenses erected by the Legion made every step a hard-won achievement. Even with more numerous and well-equipped troops, with support magics, magical circles, and saints among their ranks, Meles advanced cautiously and faced resistance at every new step. But this stalemate, which kept the war in a state of controlled attrition, was on the verge of breaking. Since Meles learned that the sixth world power had been replaced, and that now the beast god occupied that place, their offensive gained new vigor. Their assaults became more regular, more organized, and more violent. It was evident they wanted to win this war before Rigor Adoldia's return. Despite this, Meles' higher echelons did not appear to fear Rigor at all. There was no terror, no hesitation. There was confidence. An unsettling and enigmatic confidence, as if they had a plan, a trump card, something that made them believe they could deal with the beast god. This cold, calculated assurance caused many in the Legion to question what was really behind Meles' maneuvers. And so, with days turning into weeks, and weeks into months, the war intensified. The clashes multiplied, blood was shed, and the sky over the great forest darkened with the smoke of battle. Something grand was coming, all could feel it. The legion prepared. Melees advanced. And the storm on the horizon only grew. Taze de Doldia. Age, 20 years. Titles, Iron King, Wolf Monarch. Mana reserves, Saint level. Magical skills. Fire magic, advanced. Earth magic, advanced. Water magic, intermediate. Healing magic, advanced. Barrier magic, elementary. Howling magic, mastery. Combat skills. North God style, king. Sword God style, advanced. Battle strength, king level. Rufus Pinnacle C. Age, 12 years. Titles, Earthbreaker. Mana reserves, Emperor level. Magical skills. Fire magic, advanced. Earth magic, Saint. Water magic, advanced. Wind magic, advanced. Healing magic, advanced. Barrier magic, intermediate. Combat skills. North God style, advanced. Battle strength, Saint level. Killian Tedoldia. Age, 16 years. Titles, Gale Reaper. Mana reserves, king level. Magical skills. Fire magic, advanced. Earth magic, Saint. Wind magic, Saint. Water magic, advanced. Healing magic, Saint. Barrier magic, intermediate. Detoxification magic, advanced. Howling magic, mastery. Combat skills. Water God style, Saint. Sword God style, advanced. North God style, Saint. Battle strength, king level. Lysena Adoldia. Age, 15 years. Titles, Winter Wolf. Mana reserves, Emperor level. Magical skills. Fire magic, advanced. Earth magic, Saint. Wind magic, king. Water magic, Saint. Healing magic, Saint. Detoxification magic, advanced. Barrier magic, advanced. Howling magic, mastery. Combat skills. Water God style, intermediate. North God style, elementary. Sword God style, elementary. Battle strength, Saint. Chapter 171, Old Friends, An Extraordinary Magician. Several months before the outbreak of the war between Melees and the Iron Legion, far from the battlefield, on the Demon Continent, more precisely in the province of Varmaric, a solitary figure walked with calm steps through the hostile landscape. She was an elf. Her long golden hair shimmered even under the gloomy gray of the demonic sky. Her blue eyes, clear as ice, contrasted with the environment around her. The province of Varmaric was a desolate land, marked by deep valleys and black, jagged mountains. The constant winds carried a dry scent of iron and sulfur, and the clouds seemed never to dissipate. Vegetation was rare, and the ground creaked beneath her feet like parched bones. Black rocks rose on all sides like the teeth of a sleeping beast. The elf wore a dark wine-colored mage's cloak with silver details, beneath which part of a reinforced leather armor could be seen. On her back, she carried a quiver and an intricately carved elven bow, and in her hand, a wooden staff topped with a red magical gem. The aura she exuded was peaceful, almost gentle, but also conveyed the firmness of one who had crossed battles and eras. In the distance, at the foot of a rocky plateau, rose a castle city protected by high walls and watchtowers. It was the capital of the province of Varmaric, the most populous and secure city in that region. "Excuse me," the elf shouted as she approached the main gate. One of the guards, a demon with red skin, yellow eyes, and two horns curved backward, awoke startled from his nap. He hastily grabbed his sword, looking toward the lone figure. He rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. Then, finally speaking hesitantly, he said, "Ah? Miss. You know it's dangerous to stay outside the castle walls, right?" The elf smiled brightly. "It's all right. I'd like to know if Greta still lives in the nearby labyrinth." The demon immediately grew serious. His hand tightened on the hilt of his sword, and his eyes appraised her with suspicion. "Who are you, miss?" "I'm a friend of hers. My name is Verdia Solarion." Upon hearing that name, the guard's eyes widened for a brief moment. "Ah, yes, I think she mentioned something about that," he said, turning around. "She still lives there, yes. But I recommend you be careful on the way." "No, wait. Would you like an escort there?" He was about to step down from the wall, but Verdia raised her hand gently. "There's no need. Thank you for the information." And so, she set off toward a deep ravine stretching alongside the city. That chasm of black rocks was the path leading to Greta Fausark's labyrinth. Greta, of the demonic Fausark clan, was the current demon king of the province of Varmarik. Like many other demon kings, she had her eccentricities. Although entitled to the castle, she preferred to live deep within an S-rank labyrinth. It was said that there she studied, trained, and conducted bizarre arcane rituals. But above all, she was very powerful. After all, no ruler of a demonic province survived long without strength. Verdia crossed the ravine with light steps, as if she were walking through a field of flowers. Monsters emerged from the shadows of the rocks, sniffing her like vulnerable prey. But none lasted long. Invisible winds compress the air, break the silence, and fire like storm spears. Pressure shots. The words vibrated through the air, and a volley of wind spears exploded among the demonic jackals that surrounded her. The creatures were hurled and impaled, their bodies rolling inert over the black stones. Verdia could not cast chantless magic, but she had long been able to shorten her chants. An advanced-level spell like pressure shots normally required a much longer chant, but she invoked it with only 2 sentences. When the monsters got too close, she retreated with agility impressive for a mage. Her physical conditioning was excellent, and her movements precise. No creature managed even to scratch her during the crossing. At the end of the ravine, the entrance to an immense black cave appeared. Above the entrance, affixed to a rocky stalactite, there was a weathered plaque bearing writings in the demonic tongue, painted by hand. If you are human, go away. If you are a demon, go away. If you are a feral, I don't accept challenges. If you are of a marine race, what are you doing here? If you came to sell blood, ignore everything else. You are welcome. Verdia smiled as she read the message. That same plaque had been there for centuries. It was as eccentric as its owner. Adjusting her staff on her back and pulling her cloak to cover her body a bit more, the elf entered Greta's labyrinth without hesitation. Verdia passed through the S-rank labyrinth completely alone. It was true that she had taken that path before, which helped her greatly. She knew the traps, the treacherous turns, and the hidden shortcuts. Even so, despite this prior knowledge, the monsters that inhabited the place remained serious threats. They demanded effort, they demanded power. But Verdia was someone who possessed both in abundance. When wounded by claws or fangs, her hands were already casting healing spells almost immediately. When an ambush sprang out of nowhere, a pre-established magic circle activated and detonated the enemy with surgical precision and force. Verdia Solarion was an exceptional mage. There was a clear reason why the saint of North god style, Kalinowski, only attacked her after exhausting both her mana and her physical stamina. Her spells were always sure and overwhelming, and her movement was agile, refined, very unusual for a mage. Her body was in shape and her reflexes sharp as a sword. That golden-haired elf had spent much of her life in constant war, and that kind of experience left marks. Marks that, in her case, had turned into power and experience. Confident, she traversed the labyrinth with skillful precision. The monsters perished before they could touch her. Thus, step by step, she finally arrived at the boss room of the labyrinth. She stopped before the door, observing everything around her with nostalgic eyes. The walls, the cracks, even the faint sound of drips falling into ancient pools brought back memories. Memories of battles, of conversations, of decisions. And then, she pushed open the heavy dungeon door. Contrary to what one would expect of a labyrinth boss room, the interior was organized. Extremely organized. The spacious, vaulted chamber was illuminated by dozens of magical torches symmetrically arranged. There were shelves laden with vials, ingredients, alchemical tools, and scrolls. Potion benches, runic diagrams, and even a table with handwritten papers. Everything meticulously arranged at the back of the hall. On the center of the raised platform, chained to a reinforced magical containment circle, slept a colossal creature. A demon dog larger than a house. It had 4 heads, all different in appearance, and a suffocating aura. The chains wrapped around its muscular, black-boned body trembled lightly with its deep breathing. One of the heads slowly opened its eyes. Its eyes were as red as embers, and upon seeing Verdia, one of its muzzles lifted. A greenish gas began to pour from its mouth, and without warning, a poisonous breath was unleashed toward the elf. Unfazed, Verdia calmly withdrew a scroll from her cloak. Touching it with her fingertips and channeling mana, the magic circle drawn on it glowed intensely and formed a translucent barrier that enveloped her completely. The gas struck her and dispersed, impotent. "Greta," she called with a joyful smile. "It's me, Verdia." After a few seconds' delay in which the monster rose to continue its assault, the chains around the dog's neck were suddenly yanked to the side. A powerful, impatient female voice echoed through the room. "Lap. She's a visitor. Who do you think you're attacking?" From one of the side doors of the hall emerged an imposing figure. A very tall woman, at least 8 feet high, with gray skin and well-defined muscles. If judged only by anatomy and posture, she might be mistaken for an unusual human. But her long, dark purple braided hair said otherwise. A large onyx horn protruded from the center of her forehead, curving slightly backward. Her blue eyes shone with a wild intensity. Greta Fausark, the demon king of the province of Varmarik, wore only a white cloak, barely fitting her body. It was more a formality than real attire, the fabric barely covered her breasts and her intimacy. Her confidence was absolute, in strength, in presence, in authority. She walked toward Verdia with heavy steps, crossing the stone hall as if there were no hurry in the world. When she stood before the elf, she watched her silently for a few seconds. Her eyes rested on the mage's golden hair, now glowing with a soft, magical light. "Hey, your hair is shining, Verdia," Greta said curiously. Verdia smiled gently. A smile filled with joy and nostalgia. "I know," she replied. The demon king hesitated and said, Are you dying?" "What?" "Ahahaha. So you're not dying?" Greta said, laughing with her firm, hoarse voice, which reverberated off the dungeon walls. Inside a spacious secondary chamber, lit by magical crystals embedded in the walls, two figures sat facing each other. In the center, a robust wooden table covered with old scrolls, glass vials, and alchemical tools. The room smelled of aged potions, dried herbs, and magical ink. Verdia Solarion reclined gracefully, legs crossed and her long golden hair gleaming softly under the amber light of the crystals. Across from her, Greta, the imposing demon king of the province of Varmarik, was reclining in a chair too large for any human, holding an iron chalice. "No, I'm not," Verdia replied in a soft but firm voice. Greta tilted her head, frowning with genuine confusion. "But that's strange. Your hair, you remember. It used to shine a lot when you were young." Verdia nodded silently. "And it lost its shine over the ages as you grew older, right?" Another silent nod from the elf. "So, why is it shining again?" The mage took a deep breath, exhaling slowly through her lips. "I know as much as you do." A brief silence fell over the room, but it wasn't uncomfortable. It was the kind of silence only old friends could share. The two then relaxed, settling in for hours of conversation. It had been exactly a century since Verdia's last visit, but neither seemed to give much importance to time. Both belonged to long-lived races. Greta was already over 800 years old, and Verdia just over 500. They had met during the campaign of Demon God Laplace. It was in one of the fiercest battles that Verdia saved Greta's life by facing none other than Pharaoh's Star, the legendary fire emperor of the human race. Greta's days, however, had become much more peaceful over the last few centuries. Her routine consisted basically of waking up, studying alchemy, and sleeping. She spent most of her time among vials and formulas, deeply investigating complex topics. For the last 300 years, her obsession had been focused on bloodlines. How they formed, how they were transmitted, and what could be awakened within them. Verdia, on the other hand, roamed the world. She had stories of all kinds, epic victories, strange encounters, tragedies, and reunions. She spoke animatedly, and Greta listened attentively. Until the inevitable subject arose, rigor. She spoke excitedly about her disciple, while Greta continued to watch the glow in her friend's hair discreetly, without mentioning it further. Greta straightened in her chair, paying closer attention now. "That rigor fellow is quite amazing, from what you say. Although I don't know what that saint-level title means." Verdia smiled. "It's a classification humans invented in recent centuries. An attempt to measure the power of warriors and mages. Then what would be a better reference? At 8 years old, you could say he was already as skilled with the sword as I was in my youth." Greta raised an eyebrow. Now she was truly impressed. "Wait, in the old days. You stopped practicing with a sword?" The elf leaned back against the wall, her eyes distant. "I'm sure I mentioned that the last time I was here. It's been a few hundred years since I used a sword in combat. It's not like I've forgotten everything, but maybe I no longer have the same flair." "What a pity," Greta murmured. Elven swordsmanship was beautiful to behold. It would be a tragedy to lose that. A few more minutes of silence. A crystal glowed softly in lilac tones, marking the passage of another hour. "So?" Greta asked, refilling her chalice. "What's the real reason for your visit, Verdia?" The elf hesitated, looking at her hands on the table. "I came to retrieve something I left here long ago." "Your weapons. Are you going to fight a war?" Verdia nodded slowly. "And one more thing," she raised her eyes and stared at Greta intently. "I'm calling in my debt now. I want your help. I want you to come with me to Meles." Greta's expression hardened. Her eyes flashed briefly. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely sure," Verdia replied without blinking. A few days later, the mountain winds blew across the demon continent's peaks, witnessing a rare sight, the demon king of the province of Varmarik abandoning her territory, accompanied by her old friend. Two legends, side by side, crossing the continent toward the holy country of Meles. Chapter 172, 172, Born for Freedom. POV, Verdia Solarion. And here I was again, in yet another war. It wasn't strange to me, after all, I was born amid the most brutal war of the last 10,000 years. For a long time, during the Laplace War, I was called the Warrior Angel. Of course, that title was forgotten by many after I isolated myself for decades, but if you were to mention that name to some historian, they could tell you about my deeds, my battles, my triumphs, and my mistakes. That was a time when I wielded sword, bow, and magic with a heart hardened by necessity. Each strike of mine was precise, each spell devastating. First, I fought fiercely against the human race, in a war that did not even belong to us elves, and after that, I joined the campaign against Laplace, betraying the demon god. And still, at the end of the war, glory did not remain in me, only fatigue, pain, and the emptiness of a world that no longer seemed worthy of redemption. After the Laplace War, I earned other titles during my hundreds of years of life. Witch of Disaster, during the bloody conflicts in the conflict zone. Herald of Light, in a human kingdom I helped save from a monster invasion. Titles came and went, like the seasons, but there was no peace in my spirit. I participated in many wars, but I never threw myself into them completely. I was always involved primarily because I was helping some close friend. I helped, yes, but at a distance. Shortly after the end of the Laplace War, something inside me broke. 100 years of uninterrupted war had exhausted me. I developed a certain aversion to swordsmanship, archery, and even magic. These were arts aimed at slaughter, instruments of destruction, of loss. Skills created to burn, cut, and pierce the bodies of enemies. Tired and longing for the end of all this, I entrusted my artifacts to my best friend at the time, Greta, the Demon Queen. She was powerful, feared, and respected, but above all, she understood me. I left with her my cloak, my bow, my sword, and my staff. For magical items of great power. For of the reasons I had crossed that war as a legend. For reasons why many people did not return home. I planned never to use them again. Eventually, I found a new staff with my new group of adventurers. Something simpler, more modest, that accompanied me on explorations, studies, and travels. Magic, over the course of my wanderings, began to reveal itself in a new light, as a profound language that connects all things, a manifestation of the universe and its mysteries. I realized at some point how much I had ignored its beauty. When you are surrounded by destruction, it's hard to see beyond the next spell. But, with time, I saw the wonders it could create. Conjure a flame to warm the lost on a freezing night, control the wind to propel a drifting boat, heal wounds, purify poisons, all of that was magic too. The demon god Laplace seemed never to have understood that. That green-haired demon saw magic only as a tool of annihilation. And worst of all, he did it better than anyone. His spells were absolute, merciless. I never knew anyone who came close to his magical feats. Never, until a few years ago. When I met my new disciple. When did I start to grow weary of everything? Yes. I think it was at Misa's death. She was my best friend throughout my entire life. What was it that made her different? I wasn't sure. Actually, she was a bit quiet. I met her when she was 14, and I was 400. That seems absurd, doesn't it? But it's true. I watched her grow. I witnessed her changes. I saw her go from a shy child to a young woman passionate about life, then to a brave and respected woman, and then I saw her die as a wise, playful old lady. Look at that, it turns out I don't think I was truly born to be an elf. Most elves lived a calm and peaceful life, mainly in the elven village. Even when they ventured out into the world, they weren't particularly lively. The short-lived races were truly impressive. Because of their attachment to their brief time in this world, they always lived with intensity. They went out and made things happen. Smiled and cried, yelled and celebrated as if it were the last day, because it really could be. I was like that too. A free spirit, joyful and unrestrained. Happy and radiant. That was how I chose to live. But that brightness was gradually stained. By the cruelty of war. By the cruelty of life. And above all, by the cruelty of time. When I returned to the great forest, I just wanted to rest. Rest for a while. Assimilate everything that had happened. And then, who knows, travel again. As if in agreement with my well-deserved rest, my frequent visions of the future simply stopped. They vanished. Probably because there really was no threat to my life in the great forest. It was as if fate said, "You are safe here. Rest." It was on a relatively ordinary day. Hantar, a Doldia to whom I owed a small favor, asked me to heal his son's arm. The boy seemed very strong for his age, and his bones had broken due to his lack of control. At first, I simply found him adorable. Truly cute. Those golden eyes were rare. Although I had some suspicions about them, he quickly confirmed my hypothesis by sharing that he could see mana. Moreover, as soon as he saw me use magic, he became wholeheartedly interested. Let's see if you followed me so far. The boy was very cute, had great physical strength, innate demonic eyes, and on top of that, was extremely talented in magic. Did I forget something? Oh, yes. He was also excessively intelligent and always had completely out-of-the-box ideas about everything. Teaching rigor was a refreshing experience. A breath of life in my monotonous existence. I didn't realize it at the time, but he was the one who, slowly and surely, healed the deepest scars of my heart and soul. A dedicated, caring, and brave boy. One who would surely become a great man in the future. It's a pity that, like me, the boy was born in difficult times. At 5 years old, he was already defending his tribe in combat against slave traders. I didn't accompany him at that time, but I heard many stories. Meanwhile, I was fighting in the elven village. At one point, I fell into a trap. For a moment, I thought I was dead. It had been decades since I had seen any vision of my own death. Because of that, I truly didn't know how I might escape that time. If I had my mana intact, if I weren't so exhausted, I could have defeated that North Saint. It wouldn't have been the first or the second time I had done so. But I was spent. And when death seemed certain, my father's last words came to mind: I want you to live as long as I did, so that you understand that there are things in life more important than death. I always understood that phrase, but it was in that moment that I felt it deeply. It was the only time in my entire life that I didn't know if I would live or die. I had no vision to prepare me, there was no sign whatsoever. But, in any case, it was my adorable disciple, at only 6 years old, who ended up saving me. And together, we killed a North Saint. It still feels somewhat unreal, even remembering it now. In any case, the following years were turbulent. I mean, I wasn't at war anymore or anything like that, but having rigor around basically guaranteed that everything would turn into chaos. Of course, I loved all that excitement. And more, my disciple surprised me. At a certain point, I began to suspect that he might be some reincarnated demon. But after observing him for a while, I dismissed that possibility. He invented spells one after another, created an organization, and led it at only 8 years old. He had a clear vision of how to strengthen the Great Forest in the long run, and acted on that vision. He found other promising young people, trained them, taught them. Everything happened so quickly that those around him could barely keep up. At only 8 years old, it became clear to the entire Great Forest, Rigor Adoldia carried within him a flame. A flame of change. An unbridled and unstoppable flame. And wherever he went, everything was destined to change. And me? I became more and more attached to young Adoldia. A spirited, fierce, talented, and loving youth. Perhaps it was because he pulled me out of the pit I was in. Or perhaps he was just too charismatic for anyone not to like him. Whatever the reason, I found myself longing for, imagining his future deeds. What heights would he reach? What would he accomplish with his peculiar vision of the world? It was then that, on the day he left the Great Forest, I had a vision, after many years. And this time, this vision did not show my death. This time, my powers truly went beyond all limits. For the second time in my entire life, my powers saw the future of someone who was not me. And for the first time in my entire life, they showed a future many years ahead. I saw his death. I saw Rigor fall. I didn't know exactly when it would happen, or where. But the omen came, clear as day, in the wake of a terrible war against Miles. After the war, a city once pristine and white was now stained scarlet. The ivory towers crumbled, and from their ashes, the Iron Legion rose. It was then that I saw it, clearly, unmistakably. After all the war. After the bloodshed, after the calm that followed. Something far more terrifying emerged. Something that brought about Rigor's end. Amid the infinite sea, the sun shone bright and constant. There were no waves, nor wind. The ocean was serene, calm, like a living painting. But there was something strange in that scene. In the midst of that vast blue nothingness, a small island stood out. An island that, surely, was not there before. On that unlikely island, a gigantic red dragon at saddle rested under the sunlight, lying on a rocky elevation. Its breathing was slow, deep, and tranquil. A being of such imposing presence, there, in complete peace. Nearby, 3 figures rested. A beast-race woman, with silver hair and attentive eyes, was leaning against the body of a huge ebony wolf, which slept placidly. Next to her, a red-haired human watched the sea with her arms crossed. The third figure was a little brown-haired girl roasting a massive fish over the fire. "How does Rigor manage to stay underwater so long?" asked the redhead, Eris, her gaze fixed on the calm sea. Aisha, still focused on taking the fish off the fire, answered naturally. "It's because of a spell. A barrier mixed with wind magic. He has to renew the air inside the bubble from time to time, but it's not a big problem for the master." Ghislaine, the beast woman, lifted her face to the sky, feeling the warmth of the sun on her face as she stroked Skoll, the giant wolf. Traveling mounted on a dragon is truly out of the ordinary. She commented with a slight smile. It had been only a few months since the group had left the Sword Sanctuary. Since then, they had swiftly passed through the Azura Kingdom, crossed the chaotic conflict zone, and made a brief stop in the Sanakia Kingdom. There, they met Fendrel and Irina, old friends of Rigor, as well as their son, Gio. Soon after, they continued their journey through the skies atop Escalar, the Red Dragon. Upon passing through the Dragon King's kingdom, they discovered that Ornthorn had already departed from Meles. Wasting no time, they continued on. Now, they were at some point between Eastport and Westport, right in the middle of the ocean. Eris approached the dragon eggs that lay near Escalar, her eyes shining with excitement. Rigor said they're almost hatching. I can't wait to have one. Ghislaine smiled, and Aisha replied. I'd like to have one too, but I think it'll be complicated to raise. Not everyone can beat a dragon until it obeys like the master does. Eris puffed out her chest confidently. I can. Escalar snorted indifferently, turning to the other side with disdain, uninterested in starting a conflict with the redhead. Eris was about to continue speaking, but was interrupted by a subtle tremor. The sea began to stir. Waves formed for the first time that day, and whirlpools appeared at various points around the island. The three women immediately turned to the ocean, sensing the atmosphere change. Skoll growled softly, and Escalar lifted his head, alert. Then, a beast raceman emerged from the depths of the sea. But he wasn't swimming. He was floating. Carried by the water itself as if it propelled him through the air. His body was surrounded by a faint purple aura, and a serene smile adorned his face. The waters roiled even more. Slowly, an immense form rose from the seabed. A colossal frozen shape was hoisted upward. The carcass of a giant kraken emerged from the waters, suspended both by Rigor's control over the surrounding waters and by a gravity spell causing it to levitate slightly. It was an awe-inspiring and imposing spectacle. Meanwhile, stones floated and slowly shaped themselves, forming a gigantic ship made of light rock, crafted to accommodate the creature's body. Gears appeared below, driven by magic, structured to maintain the balance of that colossal vessel. In the air, Rigor smiled, triumphant. We've gained a new passenger, he announced in a light, excited tone. Don't worry, Escalar, I'll help carry this one. The three women and the two beasts stood agape at the scene before them. Rigor ignored their reactions as he gazed toward the horizon. Now, Meles was right in front of him. Chapter 173, Prelude. Amid the towering trees of the great forest, a figure moved with almost supersonic speed. His body was an almost imperceptible blur to ordinary eyes, like a shadow slicing through the air between colossal trunks and branches. He was a man of the beast-like race, about 1 meter and 80 centimeters tall. His long, dark brown hair was tied back in a ponytail that swayed with the wind of his fierce movement. His eyes, red and sharp like those of a predator, revealed an unshakable gleam. A prominent scar crossed one eye, climbing up his forehead and disappearing into the dark strands. At his waist hung a falcata-shaped sword. The brown hilt was detailed with intricate silver runes, and the blade had a dark silver hue, with an almost liquid gleam, as if it pulsed with energy. On the opposite side of his waist rested a short black sword, whose sheath seemed to absorb the light of the surroundings. Unlike the norm among beastmen, who usually wore light armor or even went shirtless to maintain agility, this youth wore full black armor. Silver accents traced the lines of the armor with lethal elegance, and at the center of the breastplate shone a symbol, the face of a wolf surrounded by a mystical aura. Anyone who had visited one of the monuments of the 7 world powers in recent months would recognize the symbol immediately, the emblem of the beast god, the newly elevated 6th among the 7 world powers. This young Doldia warrior racing through the great forest was Killian de Doldia, 16 years old, the current second-in-command of the burgeoning Iron Legion. Known to allies and enemies alike as the Gale Reaper, his reputation had already crossed the borders of the forest and reached even the central continent. As he ran, nearby beasts instinctively recoiled, sensing the mortal danger in his presence. Some, perhaps driven by fury or ignorance, dared not get out of the way, and were cleaved in two by an invisible blade, without Killian even slowing his pace or shifting his course. His magical attacks with wind magic were so fast and precise they seemed a natural manifestation of the forest itself, a force of nature that could not be stopped. Soon, the sound of a waterfall echoed in the distance, too soft for human ears but loud enough for Killian's keen senses. He diverted his course with feline ease, as if the wind obeyed his will, and in moments arrived at a clearing where a waterfall poured into a crystalline lake, surrounded by rocks and dense vegetation. There, 3 figures awaited him. The first was an elf with long golden hair that gleamed in the sunlight filtered through the canopy. Her blue eyes sparkled like sapphires in the gentle light. She wore a cloak the color of a starry sky, embroidered with countless tiny star-like details. At her waist hung a curved elven sword, and a blue bow and quiver were strapped to her back. Her name was Verdia Solarion, master of the Iron Legion's leader, an exceptional mage whose power and wisdom earned her the respect of all in the Legion. Next to her stood a beast girl of the Adoldia tribe, with firm features and disinterested eyes, wearing the same black armor of the Legion as Killian. Coincidentally, she was chewing on a strip of bacon even as they spoke. She was Persina Adoldia. Though only 13 years old, she was an exceptional warrior on the battlefield. A prodigy in earth, healing and water magic, as well as her tribe's howling magic, she also mastered the water god style in swordsmanship. Her potential was among the greatest, and she was considered one of the most promising members of the Legion. The third figure was an old demon, his skin a deep blue, 2 twisted black horns, and long hair the color of ripe wheat. On his back rested a double-edged axe. He was Larav Jinkan, former leader of the Jinkan demon tribe. He, and his entire tribe, had joined the Iron Legion 4 years ago, and since then the elder had shown absolute loyalty. Recently, just like Taze Dodoldia, Larav had been named North King by North Emperor Ornthorn himself, who had come from the central continent to join the war under the Legion's banner. When Killian arrived, the three were already conversing by the lake's edge, but upon noticing his approach, they all stopped and greeted him. The youth bowed slightly to his leader's master in respect, then greeted Persina and Larav, being especially affectionate toward Persina. After the greetings, he asked, "Was Rufus unable to come?" Verdia shook her head slightly, her eyes fixed on the steady flow of the waterfall ahead. "He went to help Taze on the front line in Hobbit territory. Galgard was there." Killian frowned, thoughtful for a moment, then asked, "So the Demon King Greta went there too?" The elf nodded calmly. Unlike the central continent, where the mountain ranges were mostly populated by red dragons, aggressive and territorial monsters, Meles was less concerning in this regard. There, blue dragons predominated, but they concentrated in specific locales and had migratory habits. Some parts of the range were true death zones, but others were relatively safe, at least by the standards of those who grew up facing wild beasts daily. Of course, monsters inhabited the entire range, but both the people of Meles and the beast-like race were accustomed to that. Recently, however, Meles had begun to advance aggressively into Hobbit territory, even crossing the range with its troops. In recent months, the generals of Meles realized that conquering that region was essential. The true motivation came with the arrival of Ornthorn, the North Emperor from the kingdom of the Dragon King by sea. With his presence reinforcing the Iron Legion's lines, Meles decided to invest heavily to cut off this vital maritime connection so that no more incidents like that could occur. Persina looked at Killian with a worried expression. "Will we be able to complete the mission without Rufus?" Killian thought for a few seconds, analyzing the variables. He wanted to bring Rufus precisely for his proficiency with earth magic, his natural affinity. But for that very reason, Rufus was perfect to support Taze in Hobbit territory, where Meles was concentrating its invasion efforts across the range. Besides, he and Persina also wielded earth magic, though not at Rufus's level. "I believe you and I will be enough, Persina," he replied firmly. "But if we're not fast enough, Lady Verdia could simply destroy everything with the earth rupture. It wouldn't be ideal, but I believe it would achieve the same result." Persina merely nodded, a bit more confident. Verdia then spoke in a soft but assured voice. "Rigor will be arriving in the coming months. So even if we only delay them, it will be enough." Persina sighed, exasperated. "I still can't believe the boss tamed a dragon. He really has no limits." Larav ran his hand through his thick beard, adjusting the strands with the calm of one who has seen many wars. "From the stories they told me about him, I have high expectations for this youth. He began counting on his fingers, destroying an entire forest in one blow, killing a saint at 6 years old, slaying in terror of the depths, taming dragons, and now he's even become one of the 7 great powers at 16. Killian remained expressionless. This mission was indeed extremely important. Removing 4 heavyweights like himself, Verdia, Larav, and Persina from the front line represented a huge loss. That was precisely why they had gathered as quickly as possible. If Meles noticed their absence for too long, the consequences could be catastrophic. In the past months of the conflict, Meles had increased its aggression even further upon discovering that Rigor had become the 6th world power. At first, the Legion was able to repel the armies efficiently, but over time, the true strength of the world's 2nd largest military power began to show. After all, they were the only kingdom that had existed long before the demon god Laplace. It was only a matter of time before some point in the defenses collapsed under the constant pressure. From then on, everything would cascade in a domino effect. This mission was not about direct victory, but about time. Time for their leader to return. And then, they would finally launch the counterattack. "Good," said Killian with resolve. "Let's go. The sooner we return, the lower the risk of our disappearance being noticed." All nodded solemnly. Without another word, they dashed into the forest. As they ran, Killian couldn't help but admire once more the elf with golden hair. Even as a mage, his leader's master was still faster than Persina. She moved through the forest with a natural grace, as if the vegetation shaped itself around her. I suppose that's to be expected of a mage with 500 years of experience, Killian thought, slightly impressed but keeping his focus. In any case, they had officially begun their march toward the Nikolaus River. Renoa Magical Academy. In recent years, the academy had undergone great transformations. What had once been merely an institution dedicated to training promising mages had now become a stage for intrigue, academic revolutions, and silent political movements. It all began 4 years ago, with the arrival of a figure who changed the course of that institution forever, Princess Ariel Anemoi Azura. Few knew, but her coming was not voluntary. Fleeing the Azura kingdom, the princess escaped constant assassination attempts. Her trusted knight, Luke Nodo's Greyrat, insisted she leave the kingdom before it was too late. Each day, the noose tightened. Derek Redbat, the princess's magical guardian, shared the same opinion. Ariel refused at first. But her heart shattered on the day one of her closest attendants, faithful to the point of giving her life, was killed trying to protect her from an attack. The image of her guard's body falling before her was forever etched in her memory. She finally agreed to leave the kingdom. And it was also that day, when she finally consented with her magical guardian, that she decided she would fight for Azura's throne. The escape was long and painful. They lost 7 members during the journey to Renoa. Of the 15 who departed, only 8 survived. But they survived. They finally arrived at Renoa Magical Academy and began their studies. In the following years, Ariel focused on finding allies, forging alliances, and increasing her influence, preparing for the day she would return to Azura to claim the throne. She was not just a princess with heroic aspirations. She was a strategist. And her time at Renoa would not be wasted. Each year brought something new. In the year after Ariel's arrival, the Silent 7 Stars appeared, a magical researcher who introduced various technologies and innovative ideas. Even the standardized uniforms the academy now used were her idea. In the 3rd year, another name emerged in Renoa's halls, Zenoba Chiron. A prince of the Chiron kingdom, but more than that, a Miko. His brute strength was legendary. It was said he could crush skulls with his bare hands as if they were clay. Despite his strange appearance and personality, his heart belonged to a passionate, obsessed collector of figurines. Some believed the next would be Rigor Adoldia, who was at the Sword Sanctuary. But many said he would not come, since he was far superior to any Renoa instructor. And, according to those expectations, he flew back to Meles on his red dragon to fight a war against the sacred kingdom of Meles. Shortly after his departure, 2 names arrived that also shocked everyone at the academy. Cliff Grimoire, a young genius, arrogant and brilliant, and Harry Grimoire, the former pope of Meles, who became an advisor in the Renoa kingdom, hiding from persecution by the sacred country. Those 4 years had been turbulent and full of surprises for Renoa. Renoa Magical Academy had become a boiling cauldron, a convergence point for great powers, a seedbed of global change. But, unknown to most, a group destined to cause more uproar than any other was rapidly approaching. The group of Rudeus, Sylphie, Roxy, and Rudyard had finally reached the magical triumvirate. Chapter 174, Sanctified Chains. Inside the White Palace, in the holy capital Melitian, a bad-tempered man hurried through the corridors. He had light brown hair and green eyes. His unshaven beard and disheveled hair gave him an air of neglect, and deep dark circles covered his eyes, betraying many sleepless nights. The exhaustion on his face was only disguised by the constant irritation in his expression. He wore a green cloak over light armor and carried 2 swords at his waist. He pressed on until he reached what appeared to be the audience chamber of the White Palace. The guards posted at the sides did not attempt to stop him. Upon arriving before the doors, one of the guards opened them for him without a word. The men entered without even thanking him, maintaining an air of contained fury. The hall was vast and imposing, decorated with an ostentation that made clear the wealth and power concentrated there. Finely embroidered tapestries covered the walls, depicting sacred and historical scenes. Golden columns supported an artistically painted ceiling, and the polished marble floor reflected light from the ornate chandeliers. A huge stained glass window behind the main chair cast multicolored light that gently tinted the room. There were 2 men in the chamber. One of them stood, calmly observing one of the tapestries. He wore ceremonial robes embroidered in gold, and his fingers were laden with rings, some magical items, others merely ornamental. A scepter rested on the nearby table, but what drew the most attention was the golden sword at his waist, shaped like a gladius. That was Lucius Gallard, the current pope of Meles. The man, before becoming the Miko of divine vision, and consequently the pope, had already been a powerful swordsman and an influential noble. Even after assuming the highest title in the Church of Meles, he did not abandon his martial roots and habits. The other man in the room was an imposing knight, completely covered in white and silver armor with golden details. The visor of his helmet concealed his face, revealing only his intense blue eyes, which surveyed the room like a statue. The man who had just entered strode forward brusquely and said aggressively, Lucio's, why didn't they let me see my daughter this morning? The Pope turned slowly. He looked to be about 50 years old, with brown hair already graying at the temples. Paul Greyrat, you must know that you did not fulfill the agreement that was established. Paul slammed both hands on the table that separated them, making the sound echo through the vast room. How were you expecting me to kill the target if a North Emperor arrived to save her? Paul's journey to Melis had been, to some extent, smooth. After deciding that Rudeus would go to the Sword Sanctuary to fetch Aisha, and that he himself would come to Melis to retrieve Norn, Paul and his companions wasted no time. The group crossed the demon continent with relative ease. They were accompanied by a Lionelise and Talhand, a high elf and a dwarf, and, with their help, managed to traverse the great forest without drawing attention, hiding their names to avoid direct confrontation with the Iron Legion. Fortunately, there were no major complications, which was most feared due to the Legion hunting Rudeus and Sylphiette. Lionelise and Talhand remained in the great forest, as a precaution, since the entry of a powerful elf and dwarf into Melis at this time could cause problems. From that point on, only Paul and Zenith pressed on. However, the ease ended there, when they went to meet Zenith's parents. Upon arriving at the Latria house, the head of the family, Norn's grandfather, discovered that Paul was a North king. Immediately, he demanded that Paul and Zenith remain and fight for the Latria house against the Iron Legion. Paul flatly refused. Zenith, despite her initial hesitation because it was her family's home, also stood firmly against it. Although the Iron Legion was hunting her son, he was likely on the other side of the world at that moment, far beyond their reach. So the last thing the couple wanted was to enter into conflict with that enormous organization. However, things soon took an unexpected turn. The Pope himself learned of the situation and, to their even greater surprise, Norn herself, daughter of Paul and Zenith, asked that they fight for Melis. The girl did not remember them, and everything indicated that she was merely repeating words she had been taught, pleading for them to help the Latria house win. Paul and Zenith were deeply hurt. Norn had been raised there since she was 1 year old due to the teleportation incident. It was natural that she would be attached. Yet the parents decided that they would take her, even against the girl's will, because it would be best for her. It was then that the head of the Latria house placed her under his protection and began preventing Paul and Zenith from even seeing her. Paul nearly unleashed a bloodbath in response, but Zenith held him back. Next, they both took part in a meeting with the Pope, who revealed his true intention. With words disguised as justice, family, and duty, he essentially blackmailed them. Paul felt pressured, agreed to fight for Melis for a time in exchange for the promise of taking Norn with him in the future. Recently, he had been given a target. If he killed her, he would be free to leave with his daughter. The target was an elf named Verdia. But Paul failed because a child with green hair carrying a huge golden sword appeared. Apparently, he was not really a child, but a North Emperor over 80 years old. And now he was there, furious. The Pope, observing him with cold disinterest, remained silent, as if the result had already been expected, and said icily. The mission was to kill the elf. That mage is largely responsible for starting this war. She taught that demon, Rigoridolia, and even brought a demon king to fight for her. He thought and spoke, and more, the green-haired demon, the North Emperor, Ornthorn, personally saved her. Paul ground his teeth in fury. I have nothing to do with this war is not mine. The Pope sighed, disappointed. That's where you are wrong. This war is all humanity's. Only by uniting can we be sure to annihilate this evil at its root. You should try listening to your daughter Norn. The Pope stared at Paul intently, and his voice took on a slight reproach. She is a Latria, whether you like it or not. And the Latria house has a noble conduct and desires to see the demons expelled from the Holy Continent. Paul replied in a voice riddled with venom. Stop forcing your ideals on my daughter. You are nothing but a bunch of hypocrites. The Pope looked at him with what seemed like pity. You are strong, Paul Greyrat. But unfortunately, you lack the discernment to fight for what is right. A tense, heavy silence hung between them. The Pope then spoke with restrained sorrow. I will not continue to force you, even seeing clearly that you follow the wrong path. I will give you one last mission. And then you may depart with your daughter. The North Emperor will not be there. We have already confirmed his position at this moment. Paul calmed a little upon hearing that, but was still visibly furious. Every fiber of his body screamed for blood. All he wanted at that moment was to draw his sword and plunge it into that manipulative Pope's chest, ending it right then and there. But the White Knight, standing by, was a menacing reminder. He did not move, but his presence was suffocating. The only person recognized as the Water Emperor in Melis. Anyone who had tried to approach the Pope aggressively had been killed instantly by his blade, a blade that no one could see move. No one could avoid it. When Paul placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, only as an involuntary reflex, he felt a deadly chill. He felt as if the tip of the White Knight's blade was already at his throat. He hadn't even seen the men move. It was as if death had appeared by instinct, silent and definitive. Paul took a deep breath. Zenith's words echoed in his mind, breathe deeply, negotiate. He closed his eyes for a second, swallowed his anger as if it were acid, and then murmured through clenched teeth. What is the mission? The Pope smiled upon hearing that. Several minutes later, Paul left the chamber, still irritated, but his eyes shone with a dark determination. On the previous day, the Pope had again received a divine vision. His visions had become a hot topic on the Holy Continent. Each time one of his prophecies came true, his influence grew, and with it, the fanaticism of his armies. It was with these visions that Pope Lucius Gallard won the loyalty of various noble houses and powerful commanders. He shared his influence with Cardinal LeBlanc Macfarlane, but the two had aligned objectives and strengthened each other. It was with these visions that he won the loyalty of the Water Emperor, and even Galgard Nashvenik came to recognize, at least in part, his actions, after the fulfillment of several visions beneficial to the Church of Melis. This time, the vision was about the Nikolaus River, the main river of Melis, which flowed from the Blue Dragon Mountains to Melishan and formed the Great Lake at its center. The enemy's objective seemed to be to poison its waters and block its source, depriving the holy capital of its supply. Several months remained until the rainy season, and in times of war, a scarcity of water would severely divert the focus of their forces. But thanks to the Pope's divine vision, this attack would be thwarted. However, as always, the vision was limited. Lucio said he only knew of the attack, he did not know who would participate in it. There was, however, one more piece of information about this attack that he had shared with no one but the White Knight. While the Pope analyzed battlefields and read dispatches from various fronts, the White Knight, motionless at his side, spoke in a low voice, almost a whisper muffled by reverence. Your Holiness, is it right to send these soldiers there knowing what awaits them in the end? The Pope fell silent for a long time. The sound of the quill scratching the parchment ceased. He laid down the scroll slowly and sighed, displeased. It displeases me to do this, he murmured, frowning. But the truth is we still know little about what he is capable of in combat. What I can learn through divine visions is limited. Lucius raised his eyes to his companion in faith and trust. In the end, this will be for the greater good. If I can fulfill God's will during my tenure, I would be willing even to sacrifice my own life. The White Knight remained silent for a few seconds. His blue eyes shone beneath the lowered visor of his armor, then he replied with absolute faith. Whatever you say, Your Holiness. The Pope rose slowly from the ornate chair, straightening his ceremonial cloak. I will speak with the bishops to verify the preparations for the ritual. He walked to the door, but before leaving, turned to his bodyguard. Tell your niece to ensure that Paul does not discover that his other daughter is Rigger's disciple. The fact that Rigger had a disciple had only recently become public knowledge when he arrived at the Sword Sanctuary. Before then, only a few knew the identity of the child traveling with the group, but at the Sword Sanctuary, they were forced to acknowledge her talent. Not even the upper echelons of Melis had known her identity until then. Information did not travel swiftly, and even now, only the highest circles knew the truth. The knight nodded solemnly. I will do so. And the two left the chamber, leaving behind only the oppressive silence and the sacred plans of a new, imminent confrontation. Time passed. The group of 4 warriors, Verdia, Killian, Larav, and Priscina, moved at a steady pace, ever closer to the region of the Blue Dragon Mountains, where the majestic Nikolaus River originated. The mountains rose imposingly in the distance, shrouded in mist and icy wind, and the sound of the river's waters could be heard now and then amid the gusts. At one of the camps set up efficiently and discreetly during the journey, Verdia finished preparing a hot meal. The smell of roasted meat spread through the cold mountain air. Priscina, with her keen instincts, sniffed the air, her eyes shining with expectation and saliva at the corners of her mouth, and exclaimed. I've never eaten blue dragon meat. She seemed delighted, like a child before a forbidden feast. That was no surprise to the others, Priscina had never hidden her taste for meat. In fact, she was notorious for stealing food when she was younger. On countless occasions, Killian had forced her to hunt beasts to replace the stolen meat, as punishment and a lesson. In normal times, such behavior would be grounds for prison or at least severe reprimand. But Priscina was a warrior of undeniable potential, and her numerous contributions in the name of the Great Forest had made her somewhat immune in this regard. It was a peculiar vice, but tolerated. Verdia smiled as she stirred a makeshift pot with a hand-carved metal spoon. There is a specific preparation method. It's quite difficult, but if done correctly, blue dragon meat can be very tasty. The group laughed, relaxing slightly under the faint glow of the fire. After eating, they broke camp and resumed their journey. The terrain grew ever steeper, and the thin air made breathing more difficult, but none of them were ordinary warriors. From time to time, monsters appeared, small groups of mountain creatures with curved tusks, and occasionally, the shadow of a blue dragon passed overhead. However, until then, no truly difficult combat had been necessary. Finally, they spotted in the distance the giant source of the Nikolaus River. It was a majestic sight, a crystal-clear waterfall plunging from fissures between snowy peaks, feeding a deep, pristine lake that in turn formed the river's headwaters. Blocking such a powerful flow would be a lengthy task and require meticulous planning. Ghislaine looked at the landscape and spoke, seriously. Stay alert. There may be monsters or traps around here. Despite his apparent calm, Ghislaine was completely attuned to his surroundings. His senses, honed by years of battles and hunts in the great forest, caught every tiny sound and movement nearby. He moved with a tense body, ready to react to any danger. It was then that Verdia stopped walking. Her blue eyes shone with an intense silver light for a second. She stood motionless, her eyes vacant, as if torn from reality. No one noticed. Persina was distracted by the tracks of some nearby animal, Larav checked his weapons, and Ghislaine had already moved ahead. Verdia was having a vision of the future. A glimpse of what lay ahead on their mission. She blinked slowly, regaining consciousness, and resumed walking as if nothing had happened. Chapter 175, The Ambush at the Waterfall. While Ghislaine and Persina began the modifications along the damp, winding trail toward the waterfall, the blue-skinned demon, Larav, remained vigilant, his eyes scrutinizing every detail. His experience in countless battles and wars allowed him to maintain absolute focus. Around them, in the mountains, not a single living being was visible. Verdia, on the other hand, seemed oblivious to everything, calmly observing the landscape as if on a leisurely stroll. But there was a silent weight to her actions. Ghislaine gestured firmly, indicating to Persina the exact spots where each alteration in the terrain should occur. Here. Then over there. We need to control the earth so that the water doesn't wash away the dam over time, he demonstrated, creating a miniature version of the modifications with earth magic. If we get the angle wrong, the dam won't withstand the water's pressure, and even if it does, it won't be worth it if Meles arrives and destroys everything easily. Persina listened intently to every word. Ghislaine then turned to Verdia. Lady Verdia, do you have the poison? The golden-haired elf seemed distracted, but upon hearing her name, she withdrew a small pouch from her belt and handed it to Ghislaine, saying, Be careful. If you inhale even a moment of this, no one here can save you. Ghislaine nodded gravely. Persina eyed the contents of the pouch with curiosity. That poison was one of the products of the medicine and alchemy division of the Iron Legion. In times of war, the sacred capital of Meles, Melitian, was surrounded by a top-level barrier, immune to magic and even physical threats. The barrier was also imbued with detoxification magic to a certain degree, so a common poison would not work. Entry to the capital was also strictly controlled. Thus, this poison was special, an alchemical compound that, upon contact with water, became colorless, odorless, and virtually undetectable. Moreover, its cure required a detoxification spell equivalent to king level, something few could perform. It was an extremely rare and difficult poison to produce, as the beast containing the venom gland, the main ingredient, would have to be a mutant. With Larav standing guard, Ghislaine and Persina began carefully manipulating the earth, altering the river's structure so that the polluted water would follow the desired course. When it was almost ready, they would pour the poison. At one point, Persina stopped and sniffed the air, doubtful. Ghislaine. What is it? He replied without looking back. This place, shouldn't there be some monsters? I mean, sure, maybe not many, but none at all. Ghislaine frowned and looked around. Now that she mentioned it, it was indeed strange. The region should harbor at least a few smaller predators. Larav continued his silent patrol, eyes sharp. Ghislaine then looked to Verdia. She stood motionless, staring intently in a specific direction, her eyes razor-keen. Suddenly, she spoke. Prepare for battle. As if sensing the group's unease, their hiding places were revealed. In the next instant, a translucent green-tinged barrier swiftly rose around the area, forming a magical dome. A gigantic magic circle appeared beneath their feet. Ghislaine reacted in a flash, activating his wind magic and darting forward like lightning. The force of his movement was so brutal that the terrain behind him exploded in fragments, the ground cracking, rocks shattering. The beast warrior broke the sound barrier, attempting to interrupt the barrier's formation before the magical prison completed. But it was too late. Ghislaine collided with a powerful punch against the newly formed barrier, the impact reverberating through the mountain. Not a single crack appeared. Larav was already beside Verdia and Persina. The elf looked at her own hand, flexing her fingers with a slight smile. Then she set aside her staff and drew the blue bow strap to her back. It's been a while since I fought without magic. Around the river, concealment magics dissipated, revealing dozens of soldiers in silver, white, and blue armor. They had hidden their presence with sensory barriers, they were likely there before the group even arrived. It was a carefully orchestrated ambush. Ghislaine tried to use magic and, like Verdia, felt his mana flow failing to form as it normally would. Ahead of the line of knights, a man stood out. Robust in appearance, with blonde hair and green eyes, his build resembled a living mountain. His blue armor gleamed in the dim light, and his face was hidden beneath a ceremonial Templar helm. With resolve, he cried out as he drew his sword and raised a tower shield ornamented with sacred symbols. "Priests, keep the barrier stable." He leaped forward and finished with a commanding shout. "Templars! Kill them all!" A roar ensued. Boohoo! Aia! Like a sea of steel and light, the Crusaders of Meles advanced in tight formation, swords raised, shields locked, eyes alight with fury and faith. It all happened in an instant. The 4 Iron Legion warriors soon realized they were surrounded by a confinement barrier. At minimum king level, possibly higher. Their magic and escape were sealed, unless they withstood the ambush or killed the priests somehow. Dozens of knights charged. Verdia, bow in hand, notched an arrow, drew, and released. All in under half a second. Such speed that some warriors hadn't even touched the ground after leaping. A shaft of bright blue light streaked from her bow, striking a knight square in the helm's visor. The last thing heard was a groan. And that was only the beginning. Immediately after the first arrow, the second and third followed in quick succession. The elf displayed total mastery of her bow, no one could dodge her arrows, and her bow seemed imbued with some unknown magic. "Stay together." "Formation 14, shouted Killian. Lerav and Persina formed a protective ring around the elf and clashed with the opponents. Lerav handled the rear alone, while Persina and Killian joined to hold the front line. Persina was talented, but not yet a warrior of saint level. Although she was already of the advanced level in Water God style and North God style, thanks to targeted training since age 4, it was not enough to hold a line on her own. Killian, however, was an excellent swordsman. Even wielding only his falcata, he could fight this group, but his primary style relied on constant wind magic to amplify his speed, lethality, and fluidity. The only one unaffected was Lerav. No matter who stood before him, none could withstand his mighty axe. It was faster, stronger, and had greater reach than his opponent's weapons. Their shining armor was cleaved with each blow. Just as he began to be overwhelmed by numbers, a bright blue arrow pierced an enemy's skull, Verdia supporting them with unceasing volleys. The battle soon reached a temporary stalemate. Killian and Persina held their ground, combining their strengths with the elf's constant support. But this situation would not last long. Soon, the blue-armored Templar leader, the mountain-like knight known in Meles as the Hill, joined the fray. He used none of the 3 styles, but that did not make him any less powerful. With his enormous tower shield, he struck Killian. The beast warrior barely had time to break free from his opponents and raise his arms to block. One of his arms bent at an unnatural angle as he felt his bones shatter. He was thrown aside. "Killian!" Persina cried in shock. But the next instant, the colossal figure of the great knight's sword descended toward the beast girl. As the blade was about to cleave her in two, Verdia plunged between them. Her cloak billowed as she turned, using her back to shield the girl. The sword struck the mage violently. But to everyone's surprise on the battlefield, the expected scene did not occur. A loud metallic clang echoed as the sword collided with her cloak. The bluish mantle, patterned with white star-like details, withstood the impact. In the next moment, the knight's sword flew back, rebounding from his hand. The elf turned to the Templar. Her elven sword was in her hand, aiming for the visor's slit. But it had been many years since she wielded a blade. Though once an excellent swordswoman, her strike now was so predictable that, despite the knight's shock at failing to kill her and losing his weapon, he easily caught her arm and hoisted her into the air. As he prepared to crush her with his shield, a massive axe swung into his line of sight, Lerav coming to the rescue. He abandoned the immediate attack and blocked the devastating blow. In the next moment, a knight handed him a new sword. The elf dropped nimbly, evading another Templar's blade. She grabbed Persina's hand and pulled her out of immediate danger. At that moment, Killian reappeared amid the knights, fighting fiercely. Persina breathed a sigh of relief and refocused. They didn't even have time to exchange words. A moment's distraction in battle meant death. Verdia now fought, mixing arrow strikes with sword defense. Persina was in a similar situation, both were badly wounded and unable to thin the number of opponents. Their breaths came in gasps. They were barely holding on against the numerous enemies. Meanwhile, Lerav faced the hill and several other Templars simultaneously. He demonstrated the resilience and power of the demon race with every swing. His axe cleared a path, but even he knew, this fight was doomed if nothing changed. Killian weaved through bodies and blades with the fluidity of water, reappearing beside Verdia and Persina like a living arrow. His movements, swift and precise, were the perfect expression of the combination of North God style and Water God style. There was no time to celebrate. A sword approached Persina's exposed flank, and in an instant, he grabbed the attacker's wrist and yanked, saving her arm. Their breaths were ragged. Killian moved with the versatility and fluidity of a North and Water saint, protecting the two girls while defending himself. Verdia offered support with her magical blue bow. Wounds multiplied, blood painted their skin, and with each parried blow, death seemed to laugh closer. But they were alive, after all. Meles probably didn't know who would be part of this attack, or they would have sent more high-level troops. Though, at this pace, these would likely have been more than sufficient. Larav, the taciturn and fierce demon, was another reason they still breathed. The Hill, the most powerful Templar of Meles present, was the only one who posed a real challenge to him. All the others, though trained and disciplined, were merely well-coordinated soldiers. But even he could not endure forever. The Templars of Meles were warriors trained since childhood as Knights of St. Meles. Men and women forged by faith, order, obedience, and fanaticism. Their teamwork was astonishing. The Templars attacked in blocks, in almost choreographed formations, closing spaces and preventing movement. Verdia, Ghislaine, and Eris were all elite combatants. But without being able to use their greatest strength, magic, they were losing to the numbers. Slowly, but they were. Ghislaine searched for a gap. His eyes darted in every direction. No visible escape. Their only option was to hold on. And even that seemed unattainable. Verdia felt her heart race. Her steps were graceful, light, the wounds on her body seemed not to bother her. Each move between blades left a new mark. Her lungs burned. Yet she smiled. She already knew. She knew what the others did not. She knew her death had been decreed before this battle even began. Because she saw. Because she always saw. Her curse. Her gift. That was what gave her confidence. And, of course, as always, she kept this secret. She had known for a long time that revealing it was like a death sentence for whoever discovered it. Thus, Verdia never told. Not even Rigger. Not her friends in the great forest. Not even Greta, her closest friend. And, as always, her vision was coming true. A knight thrust at Eris. The beast warrior tried to dodge, but her reflexes were slow, and the sword was already slicing through the air. Then Ghislaine pulled her back. Exactly as it had happened in her vision. Time seemed to slow for Verdia. A knight flew through the air, cleaved in two by Larav's axe. Blood rained over them. The elf looked around and recognized every detail. This was the vision. This was the moment. A Templar tried to pierce her with a thrust. Verdia moved millimeter by millimeter, slipping past by a hair. With an arrow grasped in her bare hands, she drove it through the enemy's eye and used his body as momentum to leap back. Several enemies closed in. But she did not stop. In midair, before touching the ground, she spun her sword. The strike seemed random at first glance, but it was calculated. The elven blade shone with an intense white light, activating its enchantment. The light exploded around, blinding everyone nearby. Then, metal clashed. The impact echoed, and the elf's eyes went wide. He was there. The assassin this time, Paul Greyrat. Paul looked stunned. The elf had blocked his strike. Impossible. He waited patiently, not entering the fight initially, biding his time. That strike had to be unavoidable. Verdia had seen that shocked face many times before. Without hesitation, Verdia twisted her body, her blade seeking the opponent's throat with deadly precision. Paul recoiled, even blinded by the light, by instinct. The blade cut through the air and tore out his eye, but not his life. He vanished among the soldiers' ranks, likely seeking a healer. The opportunity had passed. But it didn't matter. Verdia smiled. She ran back to Ghislaine and Eris, her smile bright amid the chaos of blood and sweat. Her eyes fixed on the future. Hold out for 38 more seconds, she shouted, her voice echoing like a thunder of hope amidst despair. But the battle was far from over. Chapter 176, 38 seconds. Hearing Verdia's voice, none of the combatants questioned why. There was no time for doubts. Just fight. Just survive. Survive for 38 seconds. The words echoed like a spell. Larav grit his teeth. The battlefield was a hell of steel and blood, and each beat of his heart helped him count the seconds, every 2 beats, 1 second. Larav had been the leader of the Jinkin tribe for 100 years before relinquishing his position. He was a warrior of countless battles, he had faced monsters, survived wars between tribes, and had withstood all those fights intact and thriving. In the Jinkin tribe, repaying debts was something sacred. In fact, for a good part of the demonic races it was the same. And he had a debt to Taze Dodoldia. He did not care much for the young leader of the Iron Legion, Rigger Adoldia. He knew the boy was powerful, the most promising in generations. But that was all, he did not know him, so his loyalty was to Taze. Actually, that was true for a large part of the new members of the Iron Legion. Of course, Rigger's strength, fame, and potential made many members join because of him. But there were also many who were loyal only to Ghislaine or Taze. The Gale Reaper and the Iron King. The reason the Legion did not elect one of them as the definitive leader was that virtually all the upper echelons of the Legion were loyal to Rigor. Everyone knew Rigor, and not even the slightest suggestion that someone besides him could be considered the leader was taken into account by them. Still, for Lerav, it was Taze who had saved his entire tribe from a massacre. A demon king, enraged by old provocations from Lerav himself, sent an emissary to the Legion after they fled, demanding the heads of the Jinkan. Taze responded firmly that the tribe was now part of the Iron Legion. If the king wanted their heads, he should cross the sea and take them with his own hands. Of course, Taze knew that the demon king would not dare do such a thing, so he provoked him. But the gesture was admirable. And Lerav did not forget. Never. Now, his debt was paid with blood. The hill charged with threatening seriousness. Larger than Lerav, even though the latter was a demon of notable stature and strength. The commander's tower shield slammed into the ground with the weight of a mountain, creating a shockwave that cracked the rocky formation. Lerav dodged by a hair's breadth, rolling to the side and leaving only dust and fragments of stone behind. At the same time, his axe spun in the air, aiming at an opening in his opponent's shining blue armor. But before he could reach the target, two Templars appeared, attacking from opposite sides, one aiming for his neck, the other for his legs. Lerav abandoned the attack in the blink of an eye. He held the axe with one hand, used the other to support his acrobatic leap, evading both attacks simultaneously. Mid-air, he twisted his body and delivered a devastating kick to the first Templar, striking the helm with enough force to send it flying meters away. The second Templar received a direct punch to the chest, being launched like a broken arrow. But then, he was the one who flew. The hill had advanced like a living wall. His tower shield collided with Lerav, hurling him against a rock with brutal force. Cracks echoed through his body. Broken ribs. He spat blood and roared, but got up with the same fierce look. His race was resilient. His strength was enormous. His speed, an anomaly. But even with all the gifts of the Jinkan tribe, the number of opponents around made everything exponentially more difficult. Each Templar around him was an elite warrior. Alone, they would be little threat. But together? Like a coordinated swarm, they were powerful. Lerav returned to the fight, swinging his axe furiously. Each blow was an earthquake, each charge a desperate attempt to carve out space, to breathe. And yet, the siege closed in. He still kept his attention on Verdia, Ghislaine, and Eris. He needed to keep these guys occupied. He needed to survive. The terrain around was unrecognizable. The ground, pockmarked. The rocks, shattered and black with blood. When he managed to take down one enemy, the opening lasted only seconds before another took its place. But it was the hill who was causing the real havoc, cutting through the combatants like an unstoppable colossus, leaving trails of destruction. Lerav grunted and forced himself to maintain focus. He tried to count the seconds. 12. 15. His body burned. Open wounds, broken bones, muscles torn and rigid. And worst of all, he knew he wasn't even halfway to the time Verdia had shouted. 23 seconds remained. The longest 23 seconds of his life. And he needed to survive every single one of them. Meanwhile, Ghislaine and Eris were in an even worse situation. Ghislaine resisted as best he could, his body moving with almost mechanical precision. Like a water saint, his mastery over the flow was refined to the extreme, allowing his movements to flow uninterrupted, like a river winding among enemies. But even with this control, protecting himself while safeguarding Eris was proving an almost impossible challenge. Eris was giving everything she had. She had been trained in magic since childhood, but her physical training had not been neglected, though she had often fled from those sessions. Now was the moment when each painful lesson proved useful. She could not run, there was no place to go. Only to fight. And she fought. Her body wounded, panting and aching moved with the urgency of one who knew that a single mistake would mean death. In the midst of this brutal fight, both she and Ghislaine were pushing their technique beyond its limits. They were being refined by real combat, where each mistake cost a life. There was no room for failure. Ghislaine, perceiving the encirclement closing in, decided to take a risk. He began to steer the fight toward the nearby river. The flow of combat, his retreats and advances, shaped so that, little by little, the river would become their rear guard. This way, they could only be surrounded on one side, reducing the pressure. His falchion danced in the air like an extension of his own arm. The cuts flowed like water, continuous, calculated, with no pause between defense and counterattack. His mind was focused, his perception elevated to the maximum, almost in a trance. Each avoided blow, each suffered wound, was one more step toward survival. The one who seemed to fare best, however, was Verdia. Her injuries, especially the most serious, had been feigned. Wounds carefully placed to lure Paul Greyrat, the North King. Now, with him not on the field again, she was in much better shape than her companions, and her true power was beginning to reveal itself. What allowed her to act so freely under the confinement barrier were magical items. That barrier sealed all magic and acted also as an almost indestructible physical barrier, probably of king level or higher. However, it did not interfere with the use of Tuki or internally sourced magical effects. Mixing these two systems, external mana and internal, was extremely complex, and therefore, rare. And her items worked using internal mana. The elf was using 3 magical artifacts at the moment: the petrified mantle, which to some extent seemed to absorb physical impact and return the force to her opponent. The stellar horizon bow, whose effect seemed to enhance her arrows in some way. And the luminous partition blade, an elven thin sword whose enchantment caused a bright light on its blade, briefly blinding anyone around when activated. All effects of these items were internal and therefore not affected by the barrier. Her sword and mantle, in particular, were what kept her alive, even surrounded. More than that, there was something different about her. Each movement she made, each step, spin, block and counterattack, seemed to be accompanied by a memory. As if her body was recalling how she fought. A dance, etched in muscles and reflexes, returning under pressure. With each avoided blow, each blade dodged, her technique grew clearer. While the 4 warriors fought with all they had, the hill began to lose patience. His movements remained devastating and calculated, with the same brutal rhythm as always, but a seed of unease had been planted. It was not fear, nor hesitation, it was just the premonition that something was wrong. What would happen in 38 seconds? The elf had shouted it, resist for 38 more seconds, and now, 26 had passed. Though the enemies were wounded, though their bodies wavered, they remained standing, fighting. And, to the hill's eyes, at this pace, they seemed capable of withstanding the 38 seconds. But it made no sense. He tried to rationalize, it was a deception tactic, a bluff. But the premonition persisted, hammering in his chest and leaving him restless. No beast nearby. No human in sight. They had previously cleared the region precisely to avoid interference. The force brought was more than enough to crush their opponents, given their magic was sealed. If they could use magic, perhaps everything would be different. Ghislaine and Eris had already matched him before in battle, using his chantless magic. Verdia Solarion, however, was even more dangerous due to her large-scale spells. But they could not use magic. They were trapped. Defenseless. Just waiting for death. So why wouldn't that damn unease go away? 31 seconds. The hill clenched his teeth and finally lost his patience. His voice sounded like thunder, dominating the battlefield. Are you having fun watching my men die? Kill them now. That was when he appeared. The North King emerged again, bloodshot eyes and a dense murderous intent aimed at Verdia. His blade sliced through the air as if already thirsting for the elf's blood. Paul Greyrat advanced in an explosive dash, his destroyed eye having already been healed by the priests. He aimed directly at the opening in Verdia's mantle, ready to pierce her lethally. But, against all expectations, Verdia did not retreat. She advanced. The sword struck her flesh, and did not penetrate. At the instant of impact, a crystalline barrier shone and shattered into 1,000 fragments, scattering light through the air. At the same time, the jewel of the ring in her hand turned into sparkling dust. Paul's eyes widened in surprise, but this time, he was prepared. Switching hands, he used his other sword to block the elf's planned counterattack and maintained the offensive. His skill was indisputably superior. He was at his peak. Ghislaine tried to intervene, he already had a blade still buried in his flank, and his strength was drained from dealing with the enemies around him. He couldn't interfere in the fight. 35 seconds. Verdia retreated step by step, distancing herself from her allies. After all, she had no choice, she knew that if she persisted in that fight, she would die. But what bothered Paul was her smile. Even with a blade pressing against her throat, even surrounded by death, she smiled, a calm, serene smile. As if she weren't in danger. As if she already knew she would win. 36 seconds. Paul exploded in speed. Verdia leaped among the fragmented mountains, trying to put distance. Paul cut the stone in front of her like paper, unrelenting. 37 seconds. The elf made an agile leap to dodge a blow but failed to regain her balance properly. Paul, meanwhile, used the rocks as a springboard and shot forward like a living arrow. His sword advanced with violence, brimming with murderous intent. One strike. That was all he needed. A single strike and it would be over. He was so close. He thought, die. His blade approached the elf's neck, closer and closer, until... A sound interrupted him. A crash. A sound of shattering, like crystal exploding in the air. The last thing Paul saw was a silvery white light coming toward him. No time for last words. No time for regrets. A second crash. As if the sky had split. Everyone on the battlefield stopped. Time froze for an eternal second. The magical barrier surrounding the region shattered with a sharp sound, and a blade of energy sliced through the sky, splitting the world in two and killing the North King. A shockwave spread, sweeping dust, rocks, and blood. The mountain was split. Literally. A clean cut divided it in half. The air vibrated. A metallic hum followed the strike, reverberating like thunder after lightning. And then, everyone felt it. An oppressive presence. A weight in the air. An absolute, unquestionable dominion. All eyes turned to the sky. There he was. Levitating like a divine entity, a dark-skinned man with silver hair hovered in the air. His golden eyes gleaming, watched the battlefield with coldness and a contained fury. He wore a black cloak with golden details, and in his hand, wielded a deep blue sword. He descended slowly, like an inevitable judgment. His gaze fell on Verdia. He landed beside her, and the world seemed to hold its breath. Not even Killian, Persina, and Larav dared move, let alone the Templars. But Verdia only smiled. A sweet, joyful smile, full of relief and admiration. Her eyes shone as if seeing something precious and familiar. She laughed softly, almost whispering. Looks like you're not so small anymore. Rigor. Chapter 177, The Rise of the Beast God. The War of Meles had already been raging for more than 2 years. The world watched, in silence or with fervent expectations, the brutal clash between the Iron Legion, allied with all the tribes of the Great Forest, and the powerful armies of the Sacred Kingdom of Meles. Although the Legion and its allies had never been defeated outright, the truth was that they were almost always at a disadvantage. There were many reasons for this, but two stood out above all: Meles' numerical superiority and its impeccable organization. Their armies were larger, better trained, and unified by a fervent fanaticism that made many soldiers willing to die without hesitation. While the Legion gathered different races, clans, and cultures that did not always agree with one another, Meles marched as a single body, guided by the voices of its cardinals and generals. But it was not just their numbers that made them dangerous. In terms of powerful commanders, Meles was superior as well. The most feared name among them was Galgard Nashvenik. His presence on the battlefield completely altered the course of engagements. Recently, he had begun to be called the Divine Warrior. More than a year ago, Taze and Larav Jinkan, together, were capable of holding him back without losing ground. But that required both of their full concentration, and by focusing on a single enemy, the other fronts weakened, allowing Meles to advance elsewhere. It was a large-scale chess game, where every move cost lives and territory. However, in the past year, facing Galgard had become practically impossible. After quelling most of its internal conflicts and uniting against the common enemy, Meles bestowed upon its general what they called sacred artifacts. In other words, extremely powerful and ancient magical items, relics that had been under Meles' control for centuries. His new armor shone like polished silver with gold details that gleamed in the sunlight, and his sword was a broad blade, 170 centimeters long, surrounded by a golden aura. Since donning that armor, Galgard had never been wounded in combat. No attack could penetrate his defense. No technique, not even Larav's most refined or Taze's wild and unpredictable assaults, could break that unyielding brilliance. His sword, on the other hand, shattered shields, broke weapons, and opened craters in the earth with a single strike. One swing was enough to reduce dozens of warriors to rubble. And to make matters worse, Galgard was not alone. Meles had other champions, other commanders who possessed their own magical items. Even if they were nowhere near Galgard's power, they still posed a great threat to the Legion. The Iron Legion was forced to split its forces, responding on multiple fronts at once, weakening its effectiveness. Not even when the North Emperor, Ornthorn, arrived on the battlefield did the situation improve drastically. Even Ornthorn, with all his power, could not be everywhere at once. It was a war of attrition, and the Legion was holding on as best it could. POV, Rigor Adoldia. It had been a few weeks since I had finally arrived on the Meles continent. Our landing in Hobbit territory had been tumultuous, to say the least. I mean, they were expecting my arrival, but apparently not so soon, and showing up carrying the carcass of a massive kraken mounted on a red dragon definitely did not help with the element of surprise. The reaction was a mixture of astonishment, reverence, and terror. It is not every day that a legendary sea creature is defeated and dragged across dry land. But, setting the kraken aside, fortunately for me, Taze, whom I had left in charge of the Legion when I departed, was there. He looked quite different. His physique was more robust, his features more serious, his eyes colder. But personality-wise, he was the same. What can be said is that he had matured considerably, and grown much stronger. You could say that being placed in such an important command position matures you, whether you like it or not. Besides, he was commanding armies in a war at only 20 years old. From what he told me, they were having difficulty containing Meles' armies along the Blue Dragon Mountains. In fact, throughout the entire extent of the Iron Legion's territory, the situation was similar, they were being pushed back, inch by inch. Basically, this war was being lost gradually. I convened a small war council with the commanders stationed in Hobbit territory. My former subordinates, many of whom had fought by my side 5 or 6 years ago, greeted me with joy, reverence, and relief. But in the eyes of some new members, who had not been present back then, I could detect some discontent. It seemed that not all of the Legion's new recruits were entirely satisfied with the idea of my resuming the leadership seat. I could understand where they were coming from. After all, I had not been fighting alongside them in recent years. They probably said nothing out of fear, given that I was now the Beast God. A title that served as unquestionable proof of my strength. In any case, we quickly moved on to discussion. We detailed the enemy troop advances, their most common strategies, the latest losses, and the expected movements for the coming months. Eris and Ghislaine had little to do there. War tactics were not their strong suit, so they remained out of it, likely to train or occupy themselves with something more active. Aisha, on the other hand, paid close attention. She sat by my side and listened without missing a single word. I myself had never participated in a war on such a massive scale in either of my 2 lives. I had led the Legion for a time, of course, but back then they were a much smaller force. Now, they were almost an entire army unto themselves. This tested my knowledge in various ways. Everything I knew about warfare in this world had been taught to me by my master, Verdia. She gave me notions of tactics, logistics, hierarchy, and command. But she obviously did not teach me deeply about large-scale strategy, siege formations, supply lines, or geopolitical maneuvers. What saved me, in the end, was what I had learned in my previous world. I had studied practically every great war in Earth's history. From World War II to older conflicts like Alexander's campaigns, the Crusades, and the Napoleonic Wars. The principle was essentially the same, except, of course, for the presence of magic. Besides, I had read The Art of War by Sun Tzu and kept many of his teachings with me. Thanks to that, I was able to question decisions with solid foundations, suggest alternative approaches, point out flaws, and highlight opportunities. At first, some commanders were resistant, mainly the more veteran ones. But over time, and especially after hearing my comments, which offered a completely different perspective on certain issues, I saw that some of the dissatisfied began to look at me with a certain respect. Perhaps not all, but enough. Still, war was a complex affair. The only point of victory in my heart was that individual strength still carried tremendous weight in this world. Just think of all the great wars that have taken place here. In the first Human-Demon War, the Demon Empress was defeated mainly by Hero Ars and his group. Even though they had an army supporting them, it was still primarily that small band that defeated all the demon kings of the era. In the second Human-Demon War, it was even more unbelievable. Humans were losing badly, on the verge of complete defeat. But then the Golden Knight, Aldebaran, emerged and single-handedly defeated all the most powerful forces of the demon army. They say he defeated an army of over 10,000 soldiers and their commanders alone. That was the true representation of individual strength. And in the Laplace War, it was similar to the first. The 7 heroes, even supported by an army, were basically responsible for defeating all the main generals of the demon god Laplace. What can be said about this? The truth is that in this world, even though strategies and armies are an extremely important part, individual strength remains even more crucial. With my arrival, bringing Ghislaine and Eris with me, the balance would shift drastically. After just 1 day in Hobbit territory, I wasted no time. The Legion was in trouble across the territory, and Taze mentioned that Killian had some kind of plan regarding the Nikolaus River, and that my master, Verdia, would be involved. Anyway, broadly speaking, I already had a basic understanding of Melee's current situation. I would have to thank Ornthorn and the King of the Dragon King's realm afterward. They had been of great help. After concluding the council, I discovered that Eris had challenged nearly 50 warriors stationed there. All of them looked at her with astonishment and fear. Ghislaine merely watched calmly, while a beast woman approached her. Apparently, she had known Ghislaine when she was a child. The warriors' reception was much warmer than she had expected. Obviously, no one stationed there could defeat Eris in single combat. Perhaps Taze could, but that would be for another day. From that point on, my counter-crusade began. I mounted Escalar alone and set off for the heart of the war. My first destination was the main battlefield of Hobbit territory, in the Blue Dragon mountain range, where Melee's armies pressed day and night against the Iron Legion's troops. When I arrived, I rained magic and energy blades down upon Melee's forces. There was no mercy. Flame explosions, lightning chains, cutting winds, and anyone who could escape the magic was slain by Tsukikage. However, something bothered me. They were too well prepared. Not as if they knew I was coming, that was unlikely, but there was clearly a withdrawal protocol for when an enemy far above the standard level appeared. When I wiped out the 3rd Battalion with absurd ease, the rest began to retreat with strangely efficient organization. This prevented me from exterminating all of them, as was my initial goal, but for now, it would suffice. The threat to Hobbit territory had been neutralized. I returned and immediately announced a grand war council. I set the meeting for a month later, in the city of Tinaver. I requested that all front commanders be present. The way they looked at me after the massacre. It was reverence. It was fear. It was hope. They had been fighting for months against the same armies that I dismantled in minutes. There was no discussion, nor resistance. All accepted the summons. Then, I mounted Escalar again and began the bloody pilgrimage along the front line. With Eris, Ghislaine, and Aisha accompanying me, but without a defined script, I crossed the skies, alert to the slightest sign of war, smoke on the horizon, the scent of blood, muffled screams, or suspicious movements. Wherever I sensed combat, I dived in and massacred. Sometimes it was a small detachment. Other times, entire fortifications. It did not matter. If they flew the Mili's banner, they fell one by one. After each victory, I left behind a clear order for the remaining Iron Legion members. 1 month. Tinaver. War Council. I went through dozens of skirmishes, and each one made me more aware of the hole the Legion had fallen into. I had been away for 6 years, and that weighed on my chest. Even though I consciously knew that this journey was necessary and that I had reached my current strength because of it, logic was often overcome by emotion. Perhaps, deep down, I was trying to make up for that absence, not with words but with deeds. Fortunately, in times of war, strength is more respected than any words. And now, I was the beast god. All commanders would hail me with unshakable loyalty as long as I could defeat the enemies. The ones I needed to convince now were the masses. And that was relatively simple, I just had to put on a show. After all, a large part of my goal was to make Mili's retreat temporarily. Spread terror. Show that the balance had been violently upset and caused the maximum damage while that lasted. So, I continued with that approach. Leaving behind a trail of blood, destruction, and a clear warning that the war would take a new turn, I finally, after several days, landed on the outskirts of Tinaver. The city awaited me. But not even 5 minutes after arriving in Tinaver, I departed again. Waze, the first sword saint to emerge in the great forest after me, was stationed there and gave me new news. Killian, Persina, my master Verdia, and a demon named Larav had set out on a mission near the Nikolaus River. As soon as he mentioned this, a bad feeling took hold of me. And well, a bad feeling for me almost always meant disaster. After warning Eris, Ghislaine, and Aisha that I would return soon and bidding them farewell, I spoke to Waze. I updated him on the council that would be held in Tinaver in a few weeks and other matters. I also told him that Eris and Ghislaine were my wives and that Aisha was my disciple, and that I wanted them treated with respect. After making sure he had understood everything, I departed. Without Escalar, I immediately launched myself toward the Nikolaus River. The unease grew with every step. I used flight magic when the terrain allowed, but preferred to travel by land, propelled by the burst step, fast enough to leave even Escalar behind. I moved well above the speed of sound, which made me put into perspective how long it would take to traverse this world from end to end. The closer I got to the river, the more intense the sense that something was wrong became. Then, I finally felt it. A battle. I leapt over the last mountain range, activating my demon eyes to the fullest. Time around me slowed as every detail sharpened. Persina and Killian were fighting with serious injuries. The demon, probably Larav, was also wounded but holding on. And then, I saw her. Verdia. My master. A blade was coming dangerously close to her neck. Even at my time-dilated perception, the sword moved slowly toward her. By its speed, it was likely a saint or king-level swordsman. I had no time for analysis or planning. Only action. I deactivated my eyes and unleashed my full might, condensing as much power as possible into a single slash. The energy blade tore through the sky like thunder. I heard the sound of the barrier's shards violently cracking. The mountain they were fighting on was cleaved in half. The earth trembled. And the assassin was obliterated. A deafening silence. The battle ceased instantly. Finally, my body landed gently beside my master. The fury consuming me still burned in my chest, a lethal coldness threatening to take shape. Verdia could have died. Killian and Persina too. If I hadn't arrived in time. Everyone's eyes were wide. A primal fear spread. But Verdia broke the hostile atmosphere with a gentle smile. It seems you're not so small anymore. Rigor. An involuntary smile escaped my lips, breaking the terror. Master. I murmured, relieved. Wasting no time, I conjured dozens of earth spears. They sprouted from the ground where I stood, giant spikes emerging at speed. The enemy commander, a tall man in bluish armor, finally reacted. Our retreat. Retreat now. But it was too late for most. Controlling my magic with mastery, I avoided hitting Killian, Persina, and Larav. The three, seeing the opportunity, immediately sprang to my side. Dirty, wounded, but alive. Leader. When did you return? Exclaimed Killian, eyes shining with emotion. Boss. What was that blade of light? Asked Persina, panting. Both were already healing with healing magic without incantation as they spoke. I observed the few remaining enemies with my demon eyes, then spoke, still with a smile on my face. Long time no see, folks. I think we'll have time to talk later, right? Chapter 178, Unstoppable. Now that all of his allies were safe, Rigger had a bit more time to assess the situation. He reactivated his demon eyes and observed his enemies. They were now separated by the wall of earth spears that Rigger had just used to kill them, but he could still see them thanks to his magic power eye. About 14 Templars had survived his magic, many had died in his surprise attack. That was not very surprising. Rigger's magic only grew faster and more lethal the more he practiced and advanced. Even though he hadn't focused much on it during his time at the Sword Sanctuary, he was still an Emperor-level mage of the Earth element, and his mastery over it was near its peak. Probably more would have been killed by his casual magic if it weren't for the warning from the large man in blue armor. Rigger didn't recognize him, but he presumed he was one of Milisa's generals. Otherwise, he couldn't have been fighting and suppressing the North King, Larav. He turned his gaze to the dead men who had tried to assassinate Verdia. He seemed to have light brown hair, but it was hard to tell. Much of his body had been torn apart and destroyed by the blade of light that Rigger used to save her. Rigger turned his gaze back to his allies. His master, Verdia, bore several wounds but had already used pre-prepared healing circles now that the barrier was dispelled. Killian and Persina looked even more injured and exhausted. Killian, in particular, had a large sword wound in his left flank, but his healing magic appeared capable of handling it. Larav, on the other hand, seemed to be in a more critical state, as he couldn't heal himself. His body bore deep lacerations, severe bruises, and broken bones, probably due to the terrible tower shield wielded by his opponent. Aside from the enemies within his magic eye's sight, Rigger sensed presences behind the mountain ridges. Likely the priests who had kept the barriers active before. In any case, the situation was, in summary, under control. He deactivated his demon eyes and spoke with a smile. Persina, heal Larav's wounds once you finish healing yourself. Then his eyes turned cold. I won't be long. And with that, Rigger vanished, executing the wild dash in an instant. The hill pondered seriously which decision to make in that moment. From the fragmented information he'd received, that men could only be the new bearer of the sixth position among the 7 great world powers, the beast god, Rigger Adoldia. But that should have been impossible. How could he have escaped the divine vision of the Pope? Someone of such importance would certainly have been cited in the divine revelation. Perhaps he hadn't been shown. A hole in the predictions. An error in Pope Luciosa's plans. In any case, that meant one thing: they had failed this mission. And failed catastrophically. At least the contingencies for poisoning the water had already been carried out. These thoughts ran through the hill's mind in just 2 seconds after the new opponent appeared. He was a general with decades of experience, and his instinctive reaction was the same thing that had saved him so many times before: act. It was thanks to his quick warning that some of the Templars had survived the previous attack. And again, he tried to decide on the correct tactic: a retreat. Fall back. Return to Militian using dispersal tactic number 7. He didn't finish. He might have been fast, but he was never going to be faster than Rigger, who had analyzed everything with his demon eyes, seeing everything in slow motion. And in that minimal interval, he executed the wild dash. The hill barely saw the shadow approach before feeling the absurd force of a knee to his jaw. The helmet of his blue armor crumpled like a can under the pressure, and the sound of his jaw fracturing echoed loudly. His body was hurled in a spiral, violently tumbling across the rough terrain, until he collided with a large mountain rock. The stone cracked on impact, and the debris partially buried him. And as smoothly as he had appeared, Rigger landed among the remaining Templars. With a cold, cruel smile, he said, "Hello, everyone. I have a better plan. You run, and I'll catch you." His eyes turned icy. The slaughter began. The first paladin to react triggered a chain reaction. Everyone scattered, each in a different direction, in absolute panic. But it didn't matter. Rigger advanced on the first one. It wasn't even a fair fight, it was like an adult crushing children. He grabbed the man by the neck, his claws denting the steel of the armor like paper, then slammed his body against one rock, then another, and another. The impact was brutal. At some point, the armor gave way and limbs detached. Organs were crushed. He threw what was left of the meat sack to the side like an old rag. Then he ran after another. The men didn't even get to scream. Rigger tore out his vocal cords with a precise claw strike, then kicked him off a nearby cliff. That was when he saw the hill rising from the rubble, half stunned. Rigger approached like a shadow. Before the general could even raise his arms, Rigger was already above him, leg raised. He brought his leg down like an axe blade, hitting the man's chest with colossal force. The impact sank into the ground, cracked the rock beneath, and caused more debris to fall on the general. Blood spurted from the hill's mouth. But he was still alive. Rigor didn't care. He vanished again among the rocks, eliminating all the other fleeing knights, one by one. No one escaped. When he finished with the Templars, he looked toward where he could sense the priests. He extended one hand and, without saying a word, conjured an advanced barrier without incantation. A gigantic dome of magical energy enveloped the priests hidden behind the mountain range. Rigor then reinforced the dome with multiple layers of magical reinforcement, sealing them completely. His allies, now more recovered, finally approached. They watched in silence the devastation Rigor had wrought in seconds: shattered rocks, blood flowing down the slopes, destroyed bodies, the scent of death still in the air. No word was spoken. The only thing heard was the wind blowing through the mountains and the distant sound of the Nikolaus River's water. Rigor approached once more the rubble where he had left the hill. Persina looked somewhat surprised, Larav was dumbfounded as he watched. Only Ghislaine and Verdia seemed hardly surprised by Rigor's strength. The man in blue armor finally stood up again, and his body glowed with a green light, probably using some healing circle magic. But, in front of Rigor, that meant little. The man looked at Rigor as he calmly walked toward him. Then he looked at Verdia and Persina, and charged toward them at speed. Ghislaine and Larav had barely gotten in front of the two before the knight was met with another kick to the ribs. The armor crumpled, the impact caused intense internal damage, the internal impact of the beast god style. And, once again, he was thrown far away. Rigor thought. Well, he wasn't all that. The compatibility of the hill with Rigor was truly terrible. Even unarmed, Rigor could use the beast god style and north god style to fight at emperor level. But it was even easier to do if the opponent was slow. The hill was known for his strength, power, and endurance. But, in front of Rigor, he was just a particularly resilient punching bag. His lack of speed made him merely a target practice for Rigor. After pondering for a moment, Rigor deduced that he would be a strong king-level combatant. The knight in blue armor stood up again, refusing to give up. Fanaticism shone in his eyes. He shouted, "Hey-ah!" and charged, swinging his tower shield at Rigor. His sword had already been lost amid the beating. But Rigor used the wild dash and appeared behind him, breaking both knees with precision. "You!" The man screamed as he fell and tried to crawl on the ground. Until Rigor stood over him and used gravity magic on himself to make his weight much heavier. The ground around suddenly cracked under the pressure, and the man let out incomprehensible groans. Rigor was indifferent atop him, and he sat on the blue armor. For a moment, it almost looked like a friendly conversation. At that moment, Persina approached with curiosity and asked, "Boss, is that gravity magic?" Rigor smiled briefly. "Yes, it is." The others drew closer as well, observing the magic. But Rigor turned his attention back to his victim and asked, slowly, "Hey, do you want to live?" The man's eyes were bloodshot as he replied with contempt, "Die, you damned demon." Rigor smiled. "Seems you're dumb." Dealing with a fanatic was always more complicated. Their actions lacked logic, they had the sole purpose of fulfilling the will of a voice in their heads. Rigor wasn't certain whether there were true gods in this world or anything of the sort, but he was almost sure that this Meles was no deity. The hill used all his strength to spit some blood on the ground, showing his contempt. Persina sighed. A warrior so proud, humbling himself like this. Being mocked by the young girl seemed to anger the warrior even more. Rigor asked, "Do you have reinforcements?" The men didn't answer. Rigor asked several questions, and the men remained silent. But he got some answers thanks to the man's unconscious reactions. Then he asked his group, "Do you have any questions for this guy?" Ghislaine said, "I don't think so." He wouldn't answer anyway. Even knowing if he's lying would be useless. Verdia gently added, "He would be better dead. It would boost the morale of the Iron Legion, even more if we said you killed him as soon as you arrived." Ghislaine softly agreed. Rigor glanced at the remains of the swordsman who had nearly killed Verdia, and said, "And about him?" Ghislaine replied, "He became a famous swordsman recently, but he didn't have much to do with Meles, he was more like a hired mercenary." Rigor nodded, and after thinking for a moment, he sighed and stood up, dispersing the gravity magic. "Stand up," he said as an order. The warrior, having his freedom returned, struggled to stand. Many of his bones were broken, his armor was cracked, and half of his helm was gone. The magic circles he possessed had been destroyed. He looked at Rigor, leaning on his shield, with unwavering determination in his eyes. Rigor said, "You may be just a foolish fanatic, a pawn of a sect that will soon cease to exist, but you can take pride that, at least, you were strong, a strength that cannot be reached by talent alone." Before the men could respond, Rigor drew his sword in an instant. Using the long sword of light, the man's head flew from his body. At that moment, Rigger heard the sound of a blade slicing through the air coming from inside the barrier that held the priests. Immediately, he activated the wild dash and rushed there in the blink of an eye, zigzagging through the debris and lightly leaping over the mountain ledges. Upon arriving, he saw a grim scene. 5 priests lay aligned on the ground, dead, their bodies still warm. In front of them, sword in hand, an armored man looked directly at Rigger. Without hesitation, the knight raised his blade and in a quick, cruel movement, cut his own throat. His body fell heavily beside the others. Rigger took a deep breath. Right, there goes the barrier magic. He was considering the possibility of capturing the priests alive and extracting information about the high-level barrier magics they used. But he didn't expect them to be such fanatics as to end their own lives when captured. Upon closer analysis, Rigger concluded that probably not all would be willing to die voluntarily, and the knight present was both their protector and executioner, tasked with killing them if necessary. With that in mind, Rigger began to descend back to meet the others. However, he stopped abruptly. He had the distinct sensation of being watched. His gaze instinctively turned to a specific direction in the mountain range, but nothing was visible. Whatever it was, it could perfectly conceal its traces. No smell, no sound, nothing in sight. He or she seemed to have some method to avoid detection. The reason Rigger could perceive them was thanks to his sixth sense. He raised his right hand, and sparks began to form on his fingers. Then lightning swirled around him, forming an electric spiral. Lightning chain. A bluish bolt shot from his hand like a living spear, striking a rock and, from it, spreading in all directions. Like an expanding electric web, the lightning multiplied, tearing the mountain apart, shredding stones, trees, and debris, leaving the ground black and smoking in its wake. The devastation lasted several seconds, with lightning still dancing like furious snakes until they gradually vanished. Rigger remained standing, alert. Then he thought, if he escaped this, then so be it. Down below, Verdia was discussing something with Ghislaine. Persina watched silently, while Lerev stared fixedly at the blue-armored warrior's corpse with a look Rigger couldn't decipher. As soon as they noticed him, Verdia seemed more at ease. Her shoulders relaxed, and a slight smile appeared on her face. She walked toward him excitedly. Rigger. How long have you been back? Only a few days, actually, Rigger replied softly, surprised to see the elf not stopping her walk. Verdia leaped into a hug with a radiant smile, and he hugged her back firmly. God, he really had missed his master. The fresh, pleasant scent, the soft, golden hair, the smile that seemed to shine. Just thinking that he could have lost her today. He squeezed the hug and thought, come to think of it, this is the second time I've saved her from almost dying, right? What is this? Destiny. Persina, excited, almost joined the hug, but Lerev grabbed her by the collar before she could. She looked at him, confused. Learn to read the mood, brat, Lerev said with a sigh. She looked even more confused, but didn't resist. After a few moments, Rigger and Verdia separated. So, Rigger said, looking at the others, do you have any other mission? Otherwise, I suggest we return to Tinaver. I've summoned a war council for a few weeks from now. Verdia brought her hand to her chin, resting her elbow on her other arm in a thoughtful expression. Since Mealy's already knew about this mission, they've probably implemented countermeasures for the water poisoning. It would be useless to continue. She then looked at Rigger with a sparkle in her eyes. Besides, now we have an extremely powerful combat force on our side. I dare say that with just you, Rigger, the Iron Legion could counterattack Mealy's with the right strategy. Rigger thought for a moment and then asked. Right. I didn't have time to ask in Tinaver, but, who is the Iron Legion's military strategist? Taze doesn't have experience with complex strategies, even though he's in command. Persina, Ghislaine, and even Lerev smiled in that moment. Verdia smiled even more broadly and said enthusiastically. Actually, I'm an excellent strategist too. Chapter 179, Forge of the Iron Will. After they retrieved the hill's head, along with all the magical artifacts and valuable weapons from the other Templars and priests, the 5 set out on their journey back to Tinaver. They moved at great speed through the mountainous terrain and then across the vast plains of Mealy's. Lerev carried an enormous satchel filled with all the collected items, which jingled with every leap and movement, brimming with weapons, enchanted trinkets, and relics. Along the way, as they talked and caught each other up on everything that had happened over the past 6 years, Rigger had time to observe more closely the small and large changes in each of his companions. His master, Verdia, was just as beautiful and cheerful as the last time he had seen her. If Rigger had to note a difference, it would be that her golden hair seemed to shine more brilliantly than he remembered, but perhaps it was only his imagination. More than her beauty, another thing that now caught his attention was the arsenal she carried. She was armed with various magical items that Rigger had never seen her use before. All kinds of magical gear, a bow, a blade, garments, rings, and even a staff. Curious, Rigger asked about the items and discovered that they were equipment she had used during the Laplace War 400 years ago. He was surprised. Even though he thought he knew his elven master well, it became clear that Verdia still held a few secrets. For example, the fact that she had now decided to serve as the strategist of the Iron Legion. When had this happened? Wasn't she going to travel the world? How did she end up involved in the war? Questions piled up in his mind, but he decided to leave them for later. After everything was settled, he would have plenty of time to sit and hear every detail. Fortunately, contrary to his irrational fears, Verdia still felt the same fondness for him. No, in fact, she seemed even happier to see him than he remembered. She was assertive, curious about his journey, and seemed genuinely interested in every revelation he made. In any case, the reunion with his master exceeded any expectation he had built up. Killian, in turn, was more or less the same as Taze. Both were more mature, more powerful. At that time, he had left them in sensitive positions, trusting that he had taught them enough, believing in their potential. After all, even though they were young, in this world people generally matured quickly to survive war and life's cruelty. Both had already been formidable warriors back then. But now they were true leaders. However, unlike Taze, Killian seemed to have grown more serious. His initial reaction upon seeing Rigger broke him out of that reserved demeanor, but every description Rigger had heard along the way painted him as a strict commander, a military man ruthless to enemies and to anyone who disrespected the Legion. It was understandable. To deal with the arrogant and irrational tribal leaders of the Great Forest, that kind of stance was probably necessary. And, by all indications, it had worked. Persina had become a splendid warrior. She would likely be as strong as Killian and Taze if she continued to grow. Perhaps even surpass them. But there was one problem: both she and Linnea were, by nature, a bit lazy. Killian did his best to drag them through training and wouldn't let them slack off, but he hadn't been able to change their personalities. Despite this, both had a strong sense of duty toward the Great Forest and the Iron Legion. That commitment, combined with their talent and noble lineage, earned them the nickname Warrior Princesses of the Great Forest. Both Killian and Persina were eager to hear about Rigger's journey. Killian treated him with respect, as if he stood before his commander. Persina, on the other hand, had a sharp tongue but was restrained by Killian whenever she overstepped. It was evident that the two had grown very close in recent years. And then there was the demon, Larav. Rigger had already heard his story, he knew of his deeds and his reasons for joining the Legion, but that didn't mean he fully trusted him. But that changed largely during that battle. Seeing Larav fighting fiercely alongside Verdia, Killian, and Persina, without a second thought of abandoning them, left a positive impression on him. If he had any ill intent, no matter how absurd it seemed, that would have been the perfect moment to back out, flee, or even betray them. But he stayed. And that spoke volumes about his character. Larav didn't speak much to Rigger on the way back, but he showed respect. Especially after the display of power Rigger had put on. On the whole, Rigger was pleasantly surprised by the Iron Legion's growth during the years he'd been away. He had worked tirelessly to lay the organization's foundations, guide its philosophy, and establish its pillars. But in the end, most of the work, the hardest part, was not done entirely by him. And yet, at least for Verdia, Killian, and Persina, everything the Legion had become was Rigger's merit. And perhaps, they were not entirely wrong. Since childhood, Rigger had united the younger generation of the Dodoldia and Adoldia tribes under his banner. He offered training, taught magic, shared knowledge that should not have existed in that world, knowledge brought from his previous life, and created a place where everyone could grow. In truth, for the Great Forest, the real differentiator of the Iron Legion in its early days was not its strength or the number of members. It was the unity around a singular talent, a guiding star that illuminated the way even in the darkest times. A boy who, at under 10 years old, could devastate entire forests and face saint-level warriors. Rigger was the cornerstone. The living force that prevented the Legion from being crushed by traditional powers, whether nobles, religious orders, or underworld organizations. It was a power that inspired, that united. A presence that could not be ignored, a name that could not be forgotten. And even after he departed, the seeds he planted germinated. Those he trained continued to advance. Those who witnessed his might remained united, applying his teachings. The training system, the chain of command, the strategic pillars, the numerous allies, all of it stemmed from the groundwork he had laid. Rigger did not see himself in such an impressive light. To him, he had merely used the gifts he received upon reincarnating into that world and combined them with the technical knowledge from his past life. The results were far greater than he anticipated, but they were necessary. Had the Legion not grown as it did, had it not strengthened as it did, it would never have withstood the advances of the Melee's holy country. But now, none of that mattered as much as before. He had made his journey. He had become stronger, much stronger. Now that he had returned, it was time to use that strength. Not just to win battles, but to eliminate all his enemies. To protect those he held dear. to build, with his own hands, a safe haven for all who chose to follow him. In the coming days, a forced truce was established along all battlefronts across the Miles continent. Both forces pulled back temporarily, for different reasons, but related to a single person. The Iron Legion and its allies had received a direct summons from the Beast God for a war council. Perhaps, in other times, some commanders and leaders would hesitate to abandon their positions or refuse such a call. But this was before. Before Rigor Adoldia had crossed dozens of battlefields, slaughtered entire armies, and humiliated generals with seemingly inexhaustible, indestructible power. After that, no one dared to disobey his command. It helped that Taze, Killian, and even Ornthorn had always pointed to Rigor as the true leader of the Legion. His authority was now almost absolute, even among allies who did not know him personally. Thus, leaving only the minimum number needed to maintain basic defenses at each outpost, at least one representative from each fortress, citadel, or garrison converged at high speed toward Tinaver. All knew that the war was about to turn on its head. Now, alongside the Iron Legion, they would have the Beast God, Rigor Adoldia. And not only him, the Sword Emperor, Ghislaine Adoldia, the Sword King, Eris Greyrat, the magnificent Red Dragon, Escalar, and an ebony wolf, Skull. All of them came in the company of the Beast God. The Legion seethed with excitement. The veterans stirred. The youngest waited in eager anticipation. Everyone's imagination swelled at the possibilities brought by their new leader, the one who had returned from the Sword Sanctuary with the force of a cataclysm. Legion morale had never been higher. Tinaver, once merely a tactical center, now became the site of a gathering sure to mark a turning point in the war. Miles, on the other hand, bled. Its forces suffered severe losses due to the counter-crusade carried out by the Beast God. There were no total exterminations, but the damage to the vanguards was heavy enough to leave a strategic gap that would take time to fill. Several fronts had been broken by Rigor. Seasoned troops fell. Templars, Paladins, Holy Knights, all were targeted and decimated as he advanced like a force of nature. Still, Miles was no ordinary nation. It was a military powerhouse in this world. Even with the recent enormous losses, it lacked neither soldiers nor commanders to replenish its ranks. The noble houses answered the call. Entire cities went on alert. Reserve troops began to mobilize. But the continent of Miles was vast, and forming a new front line would take time, days, weeks, even months before the armies could regroup and counterattack in full force. Therefore, the Miles armies withdrew out of strategic necessity. Many commanders heard rumors. The name Beast God began circulating across the plains and through the halls of churches. Some troops' morale wavered. There was uncertainty. There was tension. And there was fear, even if muffled by fanatic prayers. But the church knew how to handle it. They were doing an excellent job of covering their losses and masking their defeats. They spread word that the hill, Miles' sacred hero, had died protecting the Nikolaus River from being poisoned by demonic forces. They claimed he had faced the Beast God in battle, sacrificing himself to avert an even greater disaster. And, as if that were not enough, they announced that the divine warrior, Galgard, was marching to the front, swearing he would tear the Beast God's head from his shoulders and crush his followers. Miles was preparing. The stakes had escalated. The war was about to enter a new phase. Inside Miles' white palace, silence reigned in the vast hall lit by sacred stained glass, as Pope Lucius read a letter from House Graveyard with slow, cold deliberation. His eyes scanned each line with deliberate, frigid care. Beside him, the White Knight stood erect and silent. Then, in an instant, his hand moved like lightning to the hilt of his sword. An intense, murderous aura spread through the chamber, slicing the air with pure hostility. His gaze swept the room with extreme focus, as if trying to pinpoint something, or someone, invisible. The hall seemed empty except for the two of them. Without shifting his eyes from the letter, the Pope murmured with disinterest. Mayan. His voice echoed through the empty hall. For a moment, there was dense silence, until finally a hoarse voice replied. Yes. The White Knight relaxed his stance slightly, but tension still rippled through his body. The surprised expression on his face, partly hidden by his helm, made it clear he had not detected the intruder. If this had been a real assassination attempt, how easy it would have been to kill the Pope. Out of nowhere, as if emerging from the shadows, a figure in a black cloak appeared. A hood covered their head, and a white mask etched with runes concealed their face. Almost dried blood seeped from the cloak, dripping slowly onto the floor now that the garment's magical concealment had fully dissipated. Pope Lucius frowned, barely hiding his annoyance. Were you wounded, Mayan? The masked figure, in a rough, measured voice, replied. Your Holiness, yes. I was. The target did not detect me with his senses, but he unleashed lightning across the entire mountain range where he suspected I might be. Lucius dropped the letter into his lap and stared at the masked visitor. Tell me everything you saw. Mayan knelt before the Pope and began to recount every detail of the ambush at the Nikolaus River. They narrated the colossal scale of magic, the use of demon eyes, the absolute mastery of the battlefield, and how Rigger easily handled Melis's hero, the Hill. The report was thorough, each detail carefully laid out. The chamber remained in complete silence throughout the testimony. When Mayan finished, the Pope leaned back in his chair and was silent for a few seconds, as if in deep thought. Then he whispered. Incredible physical strength, magic on an absurd scale, demon eyes. And cunning as the devil. He sighed deeply, clenching his fist on the armrest. I can think of a few ways to kill him, but his caution will be an issue. The ideal would be to have bait. He then fixed his steady gaze on Mayan. I want you to investigate the beasts. The dragon, the wolf, and all those close to the beast god. But do not approach high-level bestials. The risk is too great. Mayan bowed respectfully, head lowered. Yes, Your Holiness. And without a sound, without a breeze or distortion of light, he vanished as if he had never been there. Not even a speck of dust remained. The White Knight looked at the Pope, still showing some discomfort. Lucio simply picked up the letter from House Graveyard again, as if nothing had happened. But deep down, both knew, the real game had just begun. Chapter 180, The Stone Fortress, Tinaver's Unyielding Walls. The stone fortress of Tinaver had become an indisputable landmark over the last few years. Conceived and personally erected by the current beast god, Rigger Adoldia, with the masterful use of his earth magic, it was an engineering and sorcery feat of such magnitude that many claimed not even hordes of dragons could breach its defenses. Its walls were made mostly of a dense, black rock, with successive layers of magical reinforcements. Each layer had a specific function, one rock resistant to impact, another designed to disperse kinetic energy, among others. The fortress was not only resilient, it was designed in minute detail to defend, repel, and counterattack. At the beginning of the conflict against the holy country of Melis, an influential noble house sent a squad of assassins to infiltrate the fortress city and eliminate the legion's key leaders. It was an experienced group, with dozens of successful missions, capable of infiltrating even some of Melis's most heavily guarded noble mansions. However, they didn't even make it through the city gates. They were intercepted at one of the fortress walls by a giant wolf ridden by a dwarf named Rufus. In less than 2 minutes, over 10 beast warriors appeared, surrounded the squad, and annihilated them without making a sound. Rufus, who would later receive the title Earthbreaker, didn't even record the incident as significant. He considered it a routine skirmish and moved on with his tasks. The fact that an elite group had been destroyed so quickly and without official acknowledgement only increased the fear surrounding the stone fortress. In the noble circle of Melis, the incident echoed as a silent warning. Tinaver was no longer a place to be underestimated. Over time, the fortress gained even more protective layers. With the arrival of Verdia Solarion and Lysena Adoldia, the enchantments multiplied. The elf, with extensive knowledge in barrier magic, taught her techniques to Lysena, who, with her aptitude for chantless magic, strengthened them several times over. Verdia then established magical circles at strategic points around the entire fortress, creating a constantly active barrier, powered by magical crystals extracted both from monsters and from mines under the supervision of the Iron Legion. Rufus Pinnacle C, with his natural affinity for earth and chantless magic, expanded the fortress city's infrastructure with buildings designed to endure and shelter. He created underground passages, reinforced lodgings, and observation towers integrated into the terrain. In just a few years, Tinaver became the second most impenetrable location on the entire Melis continent. Only Melitian, the sacred city, still surpassed Tinaver in that regard. Surrounded by the legendary 7 magic towers, whose arcane complexity was such that not even the most renowned mages dared claim they could replicate them, Melitian maintained its throne as the unshakable stronghold of civilization. In times of peace, their use was nothing more than controlling the flow of water during seasonal rains to prevent flooding. But that was deceptive, for the towers had been crucial in resisting the Laplace invasion during the war 4 centuries ago. It can even be said that the 7 magic towers were the main reason why Melitian was the only city to repel the demonic invasion and hold out until the end. Still, the existence of the 7 magic towers did not diminish the glory of the stone fortress. The fact that Rigger had created something of that magnitude in a relatively short period caused amazement and unease among both allies and enemies. Some wondered, what would happen if the beast god had time to build something even greater? Now, in times of open war, the fortress buzzed with constant activity. Troops trained in the parade grounds, blacksmiths worked tirelessly, and messengers ran everywhere with war reports. The Iron Legion's headquarters, once a practical fortress city, had transformed into a center of strategy and command. Meanwhile, Rigger walked and conversed on the way to Tinaver. By his side were Verdia, chatting happily with him, Larav, observing the surroundings closely, Killian, with a serious but relaxed demeanor, and Persina, hopping along carefreely. The last time Rigger returned, a few days ago, he found ways outside and didn't even have the chance to enter, as he immediately set out to aid Verdia and her group. Now, he was eager to see the changes. What had once been a provisional base had become the true headquarters of the Iron Legion. The great dark stone construction was already visible on the horizon, its contours standing out against the blue sky above the region. The stone fortress of Tinaver remained imposing, silent, and strong as an ancient mountain. But among the approaching group, two people in particular didn't seem in much of a hurry. There were still several days until the day of the War Council, and Rigger took advantage of the time with a certain nonchalance. At that moment, he was manipulating lightning around his arm, sparks dancing over his skin like electric serpents, crackling in the air and illuminating the path in small bursts of bluish light. Beside him, Verdia watched with curious attention, her eyes fixed on the movement of the discharges, arms crossed, but her face clearly intrigued. Rigger had only managed to develop lightning magic at a higher level after leaving the Great Forest. Those in Tinaver had already seen him use this ability, especially during the attack on the slaver base and other subsequent missions, but those he left in the Great Forest, like his master, had not yet witnessed such mastery. In truth, Rigger had created and developed many other magical applications after leaving the Great Forest, things quite out of the ordinary. Regeneration magic. Lightning magic. Nuclear magic. Flight magic. Underwater breathing magic. A modified barrier magic, structured like programming code. And also, gravity magic, vacuum magic, and others he hadn't fully tested yet. There was much he could share, with his closest friends, of course. But especially with Verdia, his master. Even if it was unlikely they could master these abilities at the same level as him. Actually, that was good in a way. Rigger still wanted to keep some of his tricks to himself. One never knew what might appear to try to kill him suddenly. Speaking of which, Rigger still hadn't told anyone about Idar's death at the hands of the dragon god. Not even Killian or Taze. In fact, he didn't plan to inform everyone until the war against Meles was over. One enemy at a time. Still, he knew he couldn't keep that secret forever. He had already decided to tell those closest to him after the War Council. So far, no one had questioned Idar's absence. After all, the original plan was for him to remain at the dojo of the water god's style from the beginning. And Rigger hadn't sent any letters about his death either. Wanting to prevent them from getting any crazy ideas about killing the dragon god. But eventually, someone would ask how he was. Amid the relaxed conversations during the journey, Rigger discovered a piece of news that warmed his heart. His little sister had already been born. She was a girl, and her name was Ruby. She was named that because her eyes shone with an intense red, like ruby. Rigger was surprised to learn that her birth had been as difficult as his own. If Lysena hadn't been present, using her chantless healing magic, both his mother, Celine, and the child might not have survived. But she was there. And even though Celine needed a recovery period, both of them were now healthy. That was great news. He was eager to meet her. Ruby. His sister's name spun in his mind as he was distracted by his own thoughts. Meanwhile, he continued demonstrating his lightning magic to Verdia, explaining the principles behind manipulating the element, conducting mana in unstable patterns, and the absolute concentration needed. It was then that Verdia asked, with a pensive expression. And you can't use lightning together with that speed technique you used? What was it called again? Ah. Flash step, that's right. Can you do something like that? Her eyes seemed to sparkle with curiosity, and her excited expression was particularly adorable. Rigger smiled faintly. I'm already working on it. He replied. In fact, during the last month of travel to get here, I made some progress on that technique. The elf continued asking several questions. How did he initiate the displacement? Didn't the body suffer from the acceleration? How did he stabilize the direction? What were the risks? What possible evolutions were there? Rigger answered them all, happy to share his ideas. Verdia was one of the few people with whom he felt comfortable opening up his thought process, and it was clear she enjoyed dissecting Rigger's thoughts even more. They continued walking slowly, in no hurry to reach their destination. Part of that was not wanting to interrupt their conversation. Sometimes, Killian and Persina joined in the conversation, but it was mainly Verdia and Rigger who spoke. Lerov rarely commented. After all, he didn't know much about Rigger and, even less, had any relevant magical knowledge to follow the topics that arose. Eventually, the group approached the gates of Tinaver, and everyone naturally assumed a more serious posture. Only Verdia remained as always, but Killian's expression had changed completely. His face was serious, his eyes sharp, and the aura emanating from him seemed that of a warrior ready for war. He walked a few steps ahead and, before they were even near the gate, Rigger noticed that the fortress garrison had already been notified of their arrival. He found it strange. Before he could ask, Killian stepped forward and explained. Each of the gates has a member of a demonic race who can see very far, like an eagle. Rigger nodded in understanding. His enhanced senses picked up fragments of conversations coming from the watchtowers, confirming what Killian had said. By the way, Killian added with a slight smile, I ordered them to prepare a grand reception for you. Any problem with that? Rigger raised an eyebrow. As long as it's nothing too extravagant, and doesn't last too long, it's fine. Rigger still had many old friends to visit. He had to introduce Ghislaine and Eris to his master, and also gather as much information as possible before the war council. Killian hesitated for a brief moment, then nodded. I'll cancel the banquet and festivities then, after all, we're at war. Rigger also noticed large banners embroidered with the symbol of the beast god, which appeared on the 7 Great Powers stone. The symbol had the shape of some kind of wolf-like beast. After asking Killian, he learned that the Iron Legion had adopted the symbol as its crest a few months ago. With a deep rumble, the stone gate began to rise slowly. The group passed through tranquilly, entering the fortress. The fortress city of Teniver was monumental, just as Rigger remembered. Massive dark stone structures, watchtowers as tall as mountains, vast inner courtyards, and a few wooden halls made from the ancient trees of the great forest. The architecture was functional, but with artistic touches from the region's craftsmen, reliefs on the walls, sculptures, Iron Legion banners fluttering in the wind. Trained soldiers marched in groups through the courtyards, practicing formations, casting spells at stone targets, or exchanging blows in open arenas. Many paused their training when they saw the group approaching, murmuring among themselves and discreetly pointing. On each side of the main path, a row of 10 warriors clad in dark gray armor formed an honor guard. As soon as Rigger passed them, one of the soldiers stepped forward and announced in a strong, clear voice using howling magic. Arriving at the fortress are the Beast God, leader of the Iron Legion, and Killian Dedoldia, second general of the vanguard force, with their retinue. The voice echoed throughout the fortress like thunder. And soon, what had seemed an almost silent city exploded into life. A crowd gathered in front. Men, women, young warriors, merchants, mage apprentices, elders, all wanted to see with their own eyes their leader, the beast god who had made such an impact on the battlefields. As Rigger's deeds spread with the allied army messengers, his fame grew rapidly. Many considered him the personification of the storm-ravaging Milice's enemies. Excited shouts, cheers, and ovations erupted from the crowd as he appeared. His name was chanted enthusiastically. Rigger smiled and waved to the people. Despite still maintaining some emotional distance, he couldn't deny that seeing so many people placing their trust in him was something that moved him. He began to expand his senses, filtering the scents in the air, and soon detected the familiar aroma of his companions, Ghislaine, Eris, and Aisha. He followed the subtle trail with half-closed eyes and realized they were not in the central base but in a building beside it. As they traversed the main path of the fortress, flanked by applause and celebration, Rigger kept his posture firm. Teniver was buzzing with the approach of the war council. Warriors and commanders from various parts of Milice were arriving, and the tension in the air was almost palpable. There were still weeks until the day of the council, but each step taken within that fortress was a prelude to something great approaching. Persina Adoldia. Age, 13 years. Mana reserves, king level. Magical skills. Fire magic, advanced. Earth magic, advanced. Wind magic, advanced. Water magic, saint. Healing magic, advanced. Detoxification magic, advanced. Barrier magic, intermediate. Howling magic, mastery. Combat skills. Water god style, advanced. North god style, advanced. Battle strength, saint. Linea Dedoldia. Age, 13 years. Mana reserves, king level. Magical skills. Fire magic, advanced. Earth magic, advanced. Wind magic, advanced. Water magic, intermediate. Healing magic, advanced. Detoxification magic, advanced. Barrier magic, intermediate. Howling magic, mastery. Combat skills. North god style, advanced. Sword god style, advanced. Battle strength, saint. Chapter 181, Inherited Warrior Blood. While Rigger continued forward through the streets of the imposing fortress city of Teniver, Killian and Persina split off from the group, each heading to a different quarter of the city with the aim of warning the others of their arrival. Lerav, for his part, also took his leave shortly thereafter, leaving only Rigger and Verdia walking side by side along the fortress streets. The road leading to the military center was wide and dotted with many warriors, but as they passed through the gates of the central wing, the shouts and ovations all but ceased. Every warrior, regardless of race, who saw Rigger and Verdia pass stopped whatever they were doing and bowed in respect. The atmosphere was more serious, although excitement and admiration were still clearly visible in the warriors' eyes, they were simply more restrained. All eyes followed every movement of the beast god. Verdia, with her serene countenance, kept pace beside him, and the two conversed quietly. Rufus learned the Colossus fortress at 8 years old, asked Rigger, still looking ahead, his surprise apparent. The elf smiled and confirmed. You'd be amazed at how quickly he picked it up. I think, if it's just earth magic, his talent is almost on par with yours, or very close to it. Besides, he has an impressive mana reserve. Rigger nodded, lost in thought. Among the apprentices he had trained when they were still children, 2 had stood out for their special magical talent, Lysina and Rufus. Of course, this was exclusively about magic talent. Killian and Taze, for example, were excellent swordsmen, on top of being able to use chantless magic. Lysina had followed almost exclusively the path of magic, struggling to learn to control her Tuki. Still, she was a brilliant mage, especially proficient in ice magic. Rufus, on the other hand, although he also delved deeply into magic, had no trouble with Tuki, and therefore trained the North God style as his combat foundation. But his true focus was earth magic, where his talent truly flourished. In any case, that's great, Rigger commented. But it's a shame Rufus got involved in the war so young. Verdia sighed, her smile slowly fading. Yes. Those are the inevitable sides of war. Children born amidst conflict, innocents who lose their lives for no reason. She looked at Rigger, her eyes showing an understanding that could only come through experience. It's awful, but peace isn't always a choice. I'm sure you know that. Caring about every life lost on the battlefield would drive anyone crazy. Rigger kept his gaze fixed ahead and answered in a low but firm voice. I know. Still. I'd rather end this war as soon as possible. I don't want my sister to grow up and have to get involved in this battle because I wasn't strong enough to end it. He surveyed the surroundings of the fortress with a dark, determined expression. It's enough that all the friends and apprentices are fighting now. I want to crush Millie's in a year at most. Verdia followed his gaze and stared at the operations base ahead of them. Her expression turned concerned. Pope Lucius has the power to see the future, Rigger. You must know that a large-scale attack would make you vulnerable to an ambush, just as we fell into one. Rigger did not respond immediately. He walked in silence for a few seconds, reflecting on her words. Then he replied calmly. I'm confident I can escape an ambush. He looked into the elf's eyes. Besides, there's little they can do with their warriors if I don't invade Malishan all at once. He paused for another moment. But even if I'm caught, I won't be killed. Even with all my mana sealed, I can still fight and get away. Verdia seemed to relax upon hearing that. Her face softened as if she truly believed that, so long as Rigger took care, he wouldn't be killed in this war. She smiled happily and asked. So it's all right then. Rigger, do you trust me? Rigger raised an eyebrow, surprised by the sudden question. Ah. Of course I trust you. Why? Verdia let out a soft giggle and turned her gaze forward again. Nothing. And then the 2 finally reached the entrance of the building where Rigger could distinctly smell Eris, Aisha, and Ghislaine. Even before entering the structure, Rigger caught the scent of Skoll in the distance, and close by, that of Escalar. Sounds of battle could be heard in that direction, accompanied by the unmistakable presence of another ebony wolf. One that was not Skoll. Rigger narrowed his eyes, thoughtful. Is it Jerry or Frecky? I'll check later. He thought, before moving forward and entering the building. The structure, located right next to the Iron Legion's operations base, was immense. It looked like a colossal house, far too large to belong to any ordinary family. There were no signs of permanent residence, only silence. By what he sensed, Aisha was alone in one of the rooms, probably studying some spell. As he walked through the corridors, Rigger picked up an old scent. One he hadn't smelled in many years. His steps grew firmer, hastened by curiosity and contained excitement. He proceeded to the back of the house, where a wide passage led him to an extensive grassy field surrounded by high stone walls. Spaced-out trees offered occasional shade to the area, which seemed designed both for leisure and training. A small refuge within the fortress, isolated, protected, and peaceful. There, Ghislaine stood in position, acting as referee between 2 warriors. One was Eris, her companion, wielding a wooden sword with extreme concentration in her gaze. In front of her, the opponent was a figure Rigger had longed to see. A dark-skinned man, silver-gray hair, dog-like ears, appearing about 40 years old, young by beast race standards. He too held a wooden sword and wore no armor. His bearing, his stance, and his fierce look, everything about him spoke of contained experience and power. Rigger recognized him immediately. Ghislaine noticed Rigger's presence but did not announce him. With her usual seriousness, she signaled the start of the match. The warrior lunged with great speed, soon unleashing the howling magic characteristic of his race. The ground cracked beneath his feet from the force of his acceleration. He was skilled, a warrior of saint level, no doubt, but for Eris, a sword king, his charge and magic were still too slow. With keen eyes and perfect reflexes, Eris executed the long sword of light. The wooden blade sliced through the air in an illusory gleam, outstripping any tactical trap her opponent had prepared. The strike was so fast it struck the warrior's chest before the sound of the magic could even fully propagate. The impact sent the men flying back, and the sonic wave of the howling magic continued on its own path. Rigor grinned from ear to ear at the sight. The warrior rose with a groan, massaging the bruise forming on his chest. Rather than sulk, he let out a sincere laugh. Ha ha ha. You're strong too. Are you sure you're only 15? Eris beamed with pride. Of course I am. Only then did she notice Rigor. Her eyes brightened, and she eagerly moved toward him. However, she suddenly stopped upon noticing the golden-haired elf at his side, Verdia. Her gaze flickered between surprise, curiosity, and caution. Rigor, however, kept his eyes on the warrior who was rising. His expression softened, filled with contained emotion. How long has it been, father? The one training with Eris was, in fact, Rigor's father, Hantara Doldia, who had become a North Saint while his son was away. His style specialized in unarmed combat, using primarily his claws, though during Rigor's absence he had also learned to wield a blade efficiently. His physical prowess and mastery of howling magic made him formidable on the battlefield against virtually any opponent. Of course, this did not apply to Ghislaine and Eris. Hantar had arrived in Tinaver the day before, shortly after receiving news of Rigor's return. He was at a battlefront when he was informed. Since Rigor wasn't in the city at that moment, Hantar stayed in one of the dormitories and, the next day, decided to visit Rigor's two women, Ghislaine and Eris, his daughters-in-law. During the visit, they decided on a brief sparring session, which Rigor witnessed just as it was happening. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought even your women would be this strong, son? Hantar exclaimed, laughing as he rubbed the bruise on his chest. Everyone was seated around a large table in one of the mansion's halls. Seated were Rigor, Eris, Ghislaine, Verdia, and Hantar. Aisha was still in one of the rooms, likely still studying. Rigor found it a bit odd she hadn't come out to greet him, but assumed she must have been in the middle of something important. Initially, Rigor intended to introduce Verdia, his master, to Eris, Ghislaine, and Aisha, but his father's sudden appearance altered those plans a bit. You've become very strong, father, Rigor said sincerely. But they're somewhat extraordinary. Hantar smiled proudly, his expression relaxed and his gaze warm. I suppose that's necessary to be a wife of the beast god. I still can't believe my son is one of the 7 powers. The brief reunion was filled with warm emotions. After chatting with his father for a while, Rigor felt relieved to see that he hadn't changed at all. If he had to point out something, it was that he no longer treated him the same way he did the last time they met. Even recognizing him as a warrior when he was younger, Rigor sensed that back then his father still saw him as his little boy. But now, Hantar treated him as an equal. He also seemed genuinely proud of all Rigor's achievements. Father and son began talking about various subjects, his mother, the new sister named Ruby, past battles, training, and techniques. Rigor laughed several times, carried away by the familiarity of the conversation. And so Rigor unconsciously ignored the silent battle playing out at the table. Eris was practically piercing Verdia with her intense gaze, and Ghislaine, though remaining serious and impassive, also scrutinized the elf with contained curiosity. Meanwhile, Verdia looked at them both with a friendly smile, then returned her attention to the conversation between Rigor and Hantar, occasionally adding something, trying to ignore the intense stare of the red-headed young woman. I can't imagine my mother as an advanced-level swordswoman. Rigor sighed. Ha ha ha. But she really did it. Hantar replied, laughing. And more, she learned elementary healing magic. She decided to try learning a bit after Ruby was born. Rigor's expression grew serious for a moment. But she won't go to the battlefield, right? Hantar shook his head with a calm smile. Of course not. Aside from Ruby still being small and needing care, all the higher-ups of the Iron Legion tacitly agreed not to allow your mother to go into combat. Rigor let out a relieved sigh. In truth, he didn't much like seeing his father, Verdia, Eris, or Ghislaine in combat. In an ideal scenario, he would resolve everything himself, alone. It was a strange contradiction in his mind. He admired their strength and wanted them to be powerful, yet still wanted to keep them safe. However, he knew he couldn't, and shouldn't, prevent any of them. This world demanded more from those who trained to fight, whether in swordsmanship or magic. It demanded unwavering will, something to fight for, and something to live for. Murder was far more common in that world, and the will of these warriors was something few on earth could reach, even under the worst circumstances. Determination and ego had to be solid. That's why Rigor never stopped any of his loved ones from fighting. Nor would he ever. Unless it was certain death, of course. His mother, on the other hand, was different. Although she had begun training, she was never a warrior. She had spent part of her life as a slave and afterward only wanted to live in peace. The reason for her training was purely self-defense. And that was also why she had learned exclusively the water god style from Eleonora. Hantar and Rigor continued talking about combat techniques, magic, styles, and Hantar expressed interest in trying to learn the beast god style Rigor had created. Until finally Hantar stood up and said with a teasing smile. All right, Rigger, we'll have time to talk later. I imagine you have some matters to attend to first. When he said that, Rigger finally noticed Eris staring at Verdia with flames in her eyes. He cleared his throat softly, trying to ease the tension, and forced a smile. All right, we'll talk more later. Will you be at the War Council? Hantar shook his head. I'll return to the battlefield in a week. I'll replace the Demon King Greta when she comes to the council. Rigger nodded, considering for a moment. Very well. Take care. I'll see you before you leave again. With a nod, Hantar left the mansion, leaving Verdia, Ghislaine, Eris, and Rigger behind. Rigger sat down again and faced the two women. Ghislaine, Eris, this is my master, Verdia Solarion. Chapter 182, Hunting the Whole Grey Rat Family. POV, Eris Adoldia. This is my master, Verdia Solarion. When Rigger said that, I looked at him for a moment and then continued staring at the woman before me. This was Verdia. Rigger's master. The person he probably admired most in life. I could tell by the way he spoke of her, and he spoke a lot. Always with a light in his eyes, a silent passion, a reverence he made no effort to hide. I mean, he looked at me that way too, but it felt different. She was the one who taught him magic, who told him about the world, who shaped his view of life. As far as I knew, she had lived for a very long time. She looked like a mature woman, yet with youthful, captivating features. After all, she was an elf. Her long hair shimmered as if it glowed from within, a vibrant gold that seemed to outshine the surrounding light. Her eyes were kind, yet with an intensity that made me furrow my brows. Yes, she was beautiful. Too beautiful. The kind of woman who draws every gaze without even trying. Her chest wasn't as large as Ghislaine's, but it wasn't small either. I found myself wondering, half involuntarily, will mine grow more? I'm still changing, right? I'm still growing older, maybe one day I'll mature too. Rigger seemed to have a certain preference for more mature women. And me? Was I really right for him? I shook my head, trying to chase away those silly thoughts. After all, he was the one who confessed his feelings to me. He was the one who said he wanted to be with me and that he loved me. I should trust that. I glanced at him discreetly, he was saying something, but I wasn't listening. My heart was racing. He said he wanted to take Verdia as his wife from the start. I knew that. So why do I feel like this? Why this uncomfortable tightness in my chest? I looked back at the elf, then down. Why did it happen so fast? I thought. At that moment, something pulled me out of my daydreams. I heard my name being called. Eris. I jerked my head up in surprise. Everyone was looking at me. Rigger, Verdia, even Ghislaine. I froze. The elf had spoken my name at the end of some sentence I hadn't heard. I opened my mouth to reply, but nothing came out. What? I failed miserably. My cheeks burned, my face flushed. I couldn't even form a sentence. Why now? I chastised myself. Then I felt something warm and comforting on my face. A hand. Rigger's hand. I looked up into those golden eyes that gazed down at me with concern. You okay, Eris? My face turned even redder. I whispered back. Why yes, I'm fine. I looked away and faced the elf again. I didn't catch what you said. She still smiled, with that same warmth in her expression, as if nothing had happened. Then, she repeated. I said it's a great pleasure to meet you, Eris. I was a bit dazed for a moment, but replied automatically. The pleasure is mine as well. POV, Rigger Adoldia. Alright, Eris seemed a bit nervous meeting Verdia. And she showed that nervousness by practically scorching my master with her gaze. I think she might have thought I was introducing her as my third wife, but how would I do that so soon? After all, I've only just arrived. Although, honestly, I must say my chances look pretty good. My bond with her is stronger than ever, and she doesn't seem disinterested. In fact, she's been quite assertive, as expected of her. Anyway, Eris was visibly tense, lost in thoughts I couldn't fully guess. I planned to talk to her about it later, just to make sure nothing was wrong. But she seemed to return to normal after speaking with Verdia. My master specifically asked who Eris's family was, upon learning she was a grey rat. She seemed a bit worried, but relaxed upon discovering she was a Boreas grey rat. Ghislaine, on the other hand, appeared more curious than anything. She asked questions far more often than usual, wanting to understand more about Verdia, what kind of woman had shaped so much of my life. The conversation turned livelier than I'd anticipated. At one point, Verdia commented with a smile. It's true. When he was only 6 years old, he was already able to kill a North Saint. I responded immediately, shaking my head, I had your assistance in defeating him, master. I didn't do it alone. Besides, he didn't know chantless magic. That was a big advantage. Verdia smiled and said. That doesn't make the feat any less impressive. Honestly, I wasn't as surprised as the others to learn you reached God level at just 16. With your talent and focus, I pretty much expected it. Ghislaine nodded and added, that's true. From the moment I met you at the Azure Dragon range and confirmed you were only 10, I was certain you'd achieve great power. Eris spoke with conviction, of course. Rigor is going to be the #1 in the world. The three of them seemed to find common ground in agreeing that I was incredible, which was a bit embarrassing, but I couldn't argue with their logic. Even as a child, with the talent and the knowledge Verdia gave me about this world, and what I retained from my previous life, I already knew I had a real chance to reach the top of this world. Still, I answered honestly, but being #1 isn't certain. Until we know the technique god and the fighter god, it's hard to say if I can achieve that. Not to mention the dragon god. At the mention of that name, both Eris and Ghislaine grew serious. Verdia noticed the change in atmosphere and asked curiously. What about the dragon god? Everyone fell silent. I thought for a moment, anyway, she'd find out sooner or later. Since I've mentioned it now, it's better to tell her outright. I looked at Ghislaine and Eris, and they were looking back at me, waiting for my decision. I took a deep breath, and then began to tell Verdia everything that had happened in the red dragon's lower jaw. Our encounter with Orsted, his oppressive presence, the terrible fight, and, finally, Idar's death. Eris and Ghislaine remained silent. Sharing that weighed down the atmosphere, but I wouldn't hide it from Verdia. Verdia listened quietly, her expression grave. When I finished, we stayed silent for a while, letting the elf digest the information. Finally, she spoke with a serious, concerned look. Idar was killed, so, will you take vengeance? The question was kind of unexpected, but I replied firmly, yes. I will kill the dragon god. Verdia frowned, visibly more worried, as if pondering something difficult internally. Her next question came laced with caution. Orsted, does he happen to have resistance to divination magics? I found the question odd, but answered honestly, I don't know about that, but I couldn't sense any intent from him. Now that I think about it, maybe he has something like that. Why? Verdia lowered her head slightly, her eyes narrowed in concern. She murmured, it's nothing. Just, don't fight him as you are now. He's probably still much stronger than you, right? I nodded, yes. I don't plan to fight him until I'm much stronger. And I don't intend to face him alone. Verdia nodded, more at ease, then that's fine. At that moment, I felt a familiar presence rushing through the house. It was Aisha. Her light, agile steps echoed through the hall until the door to the room suddenly swung open. The little girl, appearing about 7 or 8 years old, burst in with a radiant smile on her face. Master. Master. I did it. I learned holy healing. She stopped as soon as she noticed all of us gathered. Her gaze immediately fixed on Verdia, who sat elegantly beside us. Her expression flickered between excitement and confusion. Verdia looked at the girl and smiled gently. You must be Aisha. It's a pleasure to meet you, I'm Verdia. Aisha looked around with a puzzled expression, until her eyes lit up with sudden understanding. Oh. It's a pleasure to meet you, Grandmaster. I'm Aisha Greyrat, she said enthusiastically, giving a respectful bow. I laughed at her display, it was so very Aisha. Verdia, on the other hand, looked somewhat taken aback. Her expression briefly faltered. Why yes, it's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Greyrat, right. She hesitated. Can you tell me who your parents are? Again. She asked the same of Eris. Why was Verdia asking about the Greyrat family? Aisha, still excited, straightened up and answered. My parents are Paul Greyrat and Lilia Greyrat. Oh. I don't know if it matters, but there's also a Zenith Greyrat, who is also my father's wife. Verdia's expression paled slightly. She shot me a worried look. I wondered why she reacted that way. Could it be because of Rudeus Greyrat? She'd probably heard about the conflicts he caused here. Verdia then asked. And what is your relationship with your family in general? Aisha seemed suspicious of so many questions, but thought for a moment and replied. I like my mother. The rest of the family, well, I don't know them, so I don't care. Oh. About my brother Rudeus, he'd be better off dead. Aisha seemed to have reached the same conclusion I had, clarifying her relationship with her brother. Her blunt words surprised Verdia. Then she sighed in relief for a brief moment. But her gaze turned back to me, hesitant. How do I put this? Do you know that swordsman who almost killed me? The one you cut in half. I was confused for a moment, but the thread of thought struck me like lightning. I asked cautiously, hoping it wasn't what I feared. Yes, what about him? Ah, well, his name was Paul Greyrat. Of House Latria. The silence that followed was almost suffocating. Not even Eris spoke a word. Everyone processed what that meant. Verdia had asked about Aisha's parents. Aisha answered. And Verdia? Verdia had just said that the man I killed protecting her was her father. I looked at Aisha. She seemed surprised. Not frightened or shaken, just surprised. Eris remained silent. Ghislaine kept a neutral expression, but she too was surprised. I took a deep breath. After several seconds, I spoke, somewhat hesitantly. All right, how did this happen? Why would Paul Greyrat try to kill you, master? Everyone leaned in slightly, attentive to the answer. Verdia sighed heavily. One of our few spies in Melitian informed us that his wife, Zenith, was originally a Latria, and that his daughter is Norn Latria. Because of that, it's assumed Paul ended up joining Melis's ranks. The rest is simple to understand. I put a hand to my face, letting out a heavy sigh. All right, this just became more complicated than expected. Much more complicated. I looked at Aisha, trying to find the right words, but they escaped me. So I simply said, honestly. Aze. I'm sorry. Aisha shook her head frantically, crossing her arms in an X, as if desperate to take the blame off my shoulders. No, no, no. I really don't mind, master. If he was trying to kill the master of my master, it was well deserved. Seriously, I really don't care. I watched her expression closely, her eyes slightly wide and her body a bit tense. But her voice didn't waver. Her words seemed genuine, her discomfort not about losing her father, but about fearing I might think she cared. That was both good and bad. Good because she wasn't hurt by me. Bad because, in the end, I had still killed her father. I sighed and turned my gaze to Ghislaine. And you, Ghislaine? She answered without hesitation. No. I don't mind. Your enemies are my enemies too. I looked at the ceiling, lost in thought. Part of me felt satisfied about having killed that bastard. After all, Paul was a scoundrel. On the other hand, he was Aisha's father. What rotten luck. And Lilia would probably be very sad to learn of this. What was I doing? Was I hunting down her entire family without meaning to? With that thought, something inside me solidified. A resolution. An imaginary line I couldn't cross. All right, where is Zenith? I asked. Is she still alive? Is she participating in the war? Verdia crossed her arms, thoughtful. I believe not. Zenith is a high-ranking noble and doesn't have great martial abilities. Although she's an advanced healing mage, I doubt she's involved in the war. I mentally breathed a sigh of relief. All right, Lilia. Zenith will have to serve. I absolutely cannot kill her too. Right. Silence settled for a moment, dense and uncomfortable. For a moment, no one seemed willing to break it. Until Verdia, with a small smile, took the initiative. Anyway, you said you learned the saint-level magic, holy healing. Aisha, clearly seizing the chance to dispel the somber mood, brightened up again, straightening and speaking cheerfully. Yes. I just learned it. Although, I haven't had the chance to test it yet. After all, you need someone with a severed limb, right? Everyone let out soft laughs at her straightforward, awkward comment. From there, Verdia and Aisha began talking more naturally. The topic shifted from magic to training, and from training to trivial matters. Eris and Ghislaine were soon included in the conversation as well, and the atmosphere lightened. The tension gradually dissipated, like smoke carried away by the wind. I watched those two, Verdia and Aisha, both trying to change the subject to blow away the heavy air. And for some reason, I thought with amusement. Those two, aren't they kind of alike? Chapter 183, Calm and Civility. POV Rigor Adolbia. Somehow, Aisha convinced me that the best option available to test her magic was for me to cut off a finger from my hand so she could regenerate it and demonstrate her magic. And it ended up being done that way. I still don't understand how I ended up agreeing to that, but it was a warning that I should be more careful about what Aisha asked me. She was becoming more and more cunning as she grew. Anyway, it was truly impressive. Aisha would turn 8 in a month, and she was already able to use saint-level healing magic. Of course, she had the advantage of my knowing all these spells and teaching her in the fastest and most efficient way, but that was also due to her talent and constant effort. She was progressing non-stop. Aisha seemed to get along very well with Verdia, which was great. And Eris had also become more comfortable talking with her, with Aisha leading and bringing up topics naturally. But I didn't really understand how Ghislaine and Verdia were. Honestly, on the surface, they seemed to have gotten along, but I don't know. They didn't exchange many words, nor did they talk in depth. Most of their interactions were quick, direct questions and answers. Well, it wasn't bad, though. Actually, speaking with them, I found out why Skoll and Escalar weren't here. It turns out that Rufus's wolf, Jerry, smelled Skoll when he entered the city and ran over to greet him. Apparently, there were other Legion members who also raised monsters, and Skoll seemed to recognize Rufus, so he suggested introducing Skoll and Escalar to the other monsters. That way, Escalar and Skoll ended up going along with Rufus. I also found out that my master had learned Saint-level healing magic while I was away, which wasn't very surprising. There were a few other people who also learned it, since I left the enchantment, the books, and instructions on how to use the magic with Taze before leaving. And also, at some point, Ghislaine's demon eye was mentioned, and the method I developed to make her control her magic eye seemed to interest Verdia. After all, controlling other people's mana wasn't a widespread or normal method, nor common knowledge. Apparently, my master had heard of this kind of thing before, but had never seen anyone put such a theory into practice. Well, her idea was something I had already thought of before, but my tests weren't very effective. That was, using that mana control to teach chantless magic. I tried that method with Ghislaine, but it didn't seem to work very well. Verdia suggested that perhaps it was because Ghislaine wasn't so familiar with using multiple magics or high-level magics. So, after that topic, another project reopened. When the opportunity arose, I would test that hypothesis with her again. The conversation progressed in high spirits. Although it was wartime, meeting with my master, seeing old friends, and introducing the new people who had entered my life gave me some peace of mind. A comforting feeling that I couldn't quite explain. Anyway, it was pleasant. After we talked, I started to head to where Escalar and Skoll were, with only Eris accompanying me. Ghislaine heard that there was a place where the Legion kept baby monsters for adoption and got excited. She tried to hide it, but I could tell she was excited because her tail was wagging energetically. So, she and Aisha ended up following Verdia there. Meanwhile, Eris and I were going to Rufus, who was with Escalar and Skoll. A few moments later, Eris and I were walking hand in hand through the streets of Tinaver, following Skoll's presence and the sounds of combat echoing from one of the training arenas. The city was alive. Eris watched everything with shining eyes, enthusiastically pointing at every detail that caught her attention. The buildings looked different since the last time she had seen them. Did this statue exist before? She asked, pointing to a sculpted figure of a warrior holding a hammer with the Iron Legion symbol engraved on its base. I shook my head with a smile. I don't think so. Many dwarves arrived after we set out on our journey. They changed a lot around here. The small modifications were many, but altogether they gave the city a new spirit. Carvings etched into the stone walls, arches reinforced with ornamental metals, small fountains with magic circles around them. The atmosphere of dwarven fortresses, mixed with the organization of the fields and roads, gave Tinaver an air of a civilization on the rise. Rufus had also left his mark. The training areas had been expanded, with stone portals and minerals where warriors practiced maneuvers with domesticated monsters. There were new forges, crafting workshops, greenhouses with irrigation systems reminiscent of modern technology adapted to magic, small terraced fields, taking advantage of the terrain. Wherever we went, people recognized us. Despite all that, Eris didn't seem to care about the stairs. Some stopped to watch with curiosity, others whispered quietly. Those who didn't know who I was were soon informed by some other resident or Legion member. Even so, she stayed by my side, as if nothing could affect that moment. Rigger, who is the strongest in the Legion, aside from you? She asked suddenly. Her eyes shone with an intensity one knew well, challenge. Ever since we arrived in Hobbit territory, Eris had been looking to test her strength. She challenged several warriors, some with power levels near that of a saint. She wanted to show that she was powerful, not only to others but to herself. Perhaps it was because she knew that Ghislaine had immense fame within the Legion. In fact, even before I created the Legion, the name Black Wolf was already known in the Central Continent. A legendary sword king, a warrior who inspired respect. And in the Meles continent, she built some fame as well. During the attack on the Joylore house, she was by my side, and her reputation only grew. Many probably thought it natural that she would be my wife. Perhaps they even expected it back then. But Eris was different. When she left Tinaver with me and Ghislaine back then, she was just a child and an advanced-level swordswoman. Many probably would have had some opinions about her being my wife. I personally didn't care about others' expectations. To me, she was important, irreplaceable. Still, I didn't stop her from challenging whoever she wanted. I knew there would be judging eyes and questioning. That might not bother me, but maybe it would bother her. But I also knew she wouldn't back down. I can't say for sure, I replied thoughtfully. But it's probably Ornthorn or Ghislaine. Aside from them, maybe Taze or Killian. Although, to be honest, I'm still not certain of Verdia's true combat power. Eris reflected in silence. I took the moment to gently stroke her hair, and then I remembered the way she acted when she met Verdia. "Eris," I said, in a low but firm voice. "You know that, even if I take other wives, I will never stop loving you." "No way." "You know that, right?" She blushed at once. "I know that," she replied quickly, almost reflexively, trying to disguise her embarrassment. I couldn't help but smile. I drew her closer, putting my arm around her waist. I felt her warmth, and a few more glances turned to us. I didn't mind. We continued walking along the stone road, the sound of our footsteps echoing among the buildings. But for now, I just wanted to enjoy that moment with her. It turns out that, even with the war in Meles unfolding and the heavy atmosphere hanging over the continent, the city of Teniver still managed to maintain a lively and welcoming atmosphere. It was a warm environment full of life. Still, it was evident that most of the inhabitants were ready to take up arms at the slightest sign of danger. The expressions were friendly, but the eyes alert and the bodies well-prepared betrayed the martial spirit present in every citizen. As we walked, Eris and I decided to stop at one of the many stalls decorating the streets. We grabbed some skewers of roasted monster meat. The smell was strong, spicy, but incredibly appetizing. Eris took a bite, smiling with a sparkle in her eyes. She seemed genuinely happy, walking hand in hand with me through the city that had once been only a stone fortress and that now vibrated with culture, movement, and living history. Then a tiger tribe beastman appeared, blocking our path in the middle of the street. He was tall and muscular. His eyes burned with intensity, and as soon as he saw us, he began to speak. His voice was strong, laden with resentment and wounded pride. He began to tell a long story, that he had been one of the many tribal leaders of the Great Forest, someone with pride and strength. He seemed to be one of the leaders who had refused to submit to Killian when he took control of the Great Forest. Instead, he fled, defeated, humiliated, but determined. Since then, he devoted himself to intense training, feeding his anger, shaping his body and strength for the moment when he could return and take his revenge. And here he was now, finally before me. Upon discovering that I was the leader of the Iron Legion, his eyes shone with what he certainly believed to be destiny. He decided that he could skip all the steps of the hierarchy and challenge me directly. He spoke of tearing my head off, taking leadership of the Great Forest, and freeing his people. Empty words, full of tribal bravado, ignorance, and misdirected pride. He was the typical warrior who had never set foot outside the Great Forest and thought his strength was truly incredible even outside the Great Forest. I didn't wait much longer. Before I could even respond to his challenge, he moved to attack me with murderous intent. His movements were undeniably very fast. He certainly was at the saint level, there was no doubt about his strength. However, before I could even move, Eris took a step forward. With a single clean, swift, and brutal blow, she cut him in half. Her blade flashed briefly in the sunlight before the warrior's bisected body fell to the ground, lifeless. Everyone around froze, shocked by the speed and coldness of the act, as well as the strength demonstrated by the young woman. Eris, on the other hand, simply sheathed her sword and wiped the blood from the blade. Her face was serious but serene. I could feel that she had been impatient since that man's speech, wanting to kill him ever since he started insulting the Iron Legion, and he had put his head on a platter when he attacked me. I did not stop her. In fact, if she hadn't done it, I would have eliminated that fool myself. A warrior like him, full of blind pride, would never be a good addition to the Legion. Even after having been defeated once by Killian, he fled instead of accepting his defeat and reflecting on it. What he did now was more than suicide, it was a terrible example. His death would serve as a warning to all tribes, whether demonic or bestial. The Iron Legion did not tolerate insubordination or betrayal masquerading as honor. After telling someone to clean up the mess, we continued on our way. There was no reason for us to stay there. The stairs followed us, but no one dared to speak. Soon we reached the place where Escalar and Skoll were. The red dragon, to my surprise, was simply lying on the grass under the shade of a tree, its huge wings folded and eyes half closed as it let the sunlight filter through the leaves above it. Skoll, the ebony wolf, was engaged in a fierce battle with another wolf, practically identical to him. Their bodies collided, bites exchanged, the movements too fast for common eyes. It was a violent dance but a controlled one. A training session, perhaps. Or a test of dominance. In any case, it was impossible not to be impressed by the scene. I stood there, watching the two face off, while Eris had a puzzled expression beside me. It wasn't every day that one saw a battle between rank A wolves. Chapter 184, Witnesses of the Ascension. What lay before us could only be described as an open-air battle arena. It was a large, simple structure, an elevated stone platform contrasting sharply with the natural surroundings. Tall trees encircled the area, the grass was vast and well-kept, and groups were scattered everywhere, training with dedication. But everyone's focus at that moment was on the center. Two enormous ebony wolves were locked in an intense battle. Skoll was one of them. His fur, black as night, gleamed under the sunlight filtering through the tree canopies. The other wolf, slightly smaller but no less fierce, I deduced was probably Jerry, Rufus's wolf. The two brothers fought with savagery and precision, exchanging blows and bites, circling, leaping, rolling. It was a rare confrontation between rank A monsters. Both were far from ordinary and had survived countless battles. Skull bore the marks of past encounters, subtle but visible scars to the trained eye. He had fought against kings, emperors, dragons, and hundreds of powerful foes while accompanying our group. He even faced the dragon god Orsted once, though he had been tossed aside as if he were nothing more than a stone in the path. As for Jerry, I learned that in recent years the wolf had faced the armies of melees, ambushes, skirmishes, and campaigns in hostile terrain. Both had grown stronger. Yet in this fight, Skull seemed to have the upper hand. It was possible to notice this by his posture, by the way his movements were fierce. Part of it was due to the intense training he did during our stay at the Sword Sanctuary. But perhaps there was more to it than that. Circumstances beyond what we could see with our eyes, I had some suspicions, but seeing a direct comparison made me even more certain of certain theories. Skull was stronger, faster, and more resilient than the average ebony wolf, far more than what was considered normal. Even with his strength limited by his race's lineage barrier, Skull could already be considered one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful, of his lineage. As I watched the fight, various ideas kept emerging in my mind. I had been pondering ways to further strengthen Skull and Escalar for some time. One of these ideas involved something I had been doing for a long time, even with myself and my group, without any specific objective: water magic. Since I had made them drink water created by my magic, I never considered its deeper effects. To me, it was just water. In the past year, however, I imagined the possibility of creating water infused with a high concentration of mana after observing a few things with my demon eye. I hadn't tested it, as I didn't know what side effects it might have, whether it would bring benefits or harm, but it was an experiment I planned to carry out as soon as I had free time. Another idea involved the magical cores of other monsters. If it were possible to infuse that energy stably into Skull and Escalar, perhaps their bodies could react and grow stronger. But it didn't seem simple. Eating the cores directly was pointless and even dangerous. I would have to find a way to convert that energy into something assimilable, perhaps through alchemy, runes, or conversion magic. Back to the fight, we were not the only ones watching. I glanced around at the small crowd gathered around the arena and spotted two familiar faces. A young dwarf with orange-red hair and an enthusiastic expression, Rufus. Beside him, a middle-aged man clad in heavy dark gray armor, with a stern, attentive look, Joseph. There were many others there, some accompanied by small beasts, trained animals, or even young apprentices who watched in silence, observing every detail of the monstrous combat before them. It was a spectacle, but also a lesson. At the climax of the battle, Skull found his opening. With a fierce growl, he leaped over Jerry, spun in the air, and sank his teeth into his brother's shoulder. The bite was firm, and Skull used his own weight to slam Jerry to the ground. A muffled thud echoed through the arena as the two bodies collided with the stone platform. Jerry snarled and struggled, but soon yielded, acknowledging defeat. The fight was over. Victorious, Skull remained atop his brother's body for a brief moment before slowly backing away. The surrounding crowd murmured with admiration, some applauded discreetly. Skull caught a scent in the air and looked briefly in our direction. I approached the group slowly, Eris by my side. As soon as Skull saw us, he bounded toward us excitedly, completely ignoring the wounds covering his body. Escalar, the red dragon, on the other hand, merely opened his eyes slightly. After seeing it was us, he went back to sleep as if nothing could bother him at that moment. That dragon was truly lazy. When the battle spectators noticed us, Rufus showed a surprised yet joyful expression. Meanwhile, everyone else, even Joseph, knelt on one knee at the sight of me. I couldn't help but notice there was no clear pattern in how people treated me within the Iron Legion. Some saw me as a military commander, others as the leader of a mercenary organization. And then there were those, like these two, who treated me as nobility or even royalty. Well, perhaps that wouldn't be a lie for much longer. I still had to confirm everything at the next war council, but if things went as I was planning, a new kingdom would be born after the fall of the holy country of Melees. In any case, positions and titles would become clear over time. While Eris played with Skull, I spoke with Rufus and Joseph about various matters. Rufus had become very strong, even at just 12 years old. His chantless magic was particularly impressive, and recently it seemed he had discovered a talent for forging. That was great, since I had been thinking of starting to create some magical items when I had more time. The 7 magic towers of Melees, the armored dragon king's flying fortress, Perugius, even the gravity sword, King Dragon's sword Kajakut. All of these were proof of what could be achieved with magic given enough time and dedication. I, too, had some ideas upon hearing of these things, but would need time to bring them to fruition. Rufus not only knew about forging, he was also an excellent mage. If he developed that talent further, he would be essential to my future plans. Joseph was the first leader to emerge among the freed slaves at the beginning of the Iron Legion. He was already an advanced swordsman in the North God style and the Sword God style back then, besides being intermediate in the Water God style. But in recent years, under Wei's guidance, he had become a true sword saint. Although it didn't seem he could go much beyond that, reaching that level was likely the result of years of technical dedication at its limit. But it was already enough to make him a formidable force in war. Moreover, he was an excellent commander. Both had evolved greatly in my absence. Rufus, in particular, seemed somewhat resentful that I had left him behind and embarked on a long journey. As we talked, I learned about Yen, the former slaver whom I had ripped an arm from back then. Apparently, he had become the official instructor for the children joining the Iron Legion. Even without one arm, he learned the basics of each of the 3 swordsmanship styles, as well as mastering 4 elemental spells from each of the attack schools. Thus, he had become responsible for teaching only the basics. But even missing an arm, he could fulfill that role with ease. Rufus then asked me if he could heal his arm, and I agreed. Upon hearing that, I fell into thought. If I had killed Yen back then, none of what he accomplished after that day would exist. Certainly, people can change. At that time, I let Yen live as a kind of social experiment. I wanted to see if the people of this world were capable of living, learning from their mistakes, and even changing their way of thinking. Seen from that point of view, the experiment had succeeded. Of course, I wouldn't always have the choice, or even the desire, to give my enemies a second chance. Most of the time, that was just foolishness. But knowing it was possible would certainly make me think twice about who deserved to die, or not. In the end, everything would be left to chance. Not long after the conversation began, Eris challenged Joseph to a duel and defeated him with a single blow. Obviously without killing him, as she had done with her last challenger. This was starting to become repetitive. In truth, I just wanted to see someone who could withstand a blow from Eris at this point. She was steamrolling every opponent with ease. Perhaps I would have to wait for Taze or Killian to be challenged to see some action, or even Ornthorn. Although seeing how strong she had become certainly made me feel proud, after all, she was my woman. Days passed. I visited nearly every major location in the stone fortress. One of the first was the dwarf Brightstone, who was responsible for imbuing Tsukikage with the magic stone of a blue dragon. He continued his weapon enchantment research and had made significant progress. Thanks to him, many of our magic swordsmen elevated their strength to a new level, using blades imbued with high-rank magic stones. With each strike, the power of the magic grew progressively. Although he was teaching other dwarves and blacksmiths, none could replicate his method with high-level stones. Still, it was clear he was in full swing, and from what I could tell, he felt no regret for joining the Iron Legion, as he had plenty of research material. That was good. The hunting party at that time had managed to supply that old man's greed. Thanks to that, those swords were exclusive to the Iron Legion. Another I visited was Paikak. 56 years old now, but still brimming with energy. Nominally, he was the commander of the 3rd Division, the Logistics Division, but in practice his influence extended to practically all of the Iron Legion's transactions, contracts, and alliances. He was even teaching everything to his son so he could replace him without complications when he died. It was evident the satisfaction he felt in all he had accomplished. Few men his age displayed such determination and vitality. Meanwhile, Miles organized a large-scale retreat after the massacre I had caused. Several of the Iron Legion's generals and leaders arrived in Tinaver during this period, while others were sent to replace them on the fronts. Although many commanders gathered in Tinaver, several still remained on the front lines. It was essential to keep the battlefield garrisoned, with or without a council. My father, Hantar, was one of those who would return to the field. I spoke with him a few more times before his departure. Wei's, on the other hand, would not return to Tinaver at all, remaining on his own front. However, most of the main leaders would be present at the War Council. During those weeks, I visited all my former allies, met new commanders, and, with the help of my master Verdia Solarion, studied all the battlefields and the forces on both sides. I prepared myself as much as possible for that council, for it would be the only one of such scale ever held. Because of this, Verdia was almost always at my house with Ghislaine, Eris, and Aisha. Eris, as always, continued challenging anyone she considered a worthy opponent. Her fame spread quickly through the stone fortress. The name, Red Lioness, circulated within days. Unfortunately, she didn't get a chance to fight Killian and Taze, who were occupied. No other warrior managed to defeat her. A few could withstand her for a while, but none came close to touching her. Ghislaine, for her part, adopted a new monster, a baby obsidian-scaled panther. Potentially, it would be a rank A monster. She, too, continued training hard with me and Eris. Aisha was dedicating herself wholeheartedly to Verdia's teachings. The two got along very well. Time passed. Demon King Greta arrived in Teniver. Shortly after, the dragon hunter Ornthorn followed. Powerful figures gathered. And then, finally, the day of the War Council arrived. Chapter 185, Unity Forged in Conflict. As the day of the council drew near, tension grew in Teniver. The decisive meeting would take place in the War Hall, a reinforced and expanded space to accommodate a considerable number of participants. More than 30 members would be present, many of them representing the most powerful among the warriors and leaders of the current combat force of the Iron Legion. Among those summoned, there was an impressive diversity. Some were warriors of the Doldia tribes, others, representatives of the various tribes of the Great Forest. Also present were some talented former slaves who had risen to command after joining the Legion. In greater number were those without a specific origin, humans, demons, nobles, mages, swordsmen, all sharing one thing in common: they held considerable political or military power within the organization. This was the third time this group had gathered in a formal council. The two previous meetings had taken place at the beginning of the conflict with the Holy Country. Since then, the constant pressure from Meles had left no room for in-person gatherings, forcing the commands to operate through letters and encrypted messages. It was only thanks to the brilliant strategic mind of Verdia Solarion that they had managed to hold firm until then. She was capable of predicting battlefield movements just by observing reports and dispositions. Her reading of situations was precise and timely, and if Meles did not have Pope Lucio's, who was said to have the literal ability to see the future, perhaps their victories could have been even more resounding. But now, at last, everyone was together again, and the war hall of the stone fortress thrummed with voices of reunions and exchanges of information among the commanders. Some had arrived a few days ago, others weeks earlier. Many had never seen Rigor in person, the beast god, but all had heard reports of his deeds. Those who had seen him in action on the battlefield spoke of his emergence like a living storm, with blades of light and lightning destroying entire ranks of enemies. The mere mention of his name stirred emotion and inspiration even among the most powerful warriors. It was at that moment that the doors of the hall opened again, and an unusual figure entered. He appeared to be an elven child, with green hair, purple eyes, and black armor fitted to his small frame. Apparently, a mixed race. However, not a single voice rose. The entire hall fell silent at the sight of him. This was a North Emperor, the dragon hunter, Ornthorn. Some even said that, apart from Rigor himself, no one could face him on equal terms. His physical strength was astonishing, and on several fronts he had become the salvation of the Legion, being the only one who could oppose Galgard without losing ground. Ornthorn did not carry his 3-meter golden sword this time, but his presence was enough. Serious and introspective, he answered greetings briefly and made his way to his chair, custom-built due to his peculiar height. Some dwarves and hobbits also had adapted seats. Shortly thereafter, the hall received an even more imposing presence. An extremely tall woman, she stood around 2.5 meters, with ashen skin, striking demonic features, and a body covered in defined muscles, strode through the room. Her long, dark purple hair was carefully braided, and an onyx horn emerged from the center of her forehead, curving backward. Her blue eyes swept the hall with intensity and resolve. She was Demon King Greta. One of the most powerful figures of the Demon Continent, now setting foot in Meles after accepting the call of her old friend, Verdia Solarion. Greta wore only a white cloak, barely fitted to her body. A simple fabric that barely covered her curves, emphasizing not only her sensuality and sculpted physique but also intimidating many of the men around her with her colossal stature and commanding presence. A demon king leaving the Demon Continent these days was a rare occasion. Many had various theories as to why she had come to join the war. Many believed that, being involved in a war that was not hers, she would make little effort, or only mark a symbolic presence. But all who thought that were thoroughly mistaken. Greta fought every battle as if her life depended on it, and at times it truly did. She possessed no remarkable regenerative ability like some other demon kings, but she compensated with monstrous physical strength. Her combat style was direct, brutal, and, in a way, old-fashioned. She wielded a long halberd, a polearm weapon that was practically extinct in modern times due to prejudice against the Superd tribe of the Demon Continent. Because of atrocities committed by the tribe 400 years ago, any long polearm was frowned upon by society. But this did not affect Greta in the slightest, for she had used the weapon for over 800 years, since long before the Laplace War. To her, prejudice was irrelevant. Within the Iron Legion, a group that valued strength over any tradition or prejudice, her choice of weapon was never truly questioned. And if anyone thought to criticize, her battlefield victory soon silenced any voice. Initially, Greta operated alongside Verdia on the front lines, but over time, she earned the trust of the other commanders and began leading troops alone, something she assumed with the natural authority and mastery befitting a demon king. As soon as Greta entered the hall, everyone took notice. Her presence seemed to double the pressure in the air inside the place. Ornthorn, the North Emperor, who until then had maintained his customary intimidating aura and serious posture, shifted uncomfortably in his chair upon seeing her enter. The change in his behavior was subtle but perceptible. Greta walked to her chair as if no one else were there. A few greeted her, with nods or brief words, and she returned the courtesy without much ceremony. Once seated, she flopped into the tall chair built especially for her stature and soon propped her feet on the large war table. A bold gesture, but no one dared reprimand her. Ornthorn finally mustered the courage and spoke. "Hello, Greta." She scanned the room, then downward, until she found the small warrior. "Ah. Who's? Ah. You're the brat who beat me a few months ago." Ornthorn coughed, trying to disguise his embarrassment. It was true. When he had arrived in Mealy's months before, few knew his true strength. At that moment, Galgard needed to be contained, and Greta had volunteered to go. But Ornthorn had insisted he would handle the situation himself. To convince everyone, he had suggested they fight, and he won, after a grueling battle. But it was also on that day that Demon King Greta stole the heart of the North Emperor. A powerful woman, very tall, who couldn't have cared less about his hair color, unlike most. "Ah, sorry about that. It's been a while since we've seen each other." "How have you been?" he asked, making a visible effort to sound casual. Greta smiled. "You know. Same as always. Wars, blood, entrails, and things like that." Ornthorn had to summon all his willpower not to swear out loud. Inside, he screamed, "Right. What was I thinking? Idiot. We're in the middle of a war." He tried to compose himself. "Right, who did you find most challenging to fight?" Others around watched the interaction, some discreetly amused. Those who knew Ornthorn well had already noticed his strange behavior. Greta thought for a moment and replied. "I had the opportunity to encounter the Pope on the battlefield once. He arrived with reinforcements and interrupted our offensive. But, he wasn't the one who gave me trouble." She glanced at the Emperor with a grin and added. "It was that White Knight who protects him. I think he uses that water god style. Well. I couldn't even get close before he cut my arm off. Ha 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 ha." She said it laughingly, as if telling a funny story. But few in the hall laughed. The strength of the White Knight was known to almost everyone in the Iron Legion. "I believe he is the only water emperor in Mealy's," said Ornthorn, in a curious tone. "He's very powerful, but I don't think I would lose in a fight." "Right. Well, if I hadn't dodged a bit, it could have been my head rolling on the floor that time, ha 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 ha." After that, the small green-haired man finally managed to engage the powerful demon woman in a more natural conversation. As they exchanged battle impressions, other leaders were arriving at the war hall. Among the newly arrived was a knight wearing black armor, the direct representative of the allied troops of the Dragon King's realm. Another was the current leader of a demon tribe that had allied with the Iron Legion in recent years. Several renowned warriors, veteran commanders, and representatives of diverse factions filled the space, but all had their attention abruptly diverted when a specific group entered the hall. Taze, the former supreme commander of the Legion before Rigger's return, walked at the front. Beside him, his wife, Lisa, with a calm and determined posture. Just behind them was Killian, walking with a serious demeanor, and accompanying him were Linnea and Persina. This group included two of the strongest and most respected commanders of the Iron Legion. And also two young warrior women with enormous potential, the Legion's beast princesses, although they were there more to observe than to participate actively. It was part of their training as future leaders. Lisa, though only an intermediate-level swordswoman, held the position of vice commander of the 10th Division of the Iron Legion, the division responsible for administration and human resources, encompassing beastmen, demons, elves, dwarves, and other races. The titular commander, Derek, was currently on a mission in the Great Forest and could not attend, leaving Lisa as his representative. Despite having recently faced limitations due to pregnancy, her child was already strong and healthy, and she had returned to her duties with vigor. The group commanded absolute respect, regardless of titles or combat strength. Some of those present at the council were loyal exclusively to them. Once the group took their positions, Ornthorn raised his voice and said, "Hey, Killian. Where did Larav get to?" Ornthorn had been trying, for some time, to convince the demon of the Jinkin tribe to join the North-style dojo. Since they had dueled, he believed Larav had talent and a style compatible with his school's teachings. It was also because of this that he had named Larav a North King. Killian responded, with a serious expression, his posture firm and erect. He should be arriving. But he may not make it in time. He was tasked with escorting Godbard here from the dwarf territory. At that moment, a new voice cut through the hall, cold and serene. Larav arrived with the Orgod just a moment ago. All eyes turned to the entrance. The one who had spoken was a young beast woman with short gray hair and dog-like ears, her eyes a pale red. She wore a bluish mage's mantle, and her presence conveyed an air of calm authority. Lysena Adoldia, a Wind King-level mage and saint in other schools. She continued. They will be here any moment. Killian and Taze greeted her with familiarity, and she soon approached Lisa, Linnea, and Persina to speak. Gradually, small groups began to form throughout the hall. Ornthorn, for his part, was still trying to maintain some minimally coherent conversation with the imposing Greta. Taze and Killian exchanged words with leaders of the great forest tribes. Lysena gathered almost all the women present around her. Soon after, Lara finally arrived, accompanied by Godbard, the Or-God, and Rufus. As they entered, most of those present rose in a gesture of respect. Godbard may not have been a field warrior, but his reputation was indisputable. He was the only one there to officially bear the title of God, and that was enough. The truth was that, after so many years of intense battles, most of the weapons used by the strongest elites of the Iron Legion had been forged by his hands. This included the majority of the commanders present in that hall. Another dwarf who arrived shortly afterward was Rainfall, perhaps the most powerful dwarf warrior still in the field, responsible for an entire battle front. The conversations intensified, revolving around strategies, past battles, logistical updates, and growing political tension. Everyone knew the importance of that moment to get fully updated on the state of the war. The only name absent until then was Verdia. And, of course, the beast god himself. It was then that Taze straightened up abruptly, his keen hearing picking up something beyond the reach of the others. He raised his voice. "He is arriving. Return to your seats." At that instant, the entire hall tensed. Expressions grew serious. Each leader returned to their chair. Everyone knew what that meant. The beast god was arriving. Chapter 186, Beginning of the War Council. Almost everyone in the hall had the ability to sense when someone much stronger was standing before them. It was an innate feeling developed by most powerful warriors over the course of their lives. It was more like an unconscious use of a sixth sense, far more rudimentary than the techniques Rigger employed in the beast god style, but still effective enough to recognize when one faced a superior force. When Ornthorn entered, the dangerous, intimidating aura he exuded was immediately felt. When the Demon King Greta appeared, everyone perceived her overwhelming power and almost tangible intensity. The sharp, deadly sensation that Killian and Taze carried around them was impossible to ignore, like two sheathed blades. But in that moment, with everyone silent, when distant footsteps echoed down the corridor, a cold shiver ran down each person's spine. All eyes turned to the entrance of the hall, fixed, not daring to look away for a second. The collective impression was that a beast was approaching with slow, determined steps, like a tiger stalking its prey, and they, its prey, needed to remain motionless. The weaker ones had to resist the urge to run at that instant, seized by a primitive terror. As the footsteps grew nearer, many began to break into a cold sweat, struggling to contain the impulse to draw their weapons. The sensation was as if invisible claws were closing in on their throats, tightening with each step. And then, when he finally entered the hall, his aura spread like a flaming wave. Many unconsciously recoiled at the sight of that terrible, oppressive battle aura. Rigger, the beast god, was not hiding his presence in the slightest. Everyone there understood the reason immediately. It was meant to establish his strength from the very first moment, to make clear that opposing him on this council was not an option. His power was simply out of reach for anyone present. Even the most powerful, North Emperor Ornthorn, knew instantly that he stood no chance of victory. Following the beast god closely were four figures. Walking one on each side were the Sword Emperor, Ghislaine Adoldia, and the Sword King, Eris Adoldia. Both with penetrating, dangerous gazes, their auras as sharp as blades ready to cut. Behind the three came the Legion's strategist, Verdia Solarion, and the beast god's disciple, Aisha Greyrat. The two strolled casually, conversing as if nothing of importance were happening. No one dared utter a word as Rigger made his way to the seat reserved for the Supreme Commander of the Iron Legion. No one knew exactly why, but one of those present rose upon seeing him approach. Following the first, others also stood. Soon, everyone was on their feet before the beast god. Even if they had done nothing wrong, or nothing that could be considered betrayal to the Legion, deep in their minds was an irrational, almost childish fear that Rigger might kill them for some trivial reason. Even the Demon King Greta, who was not truly considered a subordinate, rose after an impotent sigh, gazing at Rigger with evident interest. Rigger walked calmly to his seat, paused for a moment behind the chair, and observed each of those present attentively, without haste. After a silent instant, he finally sat down. Verdia took the seat to his right. As the Legion strategist, she always positioned herself by the commander's side. Ghislaine sat to his left, and Eris just beside Verdia. Aisha, for her part, remained standing just behind Rigger, observing everything around her with curiosity. And then, suddenly, the oppressive aura dissipated as if it had never existed. Rigger's voice echoed through the hall, calmer than expected, surprising the majority of leaders still recovering from the pressure. "Well then, shall we begin this council?" At these words, a few relieved sighs escaped among those present unconsciously. Others sat down slowly, as if still trying to confirm whether they were, in fact, out of danger. The atmosphere returned to something calmer, but everyone knew the beast was still there, merely observing them calmly. Less disoriented than the others, Tay signaled to his wife, who was still half anxious. She rose abruptly, as if remembering her role. She began to speak with a slight stammer. Welcome back, Commander. I am the Deputy Commander of the Iron Legion's Administration Division, Lisa Dodoldia. If you would allow me, I would like to review all the points to be seen and discussed in this council. Rigger looked at her for a moment, recognizing her. He then glanced briefly at Taze before responding in an equally calm tone. Very well, Lisa. Proceed. Feeling more comfortable with Rigger's tone of voice, the girl gained a bit more confidence. She pulled out a bundle of papers containing various written details and then began. First, as many here know, the beast god departed on a journey, leaving Teniver about 6 years ago toward the Holy Land of Swords to hone his skills. Because of this, many here have not met the Iron Legion's leader in person, just as the commander has not met some of the new additions to the chain of command. So, first of all, we will make some introductions. She then looked at all the leaders for a moment, and seeing that everyone was paying attention, continued. Starting with our leader, Rigger Adoldia, founder of the Iron Legion. Many of you already know of his achievements and philosophies before he left Meles, from having lived among many people who knew him, so I will speak briefly about his accomplishments outside this continent. Lisa organized the papers and continued. Among them are, forging an alliance with the Dragon King's entire kingdom, as well as with the North Emperor, who is here, spreading the Iron Legion's reputation throughout the central continent, creating a steady flow of new members from that region, establishing friendly relations with the Holy Land of Swords and with the Water God-style dojo through the Sword God, Gal Farion, and the Water God, Rida Rhea, and, finally, creating the Beast God style, which last month already began to be taught to selected disciples by his wife, Ghislaine Adoldia. Additionally, there are several other equally important achievements not necessarily mentionable. She then looked at Rigger. He smiled slightly and said, To those I have not yet met, it is a pleasure to meet you. And to those I have not seen in a long time, it is a pleasure to see you again. Internally, however, he thought, damn, they really knew how to embellish my accomplishments, although nothing is truly a lie. What followed was a long but necessary round of introductions among most members. After all, many of them had been on the battlefield until recently and did not know much about the Iron Legion's current situation. There were even some who did not know why Ornthorn and Greta had randomly joined the Iron Legion. As the saying goes, know yourself and your enemy, and you will not fear the result of 100 battles. Knowing your allies was as important as knowing your opponents. Lisa had detailed information about each person present. She introduced Ghislaine as his wife, as well as Sword Emperor and Beast King, and spoke of some of her achievements. She presented Eris as his second wife and a Sword King at just 15 years old. And Aisha, as his official disciple. Rigger noticed some dissatisfaction among those he had taught in the past when Aisha was mentioned as his only official disciple. But when Lisa mentioned that Aisha had become a saint mage at 5 years old and, now at 8, was already a saint-level mage in multiple schools, most fell silent. Some cast glances of admiration at the girl, who paid attention to everything said about each member as if memorizing it. In truth, Rigger had suspected for some time that she had an eidetic memory. Perhaps it was true. After introducing his personal allies, it was time for the unknown ones at the table. The North Emperor, Ornthorn, announced that he answered only to Rigger and not to the Iron Legion. The Demon King, Greta, said she would only help in this war and then return to the Demon Continent, as she governed an entire province there. The Or-God, Godbard, stated that the Dwarves' alliance with the Legion would last a lifetime. Each leader was introduced, something about their power, achievements, battle position, and other relevant information. Of course, Rigger had already studied each of them with his master and knew them all by name. But seeing them up close, feeling their presences, deciphering their personalities, was important as well. After all, no matter how much he wanted to, Rigger could not wage a one-man war against Meles. Not to mention that he would most likely be killed if he tried, he could not be everywhere at once. If he attacked with everything and ended up trapped, Meles would continue its crusade, and the Iron Legion's casualties would be unimaginable. There was also Hitagami's advice about not invading Melishan alone. He did not know what to think of that, but he did not intend to invade the sacred capital without cause. He had even considered it before, but was dissuaded by his master. He listened attentively to the generals, who introduced themselves formally. After analyzing each of those present individually, Rigger realized something strange. Among all the leaders, one in particular caught his attention. A human who had once been an independent mercenary, known as Jetu Sand, a North Saint. He had joined the Iron Legion after a dramatic event. His family had been enslaved by a Meles noble, and the Legion was the only force willing to help rescue them, even if it meant clashing with Meles. Despite the tragic and seemingly legitimate story, there was something about him that disturbed Rigger. Jetu seemed overly cautious. During the meeting, whenever Rigger stared directly at him, the men showed subtle signs of discomfort. Of course, to anyone looking superficially, he was perfectly calm. He answered all questions truthfully, or at least with half-truths so well placed they sounded sincere. But Rigor was not the same as he had been 6 years ago. His senses, sharpened over years of combat, magic, and analysis of people, detected nuances that passed unnoticed even by the best. The way Jetu breathed, how he held or averted his gaze for fractions of a second, how his micro-expressions did not exactly match the tone of his words. It was as if he were performing a very well-rehearsed role. Rigor would bet that not even Taze, who likely had the keenest senses next to him, would have noticed. And that was why Rigor said nothing. He did not expose him. If Jetu truly were a melee spy, something he considered highly probable, he would be more valuable alive and watched than dead. Dead, someone would try to take his place. Alive, he could be used or unmasked at the right moment. In any case, he was the only one who aroused real suspicions in Rigor. The others, despite different origins, motivations, and personalities, showed genuine loyalty to the Iron Legion. At that point, Taze had done an extraordinary job. Preventing melee spies from infiltrating the inner circle was a very difficult task, but it seemed that only one had succeeded. The introductions finally came to an end. Then Lisa took the floor again, straightening the papers in front of her and saying clearly, "The main points to be discussed in this council will be, first, establishing a new war strategy based on the strength we have acquired over the years and on the addition of the Beast God and his companions. Second, analyzing in depth the main combatants and most problematic enemies of melees and determining how to neutralize them. Third, discussing the transition from a defensive, siege posture to an organized advance into enemy territory. And finally, deciding on contingencies in case of defeat and plans in case of victory. This includes possible alliances and the future of the Iron Legion after the war." She then looked around the room, her eyes meeting each of those present. "Does anyone have anything to add?" All the leaders, commanders, and warriors fell silent. Not because there were no doubts, there were many, but because everyone knew that the topics mentioned would open the floor to the questions and uncertainties that plagued them. It was clear that this would be a long, exhaustive but essential discussion. It was then that Verdia stood and spoke. "Very well. If there is nothing else, then let us begin." As she spoke, a silver ring on her middle finger began to glow faintly. A translucent powder began to drift from it, spreading like mist around the black stone table. Within seconds, the powder took shape, multicolored grains of sand floating in the air before settling precisely on the surface with magical accuracy. Before everyone, a huge 3D map of the melee's territory formed on a continental scale, detailed and vivid as if it were a miniature version of the vast land. Chapter 187, The New Course of the War. The ring that Verdia wore was a magical item found in a labyrinth. Its effect allowed the user to project, in 3 dimensions, a predefined geographic region, like a real scale map. However, this map was not generated automatically by magic, it had to be created manually by the user. This meant that the display depended entirely on the knowledge and memory of whoever manipulated it. In this case, Verdia had spent weeks, perhaps months, meticulously shaping the contours of the continent of Milis based on her own travel experiences, geographic notes, and the physical maps available to the Iron Legion. Despite inevitable inaccuracies in less visited regions, the display was impressively realistic. Elevations, valleys, mountain gorges, dense forests, and swampy areas were all represented with surprising detail. It was a tremendous tactical advantage over any ordinary map. As soon as the projection solidified into a large, multicolored magical sand model atop the black stone table, several council members began correcting small errors or updating terrain information based on their latest missions and explorations. With the map adjusted, markings were then added to represent the forces of the Iron Legion and those of the Milis army. Observing the overall layout, it became clear, the situation was truly unfavorable for the Legion. Over the past few months of conflict, even with victories in isolated battles, Milis's forces had gradually pushed the Legion into the Great Forest. At certain points, the Milis armies had even invaded forest territory, establishing fortifications in zones that had once belonged to the beast tribes. The meeting's atmosphere grew heavy once all territories were established. Closed expressions and worried glances crossed the hall. The meeting began from there, first discussing the current situation of the armies. Despite being somewhat affected by the present disadvantage in the conflict, having the beast god at their side seemed to ease concerns a bit. After all, Rigor had already proven several times that he could annihilate an entire army single-handedly. That alone would immensely reduce the pressure on all the Legion's main troops. The meeting was open to all questions and suggestions from the leaders present. "It really doesn't matter if we can stop their attacks on the Great Forest," said the leader of the Bartag beast tribe, a massive warrior named Brong. He pointed to one of the cities near the border on the map. "My tribe has attacked that city before. Their magic barriers make victory almost impossible. Few among us can break through those blasted protections." "That's true," added a purple-skinned demon with white eyes. "Advancing armies in the open field isn't the biggest problem. The real challenge is these fortified cities." They not only have absurd magical defenses but are usually garrisoned by hundreds of armored crusaders under the command of a saint, sometimes even one of Milissa's 10 generals. He crossed his arms, looking around. I trust my tribe's warriors, but their equipment simply doesn't measure up. We can annihilate ordinary soldiers with our innate magic, but under the command of a competent leader, they don't break, they don't scatter, they hold firm. And that breaks our ambush and siege tactics. It was then that Ornthorn snorted and spoke loudly, "Fuck the 10 generals. They may have had numerical advantage before, but now, we're on equal footing." He then added, uninterested, "Besides, our elites are stronger." Rufus, who was seated near the North Emperor, crossed his arms and said, "That's true. And now we have the commander and his 2 companions." He glanced briefly at Rigor and continued. Even before his return, that advantage already existed. The saints of Milis almost always follow the same pattern. Most use the water god style. A few follow the sword god style or the north god style, and rarely any other style. He paused for a moment, recalling his battles. At least in the fights I've had, it was like facing variations of the same enemy. The Legion, on the other hand, has an absurd variety of powers. We have demons, beast races, warriors with hybrid styles, and innate magics that no one outside the forest understands. He then looked at Lysena. Some of us can use chantless magic on a large scale. Afterward, he turned to Ornthorn, and we also have several masters of the 3 classic swordsmanship styles. The variety makes us unpredictable. Rufus's words generated murmurs and reflections around the table. Rigor watched him in silence, half surprised and impressed. Rufus was only 12 years old but already demonstrated strategic vision and field reading that few adults possessed. It was no wonder he had earned a war title so young. Rigor stepped forward, his voice echoing through the hall. "Rufus is right. Milis may outnumber us in combat forces, but based on what I've observed over the last month, the current forces of the Iron Legion can handle them perfectly." He looked directly at all the leaders gathered around the table, his expression sober. "I'm neither overestimating your forces nor underestimating theirs. These are just facts. Before, Milis could move their armies and forces at will, but now, they have to consider me." Taze crossed his arms, thoughtful. "That's true. This way, as long as the Legion's elites can take down Milis's elites, we can advance. Of course, that assumes the commander continues leading the frontline fight. That would keep them cautious at all times." Rigor nodded and continued. "Moreover, many of the problems you mentioned are already being solved. About the city barriers. Verdia and I developed a cancellation magic circle last month." Aisha drew a scroll and laid it on the table. On it was drawn an intricate yet relatively straightforward magic circle. Everyone leaned in with curiosity, observing closely. This magic circle had been developed based on an ability Rigor had been trying to master for a long time. Ranma. Or, as he called it, disturb magic, the magic of the dragon god. During the 3 years he trained at the Sword Sanctuary, his progress in magic was slow, but he had come close to understanding this technique. In the following 6 months, during his return journey, he finally gained some mastery over it. Still, there was much he did not comprehend. The ability interrupted the magical flow in formation through mana waves whose principles were still a mystery to him. It was complex, but with a good mastery of chantless magic, it became possible to replicate it. However, since it interrupted the magical flow in formation, it didn't work against magic circles activated directly or magic items that triggered their effects instantly. But when Verdia explained to him how Milis's cities used large defensive magic circles in their main cities, he had the idea to develop a version of a magic circle based on disturb magic. With the help of his master, he managed to create something functional, with limitations, of course. This circle only worked against other magic circles. It was no use against a fireball or a wind spear, but against defensive barriers created by fixed formations, it could potentially disable them, depending on the circle's level. To demonstrate, Rigor used a small magic circle and formed a transparent spherical barrier in the center of the table. Everyone watched his movements intently. He then infused mana into the new cancellation circle. A line cut through the barrier's magic circle almost instantly. The protective sphere shattered with a dry sound. There was a moment of surprised silence. Then, a laugh echoed. "Ha ha 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 ha. As expected of you, Rigor," said the God Bard, with a wide smile. "Well, about the weapons and armor. Rufus and that lunatic Brightstone presented me with an idea a few months ago. An armor. It has been mass-produced since then." He crossed his arms proudly. "As named by them, the armor is called Legionary. Of course, I made some modifications here and there." He looked at some of the warriors present. "Actually, some of you are already using it. I released a few to the high ranks as a test. So, how are they performing?" Some of the warriors looked down at the armor they were wearing. One of them exclaimed in disbelief. "This armor is being mass-produced. It's the best armor I've ever used. That seemed to satisfy Godbard. This will more or less reduce the equipment disparity between the Legion and Milice. But to completely change that, it would take several years of continuous forging. Killian, one of those wearing the legionary armor, nodded. I believe it will be enough if our best can use this armor. It will greatly reduce casualties. The atmosphere brightened. For the first time in the meeting, faces became lighter and more optimistic. There were many matters to discuss. Lisa, as deputy commander of the administration division, directed the meeting like an tireless secretary, and also documented all decisions taken with precision. However, there was so much to record, so many details and orders to note, that she soon had to call an assistant to help with transcription. The young elf who assisted her wrote quickly, but still seemed to struggle to keep up with the meeting's pace. Countless topics vital to the campaign's future were discussed. One of the main points was the Army's overland progression route, raising the question of the viability of carrying out a continuous offensive campaign rather than maintaining a passive defense posture. Advancement strategies required much more complex logistics, transporting supplies through unstable terrain, mapping hostile areas, and preparing reinforcements and support units in real time. But everyone knew that if they wanted to change the war's course, they would have to attack. Special units were also brought to the table, such as beast tribes with specific combat and support abilities, or warriors mounted on domesticated monsters. These unique forces demanded specific mobilization, both for coordination and maintenance, and could make a great difference in medium and large-scale battles. The topography of future battlefields was also debated with attention: elevations, narrow valleys, swampy zones, dense forests, and open areas. Thanks to Verdia's magical map, tactical movement decisions were being made based on much more accurate analyses than any previous Legion attack. It was at this point that the new chain of command began to be discussed. Based on the strength, experience, and individual achievements of leaders and generals in recent years, a new hierarchical structure was being drawn up. Of course, not everything proceeded without friction. At various moments, there were disagreements among the council members. Some believed they should advance via a riskier route to achieve faster results, while others insisted on safer, more conservative routes. There were also differences regarding the roles each tribe should play and even about the volume of forces to be sent to each front. Despite the tension, no discussion escalated into conflict. This was due to two fundamental reasons. The first was the presence of Verdia and other sharp-minded, vastly experienced strategists. They were capable of dissecting every argument presented, dismantling fallacies, and reinforcing good ideas with solid logic. There were no fools in that room. Some were impulsive, others stubborn, but no one was blind. When confronted with a clear line of reasoning, most would step back and admit their mistake. But the main reason for the order that reigned there was Rigger's presence. His golden, penetrating, and steadfast eyes brought unbearable pressure to anyone who dared let pride take over and become aggressive. Those eyes seemed to see beyond words, straight into the soul of those present. Thus, even in the most heated moments, the atmosphere remained under control. Under his gaze, no one dared deviate from reason. Rigger listened to everyone, analyzed every proposal and objection, and with the knowledge he had accumulated about strategy, logistics, magic, and combat, he was perfectly capable of making measured decisions. And in the end, the final decision always fell to him. The meeting lasted for hours, but no one seemed tired. The only exception was Lisa, who was clearly exhausted from so much writing. Her shoulders were stiff, her finger joints ached. But Taze discreetly used healing magic to ease his wife's pains and restore her energy, allowing her to continue. After long discussions and analyses, the situation of the troops, terrain, and logistics was basically decided. There were still topics being rushed and inevitable interruptions, but following the plan established by Lisa, the meeting proceeded with surprising order. Then came the moment for one of the most delicate topics, the high-level combatants. It was time to speak of the names that could truly decide the war's outcome. Both on the Legion side and Milice's side. The 10 generals of Milice. They were names that had stricken the Legion's flank like a thorn since the conflict's beginning. Each one was a legendary warrior at the king level or above, with the power to lead and inspire entire armies. But now, with Rigger's return, that reality was about to change. Chapter 188, Kill the Beast God. The high-level forces of Milice were known and feared by many, but the Iron Legion's War Council, after years of fighting them, now possessed detailed information on each of their members. In these years of war, they had come to be publicly called the 10 Generals of Milice. Each of them was an immensely powerful warrior and a specialist in a particular skill. Ordinary soldiers could not defeat them. Among them was the Hill. He had once been an extremely powerful knight, known throughout the continent and even beyond for being like a moving hill. As his title indicated, no matter how fast the enemy was, few were capable of piercing his armor. His shield was a magical item that further strengthened both his physical and magical defenses. His armor was said to be almost indestructible, and his battle aura was firm, solid as stone. He was a powerful paladin who had given the Iron Legion many problems over the past years. But, of course, to Melis's misfortune, he was the first of the 10 generals to encounter the beast god. No preparation. No chance of escape. Rigger used only his fists to crush the feared general and the crusaders accompanying him. That alone proved that no one in Melis could face Rigger directly, not even the revered 10 generals stood a chance. If there wasn't someone capable of withstanding Rigger for at least a few minutes, escaping the beast god style was also nearly impossible, mainly because of the wild dash. Another of the 10 generals was Galgard Nashvenik, who bore the title of strongest man. He was, at that moment, the greatest threat to the Iron Legion. There was also the White Knight, the one who protected the Pope. His identity remained a mystery, but it was known that he was an emperor of the water god style. There was also Donner Bonart, the protector of Melis, whom Rigger had faced once, many years ago. And, beyond them, 6 other powerful warriors, 2 of whom also used the water god style as their principal method of combat. This prevalence further showed the Holy Country's preference for the water god style. It made sense, after all, this style was most suited to be taught to knights whose purpose was the maintenance of order and stability. Even the 10 generals had been influenced by this preference, although, now, they were no longer 10. Of the 9 remaining generals, 4 used the water god style as their primary weapon. Interestingly, the only one to reach the level of emperor in that style was the White Knight. It was assumed that he had been a direct disciple of the original water god style dojo, since Melis, as a country, did not seem to possess all the knowledge of the secret techniques and refined teaching methods of the style. They had never even had a water god among their ranks in the past. One of the generals, in fact, wasn't even a water king, he was only a water saint, though he was proficient in other styles, which made him as strong as any of the 10 generals. In any case, this preference may also have minimally influenced Melis's slow progress in its crusade against the Great Forest. The water god style was more suited for defense. Sending a general proficient in that style to lay siege to cities might even work, but it was somewhat inefficient compared to more offensive styles. During the War Council, all the gathered information about the generals was discussed, their items, strengths, weaknesses, combat histories. One thing became clear, except for Galgard, there was no doubt that if any of them met the beast god in battle, their end would be almost guaranteed. Even if the White Knight gave his life to protect the Pope, he would not be able to hold out long. At least, those were Rigger's words. In fact, he also stated that he could certainly kill Galgard, but, since the exact extent of the enemy's magical items' powers was unknown, how long Galgard could resist remained an enigma. After establishing the fact that Rigger could defeat all of Melis's generals alone, attention then turned to the other more powerful members of the Iron Legion. If it were only in terms of titles, right after Rigger would come Ghislaine and Ornthorn. The North Emperor had already proven his strength by even facing Galgard in battle, but he himself admitted that he would lose in an all-out fight. Actually, he had almost been killed the last time, and if Lysena hadn't arrived in time and cast large-scale ice magic on the enemies, distracting Galgard, and then healed him with saint-level healing magic, he would probably have died of blood loss. In any case, there was a question of who was stronger, him or Ghislaine. But Rigger was almost certain that Ghislaine would win. Ghislaine was not only a sword emperor, she was also a beast king. The synergy of those two styles made her almost invincible against anyone below the level of god. Right after those two came Eris, Greta, and Taze, whom Rigger judged to be approximately equal in strength. They were powerful even among warriors at the king level, each for different reasons. Eris was a sword king trained by the sword god himself and a North saint. With her magically enchanted swords and her battle experience, she was a formidable force on the battlefield by herself. Greta was a demon king with 800 years of experience. She had once been stronger, but had grown rusty from not having many fights in the past 100 years. And Taze, by a hair, did not reach the emperor level. He was a North king in swordsmanship, but his chantless magic made him much more dangerous than any swordsman should be. And right after them came Killian and Larav. Although also powerful and certainly at the king level, both fell a bit short of the others. Together with Rigger, these were all the top-level combatants of the Iron Legion. There were many other talented ones, but who were still too young to demonstrate great battle strength, like Linnea, Persina, Rufus, and Garrison, among others. There was also the Red Dragon Escalar. As an S-rank monster, he was theoretically classified as a king, even more so if oriented to combat. And there was Verdia. The mage was a question mark. She could not face a king-level warrior head-on, but, ironically, she was the one who came closest to killing one. Apparently, while troops commanded by her were in the middle of an attack, she suddenly ordered everyone to retreat and began using the king-level magic, Earth Fissure, in a random direction of the forest. And then, by coincidence, there was an ambush army there. The enemy troops were mostly killed by the Earth Disaster, and the general leading them, known as Flash Sword, was almost killed in that attack, escaping gravely wounded and later pursued by the Legion's armies. The Elven strategist's tactical foresight was praised to the skies after that feat. This was another reason why few complained about her being the Legion's strategist. In any case, Verdia was considered a variable. The same applied to Rufus and Lysena, who could do similar things with magic, and even scarier with their chantless magic. Overall, one could say that the high-level forces were balanced. There was only one person tipping the scale in favor of the Legion. One could say that Rigor alone could even kill all the others at the same time, under the right circumstances. Of course, he didn't say it out loud, but it was what he thought. After all, only he knew the full extent of his abilities. Still, such a convenient situation did not exist. It wasn't as if they would all gather on an open plain and allow Rigor to reduce them to ashes with a single hellish slash. But still, Rigor's power was enough for him to wonder, how the hell did Mealy's plan to win this war with his return? At that point, they should have sent a letter of surrender as soon as they witnessed his strength. He shared his thoughts with the council, and they all reached a consensus. Mealy's could be fanatical, but it was not stupid. Thinking from that perspective, much of the high-level combat power was fighting for Rigor. Ornthorn, Verdia and, consequently, Greta, Escalar, Ghislaine, Eris. For those mentioned, it was a question whether they would continue fighting if Rigor were not alive. And Rigor would not ask that of them, for at that point, victory would no longer be so clear. No one spoke those words aloud, but they knew they were true. Therefore, it was fair to assume that Mealy's entire main plan required Rigor to die, somehow. Various theories arose about how Mealy's planned to accomplish this. But one thing was clear, whatever the method, they would have to capture Rigor first. Otherwise, he could escape almost anything they threw at him. There were also considerations about the high-level mages in Mealy's. They had many capable priests, and several of them were proficient in combining forces to cast magics above their own level. Therefore, various countermeasures needed to be devised against those priests. Furthermore, one could not rule out the possibility of an unexpected new ally emerging on the enemy field. Rigor shuddered at imagining Mealy's allying with the dragon god. As irrational as that hypothesis seemed, he still considered it. On top of all that, there was one especially worrisome factor. Pope Lucio's Gallard possessed a mysterious ability that supposedly allowed him to see the future, a possible Miko ability. If this were true, much of the intelligence strategies could be thwarted, should Lucio's be capable of anticipating them. Although the extent of this future vision was not yet clear, it was at least certain that he could foresee things like ambushes. On this point, unfortunately, there was little choice but to move forward. In the end, they still had Rigor. Future sight would not help them summon enough force to kill him. As for Mealy's memory Miko, she did not represent a great threat. Her greatest contribution was the ability to read the minds of the Legion's commanders and extract information. However, in this particular battle, she would not have a major impact. Her ability was powerful but not decisive. After analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of both sides, a battle strategy began to take shape gradually. A strategy that would make full use of each allied force's potential, ensure greater adaptability on the battlefield, and, ultimately, allow the war to be ended as quickly as possible. The Iron Legion was powerful, versatile, and formed by exceptional warriors, but it was undeniable that they lacked cohesion, organization, and experience in large-scale wars, especially compared to Mealy's and its centuries of military tradition. After all, the Legion had only existed for about 10 years. Growing so rapidly obviously left many organizational holes and structural flaws. And moreover, if they tried to learn all the things they lacked during the conflict, this war would be extended more than necessary, and that would mean irreparable casualties. After plotting various possibilities, with different advanced strategies and considering the experience and strategic mind of the best there, they decided on a single assault. A direct offensive, to avoid massive logistical problems. The Legion would march as a line of destruction across all of Mealy's territory, conquering city after city. To avoid ambushes in their upper echelons, the most powerful warriors would lead armies in pairs, ensuring the total destruction of any chance of counterattack by Mealy's. Meanwhile, Rigor would move alone. He would cover the main battlefront, a sector that would normally require an entire army. But he would do it alone, acting, in fact, as an army unto himself. He would take cities and destroy enemies in his path, weakening Mealy's battle strength wherever he went. Throughout the planning, Rigor made an important mental note: he needed to keep Jetu Sand under constant watch. Although he doubted that the possible traitor would risk exposing himself without having vital information about some secret operation, he still needed to stay vigilant. Even if he tried to pass messages during the battle, it would be too late. Mealy's would already be seeing what was happening. Still, it was better to prevent than to remedy. After deciding all the advance routes, tribal mobilizations according to their current locations, rendezvous points for the armies and commanders, the meeting, which had already lasted several hours, finally drew to a close. The only thing left to discuss was what the Iron Legion's final destination would be, regardless of victory or defeat.